Yo, yo, what's happening? Top of the morning, top of the afternoon, top of the morning, afternoon, whatever it is, whatever, you know, time zone you in. What's up? What's up? What's up? Hope everybody's enjoying their morning. I'm enjoying my morning. Well, what's good? What's good with you? What's good with everybody? You see, the title of the stream is self-explanatory. Do so-called black people deserve reparations? I got mixed feelings about this, but I'm gonna give y'all my opinion. I'll give you all a soliloquy, my soliloquy, a synopsis on what I think. I feel like we do. I feel like if one's family, Exile One, AKD, salute, salute, everybody. So Pete Charles was salute, my brother. I'm gonna drop the link here in a minute, so whoever wants to, hop up. I had a busy day yesterday. I went live for a brief time yesterday. I had my little. Hey, everybody wish my daughter a happy birthday. Yesterday was my daughter's 16th birthday, so I went and celebrated that with her. She had a good time. She got everything she wanted. She's a young lady now. I was telling her, yes, I was conveying to her yesterday. I was telling my mom, I was telling my dad, my brothers. I was telling her, I was like, I remember my daughter used to follow me around everywhere. Everywhere I went, my daughter was right behind me. I used to like carry her. Like when she was 8, 9 years old, I was still carrying her around, man. I'm not even gonna lie. That's my baby. That's my firstborn. It's my firstborn child. So I'm not trying to get off. I'm not trying to get off topic, but yesterday I had a real busy day, and I had fun. I enjoyed myself yesterday, going out to eat. Just watching her be happy with her friends, and um, she just, she's growing up. She's driving now. She's just becoming a young lady, man. She's into sports. She's currently playing summer basketball. She's playing softball. She's just I couldn't be more proud of her. She's responsible. I just couldn't be more proud of her, man. But our kids are an image of us. Our kids are a splendid image of us, man. So we pass down what we know, our morals, our values, and we pass it down to our kids, man. We teach them to have dignity, respect, and honor, and to teach them to have discipline. And then my little brother's birthday is today. Shout out to my little brother Denzel, man. That's my little brother. Shout out to him. Today's his birthday, and I'm proud of him too. I just want to shout my family out, man. He's a successful business owner. He's in his late 20s. He's the one that motivated me to start my own business. We all, and I come from a family of go getters and hustlers, man. My mom, my dad. I got two other brothers that are business owners too. My other big brother, he owns a moving company, and my little brother, the one I posted on my community tab, he buys a new Corvette every other month. Cash. He's taking these Corvettes and he's buying them straight out. He's not paying leases on these Corvettes. He's buying them straight because he had a Maserati at first, but he got rid of the Maserati. He bought the Maserati cash. He took the Maserati and traded it in. He had that black Corvette, and now he has an orange Corvette because he came to my daughter's birthday party yesterday. I said, "Damn, nigga." I said, "You stay with a goddamn new Corvette." I said, business must be going good. And he showed me his invoices. He said, "Bro, this is how much I made in the past 6 months." I think like in the past, he showed me he done made about 300,000. He said he's trying to reach a milli. I said, "Bro, I said, go for it, man." Because I said, "You the one that motivated me, you know." That's what I'm saying. My family, we're all close to one another, man. So shout out to them, man. Shout out to them. Shout out to them, man. Yeah. Yes, today's his birthday. Yesterday's my daughter's birthday. My birthday's coming up here in a week and a half. So we all summer babies, man. But yeah, we're gonna get into this shit though. Who else up in here? So okay, I'm gonna drop the link here in a minute. But shout out to my brother, man. Shout out to my daughter. Shout out to myself. Shout out to my family. Shout out to my mom. Shout out to my dad. Shout out to my grandmother. Shout out to all my people in Mississippi. Shout out to my immediate family in Louisville, Kentucky. Like I said, we come from dirt roads back in Dry County, Mississippi, and my mom and dad, they seen the bigger picture because everybody else is down south. They the only ones that migrated. We the only ones up here. Everyone else is down in Mississippi or Louisiana. But my mom and dad, they seen the bigger picture because because I was having a conversation with my pops the other day, and I said, "What made you and mom migrate to the Midwest?" He said it was nothing in Mississippi for us. He said we didn't want the way we came up, for you all. So we seen that the economic it was mainly economics. He said we seen that the economics was better in the Midwest. It was more opportunities, for us to move up here and have a better chance. Y'all would have a better chance, because in Mississippi, the town that we come from, you either working at a chicken factory or McDonald's or on a farm or at the light bulb factory making minimum wage. My auntie Janelle. I don't want to get off topic yet. We're gonna get back on. We're gonna get back into it. I'm gonna give y'all a backstory on why we moved to the Midwest. Because my auntie Janelle, shout out to my auntie Janelle. She lives in Hoy, Mississippi, and she's been working at Sanford Chicken since I was a little kid. I remember being in Mississippi as a kid. Her coming home with them damn boots on, covered in chicken blood. So she's been there. She's still there. But yeah, that's why. That's one of the reasons why. But I'm saying like my parents, like I said, they seen the bigger picture. So I'm glad it worked in our favor. Us migrating to Louisville, Kentucky from Mississippi. First we moved to Missouri, then we moved to Louisville, Kentucky. But it, I see why they did what they did because, like I said, I was having a conversation with my daddy, and this is what he was conveying to me. My mom, she says the same thing. That's what I'm saying. My mom and dad, they're both successful too. My mom went back to school and got a plethora of degrees, and she got a career. My dad, he started working for some millionaire, and he got a break that way. But my dad owns his own business too. Like I said, I own my own business. My brother Zenzel or Kenneth, the one I posted on my all our names are Ken. My name is Ken. My other brother's name is Ken. Two of my other brothers' names. So I'm telling y'all, listen, I'm giving y'all insight on my life. My name is Ken. My little brother, the one with the Corvettes and shit, his name is Ken. And then my other brother name, my big brother, his name is Kendrick. So we all our names are Kens. Cause my dad, his name is Ken too. So my dad kind of named all of us after him. The only one that don't have Ken in his name is my twin brother. My twin brother, he doesn't have Ken in his name. But all my other brothers, all our names are Ken. That's what people call me. That's what people call. That's what I would prefer to be called because I act just. My mom tell me all the time I act just like my daddy. But I beg to differ. I might act like him, but I beg to differ. I guess everything he does, I do. Like he bought Mercedes and all that other shit, so I went and did the same thing. But we're gonna get into this shit though, man. Like I said, shout out to my daughter, happy birthday to you. Shout out to my little brother, happy birthday to you. And then my birthday's coming up. We're gonna get into this shit, man. Do black people deserve reparations? AKD put it in the chat. She thinks that black people, so-called black people, deserve reparations. I'm gonna have to agree with that. I feel like if your family has been put through degradation in the past, uh, say they didn't get a loan, or they might have went through some type of what's it called, racial discrimination, economical discrimination, uh, and you could fight have a case like we do deserve that reparations, but a lot of so-called black people that are saying that they're aboriginals, that their family weren't slaves, they wouldn't have a case to get reparations, right? Anybody that fall under the title of aboriginal or indigenous, they don't want to be African because if you saying you're African American, you saying you're descendants, you are direct descendants of slaves, and you can say a lot of them was put through harsh conditions or atrocities, or put through degradation. So you would have a case for reparations. But if you say, hey man, my family wasn't slaves, man, then I don't know. I could be wrong, but let me put the link in the chat. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. But even then, if you a so-called black person, even if you are an indigenous person, you can have a. Let me recap my statement. You can have you can fight for a case of reparations if some land was stolen from you, if a treaty or an agreement wasn't held up or if that agreement or that treaty wasn't honored, you can say, hey man, I want to bet shit. I deserve reparations. I want some kickback, right? I know this is a controversial topic. This is a touchy topic. Especially when we get to talking about shit like this. Everybody put a one, even to the people watching in the bushes, put a one in the chat if you all feel like so-called black people should get reparations. And then later on in this stream, I'll ask the same question: should so-called black people, get reparations? Me myself personally, I feel like if you, like I said, if your family was put through some type of economical degradation, some type of race, some economical racial discrimination, then yes. If you somebody out here just if your family, if you so called black and you just come from money and your family always had money and wealth, then no. No. We got I Spy in the building. What's up, I Spy, man? Hey, listen. He said, listen, you ain't gotta come in guns blazing. You could have came in with some decorum, bro. You ain't got this is why let me put this shit up on screen. This is why I know you have not studied the history. Millions of families were forcibly removed. I just said that. I spy. You didn't. I just said that. I said if you're falling under the title of indigenous or aboriginal, are you saying that you're organic to this geographical landmass of America? Yes. If some land was stolen from you, or some land, if somebody drew up a treaty or some type of an agreement with your family, and that wasn't honored, you can fight. You have a case for reparations. I just said the same thing you're saying, man. So remove this place. I just said that, bro. I just said that. Didn't everybody just hear me say that in the beginning of this stream? I just said the same. So I'm saying you have to listen, man. I don't know if you're a male or female. You have to listen. Listen. Flood, etc. Mississippi has cash history of this. I already know. Yes, yes. A lot of people, a lot of indigenous people, towns and cities, they farmlands were burned down, were burned down. Yes, I agree with that. Yes, I'm saying those people that was put through that degradation, yes, they deserve reparations. Yes, of course, I said that. Some people just don't listen. But you're more than welcome to come up. We can have a conversation about it. I highly doubt that you come up though. I highly doubt that you hit that link. Like I said, anybody that wants to come up, we can have the dialogue. We can have this conversation. I know it's a touchy topic, but we're gonna get into this shit. I'm in agreement with you. Yes, people deserve reparations. I'm not saying all so-called black people though. I'm saying the ones like the descendants of the black boule, these motherfuckers, these so-called black people that come from wealth and shit. Nah, man, nah, hell no. The ones that you know work for the government, the ones that worked in synergy with the motherfucking colonizer or slave master. Nah, hell no. They descendants don't deserve the reparations. No. I'm gonna ask everybody a question in the chat. Is it only so-called black people in particular that deserve reparations? Do you all feel like white people, Mexicans, because you can say the same thing. The Asians get reparations from what the United States did to their people in World War II? I think they did. I think they did. It's a crying shame though that we the only ethnicity of people, a nationality of people that hasn't gotten any kickback, from this fraudulent government. Not a motherfucking red cent, just a bunch of empty promises. That's why I don't get why people continue to line up and vote for this shit. Oh, let me see. Let me read the chat. Let me read the chat. Deserve, should, doesn't matter. The U.S. couldn't afford it. Somebody said the U.S. couldn't afford it. Yes, they can. They spent. Listen, hold on. That's that statement. Whatever you Nickelodeon, bro. That's a weird name, Nickelodeon. But check this out. If you're saying that the United States can't afford it, bro, they're allocating billions of dollars to the Israeli government. They've been doing that since 1945. Go look it up. Back in 1946, the United States government was giving Israel, the state of Israel, millions of dollars. In the 1960s, they were still giving the state of Israel hundreds of millions of dollars. In the 1980s, 1990s, they were still giving the state of Israel hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it's now in the billions. The past 10, 20 years, it's been in the billions. So you mean to tell me they can't afford it, bro? Yes, they can. The fake man, come on, man. They launder money all around the world. They send money to all their puppet states every fiscal year, every quarter. They're giving the state of Ukraine billions of dollars. Bro, they turned around. Look, man, the United States government after World War II gave resources and money to Russia. Did anybody know that? Yes, the United States, the NATO and all them. Yes, they helped out Russia after World War II, man. So what you mean? What the hell you mean? They can't afford it, bro. They print money up out of thin air. Out of thin air, man. Money is not money. What's the name of that one song? Money ain't a thing by JD and Jay Z, man. The United States saying that. The United States government saying that money ain't a thing. It's not a thing to them, bro. Study Mississippi history, you will find a lot. And I'm not a male. Hey, shout out to you, I Spy. I'm glad you over here. I'm gonna rinse you up in a minute. Give me a second. Nappy headed Indian said. So nappy headed Indian. So you feel like labor done. The atrocities are just more counts. It's called reclamation, restitution. The topic. They owe us more than the United States is worth. Yeah, I agree with that. Yes, they did the Germans as well. Both are in internment camps here in American soil. Yeah, yes, I agree with that. That's true. They can easily afford it if one knew how much a day the United States government gets from taxes. That's what I'm saying. Yes, what I just told you. Yeah, I agree with that. They can easily afford to pay reparations, give everybody a $50,000 check. Every so-called black person that if you go back into your lineage or your ancestry and seeing that your family were put through economical degradation or racial discrimination or some of their like their farm or their property was damaged by a government entity or just anybody outside of that nationality, yes, you can be compensated for reparations, a $20,000 check, a $30,000 check. They sending money elsewhere every day. Man, somebody come up here and hit this link, man. I ain't about to be up here with myself all day, man. Yeah, don't be scary. Get your scary asses out the chat, man. Somebody bring your scary ass up and hit this link. Long as you ain't a troll. Not every so-called black person is qualified. Yeah, I said that. That's what I stated. I said not every so-called black person, would qualify for reparations. I said that are the ones that are wealthy, the ones that played their part, in taking land or doing all of this diabolical shit, nefarious shit. The ones that didn't honor treaties and contracts, no, their descendants shouldn't get a fucking red cent. The U.S. government collects an average of approximately $13 billion in taxes per day. Think about that, bro. They collecting $13 billion per day, bro. That's enough money. That's enough money to give everybody a $50,000 check, bro. I don't think so-called black people will end up getting reparations in our lifetime, bro. We would never see that, bro. Because if it was gonna happen, it would have been happened. It didn't take too long after World War II ended for these Japanese people to be compensated for being put in these internment camps on United States soil, bro. It didn't take. It wasn't long after that. Hold on, I think so. Somebody in the back. Who's this in the back? Who's this? I don't know if this is a troll. Oh, that's what you a troll, bro. You can't come up here, bro. I got somebody in the back, but you a troll. They gotta hide comments. Who's hiding comments? What comments were hid? Hold on. Let me hold on. Who's this guy? Who's this guy saying that his comments are being hid? What's up, Christine? What's good with you? Hey, Zev, you gonna stay in the back, man. You're not coming up here. I'm about to ban you, bro. I'm not letting you up. I let you up before, bro. You didn't say anything. You stayed on mute the whole time. Everybody, please hit that like button. We got 20 some people in the chat. We got everybody. All 20 people need to hit that like button. If you're gonna be in here, hit that like button. This guy, he's saying that people are hiding comments. He said blacks are so weak, hiding comments. No, you're not coming up, bro. No. You can call me what you want to call me in the back chat. I'm not letting you up, bro. You a motherfucking troll. No trolls allowed, bro. I let you up before, man, and you just on some weird shit. So I left you in the back. It's like right now. Black people up today, no, majority of blacks will spend it all on BS and gonna complain and ask for more. You need to get your shit together. So Mikey Dollar saying that no, he doesn't. He's saying black people of the day, no, these are the majority of us gonna go get motherfucking Mercedes and put 24s on the shit. Niggas gonna be buying old schools, mounting them up, putting 26s on them motherfuckers, parking these old schools outside of trailers and shit. And niggas gonna be buying motherfucking flying scooters and all type of unnecessary shit. So you say no, but we listen, bro. Listen. Saying no one is making excuses. The money is needed elsewhere while there are still project old sewage pipelines in the hood in America. That person is not for you or your kind. I agree with that. That's what you said. This is what Mikey Dollar said. Mikey Dollar said no, niggas shouldn't get no reparations, man. For so-called blacks. I just call us indigenous people here. I just say that if you so-called black and you brown, you indigenous here. We've been here. But that's besides the point. I'm saying like if we see I'm gonna give you a little bit pushback, Mikey Dollars. Like I said, if the Japanese got reparations after World War II, they were compensated, for being, getting put through degradation by the United States government. And we've seen the Germans get, reparations. I think even the Native Americans have gotten some type of form of reparations, right? So if all these other nationalities of people have been compensated and given, reparations, how come it's not? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So uh, why shouldn't so-called black, indigenous people here, the real indigenous people here, be compensated? If you can go, like I said, if you can go back in your family history and prove, that your family have been put under persecution or degradation by the government or by any type of entity here, economically, physically, mentally, on any level, man, you should be compensated. And that's how I'm riding. The government is not regulated how others spend theirs, so why would ours be dictated? I agree with that, I spy. Shit. Shit. Everybody go buy dumb shit. Look, white people buy golf. Listen, man, if they gave white people reparations right now, if they gave every so-called white family a $30,000 check right now, What you think the white trash in the motherfucking trailer park gonna go buy? No, they gonna go buy meth. They gonna go get high. What you think the white people? Hold on. I got you, Mike Dallas. Because listen. What you think the white people that live at the goddamn golf club gonna go buy? They gonna go buy a motherfucking golf club and put rims on that motherfucker with lights on it, sparkly lights and all type of weird shit. So, bro, that's what I'm saying, man. Every nationality have their own problems, bro. What you think a fucking Mexican gonna go buy? He gonna go buy a shiny ass belt buckle with some new cowboy boots and a sombrero and a taco truck. And I ain't being racist. Nah, man. Listen. So that would be a and much, you know, I got respect for you, Mikey Dallas, but I'm saying, like, everybody got their own problems, bro. So saying that niggas, so-called black people, indigenous people are gonna go buy dumb shit. Every nationality of people will fuck the money off too, bro. A fucking Cuban will go buy a bunch of dumb shit. A Haitian gonna go buy more dogs and cats to eat. Nah, I'm playing. Oh shit. What you think a white person gonna go buy? A bunch of dumb shit. Cameron might go buy a motherfucker another soccer van, another soccer mom van. She might go buy another fucking purse to put a dog in. And put your dog in the bag like rich white chicks. What you think they gonna go do? Come on, man. And somebody blocked Zev Gabler forever for a time out the chat. Block his ass out the chat, man. You mad because I ain't let you up on the panel, bro? Hold on, so many people in the chat I can't keep on. Let me try to read some of your comments exactly. What's up, Humble? The money probably should be used to build our communities, up all new houses and new businesses to benefit the future of our generations. I agree with that because there's some places in Mississippi where I come from that looks like hell. That looks like shit. The projects where my grandma lived at. Well, she really didn't live directly in the project. She lived in a kind of like an old folks retirement neighborhood. It was called Wilson Court. But on the, next to that, it's a place called Long Long Oak Projects that look like shit. And then there's a place on the other side called Green Acres. A lot of those houses look like shit. But when my grandmother lived at in Mississippi, it was a community center that we always used to go to as kids. And that place could use those type of funds. So I agree with that. So a lot of white Europeans used to take our land and position of the government. Yeah, somebody blocked that motherfucker forever, man. Taste teas with Tony. What's up with you, girl? What's up with you? Certain percentage of foundational Black American people is gonna do right by the money. So is them if you don't. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Hold on. Let me rinse some of y'all up real quick. Everybody, please hit that like button. Let me put the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come up on the panel, you are more than welcome to come up on the panel. Let's get this conversation going. Loyal, if you out there, you can come up. Any of you niggas that's out there, you can hit my panel. Y'all can come up. Y'all more than welcome, man. Y'all niggas don't be hiding in the bushes. Be a man. Come up here, man. Hold on. Give me a second. Try to hit that like button, though. Like I said, please hit that like button. But yeah, I agree with what Dog just said. Yeah, some of those, like I said, man, I feel like indigenous people, brown skinned people of America, do deserve, reparations, man. It's a type of form of fashion. Because like I said, if you go back and look at history, You have a plethora of different nationalities and ethnicities of people that have been compensated, man, and still are being compensated to this day. Look at some of the Native Americans. Some of those Native Americans, some of those Siberians are living like shit on some of those reservations. Because I looked at some documentaries, they live in poor as shit. They be drunk. They make their own moonshine. But a lot of those Native Americans, slash Siberians, they live they're still reaping the benefits. They're being compensated, via the casinos, revenue from the casinos. A lot of them were compensated earlier on by the United States government. You know, where they were getting government subsidies and shit like that. Even with these immigrants that are coming in, you could say that's a form of a reparation. Them getting food stamps, them getting housing just for free. They don't have to do anything. Only thing they got to do is show up. They got a house. They get food stamps. They get a check every month. Ja Rule said it would close the racial wealth gap. Yeah, it would. I agree with that. We got Philly in the building. Hey, Philly, nigga, you was drunk last night, nigga. Nigga, you was going in last night over there. What's up, Country Ray? Come on up here, Country Ray, my dog, man. I know you're gonna give me some good conversation, man. These other niggas scary. Yeah, Philly, man. Hey, man. Alcohol and no teeth don't mix, Philly. Listen, Philly, you was giving that liquor bottle a gum job last night, nigga. I wanted to take you to the roof last night, like Principal Clark, and lean on me. You get drunk, don't you? Don't you? Well, jump, Philly, jump, nigga. Oh man, yeah, nigga, Philly, man. It's like, hey, yeah, man. Ain't nothing wrong with sipping on a brew. Oh yeah, all right, it's all good, Philly, man. Hey, Philly, man, don't be the next nigga to get trolled, man, by True Zone Productions. I don't mind trolling a nigga. Nigga, your ass will get trolled under. You said you got drunk under the table. You said you would let nobody drink you under the table, nigga. But I'll troll you under the fucking table, the bridge, nigga, under the car. Now shout out to Philly. I fuck Philly, man. And when people you talk about the fake pretending, the only thing you hear is casinos. You don't hear nothing about them building America like you do, foundational Black American people. Yeah, I'm not negating that. Everybody played their part in building up America. Whether you identify as indigenous, FBA, Native American, European, Asian American, yeah, Mexican American, Cuban American, yeah. A lot of people have came here and had played a part in building this place up. You know, but I'm saying as a whole, you know, the only problem is no politicians support it. No, they would never support it. No, you will never see any of these political figures be in support or in agreement or come together and work together tandemly or to put together a bill that would compensate brown skinned people of America, man. No, that would never happen. That would never come to fruition. That would never materialize. Like I said, I mean I want to have wishful thinking, but I don't see that happening in our lifetime. I don't see so-called black and brown people being, compensated, cut reparation checks. They'll give Haitians a motherfucking, they'll give a Dominican Republic a motherfucking, them immigrants a check before we get anything, bro. All right, cool, bro. Everybody hit that like button, though, man. Then where are the builders? Like we have our builders. What are their names? I don't know. You can Google it. A lot of so-called a lot of so-called black and brown people have built up things here, bro. I mean, taste and tone. Go look up the inventors. I did a live stream about this. A lot of indigenous brown skin FBA, whatever you want to call us. These There's so many titles I can't keep up with all these titles, man. A lot of people want to be called FBAs. A lot of people want to be called indigenous. A lot of people want to be called African Americans. And we worried about a goddamn title. What a check said. What's up, Judge? Just another Geechee. What's good with you? The simple answer is no, and the complex answer is fuck no. Damn. So Bigger 23 saying no, niggas shouldn't get no checks. A lot of people. I saw. I'm gonna ask this question again. Everybody, please hit that like button on your way in, on your way out. Okay, I'm gonna give a survey real quick to everybody in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you all feel like so-called black people or indigenous people of America deserve checks, reparation checks for going through economical degradation, racial degradation. Put a one in the chat if you all feel so. Put a two in the chat if fuck no. Niggas don't deserve no checks, no land, no nothing. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. I see a lot of ones in the chat. Okay, Philly, he said he put a one. Soapbox put a one. Who else? Who else we got? Cut the check is coming. Cut the check is okay. Tony, she said yes. Other Geechee put one. Nigga, they owe us reparations, restitution, and the earth, the moon, and the sun. Damn. That nigga Chief said they owe us the moon, the sun, the stars, the quasars, the chemtrails, the motherfucking they owe us the chemtrails too, my nigga. Damn, the stars, the chemtrails, the clouds, nigga, the grass, the trees, the electric poles, nigga. They owe us Walmart. They owe us the motherfucking. They owe the shit. They owe us the water molecules. Okay, I get it. Edgar said too. Edgar said no. He said niggas don't deserve anything. Zilch. Niggas don't deserve a red cent. Niggas don't deserve a water molecule. Niggas don't deserve anything. Damn, Edgar, bro. Tony put another one. And then I got another question for you all in the chat. Let's just say, if the government tomorrow came out and say, hey, if they held a news conference tomorrow on Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, etc. They came out and said verbatim, hey, we're cutting black and brown skin people $50,000 checks. If you can go back and prove that your family was put through all of these certain atrocities by this government, you will qualify for a $50,000 check. What's the next step after that? What would you all do with that money? How would you all allocate those funds? Would you buy a land? Would you build up the community? Would you move out of the city or town you're in? How would you use those funds? Would you build it? Would you put it towards the next generation's future? How would you use those funds? Would you go buy a motherfucking old school and put 28s on it? What would you do? Would you buy a fucking dually truck and put 22s on it? What would you do? Give me a check around my area. That's what's up, another Geechee. That's what's up, bro. Yeah, Edgar said no. What's up, Edgar, man? Remember, freedom is not given, it's taken. It's a butt whooping. What's up, Black Wild Indian? What's good with you, brother? What's up with you, man? What's good? What's good, my G? What's good? What's good? Man, you know what they can look? They ain't listen, man. I don't want no money. They can give me every 300-pound white girl in America. That now I'm playing. Nah, I'm playing. You know, I got to throw some jokes in there. Hold on. Keep waiting for a slave master to reimburse you, let you be free. Dream on. Edgar said, "Dream on, so-called black and brown people of America. Don't wait on the slave master to give you a check." He's saying, "Dream on. Don't wake me. I'm dreaming." He telling y'all niggas keep dreaming, man. Damn, so disrespectful with it. Can't talk about reparations without strong political participation. That's an oxymoronic statement, bro. You know, no disrespect to you, Gone 11. That's a frivolous statement to make because think about how many brown people of color, so-called black, have been participating in this whole political paradigm for X amount of years, and they haven't reaped the benefits from voting or anything. So that statement would have no validity to it, a correctness to it by you saying if we so-called my dad been voting Democrat all his life, and I ask him all the time. I say, "Hey, Dad, have you reaped the benefits from participating in the whole political paradigm, a political chess game?" He said, "No, I haven't. I said, "Have they cut you a check? Have you gotten anything from it?" He said, "No." So, no, people can keep voting. They will get nothing will come of it. So I would buy more land, grow my own fruits and vegetables. A lot of y'all old niggas will be giants. I feel like some of that money will only magnify who some of y'all niggas is, man. Some of y'all niggas, if a nigga like going out, being a giant, buying hookers and shit, that's only he gonna have 1,000 fucking. So to each his own. However you choose to allocate those funds or spend your money, that's on you, man. Get it how you live, not a lump sum. So Edgar is a Mexican. Actually, Edgar's from the Caribbean. So correct. Edgar's from he's a foreigner. I think he's from the Caribbean. He's from somewhere else. Well, shout out to Edgar though. First, we would get like-minded people on the same page, do something together. We would put our money together and handle our business. Yeah, I agree with that. Black and brown. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't like. I'm just saying. Listen, why ask slaves for slave dollars? Why ask them nicely for anything? They poison our minds, bodies, and souls. There's nothing they can offer that is worth taking, man. Give me the money, man. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. I won't. Give me the money. No, it isn't a moronic statement to say the opposite. I'm saying like you're telling people to participate in the whole political scheme, and people been doing that for 30, 40, 50 plus years, bro, and nothing has come of it, bro. That's the only thing I'm saying. Man, one of y'all, man, somebody listen, man. Somebody come up here, man. Hit that link, man. Stop being scary. I want to hear somebody else's opinion on this verbally. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it in the chat. I know y'all niggas are scared of these type of topics. Oh man, hey man, Edgar cooking you in the chat, Chief. The old political paradigm has gotten you what you have now. So do you feel like this Trump administration is a new political paradigm? We have not seen nobody's seen reparations or anything. So the old is the new. They just changed figureheads, right? They're my political words. My skin is brown, so how's the black? Okay, I'm just gonna say, bro. Okay, let me be politically correct while I'm on my own channel, then. Milestone thoughts, bro. Let me let me just say, FBAs, brown skinned people, indigenous people, bro. The people that's been here for a very long time on the geographical landmass of America, bro. Let me be politically correct, bro. I have to put the so-called. You notice I said so-called black. You see what I'm saying, bro? But all right, cool. Do I give reparations for them killing my grandparents? Hey, we have somebody. No said in the comments. Hey, no, are you so-called white? Are you European descent? Are you Mexican? Are you Dominican? Are you Cuban? Are you Venezuelan? What are you? You know, what title do you fall under, bro? Wait for my motherfucking lawnmower. My lawnmower, man, they come pull up and cut the damn grass, man. This nigga tripping, man. This nigga supposed to came here 4 days ago to cut the goddamn grass. Dog still ain't came. What's up, going 11?
Oh,
Let
what's
me
up,
keep up with
family?
you.
Yeah.
Good
What's
with
up,
you.
family? Yeah,
I
yeah,
think I
yeah.
think you came up here before.
Yeah. Real quick, man. You know, I'm working here real quick, man. You know, I'm doing my thing, but I just want to hit this real quick here. Y'all want to talk about reparations and all of this, of which is a fair debate, because if you know your history and you've ever taken a very strong look at what we've done for the amount of 257 years and so forth that we were enslaved and built a lot of wealth here in this country, you know, of labor, which is really a labor movement, which you did not get paid for, you definitely have, you know, a right to that. There's definitely a right to that. Many white folks have understood this. We've even had, you know, scholars and so forth who've actually kind of backed that up as well. But the bottom line, very simply, is you hear these people make these highly ignorant comments of, "Oh, we've been doing it for 6 years, we ain't got nothing." First of all, a lot of these people don't even know what legislation has gone down that has literally helped you make, how would I say, advancements in this country based on your hard work, based on your, how would I say, your fight for equal rights and equal labor, getting paid for it, the union movement and so forth that we've been deeply involved in, that has gone up even to this present day. We saw where the Trump administration just recently came out here and knocked back legislation that was made for you to get business loans and so forth, that this administration has turned back and talked about DEI and all that. Black people have, we fought a lot for housing, jobs, and so forth. We've done that very heavily, and we've really pushed that through both parties. I would say Republicans helped out a little bit, but not really that much. Democrats were really more on our side because we were heavily invested in the Democratic Party, so we got a lot done through that because that's where the
So,
majority of
so
us were.
let me ask you a quick question
That's
real
where
quick. Then,
that's where a majority of us were.
right. Like going 11.
So,
Hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. Let me ask you a quick
you
question.
have to
Hold
understand
on.
that
I got you.
and know what has
Hold on.
happened before.
Can you hear me? I'm asking you a question. So I'm
Yeah, go
assuming
ahead.
that you vote. I'm assuming that you vote,
Yeah.
right?
I'm very active. Go ahead.
Right. And, you know, I'm not. I have no problem with that. To each his own. You know.
Okay. So
But
you don't vote.
has the
So
government
you don't vote. So you don't vote.
for
Is that
me?
right? Yeah.
I'm not going to divulge that. I'm not going to divulge that information at this time because if I tell you I
Well,
don't, you're going to
you
say,
should.
"Hey, hold on, I got you.
You
Listen to
should.
me. Listen to me. Hear me out. Give me 5 seconds, bro. Have some decorum. I'll let you talk. Let me speak. Listen. If I told you right now, if I divulge to you right now, hey man, I don't vote. You're gonna hit me with, hey man, you don't participate. So who are you to talk about these things? You see what I'm saying?
No. I'm going to say. I'm going to say you're wasting your time. You're talking out the side of your neck because you're not going to get anything without being a part of the political process. White folks understand the political process. That's why they're trying to eliminate you from it. That's why they're going after the Voting Rights Act and these types of things to keep you from participating in that. Because what they do is they jimmy that system so they fix it so they get all the benefits and you don't. And that's the name of the game. When we got the most benefits that we had, that's when we voted the most, and they worried about you as a very strong political voting bloc.
Right.
But
Okay,
once,
let me ask you this then.
but when they end your ability to vote and represent yourself, that's when they take everything, and then they take everything from you, and then they can sit down and do whatever they want with you because you're not politically invested and politically involved to stop them from doing.
Let me ask you a question then.
What they
Have
want to
you
do.
reaped the benefits from participating in the whole political paradigm over the years that I'm talking about? Have you been cut a check? Oh, let me ask you a question. Have you?
Of course I can. Of course
Have you
I
been
can.
cut? Listen. Have you been cut a check? Has it benefited your family? Have you gotten land? Have you
Of
gotten better jobs?
course. Of course I have.
What check did they
Of
cut you?
course.
I'm at what
Of
okay.
course.
Convey to me what when did they cut you a check?
When did who cut? Now you say they. Who?
The
Who you
government. You
specifically
say
talking about?
you've been
The
participating.
the government. The government has basically, since I've worked on having equal opportunity of employment, I've worked at equal opportunity in housing. All right. I've worked at equal opportunity in education that we fought for. I have benefited from that. I have benefited going to Syracuse University, getting a degree, working for some very, very good companies, as well as getting my own business and working very hard with respect to that.
You're a
All
business
right.
owner, bro.
Okay. Having equal amount of housing. Let me finish. Let me finish. Getting equal opportunity in housing, being able to buy in communities where I am able to see a measurable return
See, you didn't
on
answer
my
the question, bro. You
on
answered the
my real
question with
estate
a
investments.
listen. You answered the question with other questions. I said, have you?
No. I haven't asked the question. I'm giving you results.
I
You
don't want
don't like.
I don't want a
You don't
long
like
drawn out
the answer.
synopsis. You're giving me a long drawn out
You
soliloquy, though,
no.
bro.
I'm
Give me
giving you
a
direct
brief
answers.
synopsis. I asked a simplistic question. I said, have the government cut you a check per se just because you have been voting for 20, 30 plus years? So I'm
Okay,
assuming no.
let me ask you a question. Has anybody gotten a check just because they voted and so forth? Has anybody ever done that?
That's what I'm saying. To me, you're wasting your time. Then what
Okay,
has?
you wasting your
I'm
time
saying,
then. If you're
listen. What,
asking for reparations,
bro? You don't have no decorum, bro. You
because
claim
now
ain't you college
you're
educated?
talking two different things.
Ain't
You're talking two
you
separate
college
things.
educated? You have no decorum, bro.
No, you're
None.
not talking because you're talking two separate things, my friend.
No, you can't articulate to me if the government has cut you a check just because you participate in this whole political scheme for 20, 30 years. They haven't, bro. You haven't reaped the benefits from it. You know you haven't, bro.
I know I haven't. Are you insane? I just
Bro,
told you how I've
bro, go
reaped
to the
the
inner
benefits
city. Oh,
of our
listen.
efforts.
I asked my father the same question. He's been voting Democrat for 30 years. I said, when you go to the inner city of Louisville, Kentucky, matter of fact, we go back home to Mississippi, all of these inner cities look like third world fucking countries. And you got people in these areas inside these inner city projects that be voting, that live in the inner city. Any way it goes, they haven't reaped the benefits from voting for a Democrat or a Republican, bro.
Okay.
And if you say you have, you a damn lie.
Okay. No, but see, I'm breaking the game down to you. You can't deal with it. You can't
I
deal with
can
it.
deal with it.
Okay, then let's have a little. Then let's have a little bit more of an intelligent conversation. Hear me out. All right. All right. Hear me out. You look at these areas. What about areas that have been redlined and gerrymandered? Do you know anything about that?
You said red line and gerrymander? Yes. That happened in the 60s, 50s, the 70s.
So it still goes on today.
And it's still going on this present day. You're right. I agree with that.
Okay, it still goes on today. How was the black community redlined? And what did that mean?
You said, what did it mean? It means somebody going into a fucking neighborhood, going into a all white neighborhood, or going into a bank saying, no, you can't live here based off of their political, not political status, their title. You know, such as if they fall in the category of African American or black. You know what I'm saying? Hey, no, we're not going to rent this house out to you. We're not going to give you this loan.
What happened was black communities were literally drawn red lines around and were told that, or basically was set for, you could not get government-backed loans. You couldn't get government.
Bro, you just said the same thing I said.
Oh, no, let me finish. You couldn't get government-backed loans. You couldn't get government assisted housing assistance by the federal government to move into areas, or not even so much to move into areas, but actually to have those funds come in to your community to invest, to increase it. So these areas were actually, how would you say, created by these white people to isolate those communities. So in short, your community was created, ghettos and all the stuff was created by them. Black people, we had to fight for fair housing, fair loans and banking, and so forth, in order to help to begin to turn some of that around. And we got that done politically first. And in order to keep that from continuing on the way it is, you had to be very
But
active
listen, bro. Listen, you keep being
politically.
long with your synopsis, bro. Listen, bro.
It's
Politically,
not a
we
long
listen.
synopsis.
Us.
It's
Listen, bro.
how the
Listen, bro. Brown
system
skin. Listen to me, bro.
works.
Brown skin people that
It's how the
participate.
system works.
But I'm
It's
saying
how the
people
system
keep
works.
participating. People keep participating politically in this political game, and they're not reaping the benefits from it, bro. They're giving empty promises. Empty
No, it's
promises.
not a question about empty promises. It comes down to
Yes, it is.
it comes down to power. If you don't engage in the political system, because when we start to look at how we vote, our output and how we come out, we are very poor in that. We come out on occasion, but we do
Because
not
people
get
lost hope.
involved.
You know why? Because
We
people are
do not
tired
get
of hearing the
involved.
same old.
Oh no,
People are tired of hearing.
you're
Listen
trying
to
to
me, bro.
outtalk me because
People are
when you
tired.
don't
Go
go,
ahead, because you keep being long with your
okay,
synopsis, bro.
no, it's not a synopsis. I'm explaining to you how the system works, and you don't want to hear it.
You
It's
being
just like
long-winded. Let me get the mic too.
it's not long-winded. It's an explanation of how this works and why you don't get results because your view is don't participate, don't
Listen,
get
okay.
involved, especially at the local level,
Listen. I
and
got
expect
you,
somebody to give you something.
and I
And
got you.
that's not how it
Listen,
works.
listen. You mentioned in the chat earlier. You saying the reason why reparations hasn't materialized is because brown skinned people hasn't haven't don't participate in the whole political chat in the whole political game. I'm saying
At,
no. That has nothing to do with it. I'm saying if you're going to keep participating
you
in
have
that,
no understanding of how this system works. You have no
bro, it's been
understanding.
how many years it's
That
been?
you have no
How many years
understanding.
have been? Listen, you
How do
probably
you
been
think
voting. Your
DEI and
grandmother
all this
probably
stuff has
voted,
been cut back?
hoping on a
Hold on, let
listen.
me ask you. How do you think DEI and all this stuff has been cut back? The Trump guys have come in here. They're talking about knocking out your history. They're talking about tearing you out the frame with respect to education, housing, okay, and healthcare. How is all
Somebody
this
just put it in the
happening?
chat. This system don't like you. You're engaging in a system that don't
Okay,
like you.
but
The
how are
system
they
don't
able to
like
do
you,
that?
bro. That's like
How are they able?
somebody. Listen, bro. Let me
How were
explain.
they able to do that?
I got you. That's like somebody shooting you
Okay,
in your arm, and you
how
turn
were
around
they
trying to go
able to
be
do
buddy
that?
buddy with him, bro.
No. Answer the question. How were they able to do that? Let me
To
give
cut
you
back
the
on
answer to that.
DEI, bro. That's
The
out of the
way they were
context of
able
the
to
title
do
of the
that
stream.
is
You going somewhere else.
no,
We're
no, no,
talking
no,
about
no. They were
reparations, bro.
able to do that because they got the votes of people to get in,
Man, we're talking about reparations, bro.
put their
We're
people
not
into
talking about
office
that.
and
We're
knock
talking
them
about
out.
reparations. We're not talking about
Reparations is
DEI.
the same.
You're moving the
Reparations is the
goalpost.
same. Japanese got reparations
Right. You haven't got one.
back in 1988. How did they get that?
Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. You keep trying to talk while I'm talking, bro. Listen. You just mentioned Japanese have gotten reparations, bro. They have been compensated. You've been voting 30 plus years. Your grandmother probably voted. The generation before them probably voted and never really reaped the benefits from fucking from
No. My friend, we reap many benefits. Okay, at the end of the day, what we really want
hold on. Hey, not a coincidence. You hit the link, come up here and defeat me then. You come
uh,
up here, African booty scratcher. You come up here and defeat me then.
man, stop it because you don't have the reasoning to defeat me. You can't defeat my reasoning because the bottom line
No, but you
is
can't come
how
on.
the
Listen,
system works. This is how
the
the
system
system
is
works,
trash though.
and you
The
can't
system is
get around
garbage.
that.
The
You
system is
can't get
garbage.
around that.
The system
You
is garbage.
cannot get
You know it
around
and I
that.
know it. You know
You
it's garbage.
can no. What I know is what I'm trying to tell you, and you are resistant to that because you don't believe in participating in the system.
Why participate?
You're expecting somebody to
People
give
get
you
poor.
something, and
Why
then you'll move it.
participate?
And that's wrong.
They're
Everything a
taking your
black person
tax
has gotten
dollars.
in this
Listen, they're
country
taking
was
your tax
based on a
dollars.
fight and
They're taking your tax.
an organized movement to get
They're
things done.
taking your tax dollars
That's the
and
issue that
allocating
you
those
don't want
funds
to deal with.
elsewhere. They're giving your tax dollars to foreigners, bro. You got Haitians, Dominicans, Italians coming in there reaping the benefits off of your
they're
tax
not.
dollars, you
No, they're
shithead.
not.
Yes, they
No,
are.
they're not. That's bullshit. We've gotten a lot from that. But the
Nah,
bottom
because you
line,
try to
my
come
friend, is you
not a
still have
coincidence.
to fight to get for what you want. If you want to get reparations, there's a process to go about doing that.
And
Okay,
what's the process? Okay, let's have the quorum.
that was
What's the
written
process?
showed you
What's
how
the
to do
process?
it. But you do not know how to. But you don't want to deal with that. The
Articulate
process
to me
is
the process.
basically
You got it.
the process is you have to number one get this first of all ratified by Congress. Okay, you have to have a bill that we already have in Congress, HR 40, which you don't know about. All right, of which you have no idea about. Okay, that's already there. That you have to literally get your Congress people to vote on to say, okay, we want to sponsor or we
So,
want to
so let me
support
ask you a
this
question. Let me ask you a question. Let,
reparations
let me
bill,
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
and
question.
that's going
Bro,
to
you keep,
require
bro. I'm gonna get
you
you out of here,
to
bro. Hold
go
on,
through
hold
your
on.
congressman.
Cause you not listen. I'm gonna get this guy out of here, man. Cause this guy, he don't have no decorum. You keep trying to talk while I'm asking you questions, bro. You keep going on and on and on. You sound like an educated dummy. You keep talking about your Congress people, bro. These are not my people, bro. They don't have our best interests at heart. That's what I'm trying to convey to you, bro. But you don't hear me. It seems like to me that you done bought into a system that doesn't love you. You ain't about to keep talking while I'm talking, bro. Go on with that shit, bro. So thank you. I got him out of here, man, because he wasn't trying to have no decorum. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Not a coincidence. I don't sound defeated, bro. He didn't have no decorum, bro. I was trying to ask him logical, sensible questions, bro. Rational questions. And he was skating around the question. He started talking about DEI and all the other stuff. Then he's talking about there's certain ways you can go about get reparations. No, there's not. Because if there was, people would have been doing it, bro. What are you talking about? He ain't had no respect. That's what I'm saying. Not a coincidence. You come up here and defeat me then. I want you to come out of you, whatever box you in, you come and defeat me then. Can't deal with reason. You don't. No, bro. You're not a reasonable person, bro. You kept trying to talk with me, bro. You kept trying to talk at me instead of having civilized dialogue, bro. You keep saying that you have to engage in the whole political paradigm to get what you want, and I'm saying no, that's not the case because people have been voting 50 plus years and have yet to reap the benefits from voting for a political party. I'm saying these puppets in power don't have our best interest. They never have and never will. You're asking a slave master to do right by you. You asking a motherfucking a fucking a puppet in a suit and tie to get things done for you. You better be just doing it yourself, right? Man, somebody that can have a good conversation, come up here on a panel and let's build. Let's do it. Whoever want to come up, I'll let you have the floor. As long as you're not doing what this guy was just doing, man, you can have the floor. You coming up here acting like this guy, how this guy going 11 was talking? Nah, I don't want to hear it. At that point, you're gonna get put in the back. Now, I wasn't defeated, bro. How was I defeated? I'm trying to ask the man a question, and he keeps talking and talking and talking. He don't even know how to digress. He don't even know how to fucking to digress on what he's saying and let me have the floor and we could take turns building. He didn't know how to do that. So not a coincidence. What the hell are you talking about? No, not a coincidence. He's from Africa. I don't know where that nigga from. Yeah, I took shots at you in the chat. When you was in the chat. That's like I said. I was talking about reparations. I was talking about how the Japanese, the German, the Native American, all these nationalities of people have gotten some type of form of reparations. And then you said that you have to engage or participate in the whole political paradigm in order to get that done, to get the reparations. I'm saying no. It's not, if that was gonna happen, would have been happening back in the 1950s. Brown skinned people were voting back then, were participating back then. They weren't considering reparations. They gave a whole foreigner they cut a whole foreigner a check before they gave you a check. Or anybody in your family a motherfucking check. They gave somebody from 10,000 miles away their descendants, their aunts. They gave Japanese people checks before they gave. And you've been voting all this time. You have yet to reap the benefits. That's what I'm trying to tell you, going to elect. But you were educated dummy, so you don't get it. Spanky, he said, I don't support black criminals getting reparations. A black man who rape or do other bad things don't deserve a check. No, you wanted me to tell you if I voted or not. You wanted them. Look, you one of them people that's been voting all these years. You feel like your vote matters and your vote counts. That's the way you think. And you look at other people that don't participate in the whole shit show of voting. If you don't vote, your opinion doesn't matter. That's what he was going to tell me. I can guarantee he was going to convey that to me because I've heard that on numerous occasions before. So I knew you were going to say that, bro. The ballot box is the way of trying to take away your rights. It's their ballot box, bro. It's their voting system. Why would they want to take away something that is theirs, bro? It's not ours. When you're voting on a federal level, bro, it's their shit, bro. It's not yours. That's not your ballot box. It's theirs. They're basically taking a survey. Hey, which one you want, man? You want red house politics or blue house politics? Which slave master you want this time, man? Which one you want? We ain't gonna do shit for you. We told you we're gonna give you reparations. We're gonna build up the inner city. We're gonna fix county roads. We're gonna give everybody a golden toilet in their house. Yeah, we told you that 20 years ago. What it would never materialize, man. It's just all wishful thinking, man. You're wishing upon a star, man. You better off going outside praying to Allah, to Jesus before waiting on them to answer your prayers before waiting on a goddamn politician to answer your prayer, bro. He's stuck on that Democratic plantation. Yeah, he a lifelong Democrat. Somebody said if voting worked to change things, they would have been banned. They use that exactly. Let me put that on the screen. That's what I was trying to articulate and convey to this guy. Like, bro, if you've been voting all this time, if the shit would have been changed, ain't nothing changed, bro. It's gonna continue to get worse. The more you vote, the worse it'll get. Telling you. Damn, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to all 40 people in here, man. Everybody, please hit that like button on your way in, on your way out, man. Like I said, I got the link in the chat. The chat is jumping right now, so let me put the link back in the chat. If anybody wants to come up and join the conversation, you're more than welcome. I know this is a hot topic. You know, this is a controversial. This is a controversial topic. Brings a lot of controversy because a lot of people have mixed, emotions and feelings and thoughts on whether or not, brown skinned people or indigenous people or so-called black, whatever you want to call us, should get reparations, man. A lot of people are in agreement that we should. Only a few people have said no, we shouldn't. We can agree to disagree. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Not a Coincidence. Shout out to No. Shout out to Dark Kent. Shout out to I seen. Shout out to Mike Dollar. Shout out to Indian. Shout out to Blue. Shout out to the Daughters of Darkness. Shout out to AKD. Shout out to Mommy Chula. Shout out to Chris. Shout out to Teresa. She said, as a white Indian, I agree. 100% agree in reparations for some of our black. We're not black though. Citizens there. Well, okay, I agree with that. That's cool. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Christine. Shout out to Keys Arsaze. Shout out to you, even though I'm blocky, bro. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Everybody. Shout out to Humlin. Shout out to I see. Shout out to Tony. I like to shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to Edgar. Shout out to Black Indian. Shout out to Philly. And the fucking chat jumping, man. Shout out to Big Chief. Who else? Shout out to Gone 11. Even though you came up here giving me contention, it's all good. Shout out to I Spy. Shout out to the troll. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the ones that like me. Shout out to the ones that don't like me. It's all good. It's all love. We do participate, but we are telling you there's a color cast creating inequity, inequality. And I agree with that, King Ye. I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Quentin Emerson, what's good with you, my G? We got Blue in the building. What's good with you, bro?
Yeah, it was good, man.
How you feeling, bro? What's your thoughts on the topic on the title of the stream, bro? Give me. What's your thoughts on it, bro? You got it. The floor is yours. You got it.
Well, more time from like my family side, my family, like my mom, my grandma, and my uncle. Them, I know they were compensated um, for being a certain people that was moved to a certain other part of the outer Americas, mainly Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? But you see how I view things and how I've learned things and been part of conversations um of the of the original American. Um, you've had the NAACP or the NAACP, which is like again you had the civil rights movement, you had affirmative action, Black Lives Matter, and these are fake appeasements to make people think that you know the oppression of the original Americans being recognized. But it's not, because these things are never grassroots, and it's always made from either white people or mixed people or Europeans. You know what I'm saying? Our reparations, if you look at reparations, you've got the word re, which means to do again. You've got the word par, which means parity, level, like in golf. You know what I'm saying? When you level par. So the whole ideology or idea behind reparations was to give everybody, and I mean everybody, equal standing, equal amount of money, equal amount of land, equal amount of everything. That's never going to happen. You're only compensating for being moved from different areas or being forced economically or gentrified out of areas where you've lost family connection, um, livelihood, a way of life, work, um, steel industries, farming industries, the plantation industries, the cotton fields, all of that. You know what I'm saying? The oil, all of them things that have been taken due to you being moved while becoming citizens in this made up fucking fuckery system that you people are bound by, you know what I'm saying? And it's like that throughout. And again, just back to the voting, whoever invests the most is going to want their bills and their ideologies pushed, and they'll use their puppets to fulfill that, you know what I'm saying? So, me personally, you ain't getting the reparations because they don't like you. They don't want to give you anything. You imagine, you see, they need the stereotype of a dumb Negro who, if given a lot of money, will squander it and don't know how to do nothing with it. And I see that as a lie and a fallacy, because I know plenty of American black, so-called black people, women, and young entrepreneurs who have got many ideas. And the reason that they want you to think that is because many, many, many millions of ideas and fashions and styles and um, social activities and entertainment and sciences have come from people of America, original people of America. You know what I'm saying? That you know what I mean? You have to look deeper into like why they've oppressed people and why it's easy for foreigners to come over and get 10 bags and start up their little operation to feed their people coming over instantly. But people are scrimping and scraping, yet you're having all these foreigners coming over and you're giving so many billions to the Ukraine and Israel.
Right. And in Blue, I mentioned that earlier. I said these, like the United States government, the de facto United States government has been allocating funds to Israel, since the beginning, since the beginning of the Israeli state, since right after World War II. It started it with millions. They even did the same thing with Russia. And like you just like we I had mentioned earlier, uh, the United States government, they don't gave Japanese reparations. They don't gave Germans reparations. They don't gave every other ethnicity of people, reparations. And like you had mentioned something that I like. You said they don't like us. That's indeed a fact. They really don't like nobody. Outside of them, they really don't like anybody. But we're at the bottom of this. We're at the bottom of the economical totem pole. We're at the bottom of not being liked on that list, on the top of that
Right,
list.
because
I should say.
yeah, because if you think about, look, even in Philadelphia in like 1984, they bombed an estate. They bombed a project area, bombed it. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
40
This guy, this
years
this
ago.
guy, no go on 11. This guy, he's pro. The Democratic Party. He's pro Trump. He's pro politics. I'm not gonna knock him for having this belief or indulging in the whole political scheme. But don't come over here saying the reason why things won't change and the reason why brown skinned people of America haven't got reparations is because we don't engage in the whole political system. No, bro, I feel like the more we engage in it, the more they got us. But they feel like they got us by the balls. Like these niggas still zombies, man. These niggas, you look at these motherfuckers, look at these good old slaves. They come and line up to support us, man. Even though we did all this, we put them through degradation. We put them through. We redlined their families. We did all these atrocities. We did all this bullshit to them. They still gonna come support it. They still gonna line up and say red. They still gonna line up to vote for red house, blue house politics. We got them. You say I'm ignorant of how things work. No, bro. No, bro. I'm telling you, man. You wasn't trying to hear what I was trying to tell you, bro. Somebody put it in the chat. Exactly true. So I know I'm right. Yeah, this guy. He just so. I don't knock him because he probably comes from a family that's been voting all of the generation before him probably voted. The generation before that probably voted. So that ideology has been passed down throughout his family. I kind of like broke that curse because my dad and mom, they're lifelong Democrats, and they tried to pass that shit down to me. I wasn't having it. I said, no, I'm not. I said, what has changed? Ain't nothing changed. The poor get poor, the rich get rich. You can say the same, vice versa. Rich get rich, the poor get poor. Like if they cut me a $10,000 check, I might consider going to line up to go vote. I
But
might consider it.
even trying to vote locally is going to be still like suspect because they always put their Freemason lodge head principles at the forefront. You know what I'm saying, and they keep it in house for their brotherhood. Um, and yeah, do you know the smartest thing as well when I talk about these things on here? Because there's new people in the chat like that Tony T's or whatever is. He don't know me, you know what I'm saying? So he just thinks I'm some British boy with no lineage to America. So yeah, I'm gonna jump down because I don't want people getting triggered or like new people, you know what I'm saying? But
It's
come
all
on,
good, bro. This
respect
is an
the
open
thing.
space. Anybody can come. I
Yeah,
appreciate
it's
you
all
coming
right,
up, bro.
it's all right. I don't want to get people like crying, you know what I'm saying? But you enjoy your day anyway, Bridget, yeah? Respect.
For sure. Thanks for coming up, man. Yeah, this is a touchy topic, man. I didn't think it was gonna I didn't think it was gonna be like this controversial. I knew it was a little bit, but like I knew, but this is what this is all about, man. Uh, I don't mind having these conversations, man. That's true. That's the way of capitalism. Yeah, that's the way of capitalism, communism, socialism, Luciferianism. Yeah. It's gonna keep people. Look, man, the embodiment of of every government, no matter whether it's a capitalistic government or society, imperialistic society, a communistic society, a socialistic society. You will always have a few oligarchs or aristocrats on the top. Hold the majority of the wealth. All the mass populace on the bottom. whether it's middle class, upper middle class, or even poor, or the ultra poor, you know, will have not, will be the have nots. And the ones that are like upper middle class and rich, they're gonna get the scraps. And then the ones on the bottom, they're gonna get like the crumbs, right? Let me read some of y'all comments in the chat, man. Here we go, man. There's a lot of new people in here. Shout out to all the new people that came over. Said it is so true. Immigrants and foreigners always in our business, worrying about foundational Black America, what we are doing. Lynn put in the chat reparations. Well, Americans have 25% Western European DNA and are literally the family of the traders. We should have to pay ourselves. That's what Lynn said in the chat. Here goes Dawn 11. He said, "True zone. You can't define communism, socialism, or capitalism from your definition of non-participation." So I'm saying, listen, bro. I'm so good at what I do. I knew you were gonna say that, bro. I knew in some type of form or fashion, bro. If you didn't convey it to me on this panel, I knew you were gonna put it in the chat, bro. You were waiting. You were waiting for me to tell you, hey, man, I don't participate in the whole political rat race. Just for you to tell me that, if you don't participate, who are you to say anything? Who are you to have an opinion on anything? You one of them, bro. You one of them zombie ass voters, bro. They've been voting 50 years and they ain't got shit from it. And who's this in the back? Cut your camera on so I don't know, so I know you're not a porn bomber or a fucking troll. Hey, radio, cut your camera on.
I'm at work, brother. I'm at work.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I'm a real person, so
It's all good, bro.
Okay.
There's anything you wanted to add on, bro? The floor is yours, man. If you want, go ahead. The floor is yours. You got it.
Okay, just a couple of things. So I'm coming in late, but I just want to throw out a couple of things for the audience so they understand what reparations really is about. It's about the inheritance or the lack thereof of being a second or third class citizen. So when Black folks discuss this reparations thing, they have to be very clear about this, right? Listen to what I'm saying very closely. People get reparations all the time. It's part of the legal infrastructure. It's called estate law or probate law. So when Elvis's family gets money for music that they did not make, no one looks at that as a type of reparations. So when you can go to Graceland, by the way, we can't go to the Neverland Ranch. There's a reason why. Blacks aren't allowed to have legacy, right? But when you can go to Graceland, which is the most visited residence in the United States, I think after the White House, that's the inheritors of the Presley estate. Blacks were never in that realm. We've always been at a deficit. So when someone in 1950, which was still modern era, you had buses and planes. When someone in 1950 can tap you on the shoulder on a bus by looking at you, knowing you were of African lineage, and tapping you on the shoulder to say, you have to go in the back of the bus. That's 100 years after slavery. That's a reminder of your slave status, which you inherited. See, Black folks got to start being real about what slavery was really about. You did not become white after the Emancipation Proclamation, right? Not saying physically white, but you didn't become a first-class citizen. So there's a whole bunch of angles as to why it is logical to demand reparations. And we are not the only ones who have gotten reparations. White folks have gotten reparations. It's called the Homesteaders Act. They were
You said
able to
the
get home
homestead.
ownership. I'm
You
sorry,
said
go
the
ahead.
homestead. You said the Homesteaders Act.
Right.
I'm gonna have to do my due diligence
Look,
and look
look,
into that, bro. That sounds real intriguing. So you
yeah,
said the Homesteaders Act? That's crazy.
the
But
home
go ahead,
the
you got
homes
it.
the Homesteaders Act allowed whites to get investment for land. They were given land.
What year was this?
This
If you
is
don't mind.
I believe the 1850s.
Right. Okay, got you.
Right. But then you can go fast forward and talk about the GI Bill, which is more widely known, where soldiers after World War II were able to get home loans, which black soldiers were by and large left out of that equation. So see, the difference with this discussion with black people is that you can go into a library and just look at all the laws on the books that were all about denying you from access. So when you factor in the denial for access, that within itself is a deficit. It's a negative income growth. It's very simple. When you to this day, when folks are going through deeds on properties, right? Because even Jewish folk know about this. There is something called the gentleman's agreement or real estate covenants, right? There's even a movie with Gregory Peck, the late actor Gregory Peck, called The Gentleman's Agreement. And he played a Jewish man where when it's time to buy a house, the seller would have written in a contract in his deed that you are not allowed to sell this house to a black or Jewish person. So even to this day, even though these real estate covenants are illegal, at one point they were legal and enforceable. So they would tell you the owner could not sell to a black person. See, there's all kinds of laws on the books that kept you in a second, third class citizen state. Someone has to pay for that. It's negative income growth. So this idea that black folks don't deserve reparations, matter of fact, some other goofy stuff that they do, and I'll close out on this. Something goofy that they do is when you see someone like Bill Maher, the
Right.
talk show host. Bill Maher had a conversation, this was a couple of years ago, you can go to YouTube. He has a conversation with Charlemagne the God, someone who is not equipped to have these conversations. This is a white liberal asking Charlemagne, why do you think we should give you reparations? The white liberal asking you this. He says, because he says, well, you're making money. You're quite successful. Why do you think you need reparations? And he wasn't able to really answer the question. Oprah Winfrey deserves reparations, right? Michael Jordan deserves reparations. This is not about because you happen to get the lotto and become a lot of money. If Bill Gates, if you fail to pay a Microsoft bill, Bill Gates is supposed to have it like that, right? So, but you don't think Bill Gates is going to ask you to pay an overdue bill, even though he's a billionaire? See how this goofy stuff? But I see repeatedly, even black folks who are put in these positions that because they're wealthy, it's perceived as a gift. No, the white man has created collection agencies. Why do white corporations need collection agencies when they are, they're in the millions in valuation?
So
or billions.
Let me stop you there. What's the name of your channel again?
Afro Nerd Radio. Now I talk about Afro Nerd Radio.
Afro Nerd Radio. What's up?
Right.
Okay, cool.
So
I'm assuming that you're a Pan African, right?
It's a hard one. I thought I was.
FBA borderline.
No, I'm an FBA 80s. Whatever, I'm not. I don't necessarily have to be a follower to reach the sheet to be a FBA person.
Right. But I was going to add, so you're in agreement. You are in agreement with the fact that so-called black people. I say so-called because I don't like the whole title of black. Because once you start looking into the etymology of black, but that's besides the point. So you are in agreement that brown people, the brown-skinned people of the geographical landmass, deserve some type of form of reparations, right? Or some type of should be compensated.
Of course. Just think about this one quick thing. America goes to war against nations, and guess what? Even to their enemies, they pay them. When World War II, when the bombers, when the bombs
listen, hold on, I was gonna stop you, Afro Nerd. I mentioned that earlier on in the stream. After World War II, the United States government The United States government did allocate funds and resources to the Russian government. They helped them build back up their infrastructure. Because so
Germany,
much damage, Germany too, because so much damage was done after World War II. So yes, that's true.
Japan didn't get because of racism probably. Japan did not get money out of the Marshall Plan, but they still got money, around $2 billion in the 40s.
Yeah, it was the Marshall Plan. Yes, right after World War II, the Marshall Plan. Yep.
So we pay. So when you can bomb the hell out of somebody, and your enemy still gets recompense, they still get repair from that. The only group of people, the Native Americans have gone repeatedly against the government to get reparations. White folks have gotten reparations. Japanese, more famously, have gotten reparations. Right? Armenians are seeking have gotten reparations. Everybody has gotten reparations when there's been disrepair, except Black people. And you have other Blacks who are not from the ADOS or FBA experience, and they were join in on whites with the whites, telling you don't deserve reparations when everybody else has gotten that bag. It's anti-Blackness at its best.
Right. Do you ever see that materializing or come to fruition that, brown skinned people will be compensated? I don't see it happening, man. I know it's wishful thinking. I know this conversation is a regurgitated conversation, a topic. People have this conversation throughout the YouTube streets in different sectors, but I just don't see it happening, man. It could happen, but the way how things have been going, over the years, dealing with the United States government, nah, I don't see them compensating.
Let's put it this way: there are pockets of it. Now, under this current administration, you're probably not going to see it because look, they won't even let you have a picture of Jackie Robinson, okay, and his exploits, or the Tuskegee Airmen. You see what's going on. So this administration is about that anti-Black business. But before that, there were pockets of reparative things going on in Evanston, Illinois, because of redlining. At present, those residents are getting a form of reparations. When you think of Georgetown University, you have to understand how deep this thing goes. Even the most elite colleges were able to get in the black financially by underwriting slave ownership. So Georgetown had slaves in order for it to be financially solvent. So did Harvard. Many of these elite white institutions were compensated through slavery. So Georgetown, to this day, some of the students or the faculty or the workers at Georgetown, if their family is connected to Georgetown University in DC, they can go to school for free because of slavery. So some of this stuff, some of it is seeping into the culture. But widespread reparations, no. But you see the seeding is kind of
You're
there.
saying on a micro level,
right?
There's forms of reparations, like
right.
Like you just said, going to school, you might get a grant for agriculture to like start a farm or start a business, some type of what's it called, compensation on a micro level. But you saying like on a gargantuan level, hell no.
Not well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't stop you from demanding it. I mean, look, we were once slaves, now we're not. Slavery at some point.
I'm gonna tell you one thing too. On this side over here, I don't see a lot of them in the chat, but I have a lot of people over here that claim to be, indigenous or aboriginal to this geographical landmass. They say that their family's been here and that their ancestors was not slaves. A lot of people over here on this side on this channel that you're on, bro, they're saying that like no, we've been here, and I'm in agreement with that. I don't feel like a lot of us did come from Africa, man, or are not like direct descendants of slaves. I have somebody on the panel. Matter of fact, Country Ray, what's up, bro? The guy on the panel with us right now, he's an aboriginal, indigenous.
What's his last name? Is his last name Euro?
Country Ray, what's up, bro? Mute your mic. So FBA is a lineage, not a group or organization. It's a lineage. So I'm saying you have a lot of titles that so-called Black people fall under: African American, FBA, Black Hebrew Israelites, Indigenous, Aboriginal, different groups. I just feel like a lot of so-called Black people, brown skinned people have always been here on this geographical landmass. I don't think that a lot of us have African lineage. Some of us do, but like for the vast majority of us, I feel like a lot of us already been here, man.
Well, brother, there's documentation on some of this stuff though. Like when I looked up,
Black Indian said we here. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You see this guy in the check, black Indian. A lot of these people, yeah, that's over here, man. Yeah. So,
well, I'm not going to dispute that, but I know that for many black people, they can simply go to the slave rosters and see, they can kind of look this stuff up. When I looked up my grandparents on a census, I saw that they were sharecroppers for an occupation, right? I mean, when you do genetic testing, it will show those. All of us are mixed. I mean, we throw the term around,
so
in a
are
great
you
way.
are your ancestors are you a descendant of African?
Yeah, I don't see how I could not be.
I asked a simplistic question, to all of these people, that claim they have African ancestry. I'm not negating that fact because
Mhm.
people been, procreating with one another. People been moving around, migrating here and there, procreating, doing things, and so on. But I ask this question all the time. I say, do any of you all indulge in, African, West African, Kenyan cultural practices in this present day? A lot of them say no. That their culture was beat out of them. But I say saying that would be oxymoron. Would be a nomenclature answer because you're saying that a dog always gonna be a dog. You can castrate a dog. You can whoop the shit out of a dog. A dog will always be a dog and do what dogs do. So I feel like if you have that type of ancestry, you would still indulge in those type of cultural practices. Cultural practices meaning like food, music, art, etc. Right?
Well, there's shadows of that with the African American, right? The Geechees and the Gullahs in the Americas are probably the closest to West African culture that we have in the States. But when it comes down to the brutality of slavery, it was radically erased. You weren't allowed to keep your name. The very fact that you can go to a modern African and their
Hey,
surname
hey,
will be
hold on, Afro Nord. I don't want to cut you. Hey, Epic Studies, come on up here, bro. This is a perfect discussion for you, bro. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you, bro. You got it.
okay. So with an African today who would tell you his last name is Ajayi or Idris, and then the Negro in America, in quotes, I'm saying it comically, he will say his last name is Jenkins or Johnson, when the Asian person might have his name might be Singh or Park, or the Irish person will be O'Reilly, but the black person's name is also O'Reilly. That kind of answers the question. So I don't know why, and again, you can just go into the books and it will show that your ancestor was listed on a slave list, like that's what chattel means, chattel or cattle. You are like you're a farming tool. So when you look on your list, it shows mulatto child, black child, mulatto adult. Like this is how we were listed in 1843. And you connect the dots. It is what it is. It's not a comfortable history, but your history is not. Your history is that
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
yeah. I
What
mean,
region or African country in particular did your ancestors come from?
I can only go by what the genetic tests say, and it says
So
40%. I'm just telling you this because I just happen to know 40% Nigerian. Is a varied other Western African countries, but then it sneaks in and says a little bit of Caucasian and a little bit of Asian. That's what it said. Now we can go against the science, but most black people in this country are of admixture ancestry.
you said admixture, like what you mean, like West African admixture?
Varied West African countries along with European ancestry.
But
If you're in
that's
this
what I'm saying.
country,
That's what I'm saying. The answer, my question to these people are I'm saying so simplistic.
how'd
How
that
come
happen?
nobody? I'm saying how come nobody indulges in any type of West African Nigerian cultural practice?
You can't.
That's
How
I'm
could you?
I'm saying, but the majority of so-called black people don't though. Somebody can take a true zone, man. I have African ancestry, African lineage, but then in the same breath I ask them what type of cultural practices that's West African or Kenyan or Nigerian that you indulge in? They're gonna tell me none. Everything I do is
Look,
American.
that's not completely accurate, right? So African American culture is its own culture. We had it created from the vestiges of African
I got
culture
you, but
mixed in with Europe.
hold on, hold on. And when an Italian comes here, or an Asian come here, or somebody from the Philippines come here, when they come, they still indulge in the same cultural practices that their family been indulging in for thousands of years, bro.
Right,
And
right,
that's facts. So
right.
you're telling me somebody listen. So you're telling me somebody from Nigeria, West Africa, they're saying that's where their lineage come from. They're not indulging in those same cultural practices. How come these Italians are doing it, but some African Americans not doing it? That makes no sense.
It makes a lot of sense because a Nigerian in 2025 is different than a Nigerian in 1725.
I got you, bro. I see what you're saying.
I mean, how do you get you
I
ask?
see what you're saying.
Hold on.
But I want to
There were
welcome.
laws.
Hold on. I
There
got
were
you.
laws stopping you
I
from
want to
that.
welcome somebody to the panel. Hey, what's up, Epic Studies, man? You can chime in anytime you want, bro. But you got to go ahead.
We'll do true. We'll do, bro. I can't see your name up there, so I don't know.
What's up, man? Afro Nerd Radio.
Okay. Peace to you, bro.
Peace.
What exactly, what specifically, where y'all at, right? I'm just popping up, but when I came in, Truth, you told me to come on and join the panel. I see the title, but where y'all at right now? Where y'all at with it?
Afro Nerd, we was having a discussion about because I was conveying to him that a lot of us people on this side, like I feel like we always been here. I don't feel like I know for a fact we always been here. And he,
Right.
his ideology is that a lot of us, have African ancestry. And I was just conveying any type of West African culture. Somebody trying to call me.
Well, as far as this statement that we all have some African ancestry, I disagree with that. Respectfully, though. But I say that truthfully as well, because I'm one of the ones that don't have any, African ancestry, if you will. All my folks from here, none of my folks came from anywhere else but here. And that's not only via our own oral traditions, as it's phrased today, but also for the record as it pertains to the United States and any other record concerning my family. It's all here in America. But with respect to that statement, that may be true for some, but I can say truthfully, it's not true for all. All of us, don't don't either have African ancestry, and not all of us are even from there. Now, don't get me wrong, there's no disrespect to those who may be, but as its distinction is from those who are the original people of America, that's where the line gets drawn. And I know you got some people out who will say that, we're mixed, and because they believe the so-called quote unquote slave narrative out there. So with them believing that slave narrative, though it may apply to them and their family and their folks, it may have happened to them and theirs. It didn't happen to everybody. I want to say that for the record. That's the truth. That's not my opinion. That's the truth. And there are families who have documentation to prove it, if you will. But from my perspective about proving something like that, I'm one to know that you really can't tell anybody about, who they are, where they come from, and what their lineage is, their background is, and stuff like that. But as far as proof, you are the living proof of it, of you, your ancestral lineage, your history, your culture, your language. You are a physical manifestation of all of that. And that's all the proof you need. And that the truth about who you are flows from your lips. Outside of that, I mean, get me wrong, some people need documentation to connect certain dots. where they may need, and that's specific to their path. Okay, but we also know that the truth uh, doesn't pass away at all. It does not change either. So regardless if you have a piece of paper that may say something different than who or what it actually is, just because something is documented, the point I'm making, just because something is documented doesn't necessarily mean that it is true, especially when it concerns one's identity, because we know the narratives that are out there, especially concerning the so-called uh, American Negro, the so-called Black Negro, or the so-called Black American. I stick with American. That's who we are, because only those descendants today of those original people of America are the Americans, the only Americans as it pertains to lineage, identity, descent, nature. No one can make that claim from that perspective but our people, because the truth of the matter is we descend from those original people. I don't want to, sound like I'm blabbering, but I yield there.
Afro Nerd, do you want to chime in, man? If you're still there?
Yeah. Well, look, I think the black experience in this country is varied. The idea that there were Aboriginal Africans here, I've heard of it. I haven't done the due diligence to study it, but I do know that as far as for many black people, maybe the majority of black people in this country, the experience, the fact that they really can't tell you their ancestry, like that's the reason what you had the whole X in the Nation of Islam when Malcolm X called himself Malcolm X versus being Malcolm Little, is rooted in black people being non-entities. They can't readily rattle off their history, and a lot of that has to do with being an enslaved African. So I don't know why. I mean, as I said before, it's pretty clear. If your last name is European, when all the other ethnicities have a surname that matches their ethnicity, but not the black person, and then on top of that, there's actual pictures of enslaved Africans that were maimed. There have been people recently who have attempted to sue higher institutions. Harvard was sued recently by the ancestor of a person who they kept pictures, these medical photographs of their ancestor. Slaves were used as fodder. You were property. They've given accolades to doctors. J. Marion Sims. J. Marion Sims was considered the father of modern gynecology. He would experiment on enslaved African women without anesthesia. I mean, this is just what it is. That's the history. I'm not really willing to let go of the monstrosity of white devilment. I can't do that. I mean, it's, the Jewish people are not going to let go of what has been done to them. And that was for a finite amount of time versus the 300 or 400 years. I'll just say one last thing. I'm a graduate of an HBCU, Hampton University. Another graduate you may be familiar with is Wanda Sykes. Wanda Sykes, the comedian, is probably one of the few black people that can trace her ancestry to the 1600s. Her people were free. But the only reason why her people were free is because the lone white ancestor was a female. Her lone white female ancestor had sex with a black man, and all the children that came out of that were free. So you had black free people in the North. That was in 12 Years a Slave kind of showed that he was free living in upstate New York until he visited DC, and he was captured as a fully fleshed out black person who was educated. So I mean, life in the antebellum South was pretty clear. The plantations that people go to now to have weddings were your Dachau or your Auschwitz, except they have weddings there. The Jewish man, they don't have weddings at Dachau and Auschwitz. They don't name.
I won't cut you, Afro. Hey, Afro No Radio. I won't cut you. Bro. I got somebody in the back.
Sure.
Marky, please cut your camera on before I let you up on the panel. That way I know that you're not a porn bomber or none of the above. Okay, I got you. Cool.
Let me say this one last thing to show you the experience of blacks in this country. You will never hear of a school in Germany called Adolf University, or Hitler University, or Hitler, Goebbels. Like, these are Nazi generals, Goebbels Highway. But you do have Edmund Pettus Bridge in the 21st century, a Confederate soldier. So the kind of atrocities that have occurred to black people that are still in our face, where they can name, the Nazis are not proud. Germany's not proud of Nazis. They don't say the Nazis will rise again the same way that the Confederates will say this. So this stuff is like documented. There's pictures, there's audio of slaves that lived that were 90 years old in 1930, 1940, that could speak openly about this. Frederick Douglass had, his memoir, his journals of being a slave. I mean, I don't understand why we would even dispute some of this stuff when it's on record. I can go to a library and just look at the laws about how you were taught, how it was illegal for you to read as a black person. I mean, it is what it is.
Got you. Okay. Does anybody else want to chime in or add on to what he just said? We got two new people on the panel. We got Marky and we got Country Ray. Does anybody want to add on to what the man just
Well,
said?
yeah. So, salute, brothers. What's good? My name is Marky Dan. I got my own channel, Democracy 101. I'll post a link in the private chat later. But this is a great topic. I just heard you brothers cooking on. I just heard the brother, eloquently lay down a lot of points as to what black people were going through. Black people were being experimented on. What you could go really all the way back to what were they called? The Tuskegee experiments. I think those took place in the 40s.
To,
So
to
it's
the
not
to the
that
19
distant.
to the
Say that again.
1970s, by the way, to the 1970s.
1970s. So yeah, it's not that distant a past that can't be recorded or found. But just my quick thoughts on reparations. It's a shame, but I don't think that there is ever going to be a time in this country where even black representatives in Congress or even a black president are going to zealously um represent black people's cause for reparations, because the Chinese, or excuse me, I was about to say the Japanese people and their ancestors who were put in internment camps during World War II, they didn't have to go to court to get their reparations. It was an act of Congress. I think it was called the Civil Liberties Act that gave each of them and their descendants $20,000 each. And I think they even gave them some land out there in on the West Coast. So the only and then you look at the Native Americans. The Native Americans, which they were well deserved because their people were genocided and they were also enslaved off the face of this continent. So I don't disagree with them getting reparations either. The US set up a whole in Native American reparations claims commission specifically for them. That was set up by Congress. But if black people want reparations, we gotta go to we gotta go to our own legal groups. You got the African oh god, well, I'm not even gonna try to say the name of it, but we have our own legal groups that are trying to fight these cases, but they're looking for descendants of these Africans because, like you said, not just the experiments that were going on at those universities, but black people, slave labor was used to build those universities. So all the descendants of these black people that built Brown University, that built Dartmouth University, that built Harvard University, that built Princeton University, that built UPenn, that built all these big multi-billion-dollar Ivy League schools, all of them have claims and damages that were done to their ancestors and their families. But it's going to take I don't know, it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a large group of them. We're going to have to publicize it on the news, and we're going to have to make sure that people understand the virtues of the fight, because at the end of the day, if you do work, you expect to be paid. Like, simple. Like, and that should be the norm. That's the norm of this country. Like, I read some legal documents that really hit me. They said liberty is the norm of this country and our society. Well, then you can't have an injustice still standing like that, and then everybody just walking along like shit is cool. Like, they had slaves that were literally worked to death on these universities, And now, and last point, not only that, you have the banks that we could go after, because banks like J.P. Morgan, the Lloyd Group, all those banks, they were putting down loans so that plantation owners can buy slaves. And then when the loans could not be paid, they repossessed the slaves. So all of these are different avenues that we could probably go through a civil process to get reparations. But in terms of actually the Congress or our representatives laying down a law for black people to get their reparations, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Not in my lifetime, at least. And I'm 25 years old, but I don't see it happening.
Something I want to mention, just to go into what you just said. Even the present day insurance companies had slaves underwritten, right? I mean, companies like Cigna and
Mm-hmm.
Aetna, which are still doing business, they have policies that to this day you can look up that show that they were underwriting slavery. So slavery, this idea that, look, it makes sense. How do you think this country became as powerful as it did on a global stage? Well, you had a 300-year head start with free labor. We still want to conduct. You can look at what Trump has been doing now with the migrants, but we still have a thirst for cheap labor. But we had 300 years where it was free labor. Now think about that. How could you not be the most powerful colony? You were a colony.
That means
Yep,
Matter of
free
fact,
labor, and you had a cash crop like cotton.
Listen, I was gonna say something real quick, and I have to agree with what you just said, Marky. That I don't see that materializing or come to fruition. So-called blacks, brown skinned people getting some type of form of reparations on a macro scale. But like what the other guy was saying, Afro Nor Radio, he was saying he was conveying to me, yeah, we have been given those type of we have been compensated on on a micro level when it comes to like reparations, like with
very
farming,
very
like
recently,
with
very
loans, but very recent though, not like in the past. But yeah, I have to agree with that. I just don't see it happening, man. But I want to welcome my brother, my nigga, Sir Drop up here. What's good, Sir Drop, bro?
chilling, man. The problem with reparations in America, and like I heard dude say something about the Japanese got theirs, this, that, and the third. A lot of shit, a lot of reasons why they get these other people they reparations is they refugees. Like these people help them in some kind of way fight some type of war. Now the reason it's gonna be hard for black people to get it because we American. This is our shit. We not from somewhere else, and they did something to us. You know what I'm saying? So they looking like, man, we was on the same playing field and we beat y'all last. That's what they standing on. They like, nope, we all Americans. Now, if we had if we would have never let them take over the land and this Aboriginal shit would have stuck, then they wouldn't be paying us nothing for coming over here and doing it. Now, if they took us to Europe and did that to us, and America was our land as we know it is, but it was on paper, and they took us from here and did it to us in Europe, right? Because they know we not Africans, right? So if they'd have took us to Europe and did it, then they feel they would owe us something. But they looking like we on the same field, and them Japanese wasn't on the same field. The Blasies wasn't on the same field. And I think that's the problem they bumping into. And then you got to look at who. Okay, you got black people with five white granddaddies. So do you give the white guy his reparations too? See, you got black people that's not even from America that they whole lineage ain't did no slavery. In fact, you got black people from America whose whole lineage never did slavery. They called them Moors. Do you get them reparations too? So then black people will say, like he just said, they had a 300-year head start. No, they didn't. They beat our ass for 300 years, and niggas ain't stepped to the plate. Because you got to think, when they came over here, they were the minority. We had more numbers, and niggas turned on niggas, and they divided them dumb niggas and conquered us. The same shit they doing to the day, dividing niggas. You an Israelite, you an Aboriginal, you a Pan African. Y'all can be what the fuck y'all want to be, long as y'all ain't the same thing as they mentality. if you look at Europeans and all them different white motherfuckers, they still go under the code, we white. They don't get to say, no, you're a European, you're a Canadian. No, they white, bro. And niggas will not do that for nothing. And so who do you give the money to? But yeah, y'all got it. I got kind of long.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
I want to get some in after you respond.
So you kind of answered your own question. You said we're all American. How American are we really? Because as I said earlier when I first came on, you're talking about first-class American status versus third-class American status. Therein lies the deficit. The fact that a black person can be tapped on the shoulder in 1955 and told to get in the back of the bus means that the white person saw your skin tone and your phenotype, and he said, oh, well, you're of African ancestry, thereby I can tell you what to do still 100 years after slavery. So we're not all Americans. That's number one. We have to be, and also to show you how crazy, how the insanity is, even with the national anthem. The national anthem, they want black folks to be this patriotic. The national anthem's third stanza was removed. And it was removed because it said in the stanza that, I'm paraphrasing, but it says essentially, there's no goodwill to the slave that would go to fight for the British. So British people at the time, this is like 1812, the British people were saying, if you fight for us as an enslaved African, we will give you your freedom. So Americans want you to be patriotic even during slavery. That's how insane it is. That's what it means to be a patriot as a black person, is that even though you are in chains, you still have to be loyal. Now that's the black American experience.
I see what you're saying. I'm gonna pass it right to the dude who was getting it. So you saying the 10% of the transatlantic slave trade should get reparations? Maybe that's what you're saying. When I say we all Americans, I'm saying this is our soil. There's nowhere else for us to go. All these other people have land, country.
Well, I agree. I hear what you're saying. Look, we know that there's black immigrants, African immigrants, Caribbeans. Caribbeans have their own reparations movement, by the way, against England and all the other European powers.
We got one down there. My mother is from Grenada. My bad for cutting you off, bro. My mother is from Grenada, and they do have their own commission down there where they're trying to not only go after Grenada and Montserrat, they got commissions. They're trying to go after France. And on my island, we got a commission against Denmark because I'm from St. Croix. And you made the point earlier about European last names. My last name is Molinar. That's a Danish last name.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Why do we do this? How many Negroes do you know from pick any African country? Anytime these African immigrants come over here, they're going to give you their last name is Idris or Ajayi or something. You don't have that. Your name is Wilson, Wilkins, Jenkins, Johnson, Washington.
And those are
African names that sound African names?
Those are American names. Those are American family.
Those are owned, some of them is black American names. My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, but they're your owner's names.
Some, like Jackson, that's a black. You got it.
No, that's not be.
Freeman.
Andrew Jackson.
That's
what
not
about
be.
Freeman?
Call us black. Y'all know what's up with that, man. If you want to use the black term, refer to the Africans. We're not black. I'm talking about the Americans. We're not black people at all. And those names, Smith, Johnson, Williams, those are American family names, and we still carry them today. And the problem is the narrative, they switch places with us. They start carrying our names and convinced you that because we have those same last names, we got them from them.
Bingo.
By being told. That's the sorcery and the spell that you're under.
I'm under a spell because as an African looking person with my African quote unquote brothers, they have these other their African Yoruba names, but I have a Euro name, and that's just like that just happened by accident. What kind of wizardry are we talking about here?
It's so crazy. Afro Nord Radio, I conveyed to you earlier. I asked you, I said, is there anything that's, African cultural practices that you indulge in the present day? And you said no.
No, I didn't say that. No, you asked me, you talked about other people. and there are things. What I said was there are vestiges, there's like a ghost of African
Right. Let me
culture
ask you a question
within
then.
within African American culture.
Right.
I'm
Do you have
completely
any?
Americanized at this
Let me ask you a
point.
question. Respectfully, bro. Respectfully, bro.
Yeah.
Do you have any knowledge in this present day of you having family members in Western Africa or Nigeria that you can like have conversations with in this present day?
There's slavery prevented that. All I can say is, slavery prevented that. There's no way for me to. Slavery prevented that.
Yeah, well, when
and
Big
slave
brought
laws.
us over on the boats, it completely wiped our ethnic background. So you can't like.
I'm gonna get some pushback on that too because because I hear a lot of people always say oh, due to us being put through all these atrocities, hung from trees, having PTSD, we lost our culture. No, because I say all the time, it's so simplistic. A dog will always be a dog. You can put a dog on a boat and sell it across the goddamn Atlantic. It's still gonna be a dog. You can castrate a dog, whoop a dog. A dog is still gonna be a damn dog. So you can say the same thing when it comes to
But if you're not allowed to speak your native language on the plantations, you're not allowed to bring in any of your native dress over from the land. You're not allowed to bring any maybe
your
literature
name,
or whatever they had over there. You're
or
not
your
allowed
name.
to bring nothing. They just drag you. They strip you naked. They put fucking chains on you and put you on a boat.
Hold on, bro. If somebody copy the link and post it in the chat for Bobby Knight.
Hey, dig this, man. Yeah, post the link.
Two seconds, bro. Give me 5 seconds. Salute to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Soul Alma. Shout out to all the new people in the chat, because I got a lot of new people over here. Shout out to the new people up on the panel. Shout out to you, Afro Nerd. Shout out to Marky. Shout out to all the new people over here. I appreciate the support. Somebody drop the link, the StreamYard link for Bobby Knight in the chat. One of the minds. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
No, yeah.
Hey,
I was
now
just
dig
saying,
this,
I think
homie.
it'd be
What
very
you?
hard to. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, it's to your point, and I'm giving it right to you. What you're saying is absolutely fact. But you got to understand, this is just 10% of the black people. When they brought them over here, it was already niggas over here for eons. I'm talking like niggas been exploring and traveling and coming to the Americas before the transatlantic slave. So that little majority who couldn't say, oh, and all that and speak their own things, English is a black language over here. We was speaking it. The real black Americans, well, like dude said, we ain't black. We Americans. You are black and American if you came in the slave trade. So when they got over here, you got to understand it was way more niggas over here than they brought over here. And they was speaking English and talking, and this is our tongue and this is our language. So they told the little 10% that you don't know your language, you don't know your spirituality, you don't know nothing. And they did them people bad. But it's still not all the people. It's not all of the colored people. It was just them. And they got to multiplying and convinced us that my peoples wasn't picking no goddamn cotton. I can tell you that right now. I done went through my whole photo album, asked grandma. Grandma told me about granddad and they dad, and they never said. They had us out in the field. And they was from down south. So, you got stuff like Black Tulsa and stuff to let you know that didn't come out of slavery. That came out of black people that already lived over here, and the white man destroyed it. But the only reason we supposed to get reparations, because the deal was, if we help y'all white folks, we get 40 acres and a mule in this war. They reneged on the war. They reneged on the 40 acres and a mule. So if they give us our 40 acres and a mule, the people that helped them, that's what a refugee is, help aside, then we own half of the United States if you gave every family
But don't
40
you think
acres
that's
and a
kind of like
fucking mule.
a part of the misnomer? I
I'll
don't mean
holler
to
at
cut
y'all
you,
in a minute.
but a lot of times,
Yeah, I'm gonna holler at
when I
y'all.
hear these conversations, that's cool. A lot of times when I hear these conversations, like with the 40 acres and the mule, right? That's a part of slavery. So it ain't for me to disagree or agree with anybody, but I think that's a part of the confusion. You know what I mean? You have one conversation to say that we not Africans, then the next conversation is talking about something that you should get from what they said Africans went through. And this is what I'm saying. This is how they classify it. So if you go on, like you could remember when I was saying that the other day, truth, like you accepted shit by proxy. You saying the shit by proxy. You can't accept one part of something and then deny the other part of it. You if you saying 40 acres and a mule, that's attached to slavery. That's attached to niggas coming over on ships. You can't get around it by way of how they design it. So
Yeah.
just saying.
Not only that. Oh, my bad, brother. Go ahead. Finish.
No, I'm good. Go ahead, gang. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, even if that were the case, because I I do believe that there were dark skinned people that you could even say they were black people living over here in the New World before the transatlantic slave trade. Like you could look up the Melanesian people. They live over there in the Indo Pacific. Like they don't have no African ancestry, but you look at them, they're black people. Like it's not even a doubt in my mind. You just look at their hair, you look at their features. They are black people, and I think
What
they
do you
would have
mean?
had the means to. I think they would have had the means to sail over to South America, Central America, and up to the Bering Strait. So I think yeah, I think that's where the black ancestry came from. But even if that were the case that they did not come over through the transatlantic slave trade, they still were getting abused and fucked up and probably enslaved, brother. So I mean that even if they weren't, like I said, a part of our ethnic background coming from Africa, they would have still been entitled to that 40 acres and a mule because they were getting fucked up and enslaved the same way.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right, real quick, I just had a question for
All right, I'm
those
racing on fire. Hold on, G. Let me jump in real quick, and then I'm gonna jump out. Yeah, give me a second though, cause I'm be reading. But all right, just straight to it. I've been rocking with this AI shit, right? Asking the questions, doing shit, right? So I got to this point, and I got hella information, like using historical records. Basically, it said I asked it a question. This was his response. Your question strikes at the heart of a deeper historical and psychological issue. How and why would a spiritually and agriculturally rich indigenous civilization be assimilated willingly or not into a European model that was in many ways inferior in sustainability, harmony with nature, and community balance? This what this shit spit out using historical records. One, spiritual agriculture wealth versus currency wealth. Indigenous Aboriginal civilizations across the Americas, using records that they got, this is shit that they could prove, had deeply sophisticated systems of land stewardship, communal governance, and spiritual cosmologies tied to the earth and sky. Their wealth wasn't in coins or bills, but in the fertility of their land, the strength of their kinship networks, and the depth of their sacred knowledge. By contrast, the European model, especially during colonization, was extractive, commodified, and hierarchical. Currency and land ownership became tools of power rather than community, right? Then it says, too, the disruption came through misrepresentation, not just force, right?
Hold on, country Ray, hold
operation.
on. I don't want to cut you, bro. I'm gonna ask this question one more time to everybody because it seems like we got off topic, and I blame myself because I started going
It's
to this
about
all this after.
reparations.
I got you, but I'm gonna ask this question one more time because we don't got sidetracked of the title, man, because nobody's answering this question. I need everybody in the chat and up on the panel to let me know: do so-called African Americans, Black, Brown, Indigenous people deserve reparations? Put a one in the chat if you all feel so. Put a two in the chat if it's hell to the no, no, no. Don't give niggas, you shouldn't have gave them niggas money. Put a two in the chat for that.
That's what I think.
A
We
one
should
in the
be,
chat for
we don't,
yeah.
I'm gonna say, I don't know. I'm gonna be a zero. I can't answer that. What I would say, what we should be asking for is to be recognized as a sovereign individual nation. With that comes all what you're talking about in reparations. If we get recognized as the indigenous Americans, that's what we want, recognition. And that's what I'm gonna say. We want federal recognition,
Can't get that
government
no
recognition,
more.
world recognition as the indigenous Americans.
But that's a part of the psychological play why they
I mean,
saying you can't get that because what comes with sovereignty
I don't know.
ain't hold on
Yeah, I think that's a
real
noble
quick,
flight.
brother.
Oh, my bad.
Damn, I
Were you
can't.
talking? I couldn't hear you.
Well, no, I was
Yeah,
just saying.
hold on. Everybody get one at a time. Let Bobby go, then you got it, bro.
Oh,
I'll
my
mark you,
bad. I
bro.
can't hear Bobby. I gotta go and come back out.
No, let cuz finish. Because then if I boom my mic up, nigga,
Yeah, you got
say,
it. You got it, bro. Hey, Mark,
y'all
you got
left.
it, bro. Go
No,
ahead.
no, go ahead, brother. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
If I can finish what I was reading, unless y'all
Nah,
about to answer real quick.
go ahead, cuz. Yeah, let him
All right.
finish. Let him finish.
My bad. Yeah, go ahead. You got it, bro.
The disruption came through misrepresentation, not force. Right? Missionaries reframed indigenous spirituality. This is what the AI can prove. Missionaries reframed indigenous spirituality as paganism and imposed European religions as salvation. Over generations, this made younger indigenous people feel ashamed of their traditions and disconnected from their ancestral systems. Naming and renaming, language repression. I'm not going to read everything. I'm going to leave some of the bold titles, but right here, documentation as a weapon of legitimacy. European settlers came with writing, printing presses, and documents, their own version of history, their own version of land purchases and treaties, their own identity, the identities of indigenous people using foreign racial categories like Negro, colored, or freeman. This gave the illusion
Hey,
that the
brother, do
European
you mind
version
if
of
I?
history was more real because it was written, while the
Hey, yeah,
oral
Country Ray, man. Hold on.
ceremonial and
I
land-based knowledge of indigenous peoples was deemed myth or forgotten. Thus, they were made to forget who they were, while others were taught
that's
who they were not.
brother.
And it
Can
goes
I ask
on,
you a
right?
question? Can you? Can I just want to. I know it's going to go on. I just want to know what was the question that you asked to get this response.
In my words, without, because I don't believe we were beaten or
No,
fought.
wait. No, not in your words. I want you to go to the top of that chat
Yeah. I'm
GPT,
gonna
I
tell you
assume,
this what I asked
thread,
it.
and give me the question
Without
that you asked.
mentioning the acts of violence, because I don't believe we lost a war and lost our land or we were beaten in
Time
slavery.
out right there.
All right,
Now, hold
without
on. Wait a
mentioning
minute,
the
brother,
acts of
because I want to
violence.
walk it. Got you. Now, right there, I want you to stop because I want to walk it step by step because I work with GPT models and AI and how to manipulate it, right? Once you ask the AI a question and you prompt it to say, do a thing without this because of based on your
Bro, that's
belief,
not what
then
I'm
you're
talking
giving
about.
you're,
It's pulling
hold on.
records.
Wait, don't cut me, cuz I'm saying but you already started wrong when you said do it without such and such. You know you needed to do it without that in order to get the response that you want.
So I could get the view
I'm
from how
not
I see it, right?
yes, from how you see
I
it.
should
Right.
ask
But
it in my
don't
view,
make it
right?
correct though. Yes,
Okay,
that's what I'm saying,
so
which
let
make
me
it
finish what I
biased. Which make
said.
it biased.
All right,
Right.
still a
But I'm
great
saying, but it
question
make it
though.
biased though.
That's cool. I could
It's
always
biased.
add that
That's all I'm
part
saying is
in.
biased.
All right, this is
My
the
thing.
response that I wanted, and you're right.
One
Without
more thing,
mentioning
brother.
the acts of violence,
Did the
in what
Chat GPT
scenario?
provide sources for you?
Yeah, yes, it does. If you ask it, without mentioning the act of violence, in what scenario, based on records of indigenous aboriginals already having economic systems based on spirituality
Man,
and agriculture that made them wealthier, having currency and dollar bills, what would give them any notion to assimilate their greater civilization into an inferior European civilization, or if there's any truth to how Aboriginal indigenous people would not know who they are, where
Because
they
they
are.
genocided them. They
Meanwhile,
ethnically cleansed them
immigrants
off
that
the
are
face of the
Europeans know
continent,
more
brother.
about their history, right?
all right, that's how we're
And then
gonna
it
do it. Hey,
got had the documentation.
listen, hey, Country Ray, hold on. Listen, I get what you're saying, bro. But listen, man, I'm gonna ask a question again. Everybody keep talking about other shit, man. We're gonna generalize this. Do niggas that look,
And let
we
me
all synonymous. When it comes to skin color, we all synonymous. Some niggas might be dark and some niggas might be brown. Do this is a generalized statement. Do so-called black people deserve reparations, man? Because you,
Do
yes, nigga.
do black
Yes.
people
Does
as
that
a
God
whole?
damn,
recognize who we
I'm
are?
gonna say
Yes,
no.
nigga.
shit.
I'm gonna disagree.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Do we?
disagree. I'm gonna say no. Black people as a whole, no, because you got
Wait a minute.
motherfuckers that are
Let him
like you
get it,
got.
bro. Let him get it,
Oh,
Country Ray.
go
Hold
ahead. My
on.
bad. My bad.
No,
Go
you
ahead.
got it, Mark. No, Mark, you got it. Go ahead, Country Ray.
What does
Let him
that
get it.
come with?
Let him
What does that
finish.
come with?
Country Ray, let him finish. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Because I'll finish. Because I'm the one that got cut off actually, but Cuz could finish.
Y'all niggas gotta have some decor.
Can y'all hear me?
Country Ray, you my
Yeah,
nigga,
we
bro.
need to level up.
Let these niggas finish, man. Go ahead, you got it.
No, yeah, just quickly. I don't think all black people should get reparations. You have an example, President Barack Obama. He is black, but his mother is white, and his father was an immigrant from Africa. So he doesn't have any ancestry with slavery in America. Like we didn't abuse his fucking people. So no, I don't think all black people should get reparations. I don't think that's the case.
Can I go?
Go ahead, brother.
If taking reparations comes with saying that we were enslaved Africans and that's why we're getting reparations, then no. What comes with taking reparations? For what?
Man,
Money.
cut the check.
I'm gonna tell you. Hey,
Listen, hold on,
can I answer my question?
Let me get 10 seconds, Bobby. 10 seconds. Listen, I'm gonna answer the questions like so simple. It's not that perplexed, bro. Listen, I'll be a mother. I'll put a fucking dashiki on. I'll be an African for a whole year for 80 G's. You gonna give me 80 G's
Motherfucking facts, nigga.
Nigga, I'll walk around with the
Fuck this
dashiki
nigga
on.
talking
I'll
about.
a whole new league. I'll be
You
walking.
niggas.
Hold on, bro.
Hey, real
I'll be
quick.
walking around.
True
Listen, hold
zone.
on. I'll be walking around sound like that nigga from Friday. You bitch ass nigga. I'm just a bitch ass nigga. $100,000 check.
Niggas been.
Asiatic black man.
Hold on, real quick, cuz you niggas, man, your mama lied to get food stamps before. Stop with this all sellout shit that niggas keep trying. You niggas lie to the government all the motherfucking time, nigga. Y'all lie to the government all the time. Now you time out. Let me finish, cuz you been cutting, and I ain't been up here a long time, but it's like you cut to give the chat GPT response. I'm saying whether if a nigga call himself a fucking bro nigga lie on everything in America to get some paper. Niggas allow food stamp application, job application, anything. Anything to get the paper. But now all of a sudden, because a nigga gotta call themselves a fucking African, which I done proved to all you aboriginal niggas that y'all believe that y'all Africans, except y'all believe y'all American Africans, not Africans Americans. Y'all believe y'all went over there. Yeah, y'all niggas believe. No, y'all niggas believe. Let me finish. Okay. Let me finish then, cuz True Zone just saw. Hold on. Real quick. True Zone seen me just prove to another Aboriginal that he believed they went over and colonized Africa. He believed that America taught Africa how to build pyramids and shit like that. So you niggas can't separate from Africa, even in y'all own ideology.
Bro, I was just speaking to you about American. I ain't never mentioned Africa the whole time I was talking. You threw that in there. I was talking about how America was self-sustaining, independent, and rich with resources.
Country Ray, let me get 20 seconds, my nigga. God, you like that nigga that was up here earlier, man. Wouldn't let me speak. Come on, bro. Let me get this, bro. I got it. I got you. I'll let you talk, bro. You can. I'll give it to you. Listen. Shout out to Dark Kent. That's why I gave you a wrench, because you make a lot of sense, bro. He said, "Yup, niggas lied to get PPP loans." Yeah, man, niggas was lying. Hey, man, yeah, I got 20 employees. Niggas was getting 100,000. So yeah, nigga, I'll put a dashiki on. Nigga, I'll walk around with a whole fucking West African accent for 200 G's, nigga. Shit, they say, hey, you got to be African for a whole year. You want this?
Cuz who said he won't lie?
Hold on, Bobby. They just say, hey man, hey, True Zone, you want this $200,000 reparation check? You got to be a West African for a whole year. You got to wear the dashiki. You got to say you African and proud, nigga. Give me the paper. Go ahead, you got it. Go ahead.
Bro, that's selling
out. Cuz who said he won't lie, cuz just let me know, man. I'ma sell out. Then I'm gonna sell out, cuz.
Selling out,
bro. Give me your information, and I'll take your reparation check.
All right, somebody that's not going to do that and still be who I am, and somebody that will do it. That's what happened to us, right there.
If you don't want your check, give me your info, and I'm gonna take your reparation. If that's what you want to call it, cool. I'm selling out for the PPP loan. I'm selling out for full stamps. I'm selling out for motherfucking. If a motherfucker got a Section 8 house that's like a 6-bedroom for $300 a month, I'm selling out for that shit too, nigga. You got me fucked up. As much bullshit that been done for niggas in America, yeah, we taking it.
Because niggas tired of niggas selling out.
Hey, Bobby, so somebody put in the chat. Listen,
I don't want to hear a lot of that talk.
Country Ray, hold on, bro. Somebody put in the chat. I don't even like Bobby, but I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. You can't help but agree with that. Yeah, niggas sell it. Man, my mama, man, niggas' parents lied back in the day. Man, I got this nigga. He ain't 15. He 10 to get that tax break. Niggas was lying to get tax breaks. It's been going on. So of course, niggas, that's gonna be, very prevalent if they came out and say, hey man, we giving that reparations to all Negroes. Man, niggas gonna be selling that all. It's in order. Niggas gonna be selling like they're gonna be say, hey, in order to get this check, all y'all niggas gotta be African now. Niggas gonna be saying, hey man, yeah man, we been African all this time. Give me the cut the check, nigga. Cut the check. All this self-righteous talking about, but no, I ain't selling out, man. Fuck all that shit, man.
But I mean, but I don't look at it as selling out. Like, and I know we on the if you dress up to be a West African, we on that talking point. But if you actually had an ancestor that was worked to death on a building Harvard University, you should get reparations. You should be paid damages for that. Like, I don't even think that should be up for discussion. Like, that's just normal. Like, today, if you keep a man in a basement and work him to death and you get charged for that, crime, the family can take you to court civilly for damages. Like, to me, that shit is just common sense, and I don't see how that would be selling out. Like, that's what your family and your bloodline is owed from what they did to your ancestor. That's just me personally. I don't look at that as selling out.
But hold on real quick. But then they will frame slavery and say that it wasn't no slavery from the indigenous point of view. They were prisoners of war and were put into a prisoner of war servitude, which would still constitute reparations. So it's like you run away from an argument just because you want to have the distinction of whose identity gonna sit at the top. Like I said, African American or American African. Either y'all came over here on slave ships or y'all went over there and colonized motherfuckers. Either way, you the same motherfucking people.
The brother that even brought that up, can you trace your ancestry back to indigenous Africans? And that's a serious question I'm asking you.
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to the brother, that was reading the chat GPT.
No, my grandmother is on the Indian rolls and the Freedman rolls, and her father is. Now what?
Hey, Country Ray, I'm
asking you. I ain't trying to got you.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm speaking from who I know I am, and y'all keep talking all this immigrant shit.
Country Ray, let me ask you a question, bro.
They're not immigrants, bro.
Country Ray, let me ask you a question, bro. You're saying that if you took that reparations and they say you have to label yourself an African American, you would say you would turn the check down, even if it's 200,000. You wouldn't just be you wouldn't walk around saying bitch ass nigga for one day for that check.
No, my nigga, I'm not a fake ass nigga, bro. I'm really mad about that shit. Y'all niggas is playing. I'm really trying to find out a solution, and y'all niggas just shot it down. I'm telling you, we had wealth and we didn't even have money. Have you ever heard of the Three Sisters? This is some shit I learned.
From St. Croix?
This is some shit I learned from agriculture. Corn, beans, and squash. The Three Sisters. Right? They support each other. The corn is the oldest sister. It grows up straight like a pole. The bean is the second sister. It wrap around the motherfucking corn stalk, right? And the squash grow at the base. It provides fertility for the soil. It's a small area that's yielding abundance, right? And the food itself, nutritional. The corn is carbohydrates. The squash is vitamin A, C, and fiber. And the beans is amino acids or some shit, right? This is our science.
Yeah, man, that's some cap ass niggas, man. Everybody in the chat, hold on. Everybody in the chat saying they won't take the check if they have to label as African. And you saying the same thing, Country Ray, man. You start seeing niggas buying up land, getting to the paper, just doing all type of shit niggas never done before. You can like, man, let me go ahead and put my hand in.
We've been doing that. We've been buying land and getting paper, bro. What you think they've been locking
That's
us
a
up?
lie.
I know that, but
you niggas made up real quick, True Song. You niggas made up, bro. Not you specifically, but you niggas made up any motherfucking LLC corporate entity y'all could think of off the top of y'all fucking head when they passed some people. Time out. Let me say what I'm finna say. All right, brother. Then let me finish. I ain't cutting you off. I'm not cutting you off, brother. Then let me finish saying what I'm saying. Cause you niggas went out and did anything in the name of a PPP loan to lie, put anything on some fucking paperwork that you knew wasn't truthful. Now you telling me just because you gotta lie again and tell a motherfucker that you're an African, man, if a motherfucker came over here and said, nigga, say you Polynesian, nigga. I'll be a fucking The Rock Johnson, nigga, for a fucking reparation. You fucking crazy?
Everybody that have legit businesses that got it. Why are you making it like all niggas did it illegally? None of the niggas did it legally.
Wait. I'm not saying it, bro. It wouldn't be illegal. No, I'm not.
Type of niggas.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Bro, niggas did it legally.
No, I'm not. Bro, if I get up there and look at the number of PPP loans that was illegal,
they needed. But now we gonna focus like the media.
Hold on, Country Ray.
Yeah, because a lot of niggas who say a lot of.
Hold on, y'all can't talk at the same time, bro. Y'all gotta talk one at a time. Let Bobby go, and then you got it, Country Ray. One at a time, bro. That shit's confusing. When niggas talking at the same time, nobody can hear what y'all saying. But go, who's talking?
Cuz triggered, man. Cuz triggered. I don't know why.
You know I rock with you, Country Ray, bro. But you gotta have some decorum, my nigga. Let niggas. This is a real conversation, man. So let niggas go, bro, and then you got it. Everybody takes turn having the mic. I let niggas have the floor. I don't mind, but go ahead. Whoever was talking, go ahead.
Again, if you believe in indigenous Black Americans or that we're not Black or not African or whatever, that's a non point once you come to 2025 and the mixing that has been done with these bloodlines and a relationship that most people today can trace back to Africa or parts of America, the South, so on and so forth, all this mixing that we done did. So when it boiled down to reparations, if America say we only giving reparation to foundational Black Americans or Indians, guess what? All the niggas who is Pan-Africans, they gonna be Indians, nigga. You think them niggas finna sit up and argue with your ass about, oh, we Nigerian, we really paying that? If they come out today and say, we giving it to niggas, but you gotta be Indian, everybody gonna be an Indian. Everybody go lie about it just to get their check. Why we acting like that's not the reality of America? This is a capitalistic system, man. Most of them people who probably got checks from the other reparation shit probably weren't really Japanese. I guarantee you some Koreans got that shit. Some Chinese folks got that shit. We keep acting like it's a fair playing field in America. No, it's not, man. So when it comes to reparations, the only way you're gonna get it is through a civil process. And it really ain't got nothing to do with the government. It's really a civil suit that need to be lobbied against these corporations that did it.
I mean, I agree with you, but I think you could also make the argument that well, nah, you know what, nah, because the United States, they fought a whole war to end slavery, so I don't know if you could actually take them to court.
That's what I was just going to say, because the North go say, like, think about it. The entire government, it's northern states that's going to be like, bro, I've been abolished slavery. I ain't got nothing to do with that, and we ain't make that much money off of it to begin with, so they ain't got nothing to do with me. Once we drew that Mason-Dixon line, we let y'all know who y'all need to be looking at.
All right, but peep this though. You keep putting slavery on us. Can't nobody prove this shit happened, right? Because I'm living right now with you, right? I've been to kindergarten, I've been to high school, college, right? Slavery has always, my entire life, been a story like on TV. Like in books and stuff,
brother,
right? It ain't never been part of my reality.
The Jews got a whole nation right now.
For a whole 10 minutes, bro, and I only said 2 seconds of shit.
I was gonna say, let me chime in one time. Hey, Marky, I know who you are, man. Yeah. I seen you on another panel one time. I was on another panel talking boxing, and I think you was over there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I talk a lot of boxing. Yep.
Yeah. Like that name looked familiar. So yeah, I think I was on the Phantom.
BBO.
The Phantom.
Yeah. I'll be at the Phantom and my brother BBO.
Yeah, that's where I was at. I was on the Phantom's platform and we was talking about boxing, and they directed me to your channel, bro. And I subscribed to your channel. I think I left a comment or something. Yeah, okay, cool. We gotta talk about boxing sometime too, though, bro. We got to, for sure.
Well, my channel I got is Democracy 101. But if you ever want to talk boxing, you could come over to my brother BBO Boxing. And we talk a lot of boxing over there. So I'll leave the link for both channels. For sure.
And hold on. Big Chief said, "Fuck that check if I got to be a stanky African." Bro, listen, man. Like what Bobby just said. You think for 1 second that these niggas is Pan-African? They say, "Hey, man, y'all niggas got to be Venezuelans for the day. Y'all got to be motherfucking Native American, Indian, Aboriginals for the day to get this $100,000 check." Them niggas gonna put on a whole fucking fez. Them niggas gonna put on a whole motherfucking war bonnet. Man, we ain't
Big Chief ass capping, nigga. Nigga, if
All
you
right, so
sat your
I'm
stinking
finna
ass in the
try to
car
cut
with
me
a
off
bitch
because,
that
like I
was
said,
farting, nigga,
now he
you
going against.
definitely name yourself after African. Stop it,
All right,
nigga.
let me
The
get in
cheap
because
ass sit
he
up there
bringing
and
up this
cap from the top
African shit.
all the
Can I
time.
just
Just
get
like
this
that
in,
nigga
bro?
was trying to cap about not being in the Discord. Nigga, stay your ass in the chat, Big Chief. Don't nobody
Let
want
me
to
get this
hear
in
that
now.
chatty patty shit you got to talk about, nigga.
Like,
Now,
go ahead, Country Ray. You got it, man. Go ahead.
as American, we've been misclassified, right? From Indian, colored, black. It's a whole game set up on us being misclassified, right? Because with the true identity comes the truth, right? So if y'all want to continue to lie, if they pay you $100,000 and say you African, no, that's part of fucking us up, bro. It ain't
Bro,
helping
look,
us
look,
none.
look what just happened. Listen, my
Hold on,
daddy.
can I just finish?
You
Can I
hold
finish,
on.
dude?
Give me 2 seconds, bro.
Oh,
Cause I know where you're gonna go with this. Listen, man. That Black Farmers Association check. A lot of niggas lied about that shit and got that paper. $10,000, $6,000. I know a lot of people that didn't have land down in Mississippi or in the South in general. They lied to get that motherfucking paper, man.
bro, they lied and took our country, bro. What you talking about? What is you talking about? It's killing me, bro.
Bro, you're not getting what I'm
It's
trying to tell
killing
you,
me. They
Country Ray. You're not getting
lied,
it, bro. You're not getting
bro.
it, bro.
Why
Go
you
ahead.
keep starting with us being the liars? Why are we starting at where we lying at? Why can't we start in
I'm
the
talking about
truth?
in present day, bro. Niggas
Nigga,
is
in
lying to
present
get
day.
money. Listen, bro.
Present
Listen
day,
to me,
bro.
bro. You're not here. Listen, bro. Sometimes you have to be quiet to listen, bro. I'm saying in the present day, even our parents have lied to in order to like get an upper hand when it comes to getting money from the government, bro. The PPP loan, niggas was lying about having businesses and employees. That black association farmer shit, niggas was
Bro, why are
lying
we
about that to
tripping
get that
right
check.
now? Why are we doing this? Why are we shedding a bad light on our people?
Bro,
I'm
you
trying
got
to put a
oh my
positive
god, you
light
got getting
on
We
it, bro.
gotta
something, man. Y'all
talk
keep
I
facts
get
going to
though.
this dumpster
Like, no,
area.
we gotta talk facts though, brother. Like, ain't
All right,
about
let's
putting a
talk some
bad
more
light up.
facts. Then I'm talking facts, and y'all talking y'all's opinion. Like I said,
That's
That's
not
not an
other
opinion
opinion,
though.
people,
that's a
other
fact.
black businesses got.
Bro, Country Ray, I'm gonna talk to you in a calm voice, bro. This is a fact. People have been lying in order to reap the benefits of certain fucking government grants and checks. Niggas will finesse a whole college loan. Nigga will go to college for 2 months just to get that check.
So no
Right?
other race lied on the PPP line.
We're not
No other
saying
race did
that.
that.
But
You didn't
bro,
say no other
you're not
race, but
God
go
damn
ahead,
it, bro.
brother.
You
Go
don't
ahead.
listen. Let me mute up, man.
No, but I don't think the brother was saying no other race, but we're talking about black reparations, and we were just talking about what if you're a black person and they said you had to be an African for about a year to get reparations, you wouldn't do that. And he was bringing up the point that black people currently, like, I ain't gonna put a number on it, but a large percent of the black population, probably lies on PPP loans. They probably don't tell the entire truth about their kid's age. Some of them even put a nephew. Well, I know because I did it. I put my nephew down on my tax returns so that I could get a tax exemption. So I've done it personally. So
Shout
I
out,
hear
So
what the brother
Right.
is
what?
saying.
shout out to Tanika.
Right. It happens all day, every
Normal.
day.
A
Every
lot of
What?
people do that.
right.
Talking about reparations and what it brings with it.
And let me say one thing real quick. Too, Zone. It's crazy how we got to keep going back anciently, right? But it's literally a nation right now of Jewish people that built their whole country off
Uh-huh.
religious fallacy, no truth at all, and stand on that shit, reparations and all that. And niggas talking about, well, they call themselves a people that niggas can't even place on the planet. They say we Israelites, nigga. They calling themselves something that only exists in the Bible and motherfuckers honor.
Yeah.
Do you
Bro,
think
I'm
And
people
that
going
talking about a
against?
different
So what are you
direction.
talking about?
You talking about
No,
the same
no,
thing
no, you're
everybody
not.
already been talking about. I'm talking about something different. Sovereignty, bruh. Having your own shit.
Israel,
That's
Israel is
restoration, my
sovereign,
nigga.
bro. Israel is a sovereign nation. Did you know that?
What does that do for us? What does anybody else's
What it do for
sovereignty
us?
do for us?
It give you a blueprint to know that sovereignty. Hold on. It give you a blueprint to know that sovereignty ain't even gotta come with truth. You can make up some shit out the Bible and still become a sovereign.
But we don't have to. We can just tell the truth.
I mean, not really.
That's
If
the
you got
But
difference.
fucking
everything.
guns, if you got guns and you got money, you can be sovereign. That's what
There you
Israel
go,
showed.
guns and money.
Yeah,
Bro,
they
There you
I
genocided a
go.
just
whole
told
bunch
you.
of
That's the
people.
real truth.
I just
That's
Yeah.
the
told
real
you. I
truth.
said
So let's
I
get
asked the
to it.
damn thing a non-violent way. Y'all didn't want to hear it out because that's what happened. A
I mean,
Nigga,
non-violent way.
if you want an
no,
African,
bro.
if
Non-violent
you
Ain't
want
shit
an
no
happened
African,
to
non-violent.
us.
Listen, bro. They took the land with violence and force. What you just so you said? Oh my
What
God, man.
record says that? What
Country
record
Ray,
says
I
they
know.
took it by
Listen,
violence and force? Them bombing
That's
Tulsa
why.
in
That's why I asked
1965?
him. That's why I
Them
asked him.
bombing Tulsa in
hold on. I gotta mute this nigga Mike so I can get mine off, bro. He's gonna keep talking while I'm talking. If listen, even if you go down the Native American, take the Native American story. How did they get their land taken? By violence and force, biological weaponry, musket guns. Motherfuckers, Europeans coming over with musket guns, giving them fucking blankets with fucking chicken pox in it. That's by violence and force, my nigga. So you're saying if you were Aboriginal in some type of form of fashion, your land was taken by force, my nigga? Let's think about what you say,
Academia
bro.
told you that. Public school told you that. Public school told you some motherfuckers had diseases and they gave them to the people, but they didn't die. What? Make it make sense.
yeah,
They
Guns
because
got the
and butter.
disease.
their
They
immune
gave it to
system had not
somebody
been
else.
exposed to
They didn't
European
die.
diseases. That's a fact. They never come in contact with smallpox. They didn't have the immunity built up to deal with that. So
We
they
got all the
died by the
medicine
fucking
here. What are you
millions.
talking about? I keep telling y'all where we at, and y'all don't want to listen. I keep telling y'all who we are. Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all
We
keep
get
talking about
that,
they
Country
way
Ray.
and they
Country
government.
Ray. Country Ray. Listen, bro. I get what you're saying, bro. What I'm trying to tell you is, nigga, if they came out right now on the TV and said, hey, we're giving all so-called black people each family $200,000 each, but you have to identify as an African American. Matter of fact, you got to identify as a stop sign. You get this money. Niggas go, hey, I'm gonna stop a stop sign today. Let me give me the money. Bro, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. That's what I'm trying to convey to you, my guy.
So that sounds like the civilized tribes that they recognize, and then the people that didn't go with the shit that they don't recognize. That's what it sounds like.
Bro, it's more than 5 tribes that's recognized. Time out. Do you niggas do research? It's more than 5. It's thousands of tribes that's recognized.
Right.
Over damn near 5,000 recognized tribes.
Hey, True Zone, right quick, in
Bro,
response to what
nigga,
you were
because you
saying,
niggas like to say that
you have to think about the legal ramifications behind that decision too, as well, because I think that's what happened in the past with some of our folks who proverbially, if you will, sold out and took the check and abandoned their estate. But there's a legal, there are legal ramifications for making that decision. Okay, for one, your estate is left abandoned. That's for one. And two, when it's claimed, say by an outsider, it's claimed under those under that premise of abandonment. And abandonment denotes one who has no intention of returning whatsoever. So whether it be through probate or escheatment, for most of us, that's how we lost our estates. I'm talking about the record. I ain't talking about this narrative. But as far as the legal ramifications behind making that decision to identify other than something else, that stays there. That record of you being that stays there. And when the history is told as to who you are, that is what is there. Okay, because that's what you chose to identify as, regardless of whatever the influence was behind it. And that's the point. It doesn't matter the amount or what's being offered. Your integrity is on the line. Okay, and the fact that you would willingly, knowingly, and intelligently compromise your integrity for that, you got to understand that's exactly what you're doing, bro. And if I say re-examine your position there, I'm talking to True Zone.
I get what you're saying, bro. I
totally
respect
do.
That, bro. I get what you're saying. Respect, bro. I'm just saying, like, listen, bro. Back in the day, in order to get certain things done, like Section 8 housing, sometimes even my mom, back in the day, my mom was on Section 8. She might have lied on the paperwork in order to get that Section 8. But she did what she had to do to get the upper hand at that time. That she felt like okay, I gotta get the upper hand. I gotta get my kids this 4-bedroom house. So she might have lied on the documents. I'm saying niggas been doing that.
They tell me.
And look what it has done to us today politically. Look where we are politically because of those choices. And then if you think about it too, Truth, those type of actions were passed down for us to practice as well. They taught us how to do it as well. You see what I'm saying? And we did, for the most part, because you got to understand, we were born into this thing. So we came in not really understanding we had to rely on our people. And unfortunately, some of our people was out there trying to scam their way through. But that's because they may have been ignorant of certain things, the paperwork and stuff like that. We weren't into that. We weren't, that's not where our wealth was. Like the brother said, it wasn't
Right,
in
I
money
get what
or
you're saying,
gold and all
but
of
this
that.
this whole system is a scam. It's been a scam, so why not scam it in return? They say, hey, we're gonna give this reparation. Just be African for a day. It's a scam. I know me knowing. Listen, but hold on, studies. I know damn well I'm not African. I know damn well I have no ties to Africa. I'm gonna lie to them and say, hey, yeah, I'm African. You dumb motherfucker. Now you cut the check. See what I'm trying to say?
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm talking about the ramifications of that decision that could follow you because of that decision making right then. You're not seeing what I just
It can't
expounded
be
to you.
ramifications.
The
Listen.
ramifications that could go on generations, long term. Okay,
It can't be ramifications. Real quick, how can it be? Listen, how can it be all these ramifications if on one end you tell me it's up to us to identify, but then on the other end you tell me these people came over here and stole identities and slapped whatever identity they wanted on you based on their system. So I'm gonna lean on the
I didn't
side
say
of
that, but go ahead.
systems. Hold on, wait, no, but I'm saying contextually, that's what's being said into these arguments. We're not coming up with these identifiers ourselves. They're being impressed and suggested upon us, and we're just accepting them. So that
Well,
means somebody else is coming up with their identity.
as far as the narratives behind it, those ideas, the views and expressions, they don't, I don't take sides with that. That those are not representations of my thoughts and what I know. That's why I
Wait,
kept quiet. Let's just let y'all have it,
I'm
and
making
y'all can
making
argue about that part.
I'm not making a distinction for you as an individual right now. I'm just making a statement that say when it come to identity and what most people would recognize as black people in America, it's a problem with identifying ourselves, and it's also a historical fallacy when you go back and think that you the one that's coming up with these identities. You're not. Somebody coming up with the identity for you. So when you say that a person shouldn't label themselves as an African, I've heard people from the FBA side or whatever point of view side you say we went over there and colonized them people. So you can't separate yourself from Africa, but then at the same time tie yourself to Africa through all these pyramids and all this other ancient bullshit.
Well,
That's what I'm not understanding.
earlier, that has nothing to do with me, my family. None of my folks are from Africa. My descent nature is here in America, and there's nothing.
So wait a minute. Let me ask you this:
There's no
America
documentation or narrative any government agency or otherwise can formulate to make that
Okay, but
be
this
null
what we
and
do
void.
though.
The truth is just the
But
truth.
then when you give
Nobody
me,
can tell me different.
but when you just give me your family, you say they wasn't documented. They didn't deal with documents.
I never
go back to the police,
any of that. You put words in my mouth.
hold on. I'm talking about the brother that's.
But here's the thing,
I'm talking about the
Mike,
brother that was just talking before.
I don't talk about my family's lineage. I don't roll like that. You know that. I don't move like that.
I don't even know who this is talking.
I don't move like that.
I don't even know who this is talking, to be honest with you.
This
I'm
Epic
just
Studies where everybody know this about me. Everybody know this about
I don't know you like that, cuz. I promise you I don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
well,
like
I
y'all
don't
might
discuss my
assume
family
because
affairs, my family's personal business and life, and especially concerning our lineage. Come on, man. I mean, that's something that you're supposed to safeguard with wisdom.
okay,
Not
cool.
all out in the
That's
open
fine.
because you in an argument with somebody on
Wait,
the internet
brother.
and you want to prove a point,
Brother.
and you compromise.
I'm having a general. Okay, well then I'm having a general conversation. Why you keep making it about you?
I'm not making it about me.
You
just saying it to try to make it seem like that because I'm checking you about where you come from.
No, I'm not.
You putting words in my mouth. You putting words in my mouth.
Wait, how can you? I didn't put no words in your mouth. I'm having
gentlemen.
Oh, y'all
Hold on, before
triggered ass nigga. Bro, get your family.
Nigga, you right.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, gentlemen.
I'm a nigga.
Hold on, before it goes there, man. Hold on. I'm gonna say one thing. Hey, Shy Son, nigga. Like, could you come up in a few minutes? I want to hear your opinion. If anybody want to come up and give a statement or give their opinion on the subject matter, y'all more than welcome. But hold on before it goes there, because I see where this is going to go. It's going to turn into a big ass argument. So y'all niggas keep some decorum between each other.
I'm not trying to argue, bro. I'm not trying to argue with niggas, man. I'm not.
If we said we were going to Africa, right, and you keep bringing it up like we saying we got ties or whatever, right, Does that mean when we went there, we abandoned America?
I didn't say
Was
that.
America
I didn't say
abandoned and
that,
we
bro.
say some of our people went to Africa?
Ah,
Does that
damn.
mean everybody
Let me
went?
let me say. No. I'm going off of the conversation I had with other Aboriginals. Y'all not a monolith, so y'all don't all have the same thinking points. Just like the brother Epic Study just said. So I'm going off a talking point that I've heard from people with this same type of ideology that said Aboriginal Americans went over and colonized Africa, which is why you see the connection with certain cultural practices, pyramids, dress, so on and so forth. True Zone was there when the brother said that. And that's when I said, well, why the fuck y'all keep trying to separate from Africa like y'all have no connection? And he couldn't say nothing.
All right, but this is what I'm saying, because we talking about reparations, right? So some people went to Africa and some people stayed, and they've been here the whole time. What reparations are they owed?
Dude, bro, we don't got the number to know who went and who stayed. So we can't even play that game. See, when niggas do that and say, well, some went and some stayed, where's the numbers for that? Where's the proof for that? Because all of this is just conjecture and theory that niggas pulling out the hat.
All right, but
That's why I'm having a theoretical conversation.
I'm only speaking
It's
for the
all
people
you
that
don't need
never
because if you
leave.
do your research
Bro,
on your own
how
family,
many
like
people didn't leave?
genealogy, you should come
How
across
many?
some type of
Wait.
records.
But I don't want to talk about my own family based on what you just said. So we shouldn't even do that. We shouldn't even
No,
bring that up.
I'm not suggesting talk about
We
your
shouldn't
family
even
now.
bring it up. We
I'm
shouldn't even
suggesting
bring it up.
what I'm suggesting is that if there's an issue with you not knowing what happened as far as this whole slavery thing, do your
Who said
genealogy on
that?
your family,
Who
do the
said
research
that?
on
Who's
your
saying
own
that?
personal
Obviously,
family
you're not
to
listening
find
to me.
out. Brother, can I finish my thought?
But you not. You saying
Research.
making a point that
Do
I didn't
your
even say.
research. Do your
I'm
research.
not finna research my family, and you're
Do
not
your
finna
I'm
tell me
not
to when
talking to
that
you,
was
brother.
the
I'm talking to
conversation.
whoever it applies to. If you have a
It don't
problem
apply to
with
nobody but
understand,
you.
if you want to make sure that that narrative that's currently out there as far as you being African and that you were enslaved, there should be documentation for you to prove your case. And if you can get that evidence via doing research on your own family, see what's documented, and see if that narrative that's out there about us being from Africa and slaves and all, see if it's true for you and your family. And if it is, the
Where
evidence
is
is
the
there. Then
documentation?
Because all parties are named, all law is specific. Hear me good. All law is specific. These narratives about black slavery and all this, they're all a bunch of smoke with no specifics at all. But when you go do the research, when you go digging, that's when you're going to find the details that you need to build a case. So if that did indeed happen
I'm gonna
to your
ask this
family,
again,
then you
brother.
would have the prima facie evidence via your research that you did on
What do
your
that
folks
got to
and
do
found the
with?
evidence you would have that prima facie evidence to prove your case.
Now,
All this
where's
other
the
stuff ain't
information
you
to
you
prove?
just talking a bunch of
All right,
crap.
all
You ain't
right. I'm
proving
just
nothing.
talking. Then I'm talking crap. Where's the
You ain't proving
information or
nothing.
the evidence to show?
That applies when it
All
comes to
right.
reparations as
God damn,
well.
these niggas don't
They're,
want to. Hey,
don't
y'all
use
get
that
triggered over
reparations
this
because
FBA
those
shit, bro.
families were able to prove how their specific families were affected by
No.
that. This ain't
Yes,
no
which was some shit
roundabout
that was,
thing that they making it
bro. That
about.
was some shit that
They
was
were
50
able
Hey,
to
years
let him
ago.
let him
prove
Now
their
let me
finish.
ask you.
Hey,
case.
Bobby, let him
Oh
finish,
Lord,
man.
go ahead.
They were
Let him finish.
able to prove their case. This is what happened. This is how they got the reparations. They were able to show how each and every one of their specific families were affected. They had the evidence to prove it. So the same thing would apply to these so-called wannabe African black niggas around here who ain't black or African at all, but you running with it. So now you're charged with doing the research and providing the evidence that you claimed happened to your folks. There has to be proof there then. You standing on it strong, so that means you got evidence to prove it. Come with that. Stop crying like a little bitch about all this, man. This all
All right.
law specific. When you bring your case, you better have all your ducks in a row. But you niggas already know that. That's why y'all make these fraudulent ass
Damn, you
arguments.
see how these niggas just filibuster, cuz this what you gonna do? Just let the
Man, bro,
nigga
let me
talk and
finish
talk,
saying
then
what I'm
call
saying
niggas out
because
his
you just
name.
sit up here and
But
gave
if
a
I
whole
get on this
soliloquy and
live,
putting words in my
motherfuckers gonna
mouth.
feel some type of way.
Man, I don't give a damn
Y'all
about
keep
how you feel.
y'all,
This the
y'all
truth,
keep
you
it
know, because
respectful, man.
Bro, I just
I've
told
been
you
sitting up here listening
50
to you
fucking
niggas call my
times
people
I wasn't
black this
talking
whole
about you,
time
bro.
after I
I
already
just
told
told
you
you
to
I wasn't
stop
talking
being
about you, cuz
disingenuous and
you
calling
is
my
black,
folks black.
nigga.
I've
Nah,
been
you
saying
black,
that.
nigga.
fellas,
So
fellas,
what?
You
fellas,
know what I'm
Black
saying?
ass nigga. Nigga
Bruh,
fellas,
we
triggered
ain't
off
finna
of
get
black.
me into
Nigga
that.
triggered off
I
everything.
just gave you that.
Bro, you
fellas,
black,
fellas.
cuz.
You
Hear
know
me
what I'm
out,
You
hear
saying?
me out,
black.
bro. Hold on.
No,
Deal
I'm
with
straight
it.
truth. I'm good. My
You a
bad.
black nigga.
I'm good,
Fellas,
man.
fellas, Bobby, hold on, man. Listen, that's what I'm saying. This is a touchy topic, man. Dude to come on the panel earlier, that nigga got triggered. A lot of niggas get triggered by black. A lot of niggas get triggered by African American. Some niggas get triggered by Aboriginal. But at the end of the day, everybody
But
got
these niggas
families,
get
man.
triggered by
Hold on, Bobby,
anything.
I got
Bunch
you.
of
I
emotional,
got you.
intelligent
Hold on,
ass.
bro. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Everybody has wants and needs, bro. Everybody got a family. So everybody wants to get the upper hand in a capitalistic society, bro. So I'm saying if the opportunity presented itself, and like I said, the government came out and said, hey, we're gonna give every so-called black family a $200,000 check. A nigga is gonna identify as black, African American, whatever title, whatever they got, they're gonna do whatever they gotta do, like we've been doing, bro. So niggas can save me with this whole fucking righteous, politically correctness shit, but I don't want to hear that because we've been doing what we had to do for a very long time. I watched my mom and dad do it.
And that's why
So-called
people
cheat the
still
system.
struggling, truth.
So-called cheat the
Why we
system.
can't get, if that's working and that's what it is, why can't our people come up off of doing that shit, man? We still ain't
I get what
came up. We still not coming up. That
right,
shit leaving
but
us in the dirt,
200,000.
bro.
Listen to me, Epic Studies. If they say, hey, we're gonna get this black family $300,000, that's enough money to buy land, to buy a house, to have your own shit, to get the so-called quote unquote get the upper hand. You see what I'm trying to say, bro?
But this the problem, G. We the ones that went through the Jim Crow shit, right? The American black people, the brown skinned people. No Africans, no other people but us. We went through the civil rights. We went through World War I, Vietnam. We've been here since the First War, Revolutionary War, right? Us. We've been here, right?
I
Now you
get
saying
that.
we've been putting it, hold on, we've been putting into this pot all this time. And anybody that is labeled black outside of us can get some of this pot that we've been putting in. And we should be
Hey,
okay with that as long as a black
hold on.
person gets it.
Hold on, I got you.
As long
This
as
is
you black,
a
No,
stepping.
you get
nobody
it.
said that.
Hold
Nobody
on, yeah.
said.
Hold on. I got almost 50
Nobody.
people in the chat. This is a stepping stone, a milestone for a small channel like mine, man. So salute to y'all. Salute to all the new people out there. And Root Word, man, bring your ass up here. I know you in the chat, man. Come on up here, man. I want to hear your opinion on this. But go ahead, whoever had the mic. Go ahead, take it, man. I
I'm
don't care
just
who
saying,
gets it,
you
man. Go ahead.
saying anybody labeled black, no matter where they from, get a part of this American pot. Because it ain't no world pot we draw from.
Nobody
We
saying
draw
that.
from our
Nobody
resources.
saying.
We draw from our money. We draw from our people,
Nobody
right?
saying.
But y'all get the benefit that we put in because you black.
Nobody saying that. Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
He did say that when he said, as long as you say you African American and the Africans over here say they African American and anybody over here say that they black can get it. That's what he said. And you agreed with it. And
You
I'm
got to be
saying,
able
no,
to
that's
show that
not
you got
right, bro. We
descendants of.
putting in the work to make America great. We did that. Just give us our recognition.
Right. I get that. I do.
Wait.
I get
How
what
did
you're
we
saying,
make
bro.
America great? I'm gonna ask you. How did we make America great? Was it
Before
ever a time
anyone
where we
got
were
here,
in
America
a
was
prisoner
great.
of war or
It's
servitude?
like go
Let
to
me ask you that.
the
Was
team to
it?
Michael
Was there
Jordan,
any
nigga,
prisoner of war or
and
servitude?
name your
Right? Is
team
there
that.
any prisoner? You say it's like going to get Michael Jordan. Okay, were we
Yeah,
ever
and
in
you got him
prisoner
on
of
your
war
team now.
or servitude? Where
You
they
got
went and
Mike
got
Johnson
Michael
on your
Jordan
team
from?
now.
Where did they went and get him from?
Bro, America. Where they come
And brought
from?
him
Where
to
the
where?
origin?
America?
Where the niggas come from? What are
So
you
they went
talking
and got
about?
niggas from
Where the
America.
real
So
niggas
they
come
got
from?
niggas from America and brought them to America. Bro, I can't tell.
Nah,
Because
I
I'm
ain't
sick
say
of
that.
niggas
You
keep
said
throwing
that.
this
I've been
where
telling
real
you,
niggas come
we
from.
been here, my nigga. I keep telling
But,
you that. We
all right,
been here.
I'm done, man. I'm done because it's like I'm talking to children at this point, man. You got it, cuz. Salute.
Excuse yourself. Go stand in the corner then.
This nigga want to
Yeah,
make
I'm
us
gonna let y'all do
immigrants.
y'all
That's what's
little
making me mad, bro.
echo.
We
I'm gonna
not
let the
immigrants.
echo chamber. I'm gonna let the
We got a
echo chamber
history of
take
being
over, man, because you niggas
misclassified,
getting
bro.
too triggered, man. For real, let the loudest niggas in the room go ahead and get that triggered Aboriginal love fest on. Go ahead,
Bro, this
man. Y'all hug
horrible
and kiss
I'm an
on each
history
other
American.
with
When you
that.
get done talking, that's
and
always been my position.
undocumented.
I'm
But
an
listen,
American
man.
and nothing
Listen.
else.
At the end of the day, man. At the end of the day, man. People been doing what they had to do, man. I get what you're saying. Y'all don't like the whole title of Black and African American, man. But if you think for 1 second, Niggas won't be switching to Pan African and say they Aboriginal for to be compensated, financially. It is what it is, bro. It's just common sense, bro.
And that's why I was trying to
Like
tell
common sense
you
to me, bro. I
before
ain't doing that shit.
dollar bills was
I'm
involved.
saying
We
every
were
study hold
wealthier.
on, country, right? You keep talking, bro. Every study you might not do it, but think about all the Aboriginals that would. Hold on, matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ask everybody something in the chat. Everybody that's listening in the chat right now, I know a lot of y'all don't like black, y'all don't like African American. But if the government came out tomorrow and said, hey, in order to get this $200,000 check for you and your family, you have to identify as black or African American for a week, for at least a week, to qualify for the check. Would you do it? Put a 1 in the chat if you would do it. Put a 2 in the chat if you wouldn't do it. That's how we're gonna do it. Niggas been lying to get government subsidies and to get checks and to get housing and shit like that.
I'm not denying that true, but what I'm saying is the ramifications of it, even generations later. Look at us, man. We still ain't came up off of still practicing that same kind of culture right there. That's why we down the way that we are, because we're willing to compromise our integrity.
Man, a nigga would identify as a mailbox to get 200 grand, bro. They say, hey man, identify as a mailbox.
I'm quite sure some will.
Hold on, most would.
Already. It didn't work. It got worse because now we not identified as the people that own this stuff. We misclassified, so we lost our identity. So we don't got. That's how they get to sell and do everything they doing, because they don't really own it, because we don't identify ourselves as the true people. That's all I'm saying.
Which disconnects us from the land.
We get recognized. What you talking about? Reparations, laws change, education change, everything change. Land ownership changes.
Bro, you country right, bro. Chill out. Calm down, bro. Calm down. Calm down.
I'm sorry.
You ain't gotta apologize to me. You're a grown man. I'm just saying, just calm down, bro. I know you're passionate about Aboriginal and being indigenous. I get it, bro. Because we don't have conversations before. But I'm saying, bro, at the end of the day, man, you mean to tell me somebody, if they say, hey, we'll give you $1 million worth of land, if they came to you right now and say, hey, country Ray, we got 1,000 acres of land for you, just identify as this is a form of reparations. We give you 1,000 acres of land for you and your family. As a matter of fact, to build a neighborhood. Would you do it? Just identify as African American or black, either one, either or. Would you do it,
man? If we ain't learned anything, we should have learned. Read the small print at the bottom of the contract, the one that you don't see that's tied to the contract.
Right.
What's like Pete Fan was saying? What's the ramification?
Minus the contract. Let's just say orally, or oral contract, minus a paper signing a signature.
What are you trying to get out of my? If I would take money and I ain't got to prove nothing.
Yes.
I ain't got to prove nothing. Just say it to you, and you gonna give it to me like the magic word African American, and money appears.
You're right.
And I can do whatever I want with the money. Start my own nation, city, whatever.
Precisely.
And I'm sovereign now. Does the money make me sovereign?
Right. The money makes you sovereign.
Yeah, you're right.
It makes you sovereign. Whatever you want.
Why not? Then that's my goal, to be sovereign. That's my goal.
So you said yes, you would then at that point in that situation, right?
All those stipulations that I got my negotiations attached to it, yeah. If I get my negotiation terms in there, yeah.
All right, cool. I'm muting up now.
Truth, you with the shit, man.
What you saying for studies, man?
You with the shit, man. I swear.
You see what you're typing?
Yeah, I do.
You said I ain't got to write it down. I ain't got to do nothing. Just say it. It ain't going to be recorded in history or nothing. I just say it and I get the money.
This is what I'm saying, because
there ain't no receipt.
But y'all are stuck in this hypothetical, bro. Y'all stuck in this hypothetical. We going away from the real issue. There are actual motherfuckers that are descendants of slaves that can trace back their ancestry. I don't know why we stuck on this.
Who are they?
African hypothetical.
Who are they?
Who are they? I mean, I'm one of them. I can trace my ancestry back to slavery from the time they brought us over on the boats.
Who you tracing back to?
Say that again?
Who do you trace back to?
Say that one more time.
Who do you trace back to?
Well, my bloodline goes well. I can trace all the way back to her name was Bruhilda Molinar,
Hold on,
and she
hold on, hold
lived
on.
on
Before
a.
we go there, hold on. I don't want to stop you. I don't want to stop you, Marky, the historian. But I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say one thing, bro. Before we go there, because a lot of niggas will get triggered by this, this conversation. But hold on, Country Ray. Hold on, bro. I'm not gonna negate the fact that you have African lineage or ancestry, bro. Because my twin brother's daughter, she's part African. Her mom is Nigerian, I think, and my brother, he's American. He's black, so-called black. He's indigenous, whatever you want to call it. And they had a baby together, so they would qualify her as part African, right? So I'm not gonna sit up here and tell nobody who they are not, bro. A lot of people are mixed, bro. I'm not negating that fact. But go ahead, man. I just want to let you know, bro. It can get hot in the kitchen, dealing with this conversation. But go ahead, man. You got it.
And fam, you don't even gotta tell me. You don't gotta tell me who your people is or whatever. All I'm saying is, well, that makes you whoever you say you are and whatever story you attach to, right? And I think it's a few of you and more of me. Average, what we're gonna call black people from America does not have no slave records. Never seen what a slave record looks like. Never seen a name on it. The average black person, if we had to go get reparations and we had to prove that we went through slavery, how would we do that? By just being black in America and be like, I gotta be a slave. I'm black in America. It has to be true. But do we think that they're gonna find the records for us?
Well, that's why I was making the point about it would have to be a civil process, and we would have to bring our own evidence to prove our case. Now, I did not say that every black person, because remember I made that point. Not every black person in America should get reparations, because, like I said about Obama and other people who are more descendants of immigrants that came from Africa in the 60s when they were doing student exchange programs and shit like that. So no, I don't think every person should get reparations. And if you're bringing a case of reparations, then yeah, you should have to prove your ancestry to the person that was abused or who was not paid for their labor, so you can get your damages. So yeah, I think that's common sense.
But
That
I'm
if you
saying
can't prove it, then no, you can't get reparations.
the average black person that I know, because I grew up in America, I grew up in the hood, I grew up in the suburbs, I grew up in the hood, I grew up in I move around, right? The average black person doesn't have slave records that were to prove anything. Like if you need the ID or you need some records to go get your ID, right? You need a birth certificate. So we got that. But to go get some reparations with some slavery, like what we hoping that they just voluntarily give it to us? Like that is not ever going to happen. It's never going to work because they can't prove it. Neither can we. So we're not getting reparations like that. What we want is sovereignty, bro. We want to be recognized as the us. We want to be recognized separate.
They
I
tried
want one of you African
project
niggas. Hold on, Marky. I want one of you African niggas to come up here and give an opinion. Either Shy Son or this nigga Not a Coincidence. Who else up in the chat? Even this nigga Root Word and Bobby Knight. You ran, nigga. Don't use Epic Studies as an excuse. You ran from the conversation. You got hot in the kitchen. Mr. Bobby Knight, you threw a chair like the coach and ran, nigga. But it's all gravy. You go ahead, my man. Go ahead.
What's crazy to me is all this pressure on us.
Brother. They gave us. They actually
African
tried
and
to
we ain't
give.
got no evidence. We didn't even make the claim. We never made the claim that we African. We never said that.
Well, I know I'm African. I know I can trace my bloodline back. But just quickly, brother, America tried this experiment of giving freed African American slaves their own land. It's called Liberia. Look at it. It's a literal crap hole.
Man, they done had a million discussions on big Aboriginal power. Everybody done had it, bro. That's still us. That's us. That's showing you us going there. Which we're saying we were going there.
No, but so my point, if you want a sovereign state, I mean, technically you already got it. You can go to Liberia.
America, bro, I don't want to go I'm already home. Like Jay-Z said, I'm already home.
But I'm saying, hey, Country Ray, listen, bro.
Well, then,
if the man is saying, hold on, Marky. If the man Marky is conveying to you, bro, that he has African lineage or African ancestry, you can't say, hey, man, you're not that. If you,
I did not say
you prove. Okay, I might have heard you. I might have.
I never said that.
No.
Okay, all right.
Did I say he?
So what's the argument then? Hold on. What's the argument? Hold on. Then what's the
If
fuss
you want
about?
to,
What's the argument about? What are y'all fussing
no,
about
no,
then?
no. I think he just misheard because I think we both laid out our ancestry. You're an Aboriginal, and I can draw my descent back from the time they brought us over on ships to St. Croix. But just quickly, well, if that were the case,
Yeah,
and
I'm trying to stay
you
on
are an
topic, Shot
actual
Time, man.
Aboriginal, and if you are an actual Aboriginal and you can draw your lineage back to some Native American tribes, I mean, you might have a case to go to court and say, well, Your Honor, my tribe needs a reservation, because I think that's a part of the
Bro,
Native
you can't
Americans
tell me what I want.
It's reparation. Hold on.
Hold on. You just said
Anybody?
you wanted a hold on. You just said you wanted a sovereign land.
Bro, I'm all right.
Right.
I'm home.
Anybody that's claiming, all right, you home. Anybody that's claiming indigenous or sovereignty or some type of aboriginal tribe, y'all shouldn't even be included in a reparation talk because reparations have already been laid out for y'all. Now it's up to you to
Yep.
identify yourself properly and go get your shit that's already on the books for you.
Exactly.
You ain't
There's a
even in
Native
this
American.
conversation.
There's a Native
It's shit
Americans.
out there for you already. So you doing yourself a disservice
Bro,
by
you
having all
saying
this
ain't
information about
nobody
your
in the
lineage.
I'm saying ain't
Time out.
nobody in the
Time
reparation
out.
conversation.
Time out. Don't worry about me.
Nobody is.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can't speak for me. You can only speak for yourself. So if you saying for yourself that's true, then you should be able to go with whatever information that you done research about your family bloodline and go show people that's already laid out your reparation plan that you are indigenous or a native or whatever you want to identify as and get your reparations, bro, right now for the indigenous people. They didn't already admitted they did atrocities to you and they
All right,
willing
this
to
is
give
my
y'all
problem. This is my
land,
problem.
tax exemptions, free
This is my
schooling,
problem, though.
all of that shit laid out for y'all.
But
This is
But
my
yeah,
problem. Let me
if
get
your
this out real
family,
quick.
if all your family is you believe or no, you
Can,
can draw your
can I tell you what
ancestry
I
back
would do
to
with the
Native Americans
information?
and Aborigines.
Can I tell you what I would do with the
Go
information?
ahead,
Can
brother.
I tell you what I'm gonna do with my information?
Go ahead.
Okay. So for one, by me saying if I'm recognized as an indigenous sovereign person from this land mass, that makes all other people that do not look like me immigrants. Everybody, right? There's also a history that is not documented, does not mean it's gone. Right? It's just it's like the multiverse. Which timeline
That's
you on?
wrong.
Where
Just
the
because
United States
everybody don't
government
look
is
like you.
running shit, or where the niggas is
Yeah,
running shit? What
well,
timeline?
just wait. When you said that everybody that don't look like you would not be indigenous, that's wrong, bro. You talking about a continent, a diverse continent that's
Yeah,
with the wildlife, the plant life, and the human
yeah,
life on here is
yeah,
just as diverse as everything else. So no, that'd be false,
yeah.
brother.
No, I'm saying that America is the land of Negro people, brown skin, copper colored people in different shades that they're all connected, right? It's not nothing outside that made them these different shades of brown. That is just how we come. There is no
Bro,
mixture, there is no admixture.
white people are a shade of brown, bro. Everybody is shades of brown. Everybody is shades of wheat. Just because they got a lighter shade of wheat that's all the way on the tan wheat side of the game, everybody is a shade of wheat, bro. All the way down to the darkest to
Okay,
the
but if
lightest.
you go first and you tell me already where you come from, I'm not arguing with you that you're European. I didn't say that about you. You said that. I'm going with you. You from Europe. You came over here, right? You said
Man,
that. I
fuck, man.
never
Listen,
said
listen,
that.
listen, country, right, man. Fuck all that shit, bro. Fuck who's from here, who's from there, man. The topic is reparations, man. I don't give a fuck if you are Aboriginal, you want to call yourself African American, Aboriginal, Indigenous motherfucker, black, stop sign, a Pepsi can, a motherfucking cup of water, man. The reparations is key, man. Nigga talking
But
Okay,
about,
hold on,
all
I'm
I'm
not
Tuzon.
gonna
saying
identify as
is,
Aboriginals,
that. I'm not
all
hold
I'm
gonna
on, real
saying
quick,
identify as
is,
Tuzon.
that. I won't get the fuck out of here.
Tuzon
That
though,
sounds like
Tuzon.
shit, man.
Aboriginals can't get it because they already got it. That's what I'm saying. If you claim
Yeah, there's
How
Aboriginal,
was that?
you
How was that?
already got reparations, bro.
exactly.
huh?
There's a
Because if you
process.
are, bro, listen, I'm about to tell you, natives in America, Aboriginals in America, that's in the Constitution, bro. That's already written down. What type of land they get, what type of
Which
tax exemptions
constitution?
they get with free schooling. Oh my God.
The
There's
But
only
Arizona
one
let,
Constitution
Constitution.
that I
let
know
me
of,
finish.
bro.
Let me finish.
Hey,
Go ahead.
true.
Go ahead.
you allow me to, let me
Go
answer
ahead.
your
Matter of
question
fact, I'm
when they
gonna
get
let
done.
the other cuz go. Go ahead.
No, I was
I never
just
got to
saying
answer
that
your question.
to agree with to agree with you, there is a process set up for Native Americans to, if they've had atrocities against them, there's an entire Indians Claims Commission that is a part of the Department of Justice. You can go to them and make your claims. If you and your family or your group of Aboriginals, if y'all consider yourselves to be a tribe, if y'all can draw back the historical continuity of your tribe, you can go to the federal government and or excuse me, you can go to court and say that our tribe needs to be recognized. And then a part of a settlement agreement or whatever the or whatever the judgment is, you and the federal government would then negotiate how much land y'all are gonna get, what are the boundaries of that land, what is the social
My
and
guy,
political
my
structures
guy.
that are gonna
I'm
hold
from
up
where
Let
that
him
you
finish.
land.
Let
don't
him
never
finish. Let
man
him
to
All,
your
finish.
culture.
no, yeah,
Let him
because no,
finish.
because that's part of
Go
sovereignty.
ahead.
You
Let
want to
him
be
finish. Go ahead, bro.
sovereign.
Go ahead.
All that
Go ahead.
shit is a part of that. And if
All right.
you, because like you said, if you want to be sovereign, you got to go through this shit. And there's a process in place for your people. Now, for black people who were fucking slaves, there is no process in place. There's none of that. There's no precedence for paying us our reparations at all whatsoever. That's all we're saying. And there is a process for our own people to do that. But it hasn't been traveled yet. If people, that's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
All right.
All
So
right,
now,
can
every
I
study.
say
You say you had a, hold on, Country Ray. Every study. You say you had a question for me. Then I give it to you, Country Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was saying
I'm
I
saying
had wanted to.
that'd be like, all right, you got a house.
Country Ray.
You got.
Bro, what the? Come on, man.
I thought he
Come on,
just.
bro. Hold on. Go ahead, every study.
No, I was just
Answer.
saying I had wanted to answer your question up there about reparations. It never got around to me to answer.
Man,
But I
you
was
got
gonna,
it, bro. The floor is yours. You got it. You can.
yeah, I'll make it
It's
quick.
yours.
I was just gonna say my answer is no, but I would say our people, are due restitution and restoration. Restoration involves making one whole again. Okay, it's not about compensating via monetary gain. And I think that's where reparations, if you will, I think that's that term. Just dealing with the term, I think that's where that lies at, monetary compensation. But I think what our people are due is much more profound than that. And that's why I say we're due restitution and restoration, the making of our people whole again. That means restoring unto us what is and has always been rightfully ours. And then from our perspective, from there, and it used to be like this, commonly known amongst our people. And for some of us, it still is, because we understand this thing universally, conceptually, that in reality, nobody actually owns the land and the resources. The only reason we're having these type of arguments because of the the political platform that's in place that gives us all the playing field. It's the only reason we're making those arguments. But outside of that, that's why I say no. That's why I say no.
So you saying you're opposed to reparations? So you saying like
But we're
we
due
handle your own? We're
restitution and
due. You're
restoration.
due. Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what you're saying. And,
So
who
so
wants to?
in the setup, so my bad, brother. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say who wants the mic next. I think it was Country Ray, and then you can have it, bro. Country Ray,
Yeah,
man.
I'll
Have some
get it out
decorum,
real
my
Uh,
nigga.
quick.
Listen, hold on, Country Ray. I'm gonna tell you one
Oh
time, bro.
man.
When other people are speaking, bro, let them get it out, bro. You tend to chime in too early when somebody else is speaking, bro, and that turns out that's like disaster waiting to happen. Cause a nigga gonna feel disrespect, like, bro, why you trying to talk while I'm talking, bro? You see what I'm trying to say, bro? You're a grown man. You know how to
Completely
decorum, bro.
understand. Completely understand. But when, all right, I'm off subject of what I want to say right now. When somebody's saying something that you already heard for years now, like they're saying something new, it'd be like, all right, bro, I know where you're going because it's cliche as hell what you saying. How to do this. You should go do this. I'm not talking about that. And y'all not hearing me. What sovereign mean is you don't need nobody's permission to be sovereign. I said recognize. Right? Our business is our business. We ain't got to go check in with somebody to fix.
That's
See,
permission.
now I'm getting cut off,
That's
right?
permission,
I'm
brother.
getting cut off.
Go
Let
ahead,
him
because
get
I
it
gotta
off,
cut you, because that's permission.
Bobby. Hold on. The same go for you, bro. You gotta let him get it off, man. Even if you don't agree with it, man, let the nigga finish, man. Cause then it's gonna turn into an argument. But go ahead, man. Go ahead, Country Ray. Then you got
Now,
it,
when I
Bobby.
came on, I was speaking of the blueprint that it still exists that made us wealthier than everybody else. That got cut off. Like, we don't want to go in the past. But I'm like, the past ain't that far in the past, bruh. What y'all talking about ain't ancient times, right? So all I'm saying is, you don't call another man to your house to fix anything in your house, right? When you got wife and kids, that's your responsibility. Why we keep talking about what they gonna give us, whatever, when we standing on it, right? That's all I'm saying. Like, we are being
Most
misclassified
people
and
call plumbers.
misidentified. Somebody else is acting like us. We're supposed to be giving out reparations. We're supposed to be giving out grants to people or letting them know if they can come over here. The sovereign indigenous nation here. You're supposed to be asking us, just because you're taking a back door and disrespecting our Constitution by keep bringing up the U.S. Constitution. That is not for us, no matter what it says.
But you gotta
There was a
wait.
constitution.
Now you
There was a
wait.
constitution that it influenced that one. You're not supposed to write a
Gotcha.
constitution over a constitution. They did that. So they keep getting to break all the rules, and y'all talking about how to fit. They broke
Man,
the
where's your damn plane, man?
Bro, well, right. Ain't no rules. There's no
American
rules for
land,
war,
bro.
bro. Them folks, right? Them folks came over here and stole and called and did war.
So they broke the rules. You
Ah,
gonna follow
damn.
their rules.
Country Ray, you like, and I mean, nah, I can't go along with the whole sovereign citizen thing. I hear what you're saying, and yes, that would make sense logically, but the reality is the Constitution, which we are currently under, that's the law of this land. So the original Constitution, that may have influenced that. I don't know, that document or that word to word telling it doesn't apply here. Like, if you want to start a business, nigga, you have to get a business license. You have to pay property tax. You have to pay taxes. So nah, like, you have to answer to somebody. And in the same way, if you want to start your own political structure and you want to be sovereign on your own land, you have to go through a process for that shit under this constitution. And that's just the reality. You can't
Hey,
just
hold on.
declare.
Listen.
Hold on. You can't just and I'll let you go. You can't just come out here and declare I am sovereign from the United States of America. You cannot you cannot put me under your jurisdiction or prosecute me. That's not reality.
Man, listen to this, man. Check this out. Edgar put it in the chat. You don't need reparations. You need to align with your universe. So the Galactic Federation, they cutting checks now. Make come on, man. Shut the fuck up, man.
I hate these
Bro,
niggas.
I'm saying
Hold on. The Pleiadians, the Reptilians, the motherfucking what's his name, Dr. Malachi
Man,
York shit, the New
y'all
Wapians, the
disrespectful.
motherfucking niggas from Planet Nibiru, the
Stardust
Cosmic
ass
Force,
niggas, man.
they gonna cut the checks. Shut the fuck up. Go ahead. Who want
Right,
to root word? I want to hear your
you
opinion.
niggas
I want to hear root word's
indigenous
opinion.
to the Galactic Federation. You niggas is indigenous to the Galactic Federation, not Earth. So whatever coming to you niggas is coming from planet Xenu, nigga. Why y'all shouldn't even be worried about what Earthlings got on? Y'all from Sumerians, Sumatrians, and all that shit. Whatever the fuck that shit is, get it from Nimrod.
Bobby, I don't appreciate you trolling me
there's the
earlier either,
Iroquois
bro. I know that
Constitution.
what
That's
your
all
ass
I'm
were
saying.
doing,
Salute
It
to
ain't nothing
Truth.
left. It
motherfucker.
Thanks
ain't
for
nothing
having me
left.
up. Salute to the panel, Bobby,
Yeah,
Epic,
I want to hear root
everybody
word.
else
Root
that's
word,
up
go ahead.
here. Oh no, I'm just saying salute, man. It's a good topic, man. I swear to God,
No,
y'all
that's
been
what I'm saying.
building. I'm glad
I want to
topic.
hear your thoughts.
Bobby been calming down. He ready to flip it.
Root don't come
But
up
I
here with
gotta
that dumb
chill.
shit, bro.
He said they from Zar.
Root
They from
word.
Planet
These
Zar.
niggas know they can't handle me, root word. You know they can't handle me. That's why they keep ducking these questions, because they simple questions, but the answer ain't gonna be exactly how they like it. So they just duck it.
I think y'all having a
Ask
good
your
one though,
question
Bobby. I
again,
feel you. I
then,
just
Bobby.
think
Now.
that
Ask
since
your question again.
DEI and that American aid, and since we know every country that done lost the war, American taxpayers done paid them. I don't know about the slaves, like my brother said. I don't know about the slave getting reparations, but I think a lot of our grandparents, I mean, I said grandparents, a lot of our people in the late 1800s, middle 1800s, they was in that Civil War, and I think that's where war reparations started. But I digress, man.
Well, for anybody, I would say this: if the slave narrative does apply to your family, and you just so happen to find it's a needle in the haystack, You know what I'm saying? If it's there, but and you just so happen to find some documentation that heard it, you know what I'm saying? Especially documentation that um, that shows your family or your folks were slaves after 1863, then you have prima facie evidence right there. Because prior to 1863, slavery hadn't been abolished. It wasn't legal, if you will, either. It wasn't illegal either, though, because simply put, there were no laws in place forbidding it. That and then you got to understand, prior to 1863, prior to the abolishment of slavery, right? It was forced servitude, and the slaves, people under forced servitude, okay, they were counted as property and were not enumerated because they were property. So the only way you will find out is from the records that were personally kept by the so-called slave master.
But
So
whether you was a slave,
I just want
whether
to
you
put
was
that out
Aboriginal,
because this narrative is floating around and nobody's putting a timeline to. Oh, my folks were enslaved. I found a document back in 1890 that this census and this, that, and the third, but it was after 1863 when slavery had been abolished. You really believe that?
whether you was a slave or not.
I'm just saying. Think about it, man.
Well,
I am. I'm just saying whether you
it's
was
the
a
whole
slave or
Not
not.
you
connection.
personally, anybody. You know what I'm saying? Anybody. It's simple.
Okay, I'm thinking
No,
about it. I'm
I
just
hear
saying
you,
whether
brother.
you was a slave or not,
Yeah, go ahead.
whether you was Aboriginal or not. In 1860s, all of our people was worn around this motherfucker. Whether you was an Indian worn, whether you was in that Civil War, slaves and all. That's all you got to do. Now they've been tricking us for I don't know how many years talking about this slave shit and taking you off the land. Whether you are a slave or not, whether you are Aboriginal or not, the way everybody else get their money in reparations is called war reparations. And I digress.
Now, what you do find, though, after 1863, after the abolishment of slavery, which it was, I think, ratified officially December of that year, what you will find is mostly the documentation would read indentured servitude. But indentured servitude is not illegal. And it denotes a contract that's in place, not slavery. Slavery is forced servitude. Forced.
Whether it's slavery,
Okay.
whether it's indentured servitude, whether you an Indian, a Moor, a Hebrew, Christian, from the galactic fucking planet of blacks. If you was over in this motherfucker in the middle 1800s and you look like any one of us up here, your family was in the war, bro. And that's what reparations is deserved, them war reparations that everybody get. And I digress.
Did your family get war reparations?
The thing is called, do so-called black people deserve reparations? So I'm saying whether you was an indentured servant, black, a slave, black, an aboriginal, black. From the 1800s, we deserve them reparations because all of our family went to a war in this land. Unless you can rebut that.
But you
What
pay.
war was that?
But for are you talking about for the Civil War onwards?
Civil War, Indian wars, because
soldiers,
everybody had wars over here,
yeah,
and they get reparations. That's I'm gonna land my plane. That's how the J word people got their stuff. Ukraine got their stuff. Laos, Korea. I mean, I could just go, the list goes on. How many people get war reparations? So if we connect our people to these wars, the Indians and the slaves, no separation there.
Well,
I
I just say I don't know if we could get I don't know if we could get reparations for that because even if we were being paid $10 to the white soldiers, $13, still we were being paid. You know what I'm saying? And we were afforded all the necessities and supplies under the Articles of War. So, like, I don't know how we would get reparations for anything in there, unless maybe you could make the case that, well, our ability to be promoted to captain and made, like, there wasn't a black major until the 1890s.
Who lost that war, sir? Who lost that war? Who lost the war?
The South.
So
in
war laws, sir, in war laws, anybody that could take their family, according to you, down south, deserves war reparations because they lost, and the winning country builds back up the losing country.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that would apply for a civil war because we reunified the country. So, I mean, maybe it could be. I'm not disagreeing with you, man. Maybe
Can I
you could
jump
make
in
a
when
case
you
that
say
the
that?
I'm no
Confederate
disrespect.
States.
No disrespect. I don't think nobody can. Man, I'm on some cocky shit. None of y'all can because y'all gonna talk some slavery shit. What we can't and can't, and I'm putting it right to what everybody get reparations for. You can't rebut this shit.
All
I
right, let
rush.
me throw
I
this
mean,
in there
I
real,
think you
real
can.
quick.
Y'all
Let
niggas
me throw
can't.
something.
There's a case and there's I just like to look at things from both sides and all perspectives. That's it. Well, not all perspectives. I ain't looking at shit from the white perspective. Like hell no. But I was just saying I don't know if that's as strong a case for reparations than literal slavery. Because yes, you can make the case. Well, it was legal at the time in the Confederate States, but that's the case that those corporations, like I said, the banks, J.P. Morgan, the universities, Harvard, all the Ivy League schools, that's the case that they can make. That was a legal form of labor that they used to build up their schools, and that J.P. Morgan had the right to repossess slaves whose owners couldn't pay the fucking loans. So all of that can be made in a court of law. Just because there's no precedence or hasn't been done yet doesn't mean the case can be made.
Can I jump
Rather,
in
But I'm
real quick?
saying in order for the case
you
to be made, you need
keep
evidence.
saying that it's the slave, whether you say it's an indentured servant, whether you take these motherfuckers to the galactical goddamn it, the galactical goddamn it planet in the 1800s, there was a war over here. So quit talking about slavery and talk about the war that was going on over here with the slaves, with indentured servants, and with the indigenous. And that's what reparations mean. So I don't care where y'all take this story to, it's going to come right back to this truth. Yes, we can get it through war reparations. And I digress.
All right, let me throw this in there real quick, Root. All right, I'm
Root,
speaking
you with
on
it.
the towns like Eatonville, Florida, Boley, Mound Bayou, Mississippi, Rosewood, Islandsworth, Nicodemus, Kansas, Seneca Village, and so on. Right? There's a narrative that's not being told, but we were the capitalists. We were the ones that were leaving generational wealth. Right? What happened to these towns? Where they were bombed, flooded, roads were taken away from them, so that they would purposely diminish, and they're not spoken about in history because there's another narrative as to why were they the capitalists, why were they the industry, why were they selling jam and peanut butter and whatever that the other immigrants didn't have no idea how to make business with, right? There's a whole nother story that's leading up to these Black Wall Street being all of America,
Man,
owned by
hold on.
Black people,
Right.
right?
I got
So
a
the
question.
reparations that I'm talking about is coming from what we're owed for real.
Hold on.
Generational wealth, ours. Land,
I got
ours. Go
I
ahead,
got a
go ahead,
question.
go
Hey,
ahead.
Root word. I got a question for you, bro. I know you're a transparent nigga, man, and you don't
Now
mind
that I
speaking
can
your
agree with
mind.
1,000%. I do think
Don't.
that.
I know you're gonna give it to me raw, bro. Hey, Root word. Mute your mic, nigga.
I hear you, brother.
Listen. This nigga Country Ray. This nigga. And there's a few other niggas in the chat, like Chief, Big Chief. These niggas holler if they have to identify as black or African American, they won't accept the reparations check. I'm asking you, if they told you, hey, Root words, in order to get this $500,000 check for you and your family, you got to identify as an African booty scratcher, a black nigga. Would you identify? What would you do in that situation?
I'll identify as anything.
You put the dashiki on.
I identify as anything. Now I don't know about touching me or doing no weird shit, but you said all I gotta do is identify as this, and I'm getting my money.
Would you identify
mine is
as
the
a
weird.
black
Hold
woman?
on. Mine is the weirdo shit.
True zone. I didn't say just black. I said I would identify with anything as long as it's the truth and we get our money. Anything. I digress.
Cool.
What if they say you gotta identify as a black woman for that
I'm
black
saying they
woman
already
supplement?
I
told us
said
we
I
had
would
to.
identify with anything. I know what I am, and I know what type of game they're pushing on us, so-called black people.
They identified us as Indian. That didn't work. They identified us as black. That didn't work. They identified us as colored. That didn't work. They identified us as none of these misnomers are going to help us.
But at the end of the day, Country Ray.
It's come
But
about
hold
us
on.
not.
But at the end of the
Can I
day,
just
I
say
got
this real
Country
quick,
Ray.
Sam? Let me get this
Hold
out.
on.
Hey, real quick, man, I'll tell you this real on. None of them identities came with money. That's the problem. If niggas would have got identified as African Americans with a paycheck, we would have been good.
Why you don't think they told them they was gonna get money for doing
We'd have
that?
been good, Bobby. I swear we'd have been good.
You think they told them they were gonna lose their land? They told them that was the right
I think
thing
the
to
problem,
do.
bro.
So later
Bro,
on
listen.
now, when niggas is like, where your documents at that say y'all American? Oh, that's what came with
Time out.
signing
Time
this
out.
paper.
Time out. The original American sovereignty you talking about comes with no documentation. So anytime y'all have these conversations, it kind of throw me. It kind of throw me when y'all talk about documentation. But then y'all say we was the original people. Them folks wasn't dealing with documentation. Y'all talking about original constitutions and all of
Ain't
this
it
shit,
funny that we
bro.
don't have
Wait.
documentation and they weren't
Let me
dealing with
finish, cuz.
documentation?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah,
If
he
you
giving you
keep
the
on
principle.
applying that, right? If you keep applying that and you keep saying that's the statement that you're standing on, it should be no problem for you. You as a person that identify or anybody that identifies Aboriginal or Aboriginal to this land to go right now and get reparations. That's all we saying. Nigga, they done already designated that you deserve reparations. The Aboriginal people here, they said that. And you arguing with me about documentation and saying that you got it? Well, what the fuck you arguing with me for,
No,
nigga?
bro,
You should
I'm
be
not
going to get
arguing
your
with you
paper.
like that. I'm telling you that documentation was created to
hold
displace me.
on. Let me get this though, because Country Ray, he ain't gonna let me get off, because listen, bro. Country Ray admitted out his own mouth. He said, "Hey," I asked him. I said, "Hey, bro, if they told you that you can be sovereign, you can have it your way, all of the fucking all of the positives, would you identify is any of these misnomers?" He said, "Yes, as long as he can have it his way, an oral
Bro, it was
contract."
not that easy, bro. We had a long
No, but you
discussion,
still
and then
said
we got to that point.
but you still agree that you would do it.
If I
So
had to
niggas
say
convince me
it
with
and
this.
not write it, I didn't have to sign my signature. I just tell you that. I said that. All I got to do is say it.
And that's
It's
what I
not gonna
said, an
get
oral
documented.
contract. Yes, you
We not
agreed to that.
documenting this. We not documenting. It's about to be illegal as hell. We not documenting this.
But you
Not
still
putting me down as an
but you
African. You're
still
never gonna
compromise
do
your
that.
integrity by telling a lie, especially about who you are. That's where you compromised it. I'm just saying, bro. That's where you compromised yourself at when you agreed.
Y'all niggas caught up in identities, man. Y'all caught up in identities over taking care of your fucking family, man.
Bro, they
make
hit
sure
us with the
the next
identity.
generation is cool.
We gonna take care of our family.
Hey, real quick, Tuzon.
Identity.
I think
you
this type
can't
of
feed.
no, real quick,
Hold
Tuzon.
on. 2 seconds. You can't feed your fucking family off of an identity, bro. Come on, man. Go ahead, bro. You got it. Go ahead, man.
You can't feed your family
What
with them
belly?
dollars
Hey,
either.
what DMX? What DMX? Guess you can. Hold on, wait a minute. That's a lie. Nigga said you can't feed your family with the dollars. Hold on, let me say this.
Ain't nobody
DMX
eating
said,
dollars,
"Yo,
my guy."
baby." Time out, bro. Listen, we dealing within this system right now. This system.
The
We
land is
not.
still there for you to till and plant
Oh
and get
my God, bro.
without money.
Hey, True Zone, you said the realest shit.
Bro,
And that's
listen
why
to
I've been
what I'm
backing up a
saying.
little bit, man. This shit will not feed
Who
your
is
family,
tilling
my
their
nigga.
land right now?
Gotta respect
Right,
that,
these
brother.
niggas ain't feed. Bro, books on, bro, what DMX
How do you
said in
think them grocery
Belly?
stores
Your baby
they
can't,
getting it from the
bro,
farmers who
your
till the
baby
land?
can't eat your book. Bro, a farmer, farming is some new school, shit. You talking about what the
Bro, that's
natives did?
agriculture. What do you
Bro,
call
you,
that?
okay.
Agriculture
Let
is
me finish
ancient.
saying what I'm saying.
Agriculture is ancient.
Then. Let me finish. No, foresting and going out and collective and all of that shit is ancient. All these new industrialized farms and all this shit, that ain't
Ain't say
ancient.
nothing about
And
an
when niggas get on here,
industrialized farm.
hold on. But
What's
that's how
stopping you
most
from
niggas
going
eating
outside,
today.
planting you a seed and
Bro,
growing you some food?
I'm
Nothing.
gonna tell you why. Because most of the seeds come from
Hey, Epic, just
Monsanto.
letting land his
Most of
plane.
your seeds
Damn.
come from yeah,
Well, then
nigga
get
won't
you
let me
some that
land
don't come
shit.
from them.
Bro, come on, man, because you gonna run me all the way to some
No,
place
because
where
you're trying to
you
That's
run
ain't
what
me
he
doing it
over.
trying to
right
do,
now.
Bobby, man.
No,
God
Bobby.
True
damn,
Zone
nigga, let
having a
me
good
finish my
bill,
statement.
man. Come
Oh,
on,
you
y'all,
niggas
man.
crazy. Hey, choose
Damn,
on.
man.
Hey, choose on. This what happened every time. Then when I get the spazzing on these niggas,
Nah,
niggas
I
say
swear,
I'm the one
Bobby
that's doing
trying
it.
around this
But
bitch.
nigga ain't. But nigga, I'm trying so hard to show decorum, but niggas
Listen,
just don't like that I'm
listen,
shooting holes in they stupid
listen.
ass arguments, so they gonna
We
keep on
reforming
stepping
around
over
this
me, cuz.
motherfucker, True.
Everybody,
We
man.
trying to reform over here,
Gentlemen,
True.
fellas. Hold on, Rude Word. All right, Bobby, you go ahead and get it, and then after you epic studies, you got it, man. Just let him get it, bro. No matter what anybody says, man.
No.
You can agree to disagree.
I want Cuz. No, wait. I want Cuz to go. Because that way I know if he talk, then I can say what I gotta say. So let him go. Since his
Epic
daddy.
Studies, you got it, bro. You got it, bro. And then you got it after him, Bobby. Go ahead, Epic Studies,
I
bro.
like that, Bobby.
Oh, it was on me.
Yeah, you got a big dog. Go ahead, Epic Studies. You got
Yeah,
it.
like,
And then
but
it's
like
yours,
I was
Bobby.
telling you, bro.
No, hold
you know,
on. Nobody interrupt Epic Studies, man. Let him get it off, and then Bobby, you next. Go ahead, bro.
like I was saying, agriculture that's ancient. That's ancient technology. There's this and what he used the term industrialized farming and all of that. No, what I'm talking about in principle, when I'm talking about farming and agriculture in principle, well, you can literally go out and use the land to plant your seed and bring you a harvest. Now, I ain't talking about doing business with Monsanto to get seeds, this, that, and the third. Last I checked, food still does grow from the ground. And any of the food that you get from naturally from the ground, it grows naturally here. A seed comes with it. There are pear trees, apple trees that still grow. You don't have to depend on a grocery store. You don't. That's a choice because you choose not to, grow your own food. You see what I'm saying? To some people, they're saying, "Oh man, that's old school, this, that, and third." But yeah, when let's say if this society or is it this institutionalization or this industrialization thing wasn't in place, how would you feed yourself if there were no grocery stores? How would you feed yourself? You would have to go back to the ancient technology of your ancient foremothers and forefathers, which is agriculture, which is how we grew the food, and this is how we fed the world and still do to this day. I yield.
Okay. Today, we deal with industrial agriculture. In the time immemorial, at best, you was dealing with a slightly upgrade from garden. Today, it's very few individuals outside of people that got their own farms that either know how to farm or can sustain a two-person family on just farming and gardening alone. Two people. Now, when you get to talk about children and eating and all of that, bro, you talking about processing grains. See, when niggas talk about just growing shit and eating it, I think they fail to realize niggas eat flour. That's go through it. That's a process. Niggas gotta get the wheat and the bread and all of that. That's another process. What about the niggas that eat flesh and animals and shit? Now you got to throw hunting into the process. Now you got to throw meat curing into the process. Now you got to throw storage processes into the process with the meat. Now you got to make sure that you don't over-till the land. That way you can have another harvest the next year. Do motherfuckers even know about that? Over farming, finding another area where you can plant seeds that so you won't overgrow that area. Knowing what to
Then
plant,
you got to
that
make
way the
sure the
root
dirt
systems
right.
won't get. That the dirt gotta be proper. You feel what I'm saying, Root? You just can't plant shit everywhere. That's all. I'm like when niggas say, "Oh, why don't motherfuckers just grow shit?" I've yet to meet the person on any one of these panels. I've yet to meet the person that's on any one of these panels that's completely independent from a grocery store or a market or anything where they gotta go take them little greenbacks to get some extra food or provisions. I've not met one motherfucker. Even the farmers I know still got to go to town and get sugar and bullshit.
But I spoke of the three
I digress.
sisters. The three
Again, it's
sisters I
all a
told you about:
choice.
corn,
It's all a
bean,
choice.
and squash. Right? These things fertilize the soil. They do multitude of things. It's a science that we were on when it came to agriculture. We didn't need money. We was growing food in abundance, right? And I'm telling you, like you saying, you'd rather go to work for 8 hours a day for money than turn wheat into flour. That's what you choose with your time.
Right.
If that was our people and we not
Um,
working for money, that's not a job. That's our life. That's our livelihood.
But
That's
this is what I'm saying. I think that's what you're doing with your time, brother. So don't say me. I don't.
Bro,
I
I'm
believe
not
that
talking
you work
about
a
you. I'm
job
saying
and go to
anybody in
groceries.
general. You rather go to work for money than
No,
learn the
don't
skills.
say
Learn the
me.
skills that
Don't say me.
sustain your
Say
life.
yourself, brother. But
I'm
don't
not
say me.
talking
Say
about you.
yourself.
I'm talking about in general. People
No,
got jobs, right? They get
no.
paychecks.
But in general,
That's
do you got a
common.
job and get a paycheck?
Bro, I got my own business. I'm talking about people in general. Like you
Okay,
trying
so
to
you work
decide
a
what's
job and
really
get a
going on.
paycheck. So you
Bro,
work a job
listen.
and get a paycheck, nigga.
Bro,
What are you talking
I
about?
can get paid in Bitcoin. I can get paid in flower seeds. It's my business. I choose to trade what I want to trade.
But
Ain't
hold
no
on, hold on. You
motherfucker. When
can't.
the
But hold
last
on,
time you
brother.
got flower seeds, nigga? Nobody
Bro,
gave you
I'm
no fucking
telling
flower
you, I
seeds.
can do
Yeah,
whatever I
but
want to
brother,
do. You
hold on,
not
hold on, hold on.
You can't.
you not
You
listening.
can't.
It's my
No,
Hey
you
man,
situation.
whether
can't.
you got a business or
It's
not, you're
something
not
that I
farming,
need.
bro.
It's something that
No,
I
A
you
need.
farming,
can't,
like an
brother.
employer and an employee, still works every day, bro. You're
Right.
not
He
farming, bro.
talking about
Yeah,
farming. He
hold
not
on, hold on.
farming
Even if you
nowhere.
wanted to own a farm and okay,
I
you
did not
lived
know
off the
plumbing.
farm, you'd
I
still have to
plumb
pay.
every
You'd
day.
still
I
want to.
learn plumbing. So if I don't know
Yes,
farming, all I
yes.
got to do is farm every day. Learn
You don't.
farming.
That's a farm.
What?
Nigga talk about farming
Hold on.
like it's some shit like it's drinking water, nigga. Farming is some shit like being a mechanic, nigga. That ain't no
Yeah,
shit
it's a
you pick up
science.
overnight. Right.
You gotta have
That shit
Farming is
probably
like
practice.
being
harder
a
than being a
mechanic,
You're
mechanic.
gonna
nigga.
get told to
That
fucking
shit
Way,
probably
farm.
way
harder than
harder
being a
than being
You're
a
mechanic,
gonna
because
have
mechanic.
animals. You
you
gotta
gotta be on
grow.
tune with the
Thank
sun.
you.
Look what what's the name put on the screen.
No, I just killed 5 of my plants not being on tune with the sun, bro. Hurt my
Right.
feelings.
Look at
Just
this.
killed them. Just not being in tune with the sun.
Can y'all hear me?
Burned them
Mic
all the
check.
way up.
Mic check. Can y'all hear me?
My fault.
Can
Yeah,
y'all
we
hear
can hear
me?
you. My fault, brother.
All right, cool.
My
Yeah,
fault.
look. You good, bro. Look what Navi put on in the chat on the screen. She said, "Why y'all BSing? You know, $200,000 will make a difference in your family." That's what I've been trying to say all along, man. A nigga, you can't feed your family off identity. And Root Word, you made a good point. You said what that nigga did makes tell Nas, you can't feed your family with no books, my nigga. So 200,000 will make a substantial
Nah, I said
difference.
that,
You can buy
nigga.
land. Nigga can do a plethora of different things with that
Bro, you're going to
200,000.
go broke. And you're going to be in a worse situation
You're gonna
by
go
them
broke.
taking
Oh
your
man,
money.
you would
You're
tell.
going to go broke,
No,
bro.
he's
You
speaking
think
You're
you
from
got
a
gonna
people
go,
taking your
bro.
financial.
money and they messed up, bro?
What's
Bro,
wrong with this
you
nigga,
you
man?
need
If you don't
answers
have
so
the
you have to go
knowledge, hold
buy
on. If you
something.
don't have the knowledge or experience dealing with that amount of money, you might run out of that bitch in the
Bro,
next
how
10
many people
years.
got the knowledge? If y'all need 200,000, because you need somebody to give it to you, how many people got the experience of $200,000? If you need somebody to give it to you, so what you talking
Nobody is
about,
giving it to us. It's called reparations. What we deserve,
bro?
like the
Y'all
Jews
never
got.
had $200,000, but you want it.
Bro, I don't know how like
You don't know how
100.
to get it. You don't know how to get
Bro,
it already,
bro, do we deserve reparations or not? Like everybody else
I
got
mean,
through war.
bro. What fam said, we deserve restoration. Just give us back what's ours.
If
man,
they
whatever fucking
restored his
word y'all want to call
land,
it, we deserve damages. How about that?
As prisoners of war.
yes,
Sure.
For sure. As prisoners of war. We got every
that's
attribute of
reparations.
a prisoner of war. Shit getting bombed on. We getting moved around. We getting misclassified. Every attribute that a prisoner of war go through.
So you don't think we should get no money for that?
I didn't say it. He said, should we get reparations? I'm talking about Black Wall Street, the money that we
Bro, that's
had, the shit.
reparations is war reparations.
They bombed us and flooded us, bro. What else
They
you
don't
think
War!
want
was
to.
going to happen?
They don't want to let them go.
There was a
They don't.
war
They can't see
on
their
us.
life or themselves outside of being
War
enslaved.
Man,
reparations. Do you
all
think
these
we
niggas talking
deserve
about
I
200,000
war?
think
ain't
I
shit, bro.
think
I'ma
if you
ask Epic Studies and my brother under him.
They
Do
can't
y'all
see.
think that we deserve war reparations?
No,
Why?
because that's some shit you just made up, man.
War reparations came to the Jews, it came to South Korea, it went to Laos, it went to goddamn it, Japan, it went to Mexico, it went to
That's
motherfucking
the
Haiti, it
but
went to
the
motherfucking
difference
let me land my
we
plane, it went to Germany, it went to motherfucking Ukraine, it went to
this
Iraq, it went to Afghanistan, it even went to motherfucking Laos, bro. Every
listen, you
country
can make
America
that
has entered.
case. You can make
But
So
that
I'm
case
why
if you
asking
wanted
you if
to,
would we
but
everybody
send
else,
our
Epic,
money to them?
uh huh.
Epic, I'm gonna
Yeah,
ask you one more time. If
I'm
since
listening.
everybody get war reparations, which means you lose a war, the next person give you money and build your country back up. You don't think we deserve money and our country built back up?
That is contingent upon you being able to prove your case as it pertains to you. Because if any reparations was ever paid out to anybody, okay, they were able to prove their case with evidence to prove that it affected them, happened to them in whatever way.
Epic Studies.
Okay,
Is it
that's
proof
what I'm
that
saying.
everybody?
If you can
Is
prove it,
it proof
then
that everybody that was in America in the 1800s was in the war, or at least half of them?
I wasn't there. I don't know who was
What
all
I'm
at war. I
saying is,
wasn't
where are
there.
they getting the money from to pay these people? That's
I
our
wasn't there.
money. That's
I'm
our
I'm gonna
just,
say it
I'm
money.
one
just,
more
I'm just
Paying
going
time. Do
off
y'all
the
think
evidence.
we
every
deserve these
fucking
I'm
month.
reparations,
just
whether it's from
applying.
our money, their
I'm just
money?
applying the legal principle to it.
That's
That's all.
our
Because that's
government
the thing. It won't escape.
paying other
It won't.
people.
it can't escape scrutiny, especially legal scrutiny. It won't escape that
Epic
because
studies.
all
If I
laws.
could prove
Listen, bro.
my family
All
was in the
laws
war,
specific.
epic studies. Not a coincidence did my fucking genealogy. I never did it because I asked my grandma where we was, and she took me 2 generations before. Not a seed did my lineage and said in Kentucky, my great-great-grandfather went to the Civil War. I don't know if he was a slave. I don't know if he was Aboriginal. But do you think that war person should get reparations if I could prove that he was in the war?
I mean, why would you? If he was a soldier for the Union,
Epic
he was probably
studies.
getting paid.
I'm asking Epic Studies a simple question since he said, you got to prove this shit. Bro, I didn't even prove it. Not a coincidence proved my people was in the war. So since
then
I
do this
got
then.
proof my
Well,
people
take
was in
that.
the war, should I get war reparations, Epics?
What I would say is take that documentation as your evidence and present your case before a court of law and see what the outcome would be for that.
I'm
That's
going to
what I
say
would say
no
to you.
Because there's no
man,
there's
y'all
no
not going to get
wild,
evidence for
man.
reparations
that.
because you haven't got them, but somebody else got them, and they don't plan on giving them to you for nothing. You come
For
up
none,
with
because it's
they
a
giving your
narrative.
money.
That's
They
why
going
they
to start
dance around
wars.
it.
Listen, they going to start wars from where
Bro,
they
why
come
did you
from.
just say, Ray, Sunfire, that we don't deserve it? Now you're saying we're not going to get it because they give it to everybody. So since they've been giving all of our money to everybody, you don't think we deserve it?
Bro, it ain't about that. It's about what's
Bro,
really
do you
going to
think we
happen.
deserve it or not? Since you said everybody is getting our money.
He trolling, man. Let him.
Can I get
Nah,
in there?
you and Epic is trolling and I'm
Hold on,
catching y'all
brother.
in your own words, bro. Whatever
I
y'all
ain't
say,
catching
I put a
nothing, bro.
subject
I'm
on it.
telling
Just
you
like
the
Epic
truth.
Study said, well, you got to prove that your family was in this. I said, look, bro, not a
You gonna
C
get
prove my family was in the war. Now this nigga son Ray talking about blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, look, everything
What
y'all say, I just turn it
if
around on
you
y'all, bro.
think that he was wronged in any kind of way or disadvantaged?
This
Take
nigga
that
Ray
evidence to
Sunfire just
court.
got an attitude and said, oh man,
Take that
y'all ain't
evidence to
supposed to,
court.
y'all ain't supposed to get this money. Y'all ain't gonna get this money because they give it to all the countries. They're not gonna give you this money. That's not the
If he was,
conversation. The
if he was,
conversation,
if
should
he
we
was
get it?
wronged or
Why we
illegally
gonna have a question that
disadvantaged,
we can't? It ain't
Listen,
then what you
fellas,
can
man,
do is
fellas,
take
fellas. Hold on,
that
hold on,
evidence to
Country, hold on,
court.
fellas, man. Listen, man. Listen, bro. And I say this with all respect, man. Some niggas just be too goddamn religious with their idealism, bro. Niggas like turn the other cheek to them reparation checks, or restoration checks. Turn the other cheek, nigga. Boycott them checks. Let's just say hypothetically, if it did happen tomorrow, these niggas like Country Ray gonna be boycotting it. Oh man, I'm indigenous, man. I'm standing on
You
myself
can't
right.
say that about me, True.
I'm a
Come on,
religious
man.
nigga. Turn the check down.
Bro, you
No,
can't
nigga,
say nothing
you
you
sit there,
saying
you say,
about
bro.
me, True.
Can I
You
just
say
say
I'm
what?
something to the
telling
brother
you
words?
that
To brother
they
root
have
words.
That's
stole
some
our
religious ass
identity.
niggas,
They
man. Hold
stole
on,
our
no, listen, I
identity.
say with all respect.
Then
That's some
They
again,
religious
took our
niggas,
money
man.
from
context.
Black Wall Street, Greenwood. There
Man,
was a
listen,
lot
brother,
of
hold on, bro.
money
Hold on.
there.
Let me mute you up what I'm saying is, bro. You sound like a religious nigga, man.
My good bro, I'm not religious, bro. You keep tripping. Y'all not listening. We were the capitalists. We had the banks. We were the government. I'm telling you this. We
But
got
you just
bombed
said,
on,
bro,
right? This is not
you
that
just
long
plainly
ago.
said, brother, you just plainly
These are
said that
facts.
we don't deserve reparations. We deserve restitutions.
Bro,
Then you
listen
changed it
to
up
what
and
I'm
said, bro,
saying.
then you changed it up and said that we're not going to get it. They're not going to give it to us because they give it to all other countries. So
Bro,
back
I
to the
don't
main
roll like
statement.
that, Fruit,
So I'm
and
gonna
I'm in
ask you one more
Ohio
time,
now.
brother. I'm gonna ask you one more time, according to your words. Do you think we deserve reparations because everybody else got it from our money?
And I'm saying my
Bro, answer
brain
the question.
my processor
Root, stop
crashes when
trolling,
you
man.
ask
You
me
asking the
dumbass
question.
questions that ain't gonna have a
You just
solution.
said we're not going to get it
Stop
because they
agreeing with
give
them
all of
being
our
what's
other
gonna
people money.
happen. My
And then
feelings don't
earlier
mean
you
what's gonna
said
happen.
we don't deserve it, sir. So I'm asking you a simple question off your words. Do we deserve reparations since everybody else got it off our money? These are your words. Not a question.
And I'm saying, unless we were the ones, us, the Negroes, we were the ones passing out restorations and reparations, then we gonna get them. But we're not. You talking about asking somebody for something they stealing from you?
Mm-hmm.
That's
I'm gonna ask you
crazy to
one more
me,
time.
bro.
Do
No,
we
bro, they have
deserve
the
the
time to give
money?
us
I'm
reparations.
asking you one more time. Do we
Ah,
deserve
here's
the
the
money
spice.
they're stealing from us?
No, we don't deserve nobody stealing from us.
No, I didn't say that because every time you use the word, I'm just going to turn it into a question. Do we deserve? I'm gonna ask you this simple question, bro. Do we deserve the money they're stealing from us? Like you said.
Yes, it's our money.
Damn, it wasn't that hard to agree.
There's nothing to deserve. It's our money. They're stealing it.
Right. Like,
Now
bro,
I'm
it's
gonna ask you,
our
Ours.
Epic
money.
Studies.
It ain't
Now
about
I'm
what
gonna
we
ask you, Epic
deserve. It's
Studies.
ours,
Now I'm gonna
bro.
ask you, Epic
This
Studies.
nigga
Do we
Luke wanna
deserve?
have a conversation like he
Hey,
got a shotgun in his
fellas,
mouth.
hold on. I got somebody new on the panel. I'm gonna hop down and let him up. Hey, Rude, what's your name? Rude Rude Expose. When you come up, man, you can have the floor for like a few seconds, man. I got you.
Hey, you gotta make sure motherfucker turn their camera on. You know, it's porn bomb season.
Is that the
Be careful,
expose
Truth, if you
the
don't know the
expose
person. Be
dude
careful,
that be
yeah.
in the chat?
Whoa.
Truth. Talking about Pam and shit.
We ain't just saying you though, bro. Just Bobby Wright.
No, I wasn't trying to shoot at you, cuz I was just saying if there's some usually when there's people nobody ever seen hit the panel before, they
Well,
move
you
a
ain't got to
little bit
worry
more
about
cautious.
all that, man. I just want to ask a question, man.
That's
Are you
crazy, man. Your name is
the
B God.
expose dude that be in the chat talking about pay up niggas?
You said my name Beat God. What's wrong with that?
Who said that?
He said something about rude expose. I was just trying to make sure it wasn't the same
Yeah.
expose.
I'm the beat God, nigga. What's wrong with that?
No, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
No,
I
I
just
said I
heard
just
something
wanted to
funny
ask a
yesterday.
question.
That's all.
You say what?
I said I just wanted
Nothing,
to ask
nothing,
a
nothing,
question.
nothing, nothing, bro. Nothing.
Yeah, he
Salute
was
to
trying
you.
to make it. He probably one of them weird ass pause niggas that try to make everything a pause worthy moment. I got you, cuz.
Who
I'm
that?
saying the
The fact
answer is
that your
like when you
mind
go
think
from
like that,
a kid
it's
to a
weird.
grown up.
No,
You
I'll
just
be
think
over there.
different, bro.
My brother
If we
BVO,
think
we be over
different,
there at
we should be
BVO.
different.
We be over there at BVO boxing, and that nigga, he got me on that pause shit. He got a whole no Diddy clip he like to play anytime somebody say some shit. That shit funny as hell.
The
I
beat
don't know. He
guy is
probably fucked up my
like,
mind. You,
cause I won the beat competition. Now the beat god is I gotta I gotta check my name, huh? Cause some grown ass men
nah,
want to
you
play
good, brother. Don't worry about it. You good.
homoerotic. Y'all want to play homoerotic tag with each other. I
Man.
gotta address my name.
Well, I ain't one of them type of guys, man.
Hey, my bad, brother. My bad. Go ahead, y'all.
Man,
We
I'm
were
just
just
so
having an
proud
amazing
of all the
conversation. Go ahead.
information I learned from you guys all the time, bruh. From Big Aboriginal Powder, Supreme Chief Holiday, Sister Bethy, Dan Kyle. It's like I don't stop when
You
they
learn
stop.
something from them?
I go look, and the
What
facts
you
be
learn
right
from
there.
them?
They not lying, bruh. We were already
They
here.
lie
We
like a
got
motherfucker.
misclassified, bruh. We were the capitalists. We were the inventor makers. We were the music makers. We are the industry where they get the ideals
That's
from to
a
do shit. That's us.
no, wait. Now prove
Yes, sir.
that. How can you prove that? How can you prove this?
Black Wall Street,
How can
nigga.
you prove
Listen,
that?
8 cities and
Black
towns that
Wall,
were
yeah,
Wall
black.
Street, nigga.
That's all after slavery. That's
Hey
all
man, you gotta
after the
quit
Hold
listening
so-called
on,
to my
hold
slavery.
on.
channel, bro.
Straight
Nigga,
Hey
like
man,
it's
quit
true
listening to
crazy.
my
black
channel and
Yeah.
then not
woman and
giving
my
me my
black
credit,
people.
bro.
If they
What up,
didn't
Juice?
have it
Okay.
There you
already,
What
go.
up,
Yeah, you
Juice?
got that
Hey,
from
whoever you
Woolworth.
is, bro,
You got
quit
that from
listening to
Woolworth.
my channel,
You got
bro,
it.
and not give me credit, bro.
Yeah,
it's
man.
Sister
Come
crazy.
on, you
Bethany
got
and
to give me
nobody else in
something
the
that you
community
came
say
up
that.
with.
I'm the
I
one
didn't
who
say
say
none
that
of
we had
that.
an empire over here with Wall Street, bro. Don't use that information.
What you
That's
talking
crazy,
about?
bro.
It's
Don't none of you
historical
Indians use
history.
that information, bro. That's crazy.
It's records, bruh. It's
Definitely got some
Bro,
records.
what
records.
I'm saying, give me my credit for giving you that information. That's what I'm saying.
Fuck with you, Root. Yeah, I feel some
So
sort of
I
way,
love you, my
Root.
brother. My fault.
Root,
Yeah,
my
I'm
You
nigga,
like,
Root.
damn, you giving everybody credit
My
but me.
bad, my
Shit.
bad, my
don't mind
bad,
if I
fam.
go
I
live,
watch
do
your
you?
shit. I like them horses, the mounds you show that have the pictograph of the land. Like, that's crazy. Like, that
I'm
was
being a
already
little
here,
emotional.
though.
I apologize, bro. I'm being a little emotional, man. I'm staying out you and
Bro,
Bobby's beef. I'm
you
done.
showed
I'm
some
out
You
of
don't
it.
shit
mind
that's
if I go
amazing,
live,
though.
do you?
That shit's amazing, and it's hidden. Our history is hidden. It's not talked about. It's not in mainstream. It's a whole rich, wealthy, beautiful cultural history that we keep talking about asking them for shit. Like, bro, we got it. We are rich as fuck, bro. We are beyond what they want to be wealthy because we are who we are.
Every person who you just named as somebody you learn from is asking the government right now currently for shit, including Sister
So
Betty.
what,
They
bro?
right now petitioning the government. What are
Bro,
you
I got a
talking about?
bill. I can read my bill to you. You want me to read my bill that I'm working on, bro?
I'm not talking about.
Like, this is what
I'm
I
not
learned
talking
from them.
about
Like,
you,
somebody got to do something.
bro. I'm not talking. You
Hey,
don't want to listen. I ain't talking
hey,
about you, cuz.
brothers,
I'm talking about the
brothers.
people
Can
you
I ask a
follow.
question right quick? What what
Right.
is the 13th Amendment say?
That
Thou shalt
the
not kill.
slaves will be
No,
emancipated. What
no,
does it
we
say?
are. It
What's the exact
says it.
words?
I'm gonna tell you what it say. It say we are free of slavery except when you convicted. I'm just breaking it down. Except when you convicted of a
Yeah,
felony, a crime. So I want y'all to
that's the
understand that
slavery
word.
exemption.
That word except is still in the Amendment 13, man. So when they take this currency and this money away, cause I'm an OG. I used to walk around with big money in my pocket. Now you rarely see people with cash currency. So when they take this currency away, man, it's gonna be like the Walking Dead out here. And you know, we do need to learn how to farm. We do need to learn how to do all of these things because that's what the original man knew how to do. And you know, we getting away from the God and getting closer to the wicketry. So when you say we don't deserve no reparations, man, I don't know what we deserve then.
All right, and then I want to
Hmm?
speak on what you talking about, but at the same time,
I'm just asking the question, what do we deserve?
dignity, bro, integrity, like we've
Dignity
been
ain't gonna
speaking
do
about,
nothing for me.
bro. For your, if you got it in
Not
you
my daughter.
to do
My daughter need
something,
to eat.
bro, is she eating?
Yeah, because I
Did
work.
she eat yesterday? Did she eat last week?
Yeah, I work.
I don't think she's not gonna eat, bro. You her
If I
dad.
don't work, she don't eat.
You gonna make sure, bro. All right,
Yeah, no, that's a
cool
modern
beans. But I'm
concept,
speaking
bro.
I'm
on
gonna have to go out there
the
and get it
white
That
any
ain't
way
people.
I
answer
can
what you're
get it
But
talking
the
then,
about.
ain't
point,
it?
This is what I want
but
I'm
the
gonna have to
point
go out
is,
there and do whatever I got to do to feed my daughter,
right,
ain't it?
whether it's farming or go to work or whatever. But
Now,
I'm
if it
saying
was
the white.
illegal to read for a few hundred years, don't we got some catching up to do?
Nah,
That
but this is
ain't
what I'm
true.
saying. The
Who
people that were free
what
in
law was that?
slavery
Now
were
look,
white
what law was
people.
that?
You
Show
saying
me the
what law
law.
was it? It was
Yeah,
illegal
what
for
law is
black
that? You
folks
said it
to
was
read.
illegal to read. So what law is that? Where is that?
I'm telling you that when we were slaves, it was illegal for us to read.
We weren't slaves, bro. You on the wrong panel with
So
that.
we wasn't slaves.
what?
We weren't slaves, bro.
So what we
Bro, I ain't
was?
never heard an era
Man,
where
Whether
y'all
you
might
were
as well have
okay,
this topic, man.
okay,
Don't
okay.
argue with each other. Have to
That
go
might
back,
So
be
what is
true.
go
That
back
might
and
be
Juneteenth?
forth
true for
with him,
you.
man.
What's
Don't argue
Juneteenth?
with the nigga. Go
What
back
is
and forth and have a
Juneteenth?
good
I'm not
conversation,
arguing with
y'all.
you.
What
I'm
is
not arguing with you.
Juneteenth?
That might be true for you and your family, but that don't say all of it. All of us,
Well,
my
it's
family
true
wasn't
for my
enslaved. We
family.
weren't
So
enslaved
now that it's true for
by
my
nobody.
family, you telling me I don't need reparations since I was a slave descendant?
You're not a slave, bro.
But are you telling
look,
me what I'm a descendant of?
You're not a descendant of a
You
slave if
just
you're a
said
nigga.
don't mention you. You said mention me. I'm mentioning me. I'm talking
Right.
about
But you a
me.
nigga though, right?
I'm a descendant from slavery.
Hold up, but you a nigga though, right?
I'm whatever you want to call me. I know I got mistreated
I'm
back in the
saying if
early
you
18s and the
Africa
1900s
owe you reparations, not
until to
America.
today. I'm
The
still
early
getting
Bro,
mistreated.
18.
No, you.
It's still
bro,
slavery
now
out
I
here.
want to ask both of y'all Indians this. He plainly said he got mistreated on this land. So whether he was a slave or whatever, do he deserve reparations when he got mistreated on this land?
Right. Fuck a
Nah,
title.
his people sold him
No,
into
that's what I'm
slavery.
saying. See what I mean?
That's where his
I'm talking
That's
problems
what I
about me.
started.
mean.
You talking about
They
you.
don't have they haven't grasped the concept of this because
You
they still
talking
talk
about
about fuck
you.
a
I'm talking
title
about me.
and all of that. But your status is the first thing that law. That's the first thing.
Talking about
So
dignity.
yo, as to who you are, it speaks to who you are and your legal
I know
standing in
my history.
society. That's your status, bro. So all of that matters. It matters who the fuck you are. And
Talking
it
about.
matters that you have evidence to support the claim that you were mistreated or you were enslaved illegally by somebody. You
I
can't
got
just
plenty
run around
evidence.
saying it
But
because you believe a
I
narrative.
got plenty
but if he can
evidence.
do, yeah, that's what I was saying because you jumped out and made the statement you're not a slave,
I
you're
ain't
not a
jump nothing.
descendant of
This
a
is a
slave.
known fact.
So if he can do that, I don't see how you could just jump out with that statement.
What's the statement that you upset about?
No. I'm talking to the brother
Oh, I'm
that
sorry. I
said
thought you was talking about
that
me,
you're not
man, because I
descended
know
from.
that we need something out here.
Yeah.
We are
So
not slave. We are not
Whatever
slaves, and
your
we
label is,
we
and
never
homie.
that's
were
my whole
Whatever
slaves.
your label
and
is,
that's
man,
my
we
We
whole
never
need
were
point.
something.
that.
Y'all so stuck on labels. What about the
It ain't
people?
about the label. It's
Well,
about
it's
being
about the people,
specific.
my people. Anybody
We're talking
that
about
I feel
being
like is in my
you're
tribe,
talking
I
Fellas,
feel
about
like they
compensation
deserve
through
something.
legal means.
Can I say something?
listen, hold on. Y'all listen, man. Y'all have some decorum with each other. Y'all niggas can't talk while each other's talking. I can't be talking while another nigga talking, man. I get what everybody's saying. But I do, like I was saying that earlier, niggas get so caught up in these goddamn titles and labels, man. Old boy said that can you prove that your family? You ain't got to prove it to me, but you know for certain that
For
your
sure.
ancestors were
We
slaves.
got people
I can't
got
I can
lynched and
refute that.
tortured in our
I can't.
family, been in
Listen,
every
hey,
war there
listen
was
to me, bro. I
America
got you,
to
bro. I'm not
have
even
and
gonna try to
died.
listen, bro. I'm not even gonna try to argue with you, bro. Because if your family told you orally and you know you done your due diligence and you know that, I'm not who am I to tell you who you are, bro? At the end of the day, you will qualify for a reparation check, bro. So who am I? Like I said, people can identify as a fucking cat now if they want, bro. You can identify as a spray bottle if you want now, bro. So it really don't matter.
Man, the way
So
they treating
can I
us
ask
today,
something real
you ain't
quick?
even gotta be black.
If they sold slaves in Africa and it was legal for Africans to sell Africans, if that was legal in Africa, and then they were brought to America where it's legal again,
Mm-hmm.
who don't Africa owe Africans reparations then?
How about
I
That's
this?
where
mean,
it
no,
started,
because
right?
How
there's a
about this?
sovereignty.
If I
We
buy
have
some,
something called the sovereignty clause. So a court in the United States cannot
hold on,
compel a business that's operating over in fucking Mali or West Africa or
hold up.
whatever to deliver a judgment.
If I buy a TV from Walmart and that bitch blow up, I'm suing the company of the TV.
Exactly,
Not
but
Walmart. Like they get Panasonic in trouble.
The
exactly.
people that's
They got slaves
responsible
Just
from
for this
quickly,
shit.
Africa.
Them people
just
came over
quickly.
there with bad intentions. We had slaves, yes, but it was like servants. We weren't mistreating our servants.
So much so that they wanted to stay here as servants. And then when they
Hey,
got freed in the Emancipation Proclamation, when we were already capitalists, that's why you got Black Wall Street and all these towns during slavery.
they
You
got
got black
destroyed
slave
Black.
after
owners,
slavery. Black
When was
right?
Wall
So
Black
when
Street got
Wall?
put
slaves
up
were
after
freed,
slavery.
that's the decline of black wealth. When slavery
So
ended,
what you label them
white
people
people came
that
up.
was enslaved?
Huh?
What do you label them people since we can't call them slaves? You say after slavery. What you label them?
White people.
Hey, what's up?
That had Black Wall Street.
Oh, wait. I don't understand your question now.
Who
You
had
said
Black
after
Wall Street?
the indigenous Americans.
Okay, you call them indigenous after slavery, right? They called it
No, I
slavery,
said
right?
during slavery.
Okay,
These
so
are the same people.
after slavery, they pulled themselves up and started hustling because we
No,
always
I
had that
said
in us,
white
right?
people were freed. They were the slaves. Emancipation Proclamation. That's why it's so big. That's
It
why
was
the narrative's so
classism,
big.
bruh. It's classism. It
White
was
people were the immigrants coming over here, having to work for people that already knew the land and had
it's
the land and
classism, bro.
had
We was at
system.
the bottom of the totem pole.
Bro,
Everybody got
you're not
enslaved
listening.
after
I
the
can
banking
prove that
system went
during
in.
so-called slavery,
Man,
Black
y'all,
Wall
man,
Street
man,
and
Hold
y'all
on.
other
guys saying
towns.
shit, man. We
Hold
talking
on,
about
What?
country Ray.
real.
Goddamn, man.
Man, go
Once
on
he
with that
start,
shit.
once he start, he
Hold,
won't stop. Hey, Mr.
On with
Mister,
that
hold
shit,
on.
man.
What's up, man?
hold on.
Welcome to the panel, man.
What's going
What you
on?
were saying?
I got a few things to say. Yeah, since the banking and the switching from the gold, everybody in the world is a slave. We're all slaves basically now, but
Thank
to the
you.
system. But here's my research into the Tartarian mud flood stuff. Come to find out, most of the uh, blacks were here already, or black Indians, black, considered black Native Americans, and different different tribes, but they were Moorish. They were from the Moors came over,
Who showed the
and
Spaniards how to get here?
built all that Freemasonry. See, they didn't found all these places. They found them. They didn't founded them. They found all this Freemasonry laying around, and a lot of it's like you go to Utah and stuff. You got the onion tops of some of these places and everything. There's a lot of Moorish uh, influence at that time. The Moors were the main part of a big part of the Tartarian Empire, and they came over. They were everywhere. All that architecture proves. And then um, as far as genetics is concerned, um, most of these black people, because they most of these photos and stuff, the slave ships and everything. There was some slavery going on, but there wasn't a whole lot of. You couldn't chain up a bunch of people, keep them fed on a ship from there to here. It takes so long. Those old ships. So that so much of that it was inflated. Sure, it was going on, but not to the extent that they had captured uh, the Indians here and was making them work. But I've got on my Walker side, um, but they were slave traders, and then I guess he had a Indian princess gal, and she was a black Cherokee, I guess. And her son was his favorite boy, and he was on the docket. He was mulatto. He was owned. He owned the the slaves, and he turned it into a plantation. And then after that, we didn't have no slavery stuff in our family. I mean, slavers. But yeah, so I got a little in my background too. Uh, it was one of my grandpas on my Walker son,
Called an
and
indentured servant, bro.
yeah, my mom found the no, he was just the guy's son, my grandpa's one of my great grandpa's sons, and then he was my great grandpa, the mulatto guy. But my mom found a docket associated with it. That's how we found out was his name was on there as a mulatto, and he was the owner of all the, you know, of all the slaves they were buying. But the Moorish black Indians were here. Yeah, a lot of them, bunch of were already here, and that's
You know that.
yeah.
Hey man, who
So
showed
yeah,
Christopher
look
Columbus
into
how to
that.
get here, man?
Yeah, look into that. A lot of the Moorish, uh, the Moorish black Indians, and they were usually the Cherokee tribes down in Florida and stuff. They're everywhere, really
Oh yeah.
everywhere. But there are remnants of the last Tartarian mudflood catastrophe or whatever happened. We don't even know what happened, but we do know that this architecture is here, has been mud flooded everywhere across the realm, and most of the architecture is Moorish. Moorish. Most of the stuff that they've been tearing down is uh, Moorish architecture, and yeah, so look into that. I
We
think
did.
Autodidactic has a lot of information on that. Just look up Moorish, Black Indians, Tartarian blood flood stuff, and you'll find it. But yeah, I would speculate that most of those oil paintings, they've inserted 1,000 years of false, if not 500 years, 1,000 years possibly of false history on this. I mean,
At least a
inflated.
1,000 years.
Yeah, at
It's at
least a
least a
thousand years. Not saying that certain things didn't take place, and then especially the Dark Ages, which we have hardly any record of at all. Um, that time period, and then like the Napoleonic Wars, this time period prior to 1800s, you know, uh, prior to 1900, going back to at least 1200 is real sketchy. And so, I mean, we got photographs going back, but um, like they were able to manipulate these photographs and stuff, and so a lot of they came back to the realm somehow. Is it through the catastrophe? They either escaped through a portal, or they came back, or they came here because ancient people were a lot bigger than we are, a lot taller, like 9 foot tall and gone down. Um, Autodidactic has some good stuff on that, and I'll post on my community posts um, some mud flood channels that are really good. And but that's all I've got to say is
Yeah,
that
please do that, bro. 'Cause if you have an actual link or a source, I'd love to read more into it. Because yeah, just my view of history is completely different. I definitely believe that anywhere from 10 to 14 million enslaved people were brought over from Africa. I believe they were packed into fucking ships,
Oh
and
yeah.
I think they had a very high mortality rate coming over. But
Mhm.
and I don't. My thing is because you have I don't know if y'all have ever heard of the Mansa Musa voyage story,
Oh
where
yeah.
it's actually recorded. Yeah, it's actually recorded that a king of Mali sent over 1,000 ships to try and cross the Atlantic, and they never came back. And that one of the Mansas went himself. He never came back. So I don't deny that there could have been African civilizations over here. Even though I think
Mm,
most of it's just what I think, brother. It's what I think. It's what I think, and it's based off of evidence and
different history that I've
What
seen
evidence
personally.
do you have to prove that Mansa Musa even existed?
Well, yeah, the Moors
What
were
evidence do
Mansa
you
northern.
have
Musa
of
had a
that?
whole fucking Hajj
We
from
know Pedro
Prove
Mali
it.
all the way
Where is
to.
the
Alonso
proof? I'm asking you
Nino
for
existed.
proof. I'm
You
Yeah,
asking
the
oh,
for
you
proof.
Moors
want me to
were
actually?
We
northern
got
Africa.
Would you
proof of
like me to cite it?
Pedro
Like
Alonso
I can
Nino.
find you. Hold on, brother. No, because there's a lot of different historical sources and context. Mansa Musa even had his own currency with his face
Again,
on
I'm
it.
asking for
For
the
her,
proof.
I'm giving you
Where
the
can I
proof.
find his currency? Proof that he had currency. Then that
It's in
means
a
there's
fucking museum
documentation
in
of it.
the.
No, you can't
It's in a
listen and talk at the same time. I'm
Okay, my bad,
asking
brother. Go ahead.
I'm asking for documentation proving that he had a currency. That means it's documented. For you to be able to say that, it's documented.
I mean,
Where's
okay,
the
I'll find
He's
you
documentation, a
gonna
that. But
believe
picture
can
nothing.
I finish
or
what I'm saying?
something? An old coin a museum has of Mansa Musa saying all of that. Where is it?
Pictures.
Where is it? It does not
Oh, okay, so
exist. It doesn't
everything before
exist.
the invention of pictures, we're just going to
It doesn't exist. Where show me currency then. If they got currency that goes all the way back to the BC times, surely they have a coin for Mansa Musa if he's as big as you say he was.
Hey,
he
Where's
Truth,
the
was.
I'll
currency?
He
tag
was the
you and post
richest
some stuff.
person in the
I'll
Well,
send you a
history of
where's
link.
the
his
world at
currency
the
you
time.
claim that he had?
And nobody
Where is it?
civilized the Europeans out the dark ages, bro.
Excuse me. Hold on. You
Where
asked me
is
for
it?
proof of this man's existence, and
Yeah, I need
further,
proof
I
of
was
his
just
existence
going
because
into.
he ain't
Hold
never
on,
existed. Let me
bro.
tell you, he never existed. Prove
Okay,
it.
that's your opinion. Now,
No,
can I
that's a
state
fact.
what I'm stating?
That's a fact.
And I'm refuting. That's not a fact.
Well, prove me wrong then. Show me his
Okay,
currency
and I'm telling
that you
you, and you
claim that
keep
he
cutting me
had.
off, brother. Can I
Okay.
say the man
Yeah, go
had the
ahead.
most famous Hajj in history, going all the way from fucking Mali all the way up to Mecca. Okay, it is very documented and recorded. All the
Where?
different
Can I
sultans
have a
and Arab.
resource reference?
Okay, fine, brother. I'll find you links. I'll post all the links in the private chat. How about that?
Make sure
Would that
those links
satisfy you?
lead to actual evidence of his currency, his voyages,
Okay, all right.
actual
Problem. Give me 1 second.
official, verifiable documentation. I don't
Since we
want
in
none of that
court now.
bullshit somebody drew up or in a meme or something. I don't want that bullshit. A link it ain't shit to me. I'm gonna follow that up.
Okay, then okay, then can I just have a
I need
conversation with
official
you instead of you
documentation.
putting me in court? Can I do that, brother?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
And then you could respond or whatever. But nah, I was just saying that I do think that there could have been African societies already here in the Americas. And I was just saying that I don't know if that Mansa Musa story about sending those voyages is true. The only I was just wanting to finish saying the only historical context for that situation was a conversation that Mansa Musa had with an Arabian historian. I didn't even want to spend too much time on that. I wanted to further go on to say that like I said earlier, the Melanesians from the islands of Melanesia and Papua New Guinea and all that shit, they have genetic ties over here, which is proven through different genealogy. I can post the links to that as well. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
I was gonna say one thing. Hey, if anybody know where Loyal is at, get that nigga, put a dog leash on him, and bring his ass over here. Hey, Loyal, if you listen to nigga, pull up, man. Go ahead, Evan, you got it, bro.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, bro. My apologies too, bro. I ain't mean to, cut your wisdom like that. I wasn't trying to. I was just completing my thought, but I ain't no smoke out there. My smoke with, especially when you mentioned the Mansa Musa thing, because a lot of stories like that, similar stories as well of other mythical people that they tell us existed were kings and all this old shit and all that. There's never been any proof even showing this, especially with that Mansa Musa thing. I'm yet to see proof. And from my perspective, all that shit is made up to get us to connect
It's
with
not,
Africa
bro.
so we can
They got
disconnect from our
text.
land over here.
They got historical
Legally
text,
and
bro.
legally, that is called abandonment.
They have historical text, man.
You see? No, I'm talking. What show me? What, that's what I'm waiting on. Give me the proof that Mansa Musa even
But
existed.
I
Give me
feel
the
like I
proof of
can't
his
even show you
voyages.
They have
nothing.
Give me the
he
proof of his
traded
Yeah.
with
money.
gold,
Give
bro.
me the proof of this empire that you say existed and he ruled. All of that. Give me the proof. Other than these stories other people have said
You have to do your due
and stuff. I'm
diligence,
talking
bro.
about
It's
actual
out there.
proof.
It's out there, bro. Trust me.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You do
I
your
Nobody
think
due
can give
this
me a
diligence.
link
You
to a
want
disregard.
direct official
evidence.
source to
You
this.
want evidence,
Nobody,
but it's out there, bro.
because it ain't true. It's not
So
true.
It's
why
out
is
there,
it
bro.
disregarded what happened to the American Aboriginals? What really happened to us? Like you want to talk
You
about
like
Mansa
that's like them
Musa.
white folks
You want
saying
to
we
talk
didn't
about
really
anybody
go
over
through
us, Jesus. You
slavery.
want to talk about somebody somewhere else as though there's no greatness greater than that here when we display greatness to the world. Everybody knows that the great people are the black people in America that do the great things, right? Everybody knows that. Music, sports, clothing, style,
Dancing.
dancing. Everybody sees that right now, in the future, in the past. But it's not spoken about in the
Forever.
past. And
Right. They
listen, for
don't.
some
They've
reason,
never told our story, bro.
there's no
They
historical
never told
records
our
until
story.
colonization. Until somebody came here supposedly recently, there's no history for
I
America.
mean, the
There's
Quran and
Right.
the
They
nobody
never
Bible
richer than
told
is.
our
Mansa
story.
Musa, even though there was a gold rush here, there was a diamond rush here, there was an oil rush here, there was an immigration here. All these people coming to some messed up land, or they coming somewhere that can supply all these people. Do
There's
you know
no
our
historical
exports
text, because
are
no Bible or
surplus?
Quran can prove it.
Do you understand our exports are surplus? It's more than we need here. And that's what we're exporting. When we go to war with somebody, we end up giving them money. And it's just so funny that our government has people from that country. Why are they warring with themselves? It seems to me like a ploy to send them people money
We're
from
gonna war
here.
against each other in the
They
future.
start a war and then they go fix it or something. They start everywhere. They start the war, they go send them reparations.
Like,
They
well,
You
start the
who?
gonna
war,
hey,
Well,
they
I'm
did
send
you
them
saying
see the
reparations.
study?
They
who they
start the
did.
war,
Wait,
they
wait,
send
wait.
them
National
reparations.
Geographic?
They give them
I got a
visa
question.
passes.
Who have they done that with, though? Who they done that with? That's they people.
Hey man, did you see the study from
Israel, you
National
don't think it's no
Geographic?
Israel people in our
No, I'm
government?
talking. Hold on, wait a minute. But I'm saying
You
you
don't think
said
it's
they
no
started a
Mexican
war.
people
They
in our
didn't.
government?
Hold
You
on.
don't think it's no
Wait a minute.
Africans,
They
like
didn't.
real Africans in our
Time out,
government?
brother. I'm trying to, bro. I'm really trying to dialogue with you because like y'all niggas get so animated and emotional about these topics. Y'all can't talk at a regular tone. I'm asking you
Who is
based on
y'all?
what you just said in your dialogue. Well, bro, come on, man. Damn, now y'all go take the y'all shit. God damn, nigga. If
You
it don't
can't be
apply, then
talking.
let
I'm
it
trying to
fly.
ask a question about 2043 though, bro.
No, I'm talking. I got you. Go ahead, man. Go. I'm just asking the nigga if he talking. Go ahead, Chris. Fuck.
Go ahead, G.
Oh, there's some links there for you. I put
It's
it
a
in the
lot of
back
links. It's
room.
a lot of historical text about Mansa Musa,
There's
but I
just
wanted to
well,
ask you
there's
Well,
about
hold on. These are YouTube
2043.
links. I'm talking about a link
But
to an
but the
official
Man,
resource,
you got
man.
to
Come on,
read
y'all
books,
stop
bro. You
that,
got to
man.
read history books, man.
Stop that, man.
That's the problem when
Where are
you
you getting your
and no
information
Stop
disrespect
from?
to
that,
you,
Where are you
man.
Epic,
getting
but
your
that's the
information
problem when
Damn.
you're
from?
dealing with a
Get
skeptic.
post a
You
link from a
can't give them a
museum.
But
They
where you
claim that they
historical
getting
got
your
text.
artifacts
information
from
They'll
this
just
from,
guy.
say
bro?
it's
Before
made
they
It's
up.
like
even
his
had links,
currency, his
before
clothes,
links ever
even
existed, where did you get your
his
information
clothes,
from?
even. How about the edicts or the documentation of
Where
his
is this at?
voyages?
Where is it
How
at?
about that? Give me
uh,
something, man.
Where
Well, a
are you
if
fucking
getting
you
your
if
YouTube
you
link,
information
do
man.
from?
if
Can't
Before
be
you
they
do
that
had
stop it,
links and
bro.
all
genealogical
of this stuff, where did you
if
get
you
this
do
information
genealogical
from?
research
YouTube links.
through
No,
like
before they had YouTube, where did you get your information
FamilySearch.org,
from?
and
Say that
you
again.
go into look at the documents and the
Come on,
archives
man. Y'all talking about
and
links
stuff.
and shit. Where y'all used to get your information from?
All right,
If
this is
you
my
get if
thing.
you
Can we come to a consensus that history has been whitewashed?
Come
That is an
on, man.
actual word,
That's the
and
point
that's
I'm
We
making.
something
They
that
gon' a
argue
history.
all
reparation
this
would
because
not
they
be
believe the narrative,
televised,
Okay.
man.
Can
That's the
we
point I'm
admit that
making.
history has been whitewashed? Is that a fact?
yes,
So
it has
anything
been.
Yes.
we
We got
read
Europeans in the chat
it's gonna
with
control
black
the
skin.
narrative that white people were all these Romans, Greeks, whatever, whatever. Anything we read, history has been whitewashed. So why are we gonna go read history if we know it's lying?
That's the point I'm making. They can't
Well,
But
provide me
the
with any of those
that's the point I
resources
just made. Where you can't
because
offer
it don't
historical
exist,
text to a
man.
skeptic. You can't do that.
because we're uncovering
It ain't
stuff
about a
like this.
It's
skeptic.
a
You
The
ain't
the
fear
you
of the
black
black
haven't
planet. In
you haven't
we're
trusted
2043,
uncovering
any
stuff like the
National
official
black
resource
Geographic
Moors
said this
reference.
gonna
and
be a
stuff that were
majority
native
black
here.
place,
No
mixed colors
official
place.
resource reference whatsoever. What you dropped was a YouTube link, probably somebody giving a presentation about their opinion about something that's made up as well.
But
I
what
need
about when it
proof.
wasn't no YouTube? Where did brothers get the
I
information
don't need
from?
say it again.
Where did brothers
I'm
get their
saying why we
information
can't
before the internet?
Why we can't use our logical
Oh,
minds and
okay.
deduce
Well, I can't answer
You
you.
want a
information?
link. All you want is a link. But
I
what
never.
about the
No, I
brothers that been
didn't. No, I didn't.
studying
I said
before there was
provide.
the
I say
internet?
if you're gonna provide me a link, give me a link to an
I
official
say before there
resource,
was a
an
link or
official resource
Instagram or a
reference.
YouTube
Like
or
say
Google or anything, where did
say
people
like
get that
a government
information from,
resource. Say like a
brother?
museum. Somebody's
Oh,
Well,
got to
you
have
got to
evidence
get
of this guy's
where you get
existence,
census.
your
You
man.
got to
information
dig
from,
into the
brother?
census. You got to dig into the census records, and you do your own family
No,
search.org genealogical stuff.
I'm
And you,
talking about I'm talking about the claim of Mansa Musa. That's what I was talking
You
about.
stuck
oh,
on
well,
Mansa Musa, man. Come on, bro.
you
That's
have
what we
to.
were talking
No
about, bro. Y'all
history.
one made the
No
claim like this
history.
nigga existed. This guy never existed.
How
Give
do
me a
you
link to
know
prove it.
this?
But what?
How
But
do you
hold
know
on, hold on.
this?
But what if
Give
I
me
said?
You
What
want
if
us
I
to
because
show
ain't
prove
you
no
it? How
a
you
proof
know
out
he
there,
didn't
my
genealogical
guy.
exist?
citation?
Ain't
How
What
do
no
if
you
I
proof
know
show
of
he
you
this
a
guy
didn't
ever
exist?
existing.
How do you know
All
he
right, but this is
didn't
what I'm
exist?
saying. Why we can't
Y'all, okay.
deduce
How do you
You're
know he
making the
deduce
didn't?
the
claim
Wait,
that he
information?
did
send me a
voyages.
link.
I would.
Send
I
me a
would
He
link
had
to
his
ask
show me where
money.
like.
he didn't exist
He
at.
had an
I would
empire
ask
that he
like
Send me a
ran.
Gronk.
link.
Surely there's
I would ask.
documentation of
Send
this,
me
I
a
my
would.
guy.
Okay.
link
Here's
You
about
think
where
what
you
you do.
talking
Mansa
to a
Musa
church
did
Listen,
not
member?
guys.
exist.
Stop it, man.
Listen. When you
No,
want
send
to
a
find
link.
something like
Prove to me that
information
he
like
never
that,
existed.
you go
There is no
ask
evidence
one of
that
the
he
Okay, prove that
AIs.
existed.
he
There
didn't
you go.
exist.
Is there?
Where's the
There is
link?
no evidence of his
Where's the
existence.
link at?
There is no evidence of
I
his
know that's right.
existence.
No evidence of
Fellas,
God, no
man,
evidence of
man,
nothing.
listen, man. The premise of this fucking video,
You're
man, is man,
godless.
the niggas deserve reparations, man. Y'all niggas going into Mesa Musa and
You're an
and all this
atheist.
other shit. That shit ain't gonna get niggas reparations, man.
You can't conversate with an atheist.
Niggas can dwell in history all they want. We talking about now.
And I'm talking about facts.
God
Everything I've
damn.
said can be
I'm talking
proven.
about the future.
But
I'm
hey,
talking
Right.
but
about
So
the
we
true,
talking
future.
about
Country Ray, you
reparations.
sound like a
reparations,
religious nigga, man. That what you be all
We
reparations
talking
on.
is
about
Bro.
based on
reparations for
events.
We talking
claims that
about when there
can't
ain't
be
no more
proven.
money out here and it's real hard and niggas don't know how to farm. What is we gonna do?
We talking about
Reparations,
reparations for a claim
but
that we can't
Y'all
reparations
niggas have
prove.
is
some decorum though, man. Y'all niggas, y'all can argue all y'all want, man. But like, damn, at one point, y'all niggas gonna be like, okay, man,
Niggas,
disagree. Whatever than that, I know shit. Contention arises during these
You can't kill a
conversations, man.
chicken.
It's just niggas get
fucked up
triggered by
ain't it too, son?
listen, hold on. Niggas
But
get
true.
triggered. You got it. Go ahead, Bobby. Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead. I'm gonna let what's the name
No,
back
my
up. You got it.
fault was on. I just say it's fucked up, ain't it? But these niggas can't calm down for shit. Y'all gotta stop being triggered, man. And what
All
niggas
right,
gonna
so
do
then,
is the same thing they doing. Listen, niggas gonna do the same thing they doing right now. Argue and yell over fucking YouTube, nigga. Because because if y'all really felt that way, none of you niggas will be up here arguing about that. Y'all will have to be too busy in a fucking garden tending to the plants and shit. Because that's how much time it
oh
take
yeah,
to do that shit. You got to
we
dedicate to
we
it.
got
So
yeah
no,
we
I don't
tended for
want.
hours
I
already,
don't
man.
want to
I
know the
asked
hell
3
you didn't
questions
because
My
and
you
none
plants are
of them
arguing.
got
good.
answers,
Y'all
so of course I'm
arguing
gonna
too
be
much.
upset.
Our plants are good,
Y'all
man.
I asked
arguing too
3
much,
questions
man.
and none of them
Straight.
got
Bro,
answers,
man,
so of course I'm
no,
gonna be
bro.
upset.
You know how many
No, he
questions
felt
I've been
left out,
asking
so he
all
wanted
day
to
that you
troll.
Okay,
niggas
well,
So
ain't
he
answer
trolled,
a
answered?
man.
relevant question
He
Come
for
on,
felt left
man. Ain't
out.
nobody
community.
trolling. I'm just being real.
I
Come
don't know
on,
what
if
all
you
right,
community
gonna
so
be
you
mad,
belong
because I
to,
know
but
you
I
I ain't
niggas
belong to the
mad,
black
bro.
mad that I
community.
keep
I ain't
on
mad.
beating up
I'm
on these
just taking what they
aboriginals,
can too,
man.
bro. I mean,
Now you
I'm
talking
Yeah,
with
over
because
it.
I
us.
keep beating up on the
Yeah.
aboriginals. Yes, bro, because I got cut off. So now I gotta talk over you because you ain't
You
showing
cutting
no
me off,
decorum
brother.
like the host has asked. No, I
You
didn't.
saying y'all
I
though.
cut
you
truth
can't
on,
make the
bro.
claim that you beating up
I
anybody
cut
either.
truth on now. I
Don't make
cut
the
truth
claim
on
that you
off,
can't
bro.
prove.
Yo, man, come on,
Can't
man.
act like
All you
you
niggas
can't
with these
prove.
claims, y'all proving shit off of you. Y'all proving shit off of YouTube links and what a
Where
nigga
your
said.
proof at, homie?
One nigga ain't no proof. Cause ain't none of you niggas prove shit. Y'all just
You
talking.
ain't
And
proved
one of you
shit
I
niggas
either.
proved
said,
What's the
everything I said
bro,
solution
was
if you
so
ain't
facts.
proved nothing?
Everything I
bro,
said was facts.
everything,
You
bro.
not listening.
What's the
Everything I
You
solution
said,
not
if you
bro,
have
listening.
no
I
proof
don't know
either?
no fact. I don't know, bro. Niggas ain't showing no fact, bro. I just
Where
told
your
you, ain't
proof?
no
You ain't,
This
nigga.
is
You ain't showing
this
no
is the
proof.
solution. I'm giving you the solution
Niggas
right
like you
now.
don't never
This is
have
it.
proof. You always
This is it, bro.
skeptical.
I'm showing you the proof, nigga, that
Where's
niggas
it
ain't
at? Send the
showed
link.
nothing.
Where the
Y'all
link
just
at?
talk,
I'm
bro.
not
Where
saying
your
that.
links
Hold
at?
on, G.
You
I ain't
said
no
send the link earlier,
wait.
so I want
I
you to
done been
send the
on this
link. We
bitch.
ain't got
I
no
done
link,
been on this,
homie.
bro.
The
I didn't
link
say
that
send
we
no
showed you,
links,
you said that was
bro. You
YouTube
talking to
channel.
the wrong nigga. I just hit the, bro. No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I just got on this bitch. You talking to the other
So where
cuz.
the
You don't
link
even
at
know
to
who you talking
prove
to
that?
right now.
Where's the link at to
Cuz,
prove what you
cuz,
saying, bro?
cuz, listen what I'm saying. You're talking to me, and I wasn't even the nigga talking to you earlier. That's how
Well,
crazy you
we up
niggas
here.
is.
It's
Y'all
a
just want to
social
argue,
media
All
platform,
right, now
bro.
you just up here
This is
showing
bro.
how
social
Bro,
crazy
media.
you're
you
We
not
is. Okay,
listening.
socializing.
cool.
You're
I
not
want to get back to
listening.
the
I'm not
facts.
socializing. Ain't
I
no
I want to
am.
get
facts
back to
because
the
I'm
you
facts.
not
just
arguing.
talking.
I'm asking
Ain't no
questions.
Get
facts,
back to the
bro.
facts.
But you
Let's get
talking to
back to the
me and I'm
facts.
not the
But I'm
nigga.
not
You
talking to
talking
you.
to
I'm
me,
asking you.
bro. Listen. You asking me, and I'm not the nigga that challenged you, cuz.
I'm
So
not challenging
let my
you. I'm not
statement,
challenging
bro. I'm
you.
talking. Okay, then let it do this. Then I'm talking to the chat right now. I'm not even talking to none of you triggered niggas because I can't
All right,
do it
we on
with
I'm
the
y'all
not
right
panel
now.
though,
triggered.
so you
How I
know
gotta
Y'all
we
too
be
got to
triggered,
triggered when I'm asking the
bro. It
question?
don't matter then. So respect, okay? Respect that you asking the question to the wrong person. I'm not even the,
Okay, well,
bro. I'm
you
not
got a
even the
lot of
nigga
strong
that. I'm not
opinions,
even the nigga
homie.
that challenged. Yes, based on me.
I got a
Matt,
lot of
hey,
strong
Everybody up
go
here
ahead,
opinions,
got
make your
homie,
opinion.
but
sta-
you
come
saying
on,
my
let the
opinions
brother
are
make his
wrong,
statement.
Oh
bro.
Come
my
on,
God.
go.
Hey, you see, True Zone. You see,
Yeah, man, let him
nigga,
get
I
it, man.
said two
Y'all,
words and niggas
who's
ain't
that
let me
talking?
say shit. Go ahead.
Right, let him
No,
get it.
you
You
said
got it, Bobby.
You
$1,000
Who's that
got
nigga.
talking?
strong
Ain't got nothing to
opinions,
do with
homie.
nothing.
No,
Hold on,
don't
let
let
me
me,
get it.
don't let me get it. No, True Zone. Don't let
Let
me
me get
get
it,
it.
y'all.
Don't let me get it.
Hey, hold on, y'all, man. If one nigga is talking, man, like I said, man, I don't mind niggas having contention and arguing, bro. But goddamn, at one point, y'all niggas gonna sit up here and argue for 2 hours straight, bro. A nigga don't even argue like this in real life, man.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Don't let me get it, bro. Let them keep doing what they doing so that when I cut their goofy ass off and they start crying and complaining, they just see what it is. I don't even give a fuck.
I
Go
ain't
ahead.
never
Let them
seen
niggas.
it, bro.
All
The
right,
fucking topic is so goddamn simple. But nigga, we did get reparations checks. Niggas would be online arguing about it. They should have never gave you niggas money.
all right, but
They
what
should
I was talking about when I came up is right before we needed reparations. I came up here right. What I was talking about is when we didn't need reparations, how great we was, how much we had. Right? This not that
Man,
long
hold
ago.
on, Professor Ray, bro. That's all I hear in these echo chambers. We had this. We had golden toilets, golden cities. We had castles made out of gold. It sound like jail talk to me. I was locked
It's
up with
not
niggas like
fair
that. Hold
that you
on, bro.
cut me
Hold on.
off.
Let me finish, bro. God damn it, man. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. It's like I'm being locked up with a nigga, and then they're telling you how they had kilos of cocaine, Lamborghinis, Corvettes, Ferraris, 10-story mansions. Like that's all fucking just hearsay. I don't want to hear about what a nigga had 200, 300 years ago. That's not gonna feed my kids now. Man, you
Okay,
niggas, man.
I was speaking about Black Wall Street, right? And I was going somewhere with it.
And
I
now
was
you're
speaking
going back,
before that.
and then
That's
you go,
not that long ago. You making it like it's 1,000 years. I'm talking about 60, 80 years ago. That's my grandma and them, my great grandma and them. How long ago it was that we were capitalists and the main people producing the industry that was making money that got bombed and flooded and resources stolen?
Nigga, why did Black Wall Street fail, nigga? Why did it
Bro,
fail?
it got bombed and flooded by the government. They
Thank you.
wanted it
So
to
stop,
fail.
not,
They
not
didn't
by
want
the
to
government,
stay with it.
not by
All
the
right, brother.
government,
You got
by regular white people who went and shot that shit up in a neighboring town, nigga. All them shits got shut down by other white people
off
who
and
was
I'm about
jealous
to
of
lay
them
it.
niggas. Yeah, I did cut you off because I've been getting cut off the whole. I just told you that that's what the nigga gonna say. You cut me off. Man, I don't give a fuck about your cut off at this point. Stupid ass nigga. You said the same,
Like we
bro.
was gonna
You
sit
just
up here
said
on
the
that,
same shit over and over. Black
bro,
Wall
because
Street,
I'll
this and
never
that. Bro,
forget that when I
the
came up
topic is
here, we was
reparations.
talking
The
about
topic is
reparations.
reparations,
And
bro.
what's
That's
new?
the topic,
I'm
nigga.
telling you
The
what's
topic
new.
is reparations. You ain't telling me shit. You just talking. You ain't told nothing yet, bro. You actually have said the least up here. You really just been
Right.
complaining,
I'm
cuz.
giving you
That's why your
facts.
mic fucked
Shit
up.
that can be proved,
You
my
ain't
nigga.
gave no
Shit
facts.
that can be
Bro,
proved.
ain't
You
nothing
was
you
a
said
hater.
back
You
because
was
you
a
ain't proved
Alabama
nothing. You ain't
Strawberry
pulled nothing
hater,
up.
bro. And
You
you just
haven't pulled
hate.
nothing up.
I don't hate
You
you,
ain't
my
pulled
nigga.
no info up.
I
Pull
don't
the
hate you.
info
I
up then.
told you. I named the city.
Show
I
the
named the
source.
state.
Show the
I named
primary.
the
No,
state.
show the primary
I ain't
source.
playing this
Show
game
your
with you. Just be
primary
quiet.
source.
Just be
Show your
quiet. I don't want to
primary
talk to
source,
you.
cuz.
I don't want to
Show your
talk to you.
primary source. If you
Go
can't
that
show a
way.
primary source
Go
like Epic
that
Study
way.
said,
Towards the
then you're
immigration
lying like the
border.
rest of these niggas. Show a
Bro, go
primary
that way.
source.
These are things that I
Pull
can
something
prove.
up. Bro, use
That
your
these
share
towns
screen. You
were
ain't proved nothing
flourishing.
yet. You're
These
talking.
people were flourishing during slavery. When we were supposed to be slaves, we were
You just
flourishing.
said ain't no
As soon
slavery.
as
You just said
slavery
wasn't no
ended, these are
slavery.
things that I can prove. When slavery ended, or quote unquote slavery ended, white people inclined. Their wealth inclined, the black wealth declined after slavery. This could be proven. So I'm trying to tell you what was going on and how to restore it. We was minding our own fucking business. We didn't ask nobody for a handout.
That
We
can't
didn't
be
tell somebody. We weren't telling people shit. That's why they bombed us. We
that
wasn't
that
talking to them.
That brother, that can't.
We wasn't selling out for $200,000 to say you. We wasn't doing that. So the only thing left
This
was
how
the
you know
bum
niggas
money.
dumb. Do you know how far Black Wall Street is past fucking slavery? These niggas is slow, cuz. Black Wall Street is recent history, damn near. What the fuck is cuz talking about?
1860, it's the Emancipation Proclamation 1860.
Nah, what the
It's
Green
60 years
District, the
later.
Green District of Tulsa
That
was
was in the
built by
1900s,
Black Wall
nigga.
Street was being built out in the early
No,
1900s. Like it was
1970 is
bought.
not. I was born in the 70s. That's not that long ago, right? It's 2025. You feel me? It's not that long ago that I'm talking about.
Can I just say something quick? I don't mean to be cutting you brothers off. I know this a heated conversation, but I just want to say I don't think that can be true. That black people's wealth declined after slavery, because like you said earlier, we were free labor. They didn't have to pay us, so they could have their
I
wealth
didn't say
and
that.
profit what? No, somebody on the well, my bad. But they could have their wealth and profit margin, and now have to worry about paying for the labor. Now, black people were the only skilled welders. They were the only skilled fucking people. Or excuse me, they were the only people willing to go out in the fields and pick cotton. Unless you could go find some Mexicans down there in the fucking Western territories or whatever. So I don't know if that can be true. And then to what the other brother said, Black Wall Street, and I said it also. Black Wall Street was started in the early 20th century. So I don't know like how you could say that Aboriginals started that pre 1860. Like that doesn't even make sense to me.
How
Unless
is it going
you
to
could
be
prove
that
that.
wealthy overnight if it wasn't already there, growing? How's it just going to be wealthy in 1920? How long did it take them to build it? Bro, you
I mean,
tripping. Ain't
it
nothing.
hit its
They
peak of wealth in the
already was doing that.
1920s.
They already had the indigenous people here that had governments. They were mayors. They were governors. They had the nice houses. The black people, they were plantation owners. These are records. They got records of this. I'm not making this up like to tell a good. This is the facts. That's why they were so wealthy in 1920. Then you got the Great Depression. All this shit affected us. We was balling. Now we in the hood. That's
Man, that's what I'm
systematic, bro.
saying.
That's
Hold on, bro.
called
Respect. Hey,
The
systematic.
great
respectfully.
hold on, real. The Great Depression did not
Go
affect
ahead.
us,
Go ahead.
bro. Most black people, which is why you get this boom of black wealth around that time, is because black people were shunned out of banks and shit like that. This is where Granny keeping her money in the mattress come from, nigga. This is why black people survived the Great Depression, because we weren't putting our money in banks and other institutions like that, nigga. So when all that shit failed, black people didn't fail because we had liquid assets, we had liquid income, we had cash on hand. Are you
Do you know
crazy,
what's
nigga?
in
Do
Lake
you really
Lanier?
research?
Do you know what's in Lake Lanier?
Yes, nigga, a flooded black town, nigga.
That's what they did.
And
What
it
is
ain't
you
the
talking
only
about?
town.
What are you
Bro,
right?
that's
It's not.
after, bro, that's
It's
the
not.
1900s.
That makes us prisoners of war.
I
Oh
mean,
my
Did you
God.
get it?
you
Go
would
ahead.
listen. If you would want to make that war reparations, or excuse me, if you wanted to go to court for those damages, it wouldn't be under an act of war. It would be under wrongful death and fucking whatever else they put on that, assault or whatever, and yeah, wrongful death would be the main charge in civil court. I
I
don't
didn't
think
ask for
you
nothing
can
for the
make
government. I just want recognition as the indigenous wealthy people that were here that got bombed, flooded, and attacked to lose their wealth because they weren't going to lose it because they had children.
Well, listen. Well,
The
listen. Hey,
wealth was
country
going to
Ray.
stay in
What
the
they say?
family.
Listen, bro. What they say? We'll give you your reparations, your recognition, but it comes in reparations. It comes in a cash payment.
Truth, I don't really want to play these games with you. I don't want to answer these questions, man, because you're
I
not
say,
feeling
see what
my
I'm
stance.
saying?
I'm saying with recognition comes rights to go to any land you want and start farming because you ain't got to ask nobody shit. Go build your empire. Don't let them stop you. Go cut that wood. Go make it lumber. Build a castle if you want to. You ain't got to get a permit. You ain't got to get no license. And they
now you
can't
see
stop
that's
you.
that sovereign citizen shit. No, yes they can. You don't own. You have to own the land if you want to go there and
Did
chop
I
down
just
the
not say
trees
I
and
want to
build
be
some shit on it.
recognized?
Huh?
Wouldn't that make me the landowner?
No, you again. You have to
No,
do a
nigga,
survey.
because you
You
literally.
would have to
Hold
go
on,
do a
wait a minute.
Yes, it
survey.
does. It makes
Hey,
everything
cuz,
probably
watch this.
wrong.
Watch this. This
Nah,
whole
that
time, this
sovereign
nigga been
citizenship
saying
shit
he
don't
don't.
work, bro.
Hold on, real quick, real quick. This whole time, cuz been saying he don't want to have to ask nobody for nothing, but he asking to be recognized. That's a checkmate.
Nah, I ain't
Bro,
gonna
you
hang
sitting
up.
there trying to defend
No,
me instead
stop.
of
Stop right
build
there.
with me, bro. You
No,
gotta
no,
stop
no, no, no,
capping,
no,
bro.
no, no.
Bro,
Bro,
what
everybody got
happens
to
if I'm
stop and
recognized?
answer that question.
What happens if I'm
But you're
recognized?
asking to. But you're asking to be recognized.
I mean,
That's
now
the
you
whole.
don't
You
put
just said you
black
don't want
people,
to
you don't
ask for
put
nothing,
Indian.
but you asking to be recognized. Stop, nigga. Now I ain't gonna let you run past my point. Why are you asking to be recognized?
Because I'm being unrecognized.
But
That's
it shouldn't
why.
matter if you
It
recognize
shouldn't matter,
yourself. If
nigga. You
you're the
keep
power,
changing the goalposts, nigga.
bro, you
Recognizing
just
me.
said you shouldn't.
That's like
You said you don't want to ask nobody
that's
for
like
shit. Time out.
you
You
got it,
said you
fam.
don't want to
You don't
ask
even
nobody for
recognize
shit.
me. You don't even
Bro, you
recognize me
just
as an
said you don't want
aboriginal.
to. Bro, I recognize the conversation. You said
Right,
you
so
don't want
that's
to
gonna
ask
make
nobody
you
for nothing.
recognize it because you
You
coming up
said you
with
wouldn't.
paintball
You said you
offers.
wouldn't. Bro, you said you wouldn't ask nobody for nothing. So why are you asking them to recognize
Because if they do that, it exposes everything. I don't need reparations. They just acknowledged who the fuck I was.
you? Oh, they got it now. So you asking them for something, right?
And you for it too, my nigga. Recognize me.
No,
Don't ignore
no.
me.
But you said you ain't.
Don't
You just
ignore
said you
me.
ain't asking nobody for nothing. Yeah, man, I'm ignoring you. That's what women do. Cause women say, "Give me attention." I'll be like, "Yeah, get out my face." Ugh.
No, women say
Yeah,
give me money.
record.
Women, bitches say
I ain't
give me
gotta
money.
recognize you.
Bitches say
That's what
give
you
me
sounded like
money.
too.
Bitches say I'll
You
do
sounded like
anything for
that
some
right now
money.
too.
That's what bitches say.
But you sounding like that.
That's what
But
you
you're
won't do
sounding
anything
like
for
that.
some money
Yo,
though. I ain't about to do nothing
I'm
for
saying,
$1 million, for $10 million. I ain't
yo,
bending over. Nope, nope. You will. You
yes
can
you
take care of your
is though.
family.
But
Go
yes
fuck
you
with Diddy.
are.
You can take care of your family.
Yes you will. But yes you will based on what you
Not
just said.
that party. Who will be?
Based on what you just said, you will do it if they recognize
Bitches
you.
should do anything
Hey,
for
Country
$200,000.
Ray, hold on. Country Ray.
You said you gonna do it
Listen,
for
bro.
recognition.
Listen, bro. You
You ain't
did.
even gonna do it for money.
I got it. Hold on.
You gonna
Earlier,
do it for recognition.
hold on, Bobby. You did convey to me earlier, bro, that you would like if they came to you said and gave you an oral contract that you would take the reparations, whether it's in land or anything else. You said that, bro, that you would take it, as long as you can be recognized. Recognized
And
by
there's no record. There's no record of it. There's no
you.
record that I took the money.
So technically, you would still do it, bro. You would still like so-called bend over,
Prove it
bro, to
not
sell
that I
out.
took the money. You gotta prove it. I ain't proving shit. I'm about to go tell you where I got it from. Like, oh yeah, just go
Man,
claim
niggas
it. I
gotta
ain't about to say shit,
stop
bro.
being so damn righteous, man. Listen, bro, check this out. Check this out, man. All I heard at this point from you, bro, like you've been talking out of context this whole time, bro. You've been talking about, hey,
Wow.
man, we had this, we had that. You talking about past tense shit that don't matter, bro.
Talking about
Niggas
past
get so
tense
hold on, bro.
slavery
Niggas,
that
that's what I'm
don't
saying.
matter.
Niggas get so caught up in the goddamn identity game, bro. No, I'm
But
not.
bro,
I'm
you
not.
talking
I'm
about
not
being a
calling
slave
myself
and getting
that.
reparations. That's
You
in the
said what?
past.
Say
You
again.
talking about being a slave and getting reparations. That's in the past.
Right, but I'm
What you
not
a slave
necessarily
for
saying I'm
yesterday?
a
You
slave.
was a
I'm gonna say.
slave
I'm gonna
last
say I'm.
night.
What you say that again, bro?
You are talking about getting reparations for slavery. That's older than what I'm talking about.
Bro, I'm
What
saying
are you writing
if you
out
want to claim to be
reparations for?
aboriginal or indigenous, you can technically get fucking reparations too, bro. What are you talking about? What are you
You're
talking
talking
about?
you're talking about reparations for slavery.
And
When black
you
people
haven't been.
deserve it. That's
Yes,
in the past. That's older than Black Wall Street, and you talking about in the past.
but you keep talking about, well, we had this, we had that,
Yesterday,
golden
what we
cities,
just
and
had.
this,
I'm talking about what we just had.
bro. 80 years ago is a long damn time, bro. And you didn't have it. That was a whole nother group of lineage of people that had that of so-called black people that had Black Wall Street, bro. You didn't have no ties to that. If you want to be realistic, that's some shit somebody else had. It's all about now, bro. If you feel like that, man, you like look, bro. If they say we're gonna give you $1 million check, reparation check, you can go build your own mini so-called Black Wall Street off of that, bro. They're still gonna give you your land back. You claim the Aboriginal, right? We're gonna give you your land back. You can do the same damn thing, bro. I'm tired of hearing about what niggas had 200, 100 years ago, bro. That does not apply to now, bro. It don't.
Only speaking on it because they were wealthy prior to having money. They were so wealthy we can't even imagine how they really were living. We don't know how free they really were. Not having to do shit for money or not even having to make a deal with you. I already got this. That's what made them jealous enough to rewrite history, blow us up. Y'all trying to fix some shit that violently happened to us? Like by talking about reparations? They didn't talk about reparations. They took that shit. Now, how are we going to
So
politically get it right? And we in war.
so are you talking about
Ain't
carrying
this
on
the
a
same
war
nigga
so
that
that you can
said he
have your
asked the chat
sovereign rights and your
GPT?
sovereign land acknowledged? Are you talking about armed
And then you
resistance?
say, right, didn't you say you asked the chat GPT the question based on nonviolence?
Right. And I'm still speaking nonviolence. I'm talking about your mind. This is what I like to do. This is what I
Bro,
like to
this
do.
nigga
Like I don't
double
just like to
talking.
buck with
This
people. I
nigga
don't
does
just like
no,
to buck with people.
you like to double talk. That's what you like to do.
Nah, I
Salute,
don't really like
brother.
to buck
No,
You
with
because
like to
people.
not make sense.
you just said why
You
should
like
you
not
have
to
to
make sense,
ask,
nigga.
and you brought up the history of violence of colonialism and taking the fucking land. So what was the
No,
point in
I
bringing that up
said
to say you
that's
don't have
what
to ask?
happened. I
That
never
sounds like
said
you
that was the
encouraging an
solution.
armed
Time
resistance
out.
for
I
your
never
rights as
said
a
that's what we
sovereign.
should do. I said that's what happened to us. I never said we should do that to somebody. You mixing up my words, bro. I'm telling you facts. You keep hearing it the way you want to hear it, but you can't dispute it. So then you make up some other shit I'm saying.
I don't know. I think we all
1920,
heard what you
we were
said.
millionaires. That should have been passed down forever. They made a clause in our generational wealth.
Man, listen to what you
We
keep saying.
already got it.
I'm gonna mute you while I say this too, because you ain't gonna be quiet, bro. Listen, you just said out your own mouth in 1920 something, we were millionaires. Why not take a reparations check for 2 million per se, and build generational wealth from that, bro? You keep going back saying we had this and had that, bro. You sound like we a bunch of has-beens around this motherfucker. Oh, we had this. You sound like an ex-drug dealer, man. I had 10 kilos in 1985, man, with a big
Where
mansion,
was
bro.
Black
But I
Wall
don't have
Street
it
now,
anymore,
then, True? Where Black Wall Street at now?
bro, man. Bro, you ain't get what I'm trying to say, bro. You ain't hear nothing. What I'm saying, you so busy
Bro,
talking, you don't listen, bro. You don't listen. How can I have a conversation, a dialogue with you, bro? You don't listen, bro.
True, because you keep going back to reparations, and I'm trying to prove
That's
to
what the
you
fucking conversation's about,
we're
idiot.
not going to get reparations from them because we haven't gotten it for shit that already happened. And more shit is happening to us.
Slow, man. Y'all niggas too old to be this slow, man. Niggas is too old to be this fucking slow.
All right, we're going to get reparations. I'm going
It's
to be quiet. We're
sad,
going to get
man.
it. We're going to
Bro,
get it.
it pisses me off, bro. I get on these YouTube panels every other day, bro. I hear the same old ass, slow ass niggas, man. That's dumb as fuck. I'm talking about dumb. You the same nigga
So
that
you
said
got
you learned that you
reparations
got.
already.
Come
You
on, bro. You
smarter
the
than me.
same nigga. You the same nigga that said that you get that Sister Betty gave you the edification on certain things. Sister Betty is a shithead. Man, let me
Damn.
mute up, bro. Y'all niggas retarded, bro.
So you saying she ain't never speak no truth?
Man, man.
No, that bitch be scamming, cuz you tripping.
So
That was
none
soon
no
as you said
information
sister,
whether some of it
soon
was
as you
right or
said,
wrong. She ain't never said no
bro,
truth.
man, no, bro, she's scamming. Yeah, she told you to sign up for that motherfucking tribe so she can get that paper about your ass. That was true. That's definitely was the truth. She was
I
trying to
ain't
get
never
that
signed up
paper
for
up out of
nothing,
you,
G.
boy.
Ain't nobody convinced me to sign up for nothing. I'm
Yeah,
just listening and
she got
research.
that. She
I
got
listen
that.
and
It sounds
research
like she
and
got
figure out
that
how to
bread up
apply
out of
it
you,
to me.
cuz.
I figure out how to
Sister
apply it to
Betty got
me. I
that
don't
paper
go
up
with
out
the
of you,
crowd.
cuz.
She
Did she
scared
get
you.
that
She
paper?
ain't
You
scared of
just
me.
you just
I'm talking
named a
about the
bunch of crowd going
information.
motherfuckers.
Bro, all
Bro,
I'm
ain't
talking
no
about is
information she ever said.
information.
Man,
What information has she
let a
given
nigga
you?
ever cite doc. And I know you
Nothing.
didn't do that. I didn't know you didn't do that. I know you didn't do that, country Ray. But let a nigga ever cite Dr. Umar as an actual historical source or a historian to go listen to. That
Right.
nigga is
Talk about,
nothing
yeah, I learned this
but
from
a
Umar.
fucking Pan
Fuck out of
African
here.
con artist. That's all he is. and they
Scamming.
push that
That's what Sister
bullshit at.
Betty is.
I'm not saying
Dane
that, bro.
Calloway too.
I'm not following nobody. I'm listening to everything, bro, and I'm putting it together
Man,
in
you
my
said you
life.
learned from Sister Betty, cuz.
I just told you I found my grandmother on the
Y'all
Indian
funny as
Rolls
hell,
and the
bro.
Freedmen list. Because of this information, I found my people on the Indian Rolls.
Man, you went on
Because of this
Ancestry.com, man.
information.
Salute.
No,
You went
I'm
on
saying it's big for me. It
Ancestry.com.
ain't gotta be big
Congratulations,
for
man.
y'all. It ain't gotta be big
It's
for y'all.
big because she taught you about Ancestry.com.
Nah, she told
You
me
should
she
be
was a
ashamed of
Cherokee.
yourself.
She told me who we was,
You
and
should
I
be
went back and
ashamed of
checked into
yourself,
it.
bro.
And a matter of fact, she
You
on
should
the
be
Muskie
ashamed of
channel.
yourself.
Don't even worry about it. I got my shit though.
But she's
Bro,
not even
Back
from
it
where
up.
Cherokee
I can back it up.
are.
I can stand
I'm
on
man,
business.
saying,
country rate,
wait. She
I can
country rate.
told
stand
you.
Listen,
on
She
business.
told you she was a Cherokee. Wait,
I
she
can
told you she
stand
was
on
a Cherokee.
business,
She ain't
bro.
even
She
from.
told everybody
Bro,
as I
she
was
not
growing
even
up.
from where Cherokee's from, man. Come on, man.
She from
She ain't even from
Tennessee.
where the
I
Cherokee's
told
from.
everybody when I was growing up, from a
Nah,
kid,
nah,
I was a Cherokee.
That's
That's the
cap.
first race
That's
I
nah.
ever
You
cap.
said I
can't
was.
say that's
Because
cap. You
that's
can't
what
say
I
that's
was
cap.
told.
Cause
bro. At the end
That's
of
it's
the
what I
some
day,
was
bro.
told
Puerto
by my
Listen,
Rican,
listen,
family.
it's some
listen,
Puerto
bro.
Rican Tainos living in motherfucking Mississippi. So you can't say that's cap.
I got
Check
family
this
in
out. Check this
Tupelo.
out,
I
brother.
got
Check this
family in
out.
What do you
Check
Oklahoma.
this out.
mean?
I got family in Arkansas.
Check this out.
Like blood
Hold on.
related.
What
What
do
are you
you
Country rate.
mean?
talking
Hold
about?
on. Country rate. Hold on,
Family
bro.
is where
Listen,
they supposed to be. That's what I'm telling you.
bro. I gotta fucking mute you every time I gotta get ready to talk, bro. You do. Come on, man. Listen, bro. You just sat there and said that Sister Bethy told you who you was, bro. Your family didn't give you the edification. They didn't tell you orally, give you oral history. Hey,
Bro,
man, this
you
is who we
cannot
are.
keep doing that. I did
This is
not
where we
say
came
that.
from.
I said I listened to the information and I
Sister Bethy
researched
don't
it
have no
myself.
information,
I
bro.
researched it myself.
Sister Bethy don't have no information. Who she send you to? Dane Calloway,
Bro, you know
bro.
how many channels episodes she got? Do you know how far back that shit
All
go?
pseudo,
So when you
bro.
go look at it
She's a
and you
known
find out, all right,
scam
this where
con
she was
artist,
wrong
bro.
at, but this where she right at, it still fit.
Man, bro, listen, bro.
I don't
Listen,
even
man.
really want to talk about this woman. I don't even talk about her like that. I was giving my people accolades and praising them. Right? I ain't never shitting on nobody. I ain't never trying to down talk
And
somebody.
you funny, Big Chief. No, I'm just telling you like it is, bro. And I apologize for calling you dumb, bro. It's just sometimes, bro. Think about it, man. I hear the same old niggas, 40-plus-year-old man, 50-plus-year-old man, up here sounding dumb as shit, and wonder why the younger generation don't respect y'all, bro.
Bro,
It's
if
like
they telling
that
you
niggas still ain't
they
learned
messed
anything,
up
bro. It's
our
like common sense,
history
bro.
and
Listen,
we
bro. You keep
lost,
talking about them, bro.
I
You keep going. Come on, man. I'm not talking about history right now, my guy. I'm talking about, bro. You have to be very meticulous about who you listen to, who you give your attention to, bro. Because of course, a motherfucker can be a pseudo teacher, bro. And you taking that, you giving so much validity to that shit, bro. You end up and you
mean that's
regurgitating that shit on different
true.
panels.
I listen
Bro, you
to
let us sound crazy,
everybody.
bro.
I told you that. I watch and listen to your
Who else?
show. I'm
I'm
listening
not
to
a
your
teacher
show
though,
right
bro.
now.
I'm
You
not a
feel me?
teacher, bro. I'm not a teacher. Listen, bro. Listen.
So
I'm
what?
not
You're
here to
still
teach.
having
Listen,
information
listen,
that's
bro.
being brought out.
Listen, bro. I don't have
Now
no
I'm
information.
listening.
I'm not here to teach nobody. Let's put it like
So
that, bro.
my whole point is to always tell facts. I'm not making nothing up because that's how I feel or I'm opinionated. Oh, you a bit. I'm just telling you, yo, we had Black Wall Street. Yo, we didn't come over here on no boats. The white dude got up here and said the same thing. Nobody disputed him. That's what I really wanted to say. Like he said what I said. Said he put the Moors and Tartar in it. Nobody said nothing. Right? That's all I'm saying. I'm always gonna tell you the truth. I'm not gonna lie to you. We can go research anything I'm saying.
Who's
But
your
why
primary
am I
source you can
talking
research
about this?
from? Who? From who?
Be-
You said you got it from Dane Calloway, Sister Bethy. All of them gave you edification. All
No,
of you got all
they
your
talk
edification from them, right?
information about this all the time, all day, 24/7, because it's not our history is
Right.
hidden. Our history,
It's
do you
hidden.
understand what that means? That's an action.
Come
Hide.
on. You said it's
Our
hidden, bro. You can easily do a Google search on Aboriginal Black. What are you talking about, man?
Bro, I went to public school, right? They never said black people own
Bro,
plantations. Not in no
your
history,
family
no
couldn't tell you that,
report.
bro. Listen, bro, your family didn't tell you, hey man, we've been here for a very long time, bro. We didn't come off a boat, bro. How's that hitting? That's just common
What?
sense at that point. It's common knowledge,
Hey,
Uh-uh.
bro. You had a
hey,
fucking white guy
I
come up
gotta
and
get up.
tell you.
I gotta get up out of here. But you brothers been cool. I might be back later if I got some time. If y'all still up here. But this is a great conversation.
All right,
Great
Mark, bro.
conversation.
Yep. Hey, I'm gonna pull up to your panel too, bro.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
pull
yeah.
up.
I posted the link in. I'm gonna post it again in the private chat. If you could post it in the public chat, I'd really appreciate that,
Matter
fam.
of fact,
For
this is
real.
what you do. Matter of fact, comment in the chat. That way everybody can subscribe to your channel. We're gonna talk some boxing, bro. I'm gonna pull up.
Most def,
Yeah,
most
me
def.
too,
Take it.
bro. Drop your link, man. I'll
True,
sub up
Most
to
def.
you.
true. This is all I want to say in reality, and this is just how I think. If somebody assault me and that's a crime, can I go get? Can I charge them with
Don't
robbery?
nobody care how you think, nigga. You've been
Can I
talking too
charge them
fucking
with
long.
robbery?
Won't you
If
shut the
somebody
fuck
assault
up for
me, like
10
punch
minutes?
me, can I go file a claim for robbery? All right,
Yes,
I filed
nigga.
that claim. Now I gotta prove they robbed me. I
No,
can't. I don't got
nigga.
no evidence. It's the
You ain't gotta
wrong
prove shit
charge.
in America.
It's
It's
the
my word
wrong
against their
charge.
word, nigga.
You gotta
Welcome to
charge them
America.
for what they did.
Man,
You
this
don't
is
know.
What
that.
This
they
Hold
nigga
on,
don't
what
man.
they
know.
Hold
did.
on,
These
man.
niggas
Hold
love
on.
coming. Niggas
Hey,
love
Listen,
coming
brother
with this
Truth,
motherfucking
brother
Moorish
Truth. If
side
I
temple law bullshit. Nigga can't do shit.
this
Nigga ain't went to court and
What can
used none
you
of this
prove
shit.
they did, fam? What can
I
you
subbed you,
prove they
Mark.
did?
bro, you know who you starting
eh,
to remind me of, Country Ray? You starting to remind me of Yahweh, bro. This nigga Yahweh is insane to me. He just gets up here and talks and talks and talks and talks, and he never expounds on anything that he's trying to articulate to the panel. That shit sounds like pure insanity to me. It sounds insane to me, man.
Okay, so I'm trying to explain.
I don't
We're
want to hear
charging
nothing.
them
No, hold on.
with
I
the
don't want to hear.
wrong.
Nah, bro. You keep talking too long, bro. And you've been saying a whole lot of nothing, bro. Come on, man. Get your shit together, man.
Every time I say something, somebody interrupt me. Then I gotta counter what they just
Interrupt,
said.
bro.
And
You've been interrupting me the whole motherfucking panel, bro. You don't take into consideration there's other niggas on the panel, bro. Let me be cordial. Let me have some decorum. Let these niggas talk. You just keep going on and on and on and saying a whole lot of nothing, bro. Regurgitating some shit you heard somewhere else on Sister Baptist panel, bro.
I
Get the
ain't.
fuck
I'm
out of here.
telling you facts, bro.
Listening to her, you would never receive a reparations check. Nigga, if they say, hey man, you gotta identify as African American, and Sister Bethany would drop our whole goddamn wild tribe, bro. She'll let all that shit go for $100,000 right now. If they came and
Bro,
say,
I'm
hey,
sorry
Sister
I
Bethany,
triggered you by saying that woman's name.
man, hold on. If they came to her right now and say, hey, Sister Bethany, you gotta identify as Black and African American, and plus you gotta drop the wire tribe. She'll let all that shit go for 200,000 right now. You better believe it.
I know that woman, fam. So I can't speak on her like that. I'm just
I
telling
don't
you
give a shit who you know. I don't give a shit. I'm telling you
we
what she would
charging
do.
them with the wrong crime. That's it. We charging them with the wrong crime. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
hey, somebody. Hey, I'm trying to post my link. Somebody time me out in the chat. I don't know what I did.
Who timed you out?
That's crazy.
Mm.
Hey, somebody time out. Let me see your name on here. Mark. Somebody time out Marky. I don't know how to do it. Marky Dan. 1, 2, 3.
No,
Somebody
it's well. While you fix that, bro, I'll copy your link and I'll put it in the chat for you, bro.
I appreciate that. Thank you,
No
brother.
problem.
man, y'all gotta stop timing everybody out, man. Damn. Hey, Shot Son, what's good, bro? What's up with you, man?
What's good with y'all, fellas? I just came to ask. I was wondering, like, what was the overall topic? Are y'all saying y'all against reparations or for reparations?
Nigga, are you deaf, Shot Son?
No,
Niggas have say it over and over. Yes, everybody's pro reparations, bro.
only reason I said that because when I came back, I had stepped away from it, and it just seemed like there was some contention there with the reparations. That's why I said that. I was a little confused.
Nah, I'm saying like the only contention that came about was Country Ray saying that he doesn't want to identify as African American or Black in order to get some type of form of reparations, man, or restitution, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, he
You know,
don't though.
whether it's via fiat currency or land or resources, however they give it to us. But go ahead, you got it. Go ahead.
I was saying he don't gotta identify that as that. What does he want to identify to get it? He want to do the Indian thing because he could do that too. I think. I don't know how the process, but I'm sure he could do that too.
said what you say, Shashan? You said he can identify as the Indian to get it.
Yeah, I said, yeah. I'm like, he could do that too. He don't really gotta identify as a
But he was
black
saying that he
African.
doesn't want to be compromised.
So what does he identify as then?
I'm assuming an Aboriginal.
But that's not an identity. That's not like a legal identity. Like when you say Aboriginal, they're gonna assume like, are you saying you Indian? Like that's what they're gonna ask you. So
I'm
he's
gonna
gonna.
just wait for y'all to ask me, and then if you want me to respond,
Oh,
I
okay,
will.
yeah,
If
yeah,
not,
yeah. I
I'm
was
just gonna
asking. I didn't
get
know
it.
that. I didn't know that was you that he was talking about.
But
But pardon me.
you got it, Country Ray, bro. Just don't be so long. Don't be long winded, bro. And then when another nigga talking, bro, don't be trying to talk over him, bro. But you
I'm
got
with
it, bro.
you, but the
Yeah,
next
pardon
person
me for that,
always
Country Ray.
come
I
in
didn't
and
know. I didn't
comment
know he was
about
the person you was
me
talking about.
and
Pardon
not
me.
the information. They say something about me and not the information. That's where they told me off. Like, what we talking about? Me?
All right, look. You Country Ray. Like I said, pardon me, right? So you saying you don't want to identify as African American or black? That's fine. You have every right to feel like that. You saying you only want to identify as Aboriginal?
I'm all right. I want to identify, right? I do identify, right? I do identify with this land. I identify with the culture, right? But I know things, is what I'm saying, that can be proven. For one, even saying that American is a misnomer. I know this. So if we saying that's the first name, right? Every name that follows after that is a misnomer. I also know for a
Dog,
fact
but then what's
our
the name then? Cause
our
niggas love to
history
give you
was
all this shit and can't never get you. Nigga
our
ask you identity, and you been
history. All
cutting
right,
niggas off this whole time. Fuck that. What's your identity, nigga? Stop
all right.
telling us
This
your
my
motherfucking math,
identity is
your history lesson.
pre-American.
Stop
I'm
telling us the pseudo
pre-American.
shit you learned.
I'm
A free
pre-American.
American,
I'm
but you
pre
just said American, pre.
PRE.
But then you putting up. But how can
Empire
you be that
American.
if you put the misnomer? The misnomer is in your name, American. And can't be no pre-American.
Bro, you jump up here just to
Bro,
play
nigga,
games.
I'm
We're
using
not
your
going
logic.
nowhere
I'm
whenever
using your
you start
logic.
talking. I'm
I'm
trying to
using your
explain,
logic, cuz
and then you
it
jump
can't
in.
be a
I can't
such thing
explain.
as a
All right,
pre-American.
so there
Can't
was
be it can't be no pre-Americans.
there's no
Again, this nigga
records
making no sense. Just fucking
prior
talking.
to the records taken. There's no records prior to that, right? And we know that those records were created to misclassify somebody because
Bro,
those
you don't
records
need a whole goddamn
misclassify
lecture though,
somebody.
bro. Just answer the man's question, bro. We don't need a whole fucking sermon. You're gonna be 5 minutes, bro.
So when
God
I
damn,
said pre-American, dude said, "Oh, you got American in the
shit.
name." That wasn't good enough. That wasn't good enough, right? It defined what I was saying, but
You
y'all
won't go,
wasn't
you won't,
happy
you
with
won't
that. Y'all wanted
indulge and
something
dive into
else.
some pseudo shit though, man.
No, you want something that was hidden from me.
That was
That do
hidden
you
from
not
who?
understand that part?
How many people that don't
But
told?
this nigga
Look,
just
oh my god, man. Go, you got it. Go ahead.
This nigga just said he looked up his whole family history, but it's hidden from him. Like the double speak, bro. You can pull that off on them other slow niggas. You're not gonna be able to get that off on somebody that got common sense, cuz.
Bro, you don't
Like you
got you
calling
got
shit a
common sense.
misnomer,
That's right. You
then you
got common
then you
sense.
idea then you identifying it as yourself. No, common sense is the law of the land, nigga. Because all this other shit you talking about is why you so souped up now and thinking that you finna go identify, get some type of sovereignty and all that. Like it don't make no sense because you don't want to ask nobody for nothing, but at the same time, I need them people. I need to ask them to recognize me. I need to ask them to give me my sovereignty back. I need your whole ideology is based on asking a
I did
motherfucker for
not
something.
ask them to
Y'all
give
don't
me no
make no sense.
sovereignty back. I said recognize me as sovereign. That's what I said. You messed up with the
But
ears.
that's still asking. That's still asking. That's still
Asking what?
asking for
You when
something.
you look at me, be like, that's a sovereign nigga. I'm asking for
You
too
asking
much.
for record,
You
bro.
giving
If
it
I
to
look
me
at you and say
anyway.
that's a bro, if I look at you and say that's a bitch, that's what I'm gonna say. That's a bitch right there. That ain't a sovereign or a man. That's
What's
a
gonna
bitch.
follow after you say that, fam? Since you being disrespectful. Oh, you gonna find out a nigga ain't no bitch. He for real. Now what? He on your
Man, I'm gonna
ass
walk.
because you didn't
I'm
want to
gonna
call his
walk. I'm gonna
proper name.
walk off.
You didn't want to say his
I'm gonna
proper
walk off
name.
on your goofy ass.
You
I'm
didn't
gonna
want to
walk
say his
off on your
proper
goofy
name.
ass.
Now you
I'm
gonna
gonna
get
walk off on your
you gonna
goofy
be
ass.
getting up.
And if a nigga give And if a nigga get froggy, nigga, we finna get into something else, nigga. And if a nigga get froggy, we getting into something else, nigga. Yeah, nigga. I'ma do your ass like I'ma do you. I'ma do you. I'ma do a nigga. I'ma do a nigga the same way. Listen, I'ma do it not knocked out. No, no. I'ma do you like the conquistadors did you. Bro, I'm gonna do you like the conquistadors did. I'm gonna do you like the conquistadors did. See, but this your problem. But that's your problem. That's your problem. A nigga called you a bitch, and then you thought you was gonna be able to shoot a bow and arrow, man. They put them pistols and them polio blankets out on your goofy ass, nigga. That's what I'm on, nigga. Fuck that. We need to start recognizing. We need to start recognizing what the conquerors and the conquistadors did. They came over here and stepped on bitch niggas' necks, nigga. I don't never want to be associated with no bitch niggas. Bitch ass niggas got conquered. Now you sitting up here talking about recognize me, recognize me, recognize me. Well, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life, nigga. Nigga conquered you, pissed on your babies, pissed on your babies, and all you want is recognition, nigga. And you can't even get that. You can't even get recognition, nigga. You can't even get recognition. That shit crazy, nigga. You can, nigga. I'd rather have money. I'd rather have money. I'd rather have money, but I'd rather have money than recognition. I'd rather have money than recognition. I
That's
have
like
money. I would
that's
rather
like
have money
you
than
saying that.
recognition, nigga. Fuck I
Hey, bro, you saying that? Hold on, bro. You saying that? That's like a deadbeat fucking a fucking kid asking their deadbeat parent to recognize them, knowing damn well they ain't never done shit for them. Recognize me, man. I've been playing softball all my life. The deadbeat parent ain't got time for that. I ain't recognizing you, nigga.
Y'all don't understand the recognition I'm
What you
talking
want to
about because
what
y'all
type of
ain't never
recognition?
been recognized. Y'all ain't never
Recognized
had
by who
recognition.
and what? What type of
Y'all ain't
recognition?
never had. You know what that means?
What
Your
type of
name
nigga,
is
recognition?
you
seen
ain't
before you walk in
recognized.
the room. When you got recognition,
Bro,
before
don't
you
nobody
step in there,
recognize
you
you.
got recognition.
What type of
Bro, when
recognition
you
then?
walk in the
Expound
room,
on that.
they just see a regular nigga. They see a regular nigga from a regular city in America.
And you
Nigga
are
ain't recognizing you as
fabricating,
no motherfucking
narrating, and
average.
fake ass nigga, bro. You just make up shit. I
He
said I'm
don't.
gonna knock you out. You said something gonna follow
This nigga
after
don't.
that. You gonna
He
get
want
knocked out
recognition.
again,
He
bro.
don't know.
You gonna get
Look,
laid out again, bro.
listen,
The
listen.
same thing gonna keep
Listen.
happening to you.
This nigga don't. He don't want resources, land, and reparations. He want recognition. He's want to be acknowledged by daddy, by the government. Recognize me, daddy. That's it. Recognize me as a Aboriginal Indian,
Recognize
born
your
Nigga go
ass.
Aboriginal.
recognize your ass and say,
Y'all begging
nigga
for
go
money.
recognize you and say, get your bitch ass back down on the boot, nigga.
Y'all
Yeah, I
begging for
recognize
money.
you. Now get your Indian ass back on the boot, nigga. We ain't
Y'all
giving you shit,
recognize that.
bitch. We ain't giving you
Y'all
no
get
land.
recognized because y'all
We
want
ain't giving you
money.
no matter of fact, you go get the same shit that Rahm Emanuel gave all them motherfucking Moors in Chicago when them niggas was geek. Recognition, nigga. Nigga wrote a nice little statement and said, yeah, we recognize this day as a Moors Indigenous Day. And yeah, we shouting out to the Moors for coming over. Them niggas were so happy for that recognition. Nigga ain't get them niggas a red dollar. Niggas ain't get them niggas no school incentives. City still fucked up. Niggas ain't come fix a pothole on nobody motherfucking street. But they so recognized that some Moors was over here,
That's
nigga. That's
because
all
And
you
you're the one
niggas
that's
want.
disappointed.
Recognition.
You're the one
if you
disappointed.
go
You
ask
ain't getting
anybody
nothing.
right now, listen. If you go ask anybody right now, hey man, which one you want? Recognition? You want the government to recognize who you are? You want
No, I said the world. I said the world, bruh. Y'all
Now
think
the
it's
world
small.
gotta recognize this nigga.
No, this
They
indigenous
ain't gonna work in the
nation.
world.
This
No, it ain't.
indigenous nation. Y'all don't think it's one here because y'all keep saying the other one. Y'all
Bro,
don't think the other
everybody is
one here.
indigenous. Bro,
Y'all don't think
indigenous
the
is
other
everywhere,
one is
bro.
here. Y'all don't even. The other one is
Bro,
hidden. Y'all
indigenous.
can't even
Are you
understand it.
indigenous, bro? Are you indigenous Indian, bro? Because indigenous people everywhere.
I am from these lands that are known as
Which is
America.
what? What was it known before that?
Turtle Island, Atlantis, many
So,
names. Because our
so are
people are
you?
great, bro. Our
So you
people
an
are
Atlantean?
great,
So are you? So
bro.
why don't you identify as an
At this
Atlantean?
point, just recognize
No,
me.
I'm asking you.
That's all
If
I'm
you
saying. You
know
talking about
you,
I need a
bro, I would
misnomer.
have to
That's
recognize,
it.
bro. Listen, I don't want to recognize you as no misnomer. So do I recognize you as an Atlantean from Atlantis?
Nah, you throw up a set when you see me.
So you're a blood.
It don't matter what I am. That's how we talk. What is it? Why
You're a
you keep
crip.
going into these dumbass questions? Recognize
Cause this
me.
nigga don't want to. This nigga recognize me, bro. You sound like a hoe right now. Do you know how weak
No,
you
you
sound right
are a
now,
hoe
bro?
though, my nigga. You keep
Recognize
saying that.
me.
And I done told you how to knock you
Recognize
out. And
me.
you want to shoot somebody. That's a
Laura,
hoe
that's what
activity.
Steve
You
Urkel,
can't
that's what Steve
shoot
Urkel
somebody
used to
one
say,
time.
bro, because I'm moving like, bro, I'm moving like the
Activity.
forefathers. I move like the forefathers.
Activity, bro.
Fuck that. I ain't moving
You
like you
got
bitch
whole
ass Indians.
activity.
I ain't moving like you bitch ass Indians that have fucking
Oh, what's
machetes and
up?
shit, thinking y'all finna fight a nigga with a pistol. I'm moving like the
I say
fucking
fight with no
the
pistols, bro.
conquistador, nigga.
I did not
I'm
say
coming
nothing
over
about
this
fighting
bitch
with no
to step
pistols,
on
bro.
next and conquer,
See, I
nigga.
ain't thinking
Fuck
about
that.
no pistols, bro.
All this honorable integrity shit, you niggas got to hang y'all hat on what? A bunch of nothing, nigga. Integrity got your ass. You a drunk Indian, nigga. A bitch that's arguing on a panel. Integrity ain't get you nowhere. Integrity got your look. Integrity got your ass begging for to be seen, and me begging for money. Who you think go get theirs first, nigga? I'm gonna get my money before a motherfucker recognize anything about your bitch ass,
You're
cause you
lying.
beg and talk about see
The
me,
information's
see
coming out right
me.
now, bro. The information coming out in surplus. I'm gonna be recognized before you get your money. I'm gonna be recognized, and I'm gonna have my
Please
shit,
see
and you
me.
still gonna be a
Please
broke slave
recognize
nigga.
me. Please
You gonna
see
be a
me.
broke slave nigga, bro. You gonna be you
Nigga,
might work
you are
for me. I
indigenous.
might hire
You
you.
claim you
I might
indigenous
hire
right now.
you. I
You
might
claim
hire
you
you.
indigenous right now. You claim you indigenous right now and ain't did shit to go get your motherfucking land right now. You ain't even supposed to be on the panel
How do
arguing
you
with me,
know
nigga.
this,
You supposed to be
man?
going to get your land right
How
now,
do you
bitch, because
know
you
this,
arguing
man?
right now. Because you arguing right now, talking about some recognize me.
Keep telling me.
Recognize me. If you hold on, choose on. If he was recognized, he wouldn't even be saying this shit. He'd be saying, nigga, I got my
Idea, bro.
land. They
You're a new idea,
recognize
bro.
me. Right or wrong. Right or wrong. He'd be saying, I got my land and they recognize that. You wouldn't be up here talking about some, I just want to be recognized.
Who is it?
Recognize me.
I didn't get to ask.
Respect.
I didn't get to ask him that question because I got a phone call. Hey, Country Ray, who is it that you want to be recognized by, bro? You
The
want who is it that
world.
you want the world? You mean? But the world don't give a fuck, bro.
Yeah, they do.
If they went told the world right now, hey, acknowledge this nigga's been Aboriginal. Like, man, tell that bum ass nigga get the fuck out of here. We ain't recognizing that nigga,
So
man.
you saying right? Basically, you saying they not gonna recognize it.
Nigga, no, nigga. This is the
So they're
problem.
not gonna give us
No, nigga.
reparations either, then, right?
Yes, nigga.
When?
Yes, they gonna give us
When?
reparations.
When, nigga? When they
When the
gonna do it?
motherfucker, I'm gonna tell. All right, now can I talk for five minutes, bro? Like you been, and I'm gonna explain how we gonna get. When people realize that the act that they attaching reparation to, as it's understood in this United States, is attached to slavery, right? Slavery is an institution that can be tracked back to specific corporations. So if you want to get the action of reparations, it will come in the form of a civil suit, which you can track back to specific corporations, entities, and families in America. Once you bring those civil suits, class action, it can involve a couple states because states act as sovereign entities separate from the government in certain instances. You can sue certain states that were still practicing slavery after it was so-called separated from the North. That's how you get the recompense of that. Now, what's the plan for it? The plan could be tax exemptions. The plan could be motherfucking cash incentives. The plan could be them paying for school. The plan can be allocating land. All of that could be discussed, but definitely it's a way to it. Not just saying recognize me.
Do you got it?
I just laid it out for you, brother.
Do
Actually,
you got? I mean, you know how to do it. Did you
hold
do
on,
it?
before he died. Listen, before he died, that's what Johnny Cochran was working on with a bunch of lawyers, a class action lawsuit
So
for
my question
reparations
was,
against the corporation.
when are we going to get it? When, not how. When?
I say within the next 50 years.
Guess we gonna see. Time gonna tell. Meanwhile,
When you plan on getting your recognition?
so Working on this. I need a coalition though. So I'm researching how to start a coalition, right? Because I'm on it. But right now, I want to get a something I'm just working on. I don't really have an idea, but a proposed bill, the Indigenous American Identity Restoration Act. Right? Section 1, the purpose to recognize and restore the indigenous identity, land rights, and sovereign status of individuals and communities historically misclassified as African American, Negro, colored, or Black, who are in fact lineal descendants of indigenous American peoples, and to provide redress and reparative justice. Section 2, my findings. Historical misclassification. Thousands of indigenous individuals and communities, especially in the southeastern, i.e., Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, and the Carolinas, were legally, these are facts that I can prove, reclassified as Negro, Black, or colored under racial caste systems. The Indian Removal Act 1830, Dawes Roads, one drop rule, and the Jim Crow laws. Facts. I can prove this. Erased identity. These are the findings. Erased identity. The misclassification stripped individuals of tribal status, land, heritage, federal protections, and the legal benefits guaranteed to indigenous people under treaties and federal law. 3, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the BIA. The enrollment and recognition process historically excluded indigenous groups and lineage due to phenotypes and social racial assumptions. 4, genealogical and oral records evidence. Numerous families and communities possess genealogical, oral, and historical documentation affirming indigenous identity predating reclassification.
Hey, let me ask you, hey, Country Ray, listen, man. So, me hearing you talk, bro, you just want to be recognized, bro, as an Aboriginal, bro. It's all about identity to you, bro. That's what it sounds like to me, bro. It's just all about identity, man.
All right, this is the rights and restorations. I'm gonna just
Right.
drop
So
down on my bill. Let me just drop this in on you, True. We want to be eligible for indigenous designation and tribal recognition if possible. Receive land use rights and reparations under the Indian Claims Commission. Qualify for Indian health services and education support programs under Title VI. Be protected under the Indian Child Welfare Act and other indigenous specific laws. That's what I want from recognition. That's what recognition is.
If anybody want to come up, man, the link's in the chat. But yeah,
restore lineal communities, sovereignty options for restored communities. Form autonomous tribal bands under federal charter, petition for recognition without proving continuous political existence since colonization. Reclaim ancestral land through land grants, reparations, or leasing programs. Just give us our fucking land back. My funding I'm asking for $1.5 billion.
Hold on.
$1.5 billion over 10 years.
Hold on. If they told you, listen, since you want the land back, right? You want land back. So if they can't even say Country Ray, you have to identify as African American or Black. If you don't identify as neither or, you don't get no land back. Not 1 acre. Not even not one motherfucking cinder block. Not a blade of grass. What's your next move, bro?
My proposed bill is the Indigenous American Identity Restoration Act.
Bro. I don't want to hear all that other shit, bro. Answer the question.
That's what I want to happen. I don't want to hear about. I don't want to do that. I want to do this.
Man, come on now, bro. See what I'm
more
saying?
Reasonable. A bill. Can we get a bill? We've been here. Can we just get a bill? That's what changes everything, right? You make a bill.
All right, let's go the route you want to go. Let's say, hey, man, yeah, the bill that you proposed us, in order for us to recognize and grant this bill, you have to identify as Black and African American, and you ain't getting a blade of motherfucking grass. What you gonna do?
True, you is off the chain, man. I'm fighting for my identity, and you trying to do what they did to us. Please change your identity. If you change it, we can own everything because nobody's from here.
Bro, you said identity don't matter, bro. Who gives a fuck? It does, but who, bro? What? Come on, man. You can identify as anything you want. We're in a time and space. Kids are identifying as fucking cats in school, bro.
So if you live in your house, right, and then tomorrow I'm there, and we call the police, and you say it's your house, and I say it's my house, what we do next? Prove it, right? You show them your identity and proof that it's your house. That defeats me just saying it.
Want the world to identify you, recognize you as being Aboriginal, bro. That's what it is. That's what all this comes down to, bro. And that's not. You're not being realistic when you say that, bro. You're just not being realistic.
I just told you what the recognition does for me.
But you're not being realistic when you convey that to the panel. You're saying that I want the world.
And he's not being, but he's not being honest in saying that the United States has already recognized you. You use Sister Betty as an example, and you use Cherokee as another example. That's record.
I shouted out everybody.
Hold on.
I shouted out Dane, Aboriginal Power, Root Words. I didn't just say her name.
Okay. Hold on. Wait. Okay. All them people you just named have used tribal lineage, meaning whether it's Yamasee, Choctaw, Cherokee, Iroquois, they've used names and attached themselves to it, which is recognized by the United States. All those things that you're talking about are already recognized. The land is already set aside for you. The money is already set aside for you, and the incentives are already set aside for you.
So what do I
And the opportunity to build.
identify?
Nigga, why you asking me?
I gotta identify.
You should,
as
but you
the
saying you did that.
beneficiary. I gotta.
Wait a minute,
bro.
bro.
I just told you I'm learning
Don't
all
cut
of
me.
this to do it.
Please don't cut me, cuz. Please don't cut me. Please don't cut me.
Apologize.
Okay,
Apologize.
you're learning all this to do it. You're learning all this to do it. Cool. Until you do it, and until I see somebody else do it, why are you speaking on it like it's something that you're doing? You did. You saying you want to be recognized and saying this is what they should do, and I'm saying, bro, they already did that. They already recognize you. Now it's up to you to identify yourself. So the only person who in fault at this moment is you. You complaining like they ain't did their job. They recognize your people already.
Benefits right now. What?
No, let's not say because you ain't did it yet.
My classification
You ain't did it yet, bro. It is on there. Say other. You can write whatever.
Paper.
Bro, it's other. You can write whatever the fuck you want on them papers.
Hey, one second, y'all. Hey, I got
So stop playing with me like this.
Hold on, but due diligence. Cut your camera on, bro. All right, cool. I got you. Hey, we got two new panelists up here. We got Swarthy, and we got Due Diligent. What's up with y'all, man? Y'all want to add on? Anything y'all want to say?
Peace.
Peace, family.
Yeah, I'm outside, so if it's a little loud, just let me know, and I'll go inside and mute my mic. But yeah, I believe Black people deserve reparations. I mean, why not? Like, why wouldn't Black people deserve reparations? Other people here in the United States have received reparations from the United States, and other people outside of America have received reparations. So why not Black people?
Right, I agree with that. And who was that? Just Due Diligent. That was you, right?
Yeah, that was me, dude.
Swarthy, what's good, man?
Peace,
family. Peace. Me and Bobby was on the panel earlier. Shalom, what up, Bobby? Peace to everybody on the panel, everyone in the chat.
What up with it, Swat? What up?
Man, I just happened to see the live stream and I thought it was an interesting topic. I think Black people deserve their own sovereignty and national and their own country. Reparations is something that's owed to Black people. So it's I think it's past the point of do we deserve it or not. It's something that's owed to us. I think Black people deserve the opportunity to have their own nation and their own country personally. But as far as the reparations, that's owed to us. And I mean, Bobby knows this about me. He doesn't agree with me on this, but Bobby knows I identify as a Negro only Israelite. I know his brothers that identify as original Aboriginal Indians of the land. His brothers that identify as coming from Africa, right? When it's time to get the reparations money, we're only identifying with nigger, Black, freedman, and slave. You can put the fringes on, you can grab the West African mask, you can have the powwow, and you can be a Kemetic priest after we get the money. That's who they're going to pay at the end of the day.
So like when the reparations task force in California, when they had the Moors go up there, I wanted to choke these niggas out through YouTube because why are you going up in there with fezzes on asking for gold and all this other crazy stuff when you just go in there identifying as nigga, black, free black man or slave? That's who's going to get paid at the end of the day. So wanted to be recognized as the black Indians that was here first. I understand the sentiment and the passion behind that. But the truth of the matter is reparations is going to be paid based on the transatlantic slave trade and the effect that it had on black people that had to endure in this country from being over here at that time. So for me personally, it's like black people swallow your pride and leave all the stuff we think we know. Leave the Dr. Ben and the Yosef Ben Canaan and the what's the other historian that said it was black people over here before everybody had ever came. We got to leave what we think we might be outside of the reparations talk, and we have to speak the language that they understand, which is were you a free black man, were you a slave, or were you a nigga? And if you're not any of those three, they're not even thinking about paying. So we got to humble ourselves and swallow our pride and do all this extracurricular Indiana Jones type of shit research after we get the check. That's just personally how I feel about it. We should leave all of that outside of that.
This is just my question to everybody. When they're talking about giving us reparations, who's our representative that's speaking for us?
I would have to say, I mean, outside of the reparations task force in California, I don't think we have a unanimous representative that we've all agreed on and support and endorse. So I don't think we have that, brother, in all honesty.
So if
we do, please correct me.
If we ain't even at the table, how are we going to get reparations?
Well, I think Congress can come together and decide. I mean, we should have reparations without representation. Also, like, I don't think there was no representation for, other people, and I'm not completely for sure, but legislators can come together and say, hey, we wrong these people and just come to the conclusion themselves.
So we could be truthful with ourselves to say there's not even a real discussion about reparations. We're not even represented in the discussion.
Yeah, people have took cases to court and lost about reparations. They didn't. Some states have discussed it. Some states.
Hey, your mic horrible right now. Whoever that is talking. I don't mean to cut you, but it's something what's on them.
I was gonna say the same. Yeah, Dillinger, man, it sound horrible, man.
I'm just trying to point out something that I was told coming up. My pops told me was like when he coming out, he know who's gonna get straight A's because it's who's doing their homework. When he see him, who's looking like a straight A student, and who's out kicking it and running around and ain't never seen doing homework. So if we don't even see him doing the homework for reparations, how are we supposed to be thinking this is something actually about to happen? Like when? 50 years from now?
Okay,
so what
listen to what I'm saying, bro. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. If the point of reparations still come back to the transatlantic slave. That's the only time this conversation is even gonna get brought to the table because that's the only thing the United States government is gonna recognize. Anybody else that stand outside of that, especially if you stand on the Aboriginal side of the game, you've already gotten reparations, bro. Now it's up to you to get your identity in check. So the reparation conversation really don't even apply to people that feel like they Aboriginal because them folks can already recognize you and then set aside money and plans for you already. Why are you complaining instead of getting your identity together?
Because that if they set aside something for me, it'll be exclusively for me, not other people that can claim that too. You dig? Like a white person can get that same benefit. An Asian can get that same benefit.
Bro, you don't know them people lineage though.
That you
But
talking
this
about for me,
lineage, you don't know they lineage. Time out.
Right.
You don't know they lineage. If they can prove their lineage and say it was if they can prove their lineage, then you're related to them people.
This 2025, brother. Like you gotta stop with the fallacy thinking that white people ain't in your lineage if you are aboriginal to this country or so
Bro,
on and
you're
so forth,
crazy
Asians and
because
everything
I
else.
can prove that they
Doc-
paid to get
bro,
on the
bro,
roads. They're not
bro,
supposed to
bro,
be
bro,
on it.
bro, bro, bro.
So
Listen to
I'm
what
not
I'm saying.
related to them because they claim to
Whatever
be.
people listen. Is it $5 Indians? Yeah, it's black people that was $5 Indians that paid to get on that shit. So
And
we
there's
not finna
also
get into
people
the
that were excluded
time
from
out.
that list.
Okay,
For
and it's
one, he
people
just
that
made
was
that up, man.
excluded.
Don't fall for
Correct.
it.
I just made what up? Made what up? Exactly. So again,
I didn't
when
say
it
that,
come
fam.
down to this dogs, when it come down, motherfucker couldn't say nothing. So when it come down to this dogs roll and things that you like to like when I hear these talking points that y'all like to hang y'all hat on, bro, that ain't the entirety of the population of America at the time. That's not everybody going to pay this $5 that got that designation to get on that dogs roll. Is it some? Yeah, but y'all like to take the anomaly and then apply it to the majority. That wasn't the majority of the case, bro. I'm sorry to tell you, bro. That shit is in your blood. That was
Bro, I'm
fucking
trying to
white.
tell
Y'all was
you
fucking white people.
a
Listen,
fact that
y'all was
happened
fucking
that I
on
can prove.
conquistadors. Y'all was fucking on people getting off the
You can't prove
Mayflower,
that. You just saying that.
pilgrims.
I can
All of that
prove
shit was
that
happening,
people.
bro.
You making up stuff. I'm proving what I'm talking about.
That ain't made
Everything
up.
I'm saying
That
is
ain't made
fact.
up,
And
man.
you say, "Oh, you're
So
a Muslim
sex
Lord."
happens.
How you gonna prove that, fam? You made a claim. How you gonna prove it?
I didn't say you was no. I didn't say you was no mongoloid.
You
I
said I'm
said
related to some
yeah, they
people
can
that pay
claim.
to be on the roads. I'm related to them because they're on the
Yeah, on
roads.
paper, you well, listen, bro,
Bro,
listen.
you're
If that's what
tripping.
you claim, and then on paper, that's what you claim, and then on paper you related to him, and probably by blood you related to him too. Ain't no way around that, gang.
You tripping. You making up
Like
shit.
y'all do double talk. Y'all use the government for recognition, but then try to get outside of what the government and already recognized you as. That don't make
Bro,
no fucking sense.
the crimes that happen to us, you're not mentioning. I'm telling you, I'm mentioning them. We were misclassified, right? When we were misclassified, if let's say I'm Bobby Johnson and I own this land in Oklahoma, and I'm not on a document because I already own it. I don't have a document system. I'm the owner. Then you come with a paper that say you got the deed to my property, and you want me to change my name and my identity so you can have my house. That's
Y'all
called
niggas gonna stop telling me
misclassification.
that. Y'all niggas gonna stop telling me that niggas named Johnson came up with this Germanic or whatever other Norse fucking Nordic ass name, and niggas over here was called niggas like at the most niggas was calling themselves fucking
Hold on,
Soren
Bobby.
Evil and shit
Hold
like that. Names
All right, so let
like
me
you
on,
can
tell
Bobby.
look
you
up
your
indigenous
Hold on,
names.
Bobby.
This
Hold on,
nigga
hold
talk
on,
read.
hold
about
on, hold on, hold on,
Johnson.
hold on.
Country Ray, hold
So
on, hold on, hold on, real quick. Hey, Loyal, I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna let Loyal up, man. Y'all hold it down, man. I'll be back.
so one white man was named Johnson, according to your theory, and he gave that name to 100,000 other niggas named Johnson. And it's only a few white people named
Bro,
Johnson,
it's not
but all the
one.
niggas
It
is
ain't
named
no few
Johnson.
white people named
You telling me
Johnson.
that the
It ain't
name
no
come
few
from
white
there?
people named Johnson. This the problem. Niggas only operate in the world where niggas at, and they think that it's only a few white people named Johnson. You done lost your motherfucking mind if you think that it's only a few white people named Johnson, nigga. Is you
Bro,
crazy?
you keep
It ain't a
bugging
few
on
white
him.
people named Johnson.
It's more niggas named Johnson in America than anybody else. It's more niggas named Jackson in America than anybody else. Nigga, you're crazy. You want me to believe that a
Okay.
white man owned all these niggas and he gave them their name, or did he come over here as an immigrant like they do today and change their fucking name to ours? They do it today. What's wrong with you? These are our names. That's why we got them. Ain't nobody give a shit. We gave it to them.
Right.
The broke ass,
Right.
unhealthy. They didn't
Niggas who
come
was
from
coming up
wealth.
with names like
Nigga, they didn't come
niggas
over
who
here
was
from
coming up
wealth.
with names like
They
motherfucking
did not come from
Diami
wealth when
and
they came over
Dasan
here.
and
They weren't wealthy, my nigga.
Delson.
Nigga,
He is
they
so.
saw
We was coming
wealth
up with
when
names
they
like
got
that,
here,
and
my
all of a
nigga.
sudden we started calling niggas Johnson. You hear what I'm saying, loyal? Niggas was
No,
coming
Man,
up with
nigga.
names. Nigga,
No,
my
nigga, start
son,
writing
my
shit
son
down.
name, listen.
Document. Start writing
Listen,
shit
my son name is Diami. Hold on. My son name is Diami.
last
His
name.
name
And you gotta
literally
put one
means
in
the
there,
eagle
nigga.
chief. My son, listen, hold on real quick. My son name is Diami. His name literally means the eagle chief. He got an American indigenous name, nigga. How the fuck, there ain't no Johnsons in the indigenous names of fucking America. Them niggas didn't even operate on last names, nigga. Them niggas had they had tribal designation. This how I
That's
know
when they
you
start
niggas don't niggas didn't the
operating on
last
tribal
name wasn't
names.
even a part of our
Documented.
this
When
nigga
they got
dumb, nigga.
misclassified, nigga. You're not listening. That's when them names popped up.
So
On
we got
paper. On paper, nigga.
so we got misclassified. So you just proved then it's the white man if we misclassified and now we taking on some made up names. Bingo,
No,
stupid old
nigga. You retarded, bruh.
Bro, it's
I
like
can't even say this no
nigga
more, bruh.
saying
slow.
this is my air because I breathe it,
Nigga
man. You can't
slow.
So
can't
you
claim
saying
names.
one white man gave all these niggas because they was slaves. 100 niggas was slaves to somebody that's inferior to them that they could beat up
I'm saying
any shit they want to.
it's a
So you
made
saying these
up
niggas is
shit.
so
It's a made
docile
up
It
shit.
is.
they can't fight
I'm
one
saying
man
ain't
by
It's
nothing.
some
themselves?
made up
I'm
shit,
saying
bro.
You
ain't
sound
nothing
crazy,
indigenous
bruh.
about Johnson or Jackson or fucking
These are
Williams or some
people.
shit like man. That's some English.
Bro,
That's some Germanic Norse Dutch ass shit, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
can't prove
That's
nothing.
what them
All
people
you said
named
was
over there.
all the niggas
Them
over
people
there was
named
named Johnson. So
Johansson
how
and
is New
shit
and
like that.
Russian? Everybody in
Hey,
America named
Hey,
Johnson.
Bobby, that's them British Isle names. Williams,
Right. That's
Johnson.
what them niggas named over
Right.
there.
Named Johnson.
William, Errol. Them niggas got named like Errol. Errol.
Bro, you tripping, bro. You don't do your research. You just say shit because you've been
Obviously, you
indoctrinated,
don't do
bro.
your research.
Bro,
Because you
I,
Hey,
finna
I'm
let
tell
me
me
telling
what
you
tell
Dan
you.
facts.
Calloway's looked
I ain't
up.
said nothing that wasn't facts, bro.
With
You gonna
I
tell
ain't
me
said
Look,
facts,
you
bro.
ain't told this nigga crazy. He said he ain't said nothing that ain't fake. Oh, this
Hey,
nigga
I told you
smoking
about
weed.
Black Wall
Weed
Street,
laced with
right? I
cocaine.
told you when it was. I told you about the three sisters, the agriculture system that it feeds itself. The corn uses the corn uses the bean. The bean grows up. It fertilizes the soil. The squash keeps moisture at the ground. Now the land is fertile. We know how to
Hey,
agriculturally
hey,
make
are you
things
looking at
better.
the chat? Are you looking at the chat? Shout out to Not a Coincidence. Whites
Not a
account for
coincidence
the
is a
majority
sucker
of
just like
people
you, bro.
with the
They
last.
on here
Hold
and
on.
behave like suckers,
Whites,
bro.
whites,
Hey, y'all just mad that the power
whites
coming back
account
to the
for.
people,
Look
bro.
at what it
Y'all
say.
really mad
You
that the
can
power
Google
coming to
this.
the people.
You can Google this, bro. You
You
can Google this. Whites account for the majority of people with the last name. 60% of the people with the last name Johnson is white motherfucker. I know what the fuck I'm talking
so
about.
how
This
you
nigga
tell me a
smoking
white dude
crack.
named Johnson you know, nigga? Tell me a white dude named Johnson, and then tell me how many
Brad
niggas you know.
Brad
How many
Johnson,
niggas you
nigga.
know named
Brad
Johnson,
Johnson.
nigga?
Brad
How many
Johnson
niggas
won
you
the
know
Super
named
Bowl,
Johnson, my
nigga.
nigga?
Weak ass Brad.
Fucking weird ass nigga. You know Magic Johnson, don't you? Nigga, name a famous white
Hey,
Johnson,
country
nigga.
rate, bro. Country
Name
rate,
a
bro.
famous
I
white
Country
just
dude
rate.
said
named
Brad
Johnson,
Johnson.
nigga.
Country rate.
I
Hold
just
on, bro.
said
Country
Brad
rate.
Johnson,
Hold on,
nigga.
bro. Nigga, you've been up here, bro. Country rate. Bro, you've been up here talking at the top of your voice for 3 hours straight, my nigga. This is pure insanity, bro. You can get your shit off, bro. But god damn, nigga.
When niggas fabricate shit, bro, it pisses me off because I'm telling you facts.
I understand, bro. So that's what happens in
Stop
the
being
midst
And
triggered.
then
You
at the
ain't
end of
telling
the
me
day,
of a
that,
global
bro. You
debacle,
can't
man.
tell a nigga nothing.
Bro, you gotta be able to listen and then respond, bro. Just you niggas keep talking and talking and talking. That's that son of Yahweh shit. Nigga just say some shit and don't expound on it, don't go into further detail about what he's trying to articulate to the panel. At that point, like I said, bro, these some niggas be sounding like pure crackheads, bro. Like they don't lost their goddamn mind. Nigga read a book and lose their fucking mind, bro. Sometimes that shit can be a detriment. Niggas get too much information and they turn to their goddamn they get like, oh man, I can't even
I
explain it
got
in
you. I
words,
got you. I'm
bro.
gonna chill out. I'm
Hey,
gonna calm down.
real quick,
Chill
real
out.
quick. Two
Break it
zone,
down.
two zone. I
Got
could
you, bro.
literally do this, two zone. I could go get on my computer. I could go to the etymology dictionary online and type in all these last names, and they go take your ass back to fucking Europe somewhere. Dutch, Belgium, German, British, and all that bullshit. None of these last names that you finna give me from Jackson to Williams to Johnson or anything is gonna have nothing to do with America, bro, at all. These niggas was going by tribal designations at best. Nigga was called Running Bird of the Iroquois, nigga. Nigga ain't have no fucking last name. That's what I'm saying. This is why these folks barely recognize you niggas, because y'all don't even know the history that y'all trying to claim. You just attaching to some shit, don't know none of the practices, none of that shit. You ain't even supposed to have a fucking last name, nigga.
You know who Anthony
You
Johnson is?
where's your family crest at, nigga? Simple shit.
I ain't into proving shit to
You
niggas that
ain't
ain't
doing
got
the
proof
work.
shit too, bruh. I ain't got you making up shit to deter from
Hey,
niggas
to
being from
the
America, bro. Where your family
to
crest at? Where this at? Bro, can I tell you they bomb shit and stole shit? We supposed to still have shit? That's what you saying? Like you denounce the fact that what happened, and then be like, why you ain't pull your butt up by the boot? Nigga, because they got systems in place to suppress us, nigga. I'm dealing with that. You
So
ain't dealing
so
with
wait a
that
minute.
apparently.
So
You
if
not
you can
dealing with
admit
that.
it was a time, if you can admit it was a time that motherfuckers got bombed or went through POW and all of that shit, you can't necessarily debate against no motherfuckers that's saying the slave or none of that shit, because it's a point in history that's so convoluted that can't nobody do nothing but just go off of their own theory and rhetoric and what they heard from somebody in the family.
You know, there's a descendant of Black Wall Street till today that saw that shit live.
Bro, the
Oh, you
Black
didn't
Wall
know
Street
that?
is
You
in the
didn't know that?
1900s,
You didn't
bro.
know that?
That's the
Did
1900s.
somebody
I'm talking
steal
about
oil in
slavery, bro.
1920?
That's the 19. That's the 1900s, bro. Yes, it's people alive from the early 1900s, bro.
So
So
them
what? I'm
oral
talking
arguments
about.
and counts don't matter?
I'm talking about the 1700s and beyond, nigga. I'm talking about the 1700s and before. When all this shit got burnt up and shit, even in the early 1800s, niggas barely got history from that shit. That's
I ain't say
convoluted.
nothing about that, bro. I'm
What are you
talking about stuff
talking
I can
about?
prove. I'm talking about shit I
What are
can
you
prove.
talking about? That
Jim
ain't far
Crow.
back enough.
Jim Crow, it was
That
in
ain't
the
far back enough.
1700s, bro.
But that ain't,
If it
bro.
happened
Don't
to
try
us,
to
it
switch
happened
your argument
recently.
now. Don't try to fix your Jim Crow and all of that shit is attached to descendants of slaves as
No,
recognized by
it's
the
not.
United
It's
States,
attached to
bro.
black people in America. That's it. It's attached to us. We
That
can
they say
prove
are
that
descendants of
happened.
slaves.
We
That they
cannot
say are
prove we were
descendants of
slaves,
slaves.
bro.
That say
All
they
right, prove it
descendants
then.
of, that don't matter. That's
Prove
what
it
they
then,
saying.
nigga. Prove
That's
it.
what they
That's all I
say.
say. Prove it.
That's what
What's
they
your
say.
record?
You going
What's
against,
your
bro?
record of
You going
slavery?
against what's yours? What's
I ain't
yours,
got
bro?
one. I just told you I ain't got
Bro,
one.
because don't nobody got one. You just all the shit was burnt up just like this info I'm asking you for. How about that?
So then it didn't happen. How about that?
Just like your shit didn't happen. All your shit was
Okay,
then.
so
How
here
can
we
you
are.
if we doing
Here
that
we
then
are.
nothing
Here
happened.
we are.
Nothing happened, and here we are today with just a bunch of theories.
So let's go off of what we can see. Is there racism in America? Who's it towards? Is it towards immigrants or is it towards the indigenous aboriginals? Are aboriginals getting
You
locked up
keep
in
saying
prison?
indigenous, but
Is
you can't
aboriginals
prove
getting
that.
locked up in prison?
You
Or is
keep saying
everybody getting locked
indigenous,
up in
but you
prison?
can't prove that.
Oh, we doing the
See
wrong
how
shit.
see how you try to switch it back real
We
quick.
fell into
You can't
school,
prove that
but this
shit.
school ain't even made for us. So we
You
gonna
can't
fail because
prove
they're
you
not teaching
indigenous.
us right. But that's
You
our
can't
fault.
prove
That's
you
our fault.
indigenous. Because them
That's our
folks,
fault.
guess
My
what them
bad.
folks gonna
My
say?
bad.
Guess what them folks gonna say? Guess what they gonna say? We gave the indigenous people polio blankets. What we did to them niggas that's dark skinned, we turned them into slaves. We stole them from Africa. That's what they gonna say. That's what they're gonna
Bro, I
say.
don't
So
give a
now you
damn. You're
gotta
not
pick a
gonna
side.
convince
What
me
side you
that you
standing
can
on?
enslave an American nigga. You're not gonna make us slaves. We ain't never showed you characteristics of us
They ain't
being
saying you in
slaves.
America. They say they stole you
I
from
ain't never
Africa,
seen a
boy.
nigga a slave. I ain't never seen it only on
They say they
TV.
stole you from Africa. They
I
say
seen it
they
in 12
stole you from
years a
Africa,
slave,
boy.
but I
I'm
ain't
telling
never.
you
I
what
went
they
down
telling you.
south. I
I'm
went
telling
down
you, they
south.
say
My
they stole
family
you from
owned the
Africa.
land down south. We got graveyards, right? I don't got no history of this shit you talking.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask
I
you
don't
this.
got a
Does
history.
America have any connection to Africa?
That's none of my affair. I
Does a,
haven't went far that back.
does
I've heard
America
people talk
have any
about it.
connection
I've
to
heard
Africa?
people talk about it. I've heard people talk about it, but I personally have not reached that information yet. So I can't speak on it. I haven't went back that far. But nothing in new history outside of Liberia do I see us going to Africa. I don't see
I
nothing
didn't
there.
ask that. I didn't ask that. I said, does America have any connection to Africa?
Yeah, there's foods over there. Like I researched it. Like out of 680 foods, like 600 of them from America. So somehow it got there. I don't know if a
Time
bird
out.
did it. I
Time.
don't know if
Let
a
me.
bird
Time
did
out.
it.
Let me. Okay, a bird did it. All right,
I
cool.
don't know.
So
Listen,
now
I
we
don't
got
know.
food.
I don't know.
What about
You
culture? What about
you
culture?
don't want to
Do
say
do
we went over there.
motherfuckers put up? Wait a minute. Do motherfucker bro? I just said whether you say African American or American African, you still saying the same thing. Now let me finish saying what I'm saying. Do people over there? Do tribal people put on feathers and dance around fires and shit? Is it cultural? Is it cultural similarities we can see?
I do not study Africa. I've never been to Africa. I only see Africans here, and they don't do none of that shit. They wear the clothes, but they ain't doing
I
no
didn't ask you
fires
that.
around the
I didn't
damn.
ask you
And
that.
matter of fact, they working that job. They Americans.
You don't do
I don't
that.
see no
Wait,
Africans over
niggas
there.
that wait. Niggas that's claiming all this tribal shit online, I don't see y'all doing that. I'm asking you a tribal question. Do the tribal people in Africa show similarities to the tribal people in here in their culture and how they practice
And I'm
from
telling you,
headdresses on down?
I do not study Africa. All my affairs are in America. I don't have my time to put my mind on something that ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't know what's
Oh, so
happening over
okay.
there right now. I do not
I ain't
know.
say right now. I'm talking about from right now
I
and
don't know in the
ancient.
past either. I know less about the
Uh,
past than I do about the present in Africa. I don't care. My mind is not in Africa, fam. We got all this greatness here. I'm focused on that.
what about the Mississippi River, the Amazon, and the Nile?
I've heard of these things. I've went to the Mississippi. I've never been to the
What
Nile.
about the pyramids?
I know about Teotihuacan in Mexico, the
Is the
pyramid of
Amazon
sun, the pyramid of the
is the
moon.
Amazon America? Is the
Yes,
Amazon
all
America?
everything over here is America. Canada to
So,
South America.
but wait. But so, can you speak on what go on in South America?
If I wanted to,
Why you never been?
it's still part of my shit. We're the
But you
original people
never
over there
been. But you
too.
wait. But I just asked you a question. If South America is a part of your shit and you see how they do their culture, then you look at the Nile River Valley culture and see how they do their shit. You look at the Mississippi culture and see how they do their shit. And you see all these people build pyramids and they did the same thing and they did practice pretty much the same thing culturally and food wise. How them not your people?
Who, what people are you referring to? You talking about cultures that we are looking back on,
I'm
not the
talking about
people that's
Nile
there now.
River. I'm
The
talking about
people
all the
there now
Nile.
didn't
I'm talking
build
about
none of
all the
that.
Nile River.
The people that's there now
The
did
people
not
that's
build
here now
America
didn't build none of
pyramid.
this. The people
So
that's here now
who
didn't
am I
build
supposed
none
to
of
be
this.
related to? Some people that ain't even from
The
there?
people the person that you are that's here now didn't build none of this shit. But you claim it.
Said the people over there in Egypt who are claiming to be Egyptians are not the original people
But
that would be called the
I said
Egyptians, is
Nile
what I'm
River.
saying.
I said the Nile River culture. The Nile River traveled more than just Egypt, for one. And its pyramids in more than just Egypt and Africa.
Bro, I'm saying I do not care about Africa right now. My focus is on my people and my land and what we doing. If let's say Jesus is over there right now, what does that
But
do for
South
us?
America ain't your
What is
land.
that doing for us to be over there walking on water, saving people? What is that
South
doing for me
America
right
ain't
now?
your land. You not from South America.
Right, right, man. I'm from America. That's what I keep trying to tell you. At one time, we were traversing from South
You from
America
North
to
America.
Canada. This is hidden history. You don't
So
know
we
it,
was
so you're
going from
not
South.
applying it.
Wait. So we was going from South America to Canada, but not Africa.
Bro, I'm not debating whether or not, I just told you, our 600 agricultural vegetables, foods that grow plants from
I
America
ain't even talking about
that
just the
are in
food. What
Africa.
about the
So it
culture?
got there somehow. If I use my mind, right, because
What
that's what
about
I
the
got to
culture?
use, you got to deduce the information. If it comes from America, it got there somehow. It could have been
What
people
about the
brought it. We could
culture?
say, okay, we could say people from America brought it.
What
We could
about
say the birds
phenotype
and the
similar?
animals flew over there with seeds on them and they pollinated the land. Whatever, we will say the truth is
Okay, the
they
bird.
originated in America. They originated in
Did the
America. We
birds
know that.
bring? Did the birds bring the knowledge on how to build pyramids? That birds did that too, huh?
Bro, what I'm saying is there's more evidence to say the people over there came from America and built pyramids. They built civilizations. They built up Africa. There's more evidence that proves that than saying there were some people over there doing it that's from there.
Wait,
And
Why
it's
is
I
the
it?
never
same
Why?
denied
pyramids.
that. Wait, loyal. You see how they do that? But then, as soon as you say it's more evidence that niggas went over there and did that, then that make it American Africans now. You can't
Yeah,
separate
man.
because what you niggas like to do is like once y'all say that a nigga can travel back and forth, then we talking about motherfuckers that's moving back and forth, people that's having sex with each other, relationships, all that. You taking away the human experience and trying to make it like a Sims video game, bro.
Well, let me
Now you
say
got
Now,
something
people
about
hold on,
mixing.
hold on. Hold on.
So now
We
you
got
got this,
Nazi.
yeah.
Hold on. We
Shout
got
out to my
Nadi in the
nigga.
building. What's good, Nadi? Shit, I ain't think I see you on the side of time, but what's good with you, man?
Yo,
Salute.
yo, yo, shout out, shout out, shout out. And I just want to touch on something right quick. My boy, my boy Bobby was saying right there. Let me show you on my crest, Bobby. My pe my peacetime crest and
See, he
my
got his
war
family
crest.
crest.
My family
Okay.
crest.
So then now you know I know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? You see a nigga that
Yeah,
showed his
yeah,
family crest.
yeah. That's on my tag. So yeah, that's part of my my what the brethren recognition. But yeah, Bobby telling y'all
That's
the
why I don't
truth.
really go back and forth. That's why I don't really go back and forth with Naughty on this shit because Naughty actually do the shit. So he ain't gonna argue with no nigga about being recognized because they recognize him already.
so what he get with that recognition.
Bro, ask him. See now you, oh, nigga, you need to ask him that question.
I said, what he get with that recognition, bro? I'm not like I'm not trying to. I'm just listening. Like, what do you get recognized? What's your recognition as what?
Basically, all the things that you're claiming that you're looking to achieve or uh, being under recognition as the truth of the land,
What
not
land are you
accrediting,
recognized?
not accrediting no state, not accrediting no government, but the land that I born and raised on,
So,
only
what
land I
land does
know.
that recognize you as? Is what I'm saying. What are you recognized as?
It depends on what title I want to run. So there's many titles in your operation. So it depends on what your family operations is or whatever your family operations is involved in at the time.
I'm saying, like, what are they recognizing you? Like, what? I don't know what I'm saying. What land
Yeah,
is
you really
you
don't.
recognized coming from? What land are you recognized coming from as your land?
Well, it don't really work that way, bro. What you're speaking on as a land thing, unless you go and get your birth certificate registered as a
This why he
title.
don't understand. This why I knew you ain't understand what you were talking about, bro.
Come
Your
on,
family is
Ginger.
your first
Please,
nation.
please
No,
go
Yeah.
bro,
ahead,
listen,
G.
I ain't
Why
talking.
you ain't let
No,
him answer
your
the
family
question?
is your first nation,
Why you
bro.
ain't let
Because
him? I'm trying to figure out
bro,
what his
because you just
recognition
said you
is.
knew all of this.
What is his
Because you just
recognition?
said you knew all of
Nigga, you
this, bro.
making up
Because I've
stuff.
been
I ain't say
asking
I
you this
knew
whole
nothing but
time,
facts. I said
bro. I'm
facts.
not making that up. Your family
You
is your
making
first
up what I'm
nation.
thinking, what I'm saying,
That's
bro.
why your
Like,
family
man,
crest go before any of this shit.
bro, you talking
All
about
right, go
family
ahead.
crest? I'm not. I didn't
And
bring that
here's why you
question
have
up.
to
I
prove
didn't
your
say, "Oh, I got a
lineage
family crest. Let's
in
talk
order
about
to
it." You said,
acquire the
"Where your
land.
family
Ain't that
crest
right?
at?" And you ain't got one. You ain't got one. Like, bro, you going there so you could be somewhere. I'm trying to figure out what the family crest do. So be quiet. Let this man explain. He got one, not you. What does the recognition, like, how are you recognized as, what are they recognizing you as?
Mic check, mic check.
Go ahead. You good?
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, I forgot Loyal. What's
Mic
up, bro?
check.
What's good? What's up, Loyal nigga? Hey man, that shit. Hold on. Now we can hear you, bro. He come back up. Hey man, that shit last night over there on Smoke Battle, man. That
Go
shit
ahead.
was hilarious, man. I went back and listened to that shit. I said, this nigga crazy, man.
Yeah, dude was something else, man. He was pissed that he wasn't getting the credibility he wanted.
That nigga, what's his name? Philly. That freak nigga was up there, man. That shit was crazy, man. But listen,
That nigga was on that sauce.
yeah, man. I don't know what that shit was, bro. But hey, hopefully Nadia will come back up and give you edification. He can clarify some things for your country, Ray, about him being recognized, his family crescent, or whatever it is, what he got going on. Because he's
But the
more
thing is these guys can claim anything they want, man.
right. That's what I've been
And
trying to tell you,
they
guys. I've been
still
trying to say
not
that.
gonna get no reparations. Because it repair of what? What are they
So,
repairing
so
by giving
you
you
are in
reparations
disagreement
by
with the
money?
fact of people getting reparations, right?
Yeah, for what? Slavery didn't happen. If the shit didn't happen, how you gonna claim some type of benefit from it?
Because something did happen. That's what I keep telling you. Something
Something did
happened to
happen, like
us.
what?
There's proof that we were capitalists. We were millionaires. And that'll be like all the millionaires today
And we
is
still
not
are, brother.
millionaires tomorrow. Tomorrow they all not millionaires.
We still
How is that
are.
going to happen if they
Who's
keeping it in the
hold
family?
on, Lord. You
We
saying that
still
people are
are.
still millionaires? So you mean to tell me the nigga eat at the garbage can? He a millionaire, bro? What are you talking about?
We still got niggas that's millionaires. Some of them
You live in a
billionaires.
house right now.
Okay, I
Somebody
get that.
drop
I
a
get that. Okay,
bomb on
okay.
it.
I
Somebody
thought
drop a
you were making a
bomb on
general.
your
Hold on,
house.
Francis. I thought you were making a generalized point, like everybody's a millionaire
Not
based off of them being black.
not everybody back then
Well,
was rich. It doesn't even
listen,
make
my
sense.
only problem. Listen, hold on, bro. My only problem with somebody like I ain't got a problem with country rate, but the only pushback I would give him is keep saying that we had this, we had that, we was
Yeah.
doing this. That doesn't matter anymore, bro. That's past tense, my guy.
All right, I'm with you on that, right? But I'm saying we were able to do it without nobody helping us. That was the blueprint for us to become millionaires.
Bro,
That's what
Right,
made them
you
mad.
can't do
We
nothing
didn't
without socializing with other
listen. We
people.
did not
How you gonna
include
have a
them
market if nobody
listen,
else was in the market
right. Hey,
besides
because
country
you?
we're
rate,
the
you keep
market.
saying,
Nigga, we are the people buying the shit that we're
hey, country
making.
rate, and
If
then
they
you
didn't
said
put
you
Yeah,
want
but
to
us,
do.
how do you grow
God
when you
damn.
only have a limited, finite amount of resources?
I'm pausing
Hey,
because I don't know if you finished talking, so I'm
hey, hold
gonna
on,
pause and see if
Now
you
that
hear.
you, hey, Nadi, do a mic check real quick.
Mic check, mic check.
All right, now can you clarify to the other gentleman up here on how you got recognized, by different governmental entities, bro? How you was able to, what steps
No,
took?
I didn't ask him that. I said, what is he being recognized as?
Okay, he's asking
And
why.
what
Okay, yeah,
land is he being recognized from?
And I thought I answered that.
No, you didn't, or I wouldn't be asking you.
Okay, so again, it
Actually, your
depends.
phone went out. Your phone went out.
Yeah, it depends on what title you're in action of. Who's asking the question? If you were at a hospital, you wouldn't be asking the looking for the sewage man to come give you a diagnosis. You'd be speaking with a doctor. So the doctor is the acting doctor in that title at that time. So it's all about business, how you operating business out of your family's nation. At what point in time are you under what title to whom you're dealing with? So if you're dealing with EPA, you'll be in a different title out of your structure of your operations from your state. If you're dealing with the sheriffs or the federal agents, you'll be operating out of a different title out of your estate. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your estate is what matters. If that's in proper order to be recognized by the other entities that's doing business on the land,
So, so Nadi, I was speaking on being recognized as an indigenous American.
I mean, you could put that in
What do
your
you get for that?
declaration.
Bro, I just told you the whole bill. Bro, you disregarding anything I've said today. I spoke on
You
a
don't
whole
get
bill I'm
nothing for
working
that,
on.
bro. You don't get nothing
And
for claiming you're an indigenous American. Nothing.
you get land rights. You get an education system to progress your culture and who you are. We
And when
don't
you get
have
these
that.
land rights, do you have to purchase land?
If I am
Yes.
the original owner, why would I have to buy it if I own it?
Because ain't
That's
shit
what
for
I want
free.
from recognition. That
Ain't
even if you
shit for
own it,
free.
if you somebody that's a foreigner that owns land in America and you did not buy that from an indigenous American, that is a fraudulent act. How you buy something from somebody that
Know
don't
the
own
land
it?
wasn't sold, brother, by the indigenous?
As an indigenous American, you can't
It
sell
said
land.
that we did not sell it, so how does someone else own it?
How do you know? You weren't
You
there,
can't
brother.
you can't sell land, bro. It ain't yours to sell. You in tune with the land as an indigenous individual. You're
You
not
can
in
say
Thank
the
you.
you
That's
suck
hospital.
it.
why I
That's
was,
what
hold
I
on,
mean.
Nadi.
You suck it.
Nadi. Let me get to that point right there, Nadi. Anytime I hear somebody that go under the indigenous designation, they oftentimes talk about the land ownership. They talk about a system that didn't even apply within the ideology that they claiming. You can't even buy or sell land and do none of that shit within the indigenous ideology. It don't exist. Like jail and all these other these things don't even exist in that ideology.
That's why the
Land
niggas ain't
ownership
have
wasn't a
none.
thing. These were migrant people, bro. These people that knew how to build permanent buildings and temporary buildings and move the fuck around. They didn't stay no one place long.
And they ain't have shit. Now all of a sudden you want to make a claim on some shit that says all yours when y'all wouldn't have it. Y'all wouldn't own it nothing back then.
Bro, this why them when the motherfuckers
So,
was even coming
all
with them
right.
bro, this is why when they was even coming with them contracts, most indigenous was looking at the white man crazy, like, nigga, this fool think he can buy some land. What the fuck is wrong with him? This fool think a piece of paper go make him the owner of what they say the motherfucker bought New York for $50, $100 or some shit.
Like how? How did you do that? That's what I be asking. Like we just gonna
Bro,
go with it.
because
They bought it for
they said
$20.
I'm trying to they set up a system. They set up a system that they honor, and by proxy, they drew your ancestors into honoring it by signing contracts and getting to the pistol play. We
No,
keep
they
trying to
didn't.
dodge the
No, they
pistol
didn't.
play.
No,
You
they
niggas
didn't.
keep talking about,
You making
bro.
that
Yes,
up,
they
bro. You
did.
just made that up.
They went to
You made
war.
that
They
up.
went to war with these people.
You made that up.
That ain't made, bro. That's not made up. They went to war
So
No,
with
how
them
they
that's
people,
get it?
man.
from the
How they
When
get
Indians,
the
bro.
land then?
They did. What did they buy it with? You saying they had dollar bills and they didn't have a print machine? How they
Hey,
buy it?
you need to go and look up the Iroquois with the Dutch called Yorkshire, who came in New York City and or New York in 1300s and did a declaration. The Iroquois and the Dutch together, which the Iroquois created the Dutch and created the Swiss Confederacy in 1212. You have to know some of these people that you're looking at as native was nothing but tribes operating in.
That's it. And that's in commerce. That's it.
What did they buy it with? Is all I'm asking. If they didn't even
The
print
same
money,
shit your markets were run by. The same shit that they used in the markets. What was your
what?
silver
They
and
market?
didn't
gold,
What was
have
the
nigga. If you
value?
money.
right. Right,
You,
silver and gold, nigga. Are you crazy right
That
now?
was already in
Silver
the
and gold is
market.
always,
That was already here.
bro.
That we had.
It
We
don't
had
matter
all
that,
this
bro.
stuff.
If a motherfucker got,
And we let
bro,
them
if a
raise on our
motherfucker got
gold and
more
buy some
gold,
shit
bro,
with some shit we got. They made it up, bruh. That's not what you not getting. They made up
You making
every
that shit up
transaction.
too, bro.
No, you
They
making
made
it
up
up as
every
you fly.
transaction. It didn't happen. They just saying it
You
happened.
making that shit up,
Reparations will
bro.
never fly, man, because it's a fraud from the start. It'll never fly.
My purpose of saying that is that they have not given it to us yet. We've been owed it. What else do we gotta prove to get it?
And
Bro,
what
they gave it to y'all, man. Go claim your motherfucking indigenous or your family heritage and you can get it. That's what I'm
Bro,
trying to
they
tell
gave
you.
us
You keep saying they
restoration.
ain't
They
gave it
wouldn't
to us
have
yet.
anything. They would have nothing if they
Bro, no,
repaired
no,
all our
no, no, no.
property.
No, here you
They
well,
go.
wouldn't
maybe
have
they
no
didn't
If
have
they
money.
nothing to
talk,
They
bro,
begin
don't
with.
got no
bro,
rights to nothing.
listen. Here go the problem. Bro, listen. Most of the shit that you can get for resources in your community are not heavily advertised. That's the trick to marketing. They gonna market you on like motherfuckers go get on this internet and market you on it can't be done while in secrecy, while in truth, it's been there for you in plain sight this whole time. And people just been spinning you, young man. I don't know how old you is, but I'm trying to tell you the truth, cuz you could have
Bro,
been
I'm
did
just
this
saying they've
shit
been spending
without
us
none
the
of this
whole
argument.
time. They spending us the
All right,
whole
I'm
time.
telling, bro. You saying why haven't they did it? And I'm saying they did it. They just not advertising because it's not up to them to tell you, hey, come here to this building if you want to get
Ain't
your
shit up to
indigenous
them, bro.
reparation as a black man. And right, it's up to you.
Yeah, it's your claim. It's up to
It's
you
up
to
to
prove
you.
it.
Right, it's
You
your
tell me to go
claim.
make
Right.
a claim with them.
Yeah,
Tell
bro,
me to
that's the
go
way you
make a
got.
claim
Hold
with
on, bro.
them.
Check this out. You ever worked a job and had a have you ever worked a job and had a 401k?
Probably
I
not.
I'm
own
just being
my
honest with
own
you. All right.
business.
All right. Now listen, I know, okay, listen. I worked a job back in the day and I had a 401k that I completely forgot about. Right? Do you think them folks was calling my phone every other month like a bill collector would to say, hey, you got like $5,000 over here that you like that's been sitting for like 7, 8 years that you like then forgot about. Am I lying, loyal? Are they ever
Nah,
gonna
you ain't
call
lying.
you? No,
Fuck no.
they gonna hope you forget it. They gonna hope you forget about that shit forever. It could be 10 years. Bro, I had to get on a website to go look through and it helped you find your 401ks, bro. I had a couple of them out there that I had completely forgot about.
And you're saying
But
that's
that's the
okay that
way,
they won't remind you about your money that they got. That's okay.
bro.
That you got to
I'm
remember
saying, bro,
that you got
that's
money.
hold on.
It's your money, not theirs,
Bro, wait
nigga.
a minute. It's that's
Why they
right,
ain't even
it's
in the
your money.
mix? Is what I'm saying. Why they in the mix? If they ain't gonna tell you the right
Because you was
shit,
procuring
they gonna
because I
spin
was
you every
procuring the
time.
funds through them.
And
They
you like
didn't
go to
skin
them,
me.
they
The
gonna spin
money,
you though.
bro, listen, the money was there. It was up to me to keep track of it. I
So
This
just
who
didn't
nigga
keep
is?
was a
track of it.
gambling
They not
man,
in this with
and
us? They not in this with us?
Huh?
They not in this
What?
with us? Why would they
that's your
not tell
problem right
you
Bro,
there,
about
brother.
your money
that's your
if they
problem
got it?
right there,
That's
nigga.
your problem right there, man.
You wanna be
No, you
loved
want
and
to be
not
we are the
respected,
world,
nigga.
Michael Jackson. These niggas
You
don't give a
wanna be
fuck about
loved.
us.
You wanna be
They want to
loved.
be we
You
are the
wanna be
world.
loved and not respected.
Nah,
You
nigga, I
wanna
just
be
want to be
loved and not
exclusive.
respected.
I just want to be
I'd rather just have
exclusive.
my respect, nigga. Give me my respect
Yep.
and my money and just leave me alone. You
Want
feel
shit
me, lawyer?
protected.
Huh? You ain't gotta love me. You ain't gotta love
Just
me.
want
You ain't
shit
even
for
gotta
You ain't
us.
gotta
like me
look
for
out
real.
for me or none of that
Just know
shit.
that, right? None of that. Just know that you owe me
So they
and give
gonna
me
bring
what's
us down
mine.
and be
That's
able to
it.
put your money in 401k. That was their idea. And some people have left their shit in there and they need it. And that's okay that a motherfucker not gonna tell you. Y'all stupid, like to get played like that. Like that, it's called doing the right thing,
I
nigga. So
ain't get
basically,
played, nigga.
you saying these
How
people
did I get
involved are
played?
not the right people
Wait.
that care
How did
about
I
you.
get played if they never spent the money?
They
It was
didn't tell
always
you. They
there.
just let it sit there, and they know you
It
they
was
got
up
it.
to
They know they
me.
got it,
It was up
They
to me
don't
to
know
keep
what
track
you
of it.
need. What the
Right.
fuck? They
bro.
don't
I'm
know.
It
a
was
grown
your
up, nigga.
idea.
Yeah.
401k was your
I'm
idea,
an
right?
adult. And I
Well,
agreed to
Man,
it.
what
And
is
I
your
fuck
agreed
no.
to it.
opinion? See, that's the
And I
difference between
agreed
being
to
a
it.
tribe and being a corporation. Because
No,
your tribe
that's
gonna
the
look out
difference
for you.
between
You ain't gotta
that's
do
the
all that
difference between
shit
being
getting looked out
accountable.
for.
That's the difference
Some
between
of
being
y'all are
accountable,
racist
bro.
people, and y'all talking about making sense
Bro,
of it,
ain't
and
none
they
of
racist.
bro. You
They
talking about
racist,
it, bro,
nigga.
but you talking about a tribe.
But you talking about the tribe, and the tribe ain't looked out for you yet. You still just searching for your identity.
Bro,
Ain't no
The only
tribe looked
people,
out for you
the
yet.
only people
So
prospering in
stop.
the tribe is the chief, nigga.
Right, right. Only nigga at the top. Oh, what you in the bottom of the TP, nigga, talking about some tribe shit, nigga. Nigga, only
Yeah.
tribe that exists to me is my family, nigga. Yeah, my family tribe, nigga. I ain't no motherfucking Cherokee, Erie.
I
You
don't know if
niggas
you went
talk
to
about some
school.
shit that's already
I
out
don't know
there,
if you went
man.
to school, but your tribe ain't at school, nigga. It's a whole bunch of motherfuckers at school. Y'all be pretending
Hey,
like
where
real
your
white
tribe
people.
at?
You live
Hey,
in
let
this
me ask you.
imaginary
What's the name of
world,
your
right?
tribe, cuz?
You
What's the
live.
name of your
I'm
tribe,
asking
cuz?
you questions that you ain't got no
Just
power to
let me
help me
ask
out
you
if
the
you find
name
out
of your
any of this
tribe.
information.
I can
You
help
only
you.
gonna use
I
that
can help
against me,
you.
my nigga. I already can spot you from a
Tell me
mile
the
away.
name of your tribe,
I spot
cuz.
you
Tell
from a
me the
mile.
name of your tribe.
Beat a nigga's ass.
Just tell me the name of your tribe.
Band, we the bands. Beat a nigga's ass bad. Banab. We Banab. That talk
What?
shit and don't know what he talking about.
Come on, man.
Now, you happy? Let's get past that. What I'm talking about is we have a history of these people lying, changing records, misclassifying, so that we do not get our inheritance. It's still there.
Bro, you can
It's
Because
get
it's
not in
it.
up
their
to
You
bank
you,
just
account.
nigga.
It's not in
misidentified.
their bank account.
Go get your
Our
funds.
inheritance is not in their bank account. They can't give it to us. It's not in dollar bills.
What is it in?
Bro, your people never own land. Why you keep
Never.
missing that
Right.
point?
You're
You
right.
come
But we
from
use
indigenous
land.
people
We
who
use
didn't
it.
even believe in land owners.
This
But
is
guess
this is
what?
what the
With this
Confederate
new
did.
rules, and guess
The
what? They done
Confederate is a bunch
separated,
of Indian
bro. Guess what
tribes,
they
my
did
nigga.
though? But guess what they did? They done designated land for y'all, like it's thousands of acres for y'all to go out and graze upon. That y'all can use that land because they designated, like I'm telling you,
Bunch of
they got it
animals.
out there for you, cuz.
Bro, I ain't trying
Right.
to hear nothing you
Get this
talking about. You
buffalo,
just a
bro.
weird
It's
nigga
even
that's just
bison out
downplaying
there, bro.
everything.
They gonna
You a
throw real,
weirdo,
it's
bro.
real
You just
bison out
weird.
there too, bro. You can
Bro, I
fashion
became
you a
you
bow and
weird just
arrow,
making up
and
shit and saying shit,
you
bro.
and cuz could put that
Right, right,
three
all
sisters
that.
theory
All
to the
that.
test, nigga. See if
Yeah,
y'all
I
can
told
grow
you
some
about
corn, bro.
indigenous agriculture
See
called the Three Sisters. I
if
told
a
you about
nigga,
that.
see if a nigga grow
That's
some
not
corn
this.
on a
Listen, there's a reason
beanstalk
why they call it
with
Three
squash
Sisters.
at the
They
bottom.
believed in the
They
spiritual.
don't even
What
know
the
that all
fuck?
that shit don't even grow. Loyal. That nigga said a corn gonna grow with a beanstalk around it and squash at the bottom. Nigga, that shit ain't never
And it's going to
That
fertilize the
corn gonna
land.
grow up and
Any
smother
farmer
that
will
shit
tell
out. Ain't
you
gonna
and
get
tell
no
you the truth,
sunlight,
bro.
nigga.
Just because you don't know, a farmer will tell you I know what
That
I'm
nigga
talking
talking
about.
about some shit. Ain't no farmer. A farmer ain't never seen a corn
Why
with
don't
a
they Google the
beanstalk
Three
around it
Sisters?
and squash at the bottom, nigga.
Sisters
That
That's
shit
some
don't
made up
exist.
shit.
agriculture.
Yeah, that shit don't
That's like the
exist.
corner. Yeah, Google the cornucopia too, nigga. Yeah, Google that
Nah,
too,
I'm
nigga.
only
Google
speaking on America,
cornucopia
nigga. Just
while you at
Google
it, nigga.
Three Sisters. It's
Right. And
American
Google cornucopia
Aboriginal
too. Right.
culture.
Google the first Thanksgiving, nigga. Google the first Thanksgiving too while you at it.
Nigga, you just talking dumb, bro. You a distraction from real life progression. You talk stupid, you ain't about shit, and you just talk in circles, bro. I've been on my point. I'm
Stay
telling
on
you who I
topic,
am,
brother.
where I come from, and what we do. You keep making fun of it because you think it's funny, and it's not. It's serious.
It
But you
is
want to be a
funny,
bitch
brother.
about it. So be a bitch about it, my nigga. Bitch about it.
Successful farming ain't like no gumbo. Successful farming is partitioning up shit and maintaining it separately, man. That's how you grow large amounts of shit. You don't mix up shit that's gonna steal nutrients from one another.
Bro, they gonna feed each other. It's a dynamo. They feed off of each other. It's never ending. And it's high yield in a small space. That's
Nah,
how you
brother.
come up, my nigga. Y'all not listening.
If you gonna grow beans, because beans is a vine-like plant, you do not grow it in corn.
Bro, shut the fuck up and just Google
And
the
you
Three
surely,
Sisters.
because I'm growing corn and squash right now, brother.
Here, all right, the corn is gonna grow straight up. The bean
Yes,
is gonna grow a vine. It's gonna grow like a vine around the corn. It provides support. And the squash keeps moisture in the ground. They help each other. That's what our science is about. Things that
bro.
we do are helpful and they coordinate with nature and there's science to it if you
Look,
do
brother.
it.
The corn is going to drown out the other vegetables because it's going to take away all the sunlight. Corn grows up And when it grows in rows, it smothers the ground. That's how the soil stays cold. Corn needs large amounts of sulfur too, as well. Sulfur that will kill other plants like squash and beans. That shit has to be grown separately, bro. You're not gonna get no large fucking yield if you growing like that.
Mic check. Mic check.
You good? You good?
Okay, yeah. Corn eats up everything in the ground, all the minerals, bro. When you planting corn, you only really want to do like a 2 year crop and then give it about a good year or 2 years to replenish the soil.
Yeah.
If you
Unless
run,
you're
if you
amending it.
run, yeah, and even if you're minting it, you want to give it only 5 year crop seed growth, and then leave that soil alone. You don't want to go back to
Mm-hmm.
that after that five. The most you're gonna do is 5 years with corn, bro. You can't grow shit around corn like that. I don't know what kind of farming these man got going on out here in these
This brother
Indians.
talking about growing in hoop houses and high tunnels and shit. And that's a good thing, man, but you still need to partition up that fucking corn from all the rest of the vegetables. I've been
Shit, y'all
gardening
need to
for a long
petition on
time, man.
reparations.
Ain't no
Y'all talking about
reparations.
corn on a cob. Y'all talking about
Ain't
corn
no
on a cob
reparations.
and 401ks and
Let me ask you
401ks to
something.
show just
They ain't gonna
just hold
repair
on,
nothing that's
not even
never
man,
been
hold the
broken.
fuck up, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, can y'all let me get the mic home?
Calm your freaky
Straight
deaky
up.
ass down. Calm your freaky deaky ass down, nigga.
God damn, them niggas love that
This
shit.
nigga come.
Calm your
This
Niggas
nigga
freaky
love
come
that
up
deaky
here with
shit.
an
ass.
instant.
So
Hey,
cool.
Lord,
All right,
nigga
so
come up here with an
cool.
instant
All right,
toothache,
so
man. You
cool.
got an instant toothache.
Cool.
Get some Anbesol,
Exactly.
nigga.
Only when I get around you bitch niggas I get like this. But here's what I'm saying.
Only
If you gonna deflect, if you gonna deflect from reparations, then just don't talk about it. But all that deflecting and you can get reparations, you just don't know how. It's a bunch
you
of
ain't getting
fucking
shit.
crap. We trying
They'll
to get
offer you dental before
reparations.
they offer
We
you
trying to give.
reparations.
Hey, we trying to get reparations, and you got bitch niggas like loyal saying you can't get it. Shut your hoe
You're
ass up,
not gonna
nigga.
get it.
We
Would you
You're
getting it,
call
not
and
gonna
yourself an
get it.
African for
all
reparations
right.
drop? Would you call yourself an African for
For, for,
reparations surgery?
for if I had to sign a paper that said you gonna get reparations long as you check African, yeah, I check African. It ain't shit but some fucking words. Give me my motherfucking money. Period. Do I gotta
So
hop
from
on
that,
one leg
African
for
booty
it?
sniffer.
Hey,
let me ask a question,
yeah, all
drop.
right.
Let me
Straight
ask a question,
deflect.
drop.
What's happening?
Can you?
What's
Yeah, what's
that?
going on? Cool out, cool out, cool out. Hey, so how you owe something to your property
What you mean? How do I owe something to my
as
property?
a slave?
Cause
As
them
a
bitch
slave,
niggas, cause them bitch
because
ass niggas. No, because the government, everybody pay taxes on their property. In case you bury your
let me,
body back there,
right. But listen, what I'm saying. Your house and your property, what you own, your car, all of that. Can they come tell you you owe it some money for driving it up and down the road every day? Can it come tell you you owe? Can your kids that you raised for 18
But
years come tell
here go the
you? Come tell
designation.
you? Hold on, bro. Hold
Right,
on.
here go
bro.
the
He was asking
designation
me a
though. I
question,
Can
got what you
property? What I'm asking?
bro. He was
Can
asking me a
property?
question, bro.
Can property request something from its owner? Because that's what a slave is.
yeah,
Property. It's
yes,
considered
yes,
property.
yes, 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 yes. Once you
How?
recognize that the thing that you because once the thing that was you was
Yeah, I
trying to
know I couldn't
recognize
do it.
as
True zone.
not a human
I'll be back,
become a
bro.
human. Go ahead, cuz I know
Yeah,
you
it'd
go
be
get a
hard to
mother, so
mix.
go
It's
ahead.
hard for wolves. Yeah, it'd be hard for wolves to mix with the sheep. Now look. What I'm saying is that has
Simple
nothing to
ass
do with
nigga.
fucking reparations.
type of sheep is
Y'all keep
you?
bringing
A
up
black one
things
or
that
a
has
gray one?
nothing to do with it has nothing to do with reparations, man. Just give us our money. It shouldn't be this hard. Y'all know they owe niggas money. They don't know every nigga money because all these niggas wasn't part of that lineage that was getting did like that. But a lot of motherfuckers is old bread, and that's the whole point. Once y'all start deflecting, it show me you against your own people. Why would you deflect to get something like that? To
Nigga,
be a
you just
smart
now
guy? I
said
want to
some of
be the
these niggas
smartest on the bitch. Why you keep cutting me off, man? You should. Hey, I'll
because
be
you don't
back
make
up.
no fucking
Truth.
sense.
I
You
told
jack o'
you I
lantern
can't do
looking
this.
ass motherfucker.
I be trying to chill, and then
Yeah, see, you
you
can't hang
had this
amongst the
fuck nigga
wolves.
every time. Hell no, I can't hang amongst no sissy wolves. Listen, here's what I'm trying to
See,
tell y'all.
yeah, you can't hang
Quit,
amongst the wolves and
quit,
shit.
quit, quit. All right, cool. But I do know when I talk, you make sure you interrupt and fuck up the point and deflect, just like you doing reparations, because you a cop. You's a
Cause you
bitch, and that's
contradict
just what
yourself,
it is. You
bitch.
put
You
cuffs on niggas.
contradict yourself.
All right, cool.
Everything you
Because
say is a
maybe.
contradiction.
All right, cool.
Let him get
All
it,
right,
man. Go
cool.
ahead.
Now I
Go
contradict.
ahead. Let me
All
get
right, all
Let
right,
me
all
get
right. Go
it.
ahead, go
Hey,
ahead, go
hey,
ahead.
hey, you want to know why I can't get it? You see the deflection. This nigga
What
said I
you got?
contradicted
What you got?
myself.
Go ahead.
And the
Go ahead.
nigga said it,
Hold
and the
on a second.
nigga
Go ahead.
said it for no goddamn reason.
Go ahead.
The nigga
I
said
got
it
you.
for no reason, just to
Go ahead. You got it.
yeah,
It's
just
yours.
to deflect from the conversation. Now, all right, cool. My point is, if you not trying to find a way to get it, and all you can say is y'all can't get that, y'all. When we get it, you stay on that y'all side then. I bet them niggas want that shit then. So when we get the reparations, y'all keep saying, yeah, y'all got it, and give us a round of applause, and you just stay working as a cop. Cool, it's all gravy. And get your 401k and go grow some fucking corn. Dumbass nigga, man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Y'all gonna get reparations when
Speak the
Jesus come back.
bars. When Jesus come back, good lord. Keep on waiting, brother.
Go ahead, Bobby. Bobby, I was listening to what you were saying, Bobby. Go ahead to my question. How property gonna
Uh,
request
right. Okay.
certain?
So what I was saying is once the because the designation of black people being property at that time was based upon 3/5 of a man and the subhuman designation. So it's almost like backdating. Once you understand that, oh, all of this shit that went with epigenetics and trying to, Darwinism in some cases trying to make black people subhuman in order to recognize them as like a part of the sheep and the cows and shit like that. Once that's off the table, and then you got the North separating from slavery and all that. Once all of that happens, then you got to go back and like prorate it because now it ain't no more that you took property in, aka slaves. You did this to humans now. You see what I'm saying? You didn't do this to property. You did a legal business with humans. And it ain't like no other slavery. It ain't like what you did with the Irish people or the motherfuckers that you brought over and had working in the sugar cane fields and all of that because they got to keep their cultural, they got to keep their humanness. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of times it was indentured servitude. So they got, even though they went through a slavery, they got let free after a certain period of time. This was some old subhuman shit where they was trying to tell black people they wasn't even humans. They was like the animals. You trying to you convince the world that these motherfuckers right here ain't even human. So yeah, we deserve to do that shit like this. That's why.
Well, I'm just going by policies that I come across, and give me a different avenue of looking at things.
Okay.
The 13th Amendment is what gave recognition for a barbaric culture that was going on here in America, which they claimed that was barbaric, and they was breaking it up, the identity under tribalship and chiefhood. Under this identity, they wasn't identifying that in the structure, being barbaric again. So it wasn't in a civilized type of event or environment. The 14th Amendment came and identified those barbarians as structures of barbaric culture as humanoid or human identity by way of the 14th Amendment. Now, in saying that, the 14th Amendment is saying that it doesn't owe for the reparations or um, any type of form of payment to those identities because those identities was upon a prior culture event identified as slaves or property of. So the United States actually don't owe for that coming into that until they ordained it as unconstitutional for their citizenry, which they adopted
I
it
agree with that.
all to their citizenry.
But listen,
Now,
I agree with
now the
that, which is why I
reparations
said
come. Now the reparations come by way of the amendments that's provided through the citizenry, how you apply for it, what way you apply for it, and what avenue of departmentry you apply for it, whether it be the Bureau of Land Development, um, probate court, different avenues. They got money hid and remedies or provisions hidden for a citizenry that was claiming on such affliction as a people at some point in time. I learned.
Hey, I want to piggyback off the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment stuff because it's obvious that these people knew the difference between slavery and emancipation. They knew the difference. They knew what emancipation meant. They knew what slavery meant because they distinguished between indentured and they distinguished between a slave. Why in the 13th Amendment they only talking about the emancipation of slaves? Why didn't they call it the the slave proclamation?
Because the indentured was recognized by way of the United States identification, and the slavery was the exteriors of the United States, i.e., tribes, i.e., um, tribal corporations dealing in with cooperation with the Senate of that time, the Continental Congress or the Congress that was sitting in place representing the international trade. So the people that was in their business industries outside of the U.S., they employees was considered slaves, not employees. The In the United States, it wasn't considered employees; they was considered indigent servants. So it was two ball games going on at the same time, playing the same game.
I
Until the
understand that,
United
but
States brought it all up under one documentation up under identification, which is the citizenry.
I understand that, but emancipation only applies to minors. They were considering everybody that was so-called a slave a minor at that time.
Yeah, you weren't in control. Even still to this day, you consider a minor, which they control your minor account because you never took forth of the majority and stood to claim your majority state. You never did that. So you're always going to be a minor, which is a ward to the state. And they're going to be
Exactly.
your
So
fiducial
now go ahead.
agents. So you got to get into your family estate created. And I keep saying, a lot of people don't like to hear me say foreign because they actually think it's something foreign creating an estate, but it's actually allowing you to be able to have free involvement of your estate and not a domesticated estate, which the U.S. controls, which will be putting you back in a minor estate.
Okay, so
Yep.
then when they created the 14th Amendment and they recognized these minors as citizens, they never told their custodians or their guardians what their role was or what their positions were. So the people that were their overseers were just left out to dry. They didn't have no fucking recognition or no title at
What do you
all.
mean? Like what you mean? Like the slave masters supposedly?
Yeah. So they
Oh,
they just cut off.
no, them are the ones that you're reading about and hearing about that they came in and hung and um, eradicated in a revulsion. These are the ones you're reading about, the ones that was owning plantations and basically owning, um, seen as slave overseers or slave masters of a plantation because They wanted to eradicate that whole process and get you dumbfounded about your estate that you was connected to. So they
So
start
I don't
developing
disagree with that
counties.
because I do
And
believe that they murdered off the adults in order to take claim of the children. Just like today, they'll like back in the day, they would fucking arrest the parents and put the kids in foster care and shit.
well, right now today, everybody is up under the Hague Act. That's dealing with the they claim it to be a human trafficking act, but it's all in a small print written up that everyone is considered an orphan and being adopted by the Christian faith. Now they have the Christian protection by way of this Hague Act. So all the nations, size about 12 nations, is not adjoined to that. So this is what puts you up under the minor accountability. So you have to be
So
careful
so
where
the
you
13th
create
and
your
14th Amendment is
RSA.
looked at as amendments that supported human trafficking.
That no, that went against human trafficking. The Hague Act was created
No,
to
I'm talking
go
about the
against
13th and
human.
14th Amendment though,
Yeah, it was going against human trafficking. It was just the Hague Act added in as the amendments.
because the 13th Amendment recognized them as emancipated citizens. The 14th Amendment recognized the emancipated citizens as what? As citizens. So the
Mhm.
Hague Act came along and said that you can no longer traffic people without their permission. Ain't that what the Hague Act is saying? It's protecting people from being trafficked, whether it's from their government or from their citizens.
Yes, yes, and no. Well, yes, yes. I'm not gonna say no. It's an in addition to everyone is already identified as orphans, bro. So you have to be affiliated under the Christian Act to be protected under the Hague. So all nations are under the Hague Act by way of human trafficking protection.
But then our Constitution and the 14th Amendment is countering that. It's counterproductive towards that
Well,
because it's because
first line, yeah,
the 13th
the
Amendment
first.
makes the 13th Amendment makes so-called slaves emancipated. The 14th Amendment comes along and make those emancipated slaves citizens.
By way of the United States
Hold on, I don't want to.
recognition.
I don't want to cut you out. Hold on. Salute to all the new people over here. Salute to Sylvia Contreras. Shout out to King of Kampala, whoever that is. Salute to you. Shout out to all like this topic right here. Done brought in a whole lot of new people to this channel. So shout out to all the newcomers over here. Salute, appreciate that. But yeah, y'all got it, man. Go ahead. And then, hold on. Please hit the like button. If you're a new subscriber, please hit the like button. Appreciate you. Salute.
Yeah, yeah. So that was the counterproductivity of the U.S. actually putting everyone in a under the international trade by U.S. being the fiduciaries of it, which again is going to be putting you under orchestration of the UCC. I'm sorry to say it, but the U.S. codes, U.S.
Yeah,
code
commerce.
is going to, yeah, the U.S. code is going to be following right off of the Sister KV. It's the same. It's just a repeat or three-peat of the Sister KV, and then the UCC is in control of all commerce, which the 13th and 14th Amendment places all citizenry upon.
And you got to take it upon yourself to make yourself a government or a corporate entity in order to claim or reclaim your independence, which means you no
Correct.
longer a ward of the state. So what I'm looking at here is the opportunity for people that's asking for reparations to fucking take it upon themselves and create their own government, create their own system, and then they can work hand in hand and receive some of these benefits the government is giving to these people when they claim to be a government. Like these
And
tribe
then
leaders. Go ahead, my bad.
what you not to take you off, what you use the census for is to show how they hijack your identity and your people's identity without their permission because your people didn't
Mm-hmm.
sign this. It's something they created to hold your people up under fraudulent de facto state to keep make
I
it
believe
have
that.
some validity. So this is the only reason you want to use the census in this type of verbiage, not as evidence of your existence on this land by way of their um, de facto state. No, you don't want to do that. You want to create your own and show that they by their records they use fraudulent identities and fraudulent manipulation to uphold your claim to their existence.
And when they get
In
into
that
the
simple.
census,
Can I speak on something about the 14th Amendment that I think y'all leaving out that's critical, that's
hey, can
stated
I
in the 14th Amendment?
go ahead?
Members of sovereign nations are thus not subject to U.S. jurisdiction. The 14th Amendment did not grant citizenship to indigenous people who were members of sovereign nations.
Yep.
Indigenous people were considered members of sovereign nations and thus not subjects to U.S. jurisdiction.
They don't even have congressional representation.
So
That's why
you're not
they
even
Indians non-tax. That's why they consider
no
non-tax.
and listen to the wordage, bro. It's saying that you're not even afflicted by it. This don't even have shit to do with you.
You're not even supposed to be going to court.
Yep. None of that
You're not
shit.
under their
You don't have
jurisdiction.
nothing with it. You don't have
You're not supposed
nothing
to be
to do
dealing with
with
them.
it.
That's for their immigrant citizens of the United
Not
States.
asking them for no money, not asking them for no reparation. And if
None
you
of
under
that
your
shit.
own shit,
And when you act
when
like
you
that, you'll be recognized as that.
look, let me say something. When you create your entity of under your estate, which you want it again to be foreign, so you can be shaking hands with the next foreign estate, entity, which is in states, which is the United States. That's a foreign entity. That's not an American entity. That's a foreign entity. And when you able to shake hands with these hand in hand, you're not under their jurisdiction. You have your own. Once you have your own jurisdiction, you now can become, you got your trust, your foreign trust created, and your foreign estate created. You now can apply and be part of the SEC as a member. And as a member of the SEC, you become now, where you are a bond or a fiduciary agent or a banker that can create your own bonds from your estate, which your bonds now attach to the minor account that they already created. Your major account attaches to the minor account. This is what the 1933 196 Act House Joint Resolution was all about.
Yeah.
Is attaching your majority account once you create it to the minor account that which they already have in trust under trust accounts. Now you can operate and create your own bonds and turn them over to the Treasury Department and get accreditation back, as in whatever's usable through your bank account. As it's going to be in a credit base, but you'll be able to draw out and use the funds for the estate. It's simple, bro. We just got to really get ahead and be able to speak with each other and come up with these these policies that they have already in place for us to get ahead. You know, we're not coming together to use these things.
Yeah. HJR 192 sets it out that you can also become your own bank and your own fiduciary, which means that you can
Correct.
get on the market and start utilizing bonds, American bonds, to buy
But
and sell and trade.
not you and under the representation as a award to the state, but you as a
No.
representation of your own estate, your foreign estate.
Yeah. And that's a whole
So,
nother pot of beans right there. But just to keep it basic, the 13th and 14th Amendment is not identifying you as, a slave. It's not. It's
it's
identifying
identifying
you.
you as sovereign.
No, it's identifying you as a ward of the state,
No,
as
the
an
14th Amendment
emancipated
gave
child.
citizenship to everybody except American Indians or indigenous people. It gave citizenship to everybody
We got
except
that,
us.
brother. We got that.
It gave citizenship to the Indian agents. to the Indians, to the tribes.
Everybody but us. We got ratified in, right? But prior to that, everybody used the 14th Amendment to become Americans but us. That's why I say even American is a misnomer.
Because that's the
Yeah,
only way they can be grafted into society over here. It's through the 14th Amendment. They have to relinquish their former sovereignty to become an emancipated child. And then they can become a citizen, a ward of the state.
But
yep.
I'm saying that the essence of the 14th Amendment basically says we're already sovereign and native to the land. Why would we want to be citizens of the United States? That's the
Because there's
ploy
benefits and
to get us
privileges
to
in that shit.
join.
There's benefits
but,
and privileges in
bro,
it.
We
you
already
are
are sovereign to the land. What more
no.
benefits
And where that
can you
got you?
get?
Nothing.
We gotta get out of that. We gotta get out of that. We gotta get out of that mind state because in truth and for action, we all got birth certificates, social security cards, and haven't done the right thing to take your corrective action of your notification of who you are. So until you do that, you're still under the assumption because they got a law called the Presumption Act. Go and read it. You're under the
Yeah.
presumption, bro, that you're a United States citizen, whether you like it or not, until you give the notifications that you're not. And it's several steps to go through to get that. Several steps. It's not
But
as
we were
we
tricked
saying.
into the paperwork to disassociate ourselves from not. We wouldn't even have to prove it if we didn't sign no documents.
Not really
They
Brother,
tricked,
we
already
weren't
bro.
acknowledged.
tricked.
We were
We
already being
weren't tricked.
acknowledged.
Your mom volunteered to go and have you at that
Yes,
hospital
that's not a trick, man. There's
in that
benefits and
jurisdiction.
privileges in being a citizen, bro.
She probably
Bro,
couldn't
there's more
afford
benefits in being sovereign to America. You're
she
outside of their jurisdiction, meaning you
And you
can't be
alone,
tried.
nigga, because you're your own nation. You're your own nation. If you don't have
And they
funds
were
or military or none
acknowledging,
of that shit, you're vulnerable.
they were already acknowledging sovereign nations. Where did they go?
They
Oh,
still
when we
here.
signed the
nowhere.
paper to be a
Every
And
U.S.
tribe,
they
citizen,
every
they have
civilized tribe
protection.
is a sovereign nation. And they're
They
when
have
we
protected by the
signed the
protection.
paper
US.
to be U.S. citizens, we lost our power. Because now
Man,
we're
come
saying
on,
we're
man.
immigrants. Because that's
No, you're
all a
not
U.S.
saying that.
citizen is. That's all a United States citizen is. That's the only reason it was formed, so that people can change their
Bro,
identity.
you can't be a national and be an immigrant at the same time. That's not how it works. You can't just hopscotch back and forth between the two.
Bro, they do it, not
What you
me.
mean?
They're
What you
doing
mean
what
an
you say they
immigrant? What
can't
you talking
do.
about?
They're doing it,
Yeah, they do it
not
every
me.
day.
They do
They
it
do
whenever
You can't
they
they
be
do
an
it
want
every
to.
day.
immigrant. Look, you can't be an immigrant and a national at the same time unless
They
you're going
have
to
their
Yes.
another
own
country.
citizenship
Look.
from where they're really from. If
No.
they're
Unless
American
you're going
Irish,
to
they
another
have
country.
American citizenship and Irish
No.
citizenship. And
Look.
whenever they
Let
wanted
me
to benefit, they benefit.
let me
We
let me
can't
Why
say
are
do
we
this.
that.
why are we worrying about what they talking about? Why are we worrying about them? We should be worrying about ourselves. We cannot be an immigrant at all.
Right. But once you claim to be a
But
U.S.
we
citizen, you're by default
yes,
an immigrant.
because of the benefits and the
Because you lost
privileges
your
of that,
sovereignty.
nigga.
If you say that you are a U.S. citizen, that is saying that you are an immigrant. They the
No, it's
same,
Yes.
one
not.
and the
No,
same.
it's not.
Yes it
No, it's
is.
Then
not,
that's
Yes
why
man.
you
it
No,
don't
it's
have
is.
any
not,
rights,
bro.
bruh.
Yes it
Let me tell
is.
you
It
something.
is.
No, it's not.
That
No,
is
it's
the
Yeah,
not.
whole
saying you
purpose.
from
That is the
Africa when
fact,
you say
bruh.
you no longer from Africa.
Listen, when it's all about the Naturalization Act, bro.
God damn. But we don't need to be
That's all.
naturalized. But
That
we can still receive the
you,
benefits of a citizen.
bro. You take naturalization shots. Immunization is naturalization shots, bro.
No, it's not. That's
Yes,
immunization,
it
brother. That's
is.
not naturalization. That's
It's
immunization.
human. It is naturalization. It's under the Naturalization Act, brother.
Look, man, when you get immunized, that's not being
Is
naturalized.
under is under the Naturalization Act to be
No,
But
Say
you
you're
don't
not
have to
listening
be
to me because you're
that's
immunized
not
a
though,
hearing
man.
benefit
the
and a
fact.
privilege of it.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
benefit.
a
They
yeah,
look
but
at that
I'm
as a
saying, yeah,
benefit and a
you can
privilege
opt
of
out
it.
of that. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
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 can
can
can.
opt
opt
out of
out
that
of it.
though. You ain't got yeah, you ain't
Correct.
gotta do that.
but
Y'all
when you
making
do it,
yourself
You know what I'm
when
saying?
closed
you
to some kind of
Yeah.
mentality right now.
no
So
no
I'm saying
no
I don't
when
have to
you do
change
it,
my.
it put
I'm saying I don't have to change my status to opt out of that.
Yeah.
no no, and it actually puts you in the indigenous format of being an indigenous individual. But when
Anybody
you
can
How
do
go
it.
if I'm
against
still? Because
Non-indigenous,
Loyal,
anybody.
loyal,
I'm
right?
speaking. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna speak on myself. I ain't got no indigenous paperwork, so I'm an American citizen. You see what I'm saying? Even though
yeah,
all my children were born in the house, though none of them been immunized, and they get to go to school and everything else. Only thing I had to do was draft up a draft up like a affidavit between me and my wife, and we went down and got that notarized, and that's what they got to use. You know what I'm saying? As they like, as they thing to get into school without the shot. So they never,
I
none of my
know
That's your
babies never.
free. That's
my
what
my
they
culture.
call that. Your free will and testament. That's what they call
Yeah,
that.
your free
Your
will.
free
Yeah,
will and
yeah, it's my
testament.
free will and testament. There you go.
My daughter doesn't have any immune shots because
Now
I
in
told her I
Ohio,
don't know what's in it. I don't know what's in it. Why would I give her something I don't even know what it
hey,
is?
hey, now in Ohio though, I don't know how they do it up there. It's
so
still like a
so
certain set of shots. Listen, right quick, hold on, Naughty. It's still like a certain set of shots you gotta have. I think it's like 16 of them, or you can't
Nah.
join a school. That's why loyal right on. Hold on. That's why loyal right on. Reason why motherfuckers turn into citizens because of the benefits. My kid can go to school. I can get a job. I can do this. I can do that. When you don't got them look that little paperwork they asking for, life can get real hard for you. So only the real indigenous people stay indigenous. All the fakeazoids, no, they going to have a baby in the hospital. They doing the whole thing because of the benefits. So y'all both right and shit. But go ahead, y'all got it.
And I don't think that's fake if that's
Man,
what the
it's all
path we
type of
was led down
exemptions.
to. We was
Yeah,
led to
right.
that
It's all
route.
type of exemptions. A motherfucker like, and I ain't trying to say you wrong what you saying, drop, but I'm saying I'm pretty sure it's Muslim people that live in Ohio. Like it's religious exempt. It's people like I know Jehovah Witness because I got a friend that grew up Jehovah Witness. They don't believe in no blood. They don't believe in no blood
Hmm.
mixed. You dig what I'm
No
saying? So
exchange.
it's certain
None of that.
exemptions they got. Yeah, no exemption. You can't get them no blood transfusion for no reason, even if they life on the line. You see what I'm saying? It's certain people that got exemptions based on religion, based on their own personal will and testament, so on and so forth. Now they can put these laws into place, just like here in Missouri. And this happened like this all started when I was living in Georgia. So I know for a fact Georgia, Illinois, and Missouri. They all got to recognize your will and like what you want to have done, even when it come
Yep.
down to your birthing plan. You see what I mean? Once you have a birthing plan written, you can give birth to a baby in the hospital, and you can still put in your birthing plan that I want the father to be the first one to touch the baby. I want to have my
Yep.
baby like this. They got to honor that, bro. But if you ain't got none of that written out and you ain't got that notarized and given to them people, they ain't got to honor none of your shit. So anytime I had a child, and I knew that it might be a possibility that I have to go to the hospital just in case something have left. I already been and gave them people my birthing plan. You see what I'm saying? We already went
Hmm.
through that. So just in case I got to show up, they know exactly how I want to do it. They know not to cut the umbilical cord until like 30 minutes later, all of that shit. Because if you ain't got none of that shit, you can't just get up in there talking about some, don't cut my baby umbilical cord yet. Them folks gonna be like, nigga, get your bitch ass out. We doing this by protocol. You ain't gave us unless you gave us some type of designation earlier. We got to go by the protocol.
Yep.
All right, let me throw this in there because these are facts that I keep spitting. But all right, this is a result of the 14th Amendment, right? Indigenous people, despite being the original inhabitants of the land, were not granted citizenship and were essentially excluded from being legally recognized as Americans. Indigenous people had land, nations, governments, and sovereign identities, but the U.S. system slowly erased or redefined them through wars. You hear that?
Through
Through
wards.
war
Through what?
status.
Through war,
Wards.
Through
nigga.
war status,
War,
under
nigga.
federal war status.
No
They
wards.
lost their identities, their government, their nations, and their land.
Like Fifth Ward and all of that shit. Yes, they did break them
And
up
nigga,
into
loyal
wards.
say they was wards of the state, huh? They were wards of the state, loyal.
Yes.
Through
Exactly.
federal war
That's
status.
exactly what they did. And that's what the Emancipation Proclamation was for.
And
It
we
was
were
to take
turning
you.
to criminals. In that amendment, it says you can do that to criminals. We were criminalized.
No, brother. Only
Bro, it's
people that were
facts, bro. Why
criminalized
you
were the
keep
ones
saying
that
no?
listen. Hold on, listen, man. The only people that were criminalized in that event were people that acted out of character. See, instead of them going and saying, "No, this is my will and trust. This is what I want to do," and you could do that in a free nation. But they didn't. They acted out of character and they try to take shit by force.
Bro,
The
Who?
same thing that
you was
Who are
the
you saying
same
trying to
thing,
take something by force?
hold on. Let me
the
say something.
supposedly conscientious objectors that disagree with that fucking Emancipation Proclamation.
All right.
You know, the
Mike
abolitionists.
Mike check. All right,
Go
check
ahead.
it.
You good.
So
Go ahead.
under
Nada.
there's something called the Black Law Code or the
Get them.
Black Code
Get them.
laws. You was
Get them.
already identified as a criminal when you're was outside of the white. White in itself was created behind the citizenship. It was created for the citizenship, or the citizenship was created for it, because it gave you a different identity and a privilege on this land. White actually falls up under the um um what they call it,
Status.
Under the criminal code. I gotta,
no
I gotta,
no it
I gotta
it
respectfully disagree with you there,
no, hold
Nada.
on, bro. No,
But
not
go
the
ahead.
criminal
Go ahead.
code.
Go ahead.
White falls up under the Minority Act. That's what it falls up under, the Minority Act. And like I was saying, through the black codes, even in Virginia laws and different laws that was coming through the 13 colonies, which was being identified as states, was producing under the same laws from the black code.
Okay, so the reason why I say I gotta disagree with you with that, because when they talking about the black laws, the black laws insinuated that you had blemishes on your records. The white code, different from the black laws, was assuming that you had a clean record, you had a clean rate, clean slate. That's why
No,
people
no,
took
no,
offense to shit.
Why are you making excuses for these
no,
racist people?
no. That's
I'm
These
not
made
are
making
up. That's not
criminals.
excuses,
You
bro.
true.
are
I'm using
all
common
the
fucking
criminals.
the
sense,
black
brother.
code the
I'm using
black code
common
laws,
sense.
bro, was totally against the people of this land, to put them in an identity of already being criminalized under the
Okay, well,
fashion
show
of
me.
the United
Well,
States.
show me where the black codes was saying that the indigenous people were automatically criminals.
You can read the second set to
No,
the
don't. He
French
just not
one.
said I made it up. He just not said I made up the shit I said. So you can't do the same thing I did because that's considered what? A fallacy, right? So show
Huh?
me in law where it says that the black codes were specifically to
All right, hold
identify
on.
the indigenous people that they were criminals automatically.
Let me get my computer, bro. Hold on.
Okay, I appreciate that, brother,
Well, go ahead and
because
talk. I'll come on.
you guys are utilizing
Mike.
phrases and abbreviations to say that this applies to all black people. That's not how it works. When you go to court and you don't have a record, what do they say? You have a clean record. When you go there and you have a rap sheet, what do they say? Your record is dirty. You full of shit. You see what I'm saying? They automatically assume that you're a criminal based off of your prior criminal record, your prior history. If they created laws that says that black people automatically have a criminal record, regardless of what, they have to have justification for that.
Can I speak on the black code?
Go ahead
This
and
was the
speak on it,
black
brother.
codes were laws passed in the South immediately after Civil War to control and restrict the indigenous people, especially those who were in black communities are classified as persons of colors. Black codes were states and local laws designed to limit the rights, mobility, land ownership, and labor freedom of black people.
Okay, I appreciate that, brother. But you know what you just wrote off? You just read off a lot of different infractions. Where are the laws? Where are the laws? You ain't
Black
read no
codes were
laws, no
laws
statutes.
passed in the South
That's what I'm asking you for. I'm asking you
to
for the statutes
control
and the
and restrict
laws.
the freedoms of
You're just
indigenous
reading a
people.
statement. You're just reading a statement that somebody's giving. what the assumption is of the fucking black codes.
You just give
What
me
are the
your
laws?
opinion
You know how
about
you
what
can
the
go.
black codes are.
You know how you can quote
You
HJR
got
192.
opinions. I'm giving you
Listen,
facts.
listen, brother. You know how you can quote off HJR 192, and that's because it's codified, right? That's why it's HJR, House Resolution. Can you give me a law that specifically has a code, a statute that's attached to it that said this is a law against black people and black people only? No, you
Well,
can't.
I'm gonna
These are
go
some
to the.
laws found in the black codes, G.
Let me go.
Vagrancy laws, labor
Go ahead.
contract laws,
What are they? What
apprenticeship
are they?
laws,
What are they
restrictions on
codified under,
movement
brother?
laws,
What are
bans
they
on land
codified under?
ownership,
See, these are fake, made up.
limited access to courts.
See,
I'm
look at
gonna
that,
give you some information instead of just say what the fuck I want to say. I'm gonna tell
brother.
you
You
the
just
facts
And
reading
that are
something
on
that
let me
these
somebody
are
let
on
wrote.
me let
These
me
are
get
record,
not
in.
on the
fam.
record, man. These
These
are
are
Let
not
me
on
let
laws
the
on
me
record.
record.
let me get in right
No, they
quick.
not.
1685. Black codes of France in France, all France establishments and all France province. Established to regulate the lives of enslaved people in French colonies, aimed to control labor behaviors and movement of enslaved individuals, include provisions for punishment and discipline of enslaved people, restrict the rights of free people of color, limit their freedoms, sought to maintain the economic interests of plantation owners, reflected the racial um, hierarchies and social order of the time. That was the black codes of the 1700s. That was the late 1600s here in the
Now
America.
let me ask you a question, Naughty. And this is just
Yeah.
me being an asshole. Would that apply to anybody indigenous if they saying that they never been a slave?
Yes.
How?
How what? Because you got to know about the
Saying,
Kalawa
I'm
people.
asking how would it apply if they saying they never
It
if
just
they
didn't
if
make
indigenous
you a
people saying,
criminal. You were a
hold on,
slave. That's
They,
how they apply the code.
wait. Listen to what I'm saying. You said you just read the black codes and said that's applied to the slaves, and then I've been listening to niggas say they not slaves anymore. They
restrict the
prisoners of
rights
war.
of free people.
He
What I
ain't
read
reading
Listen,
no
said it
laws.
applied to indigenous
listen.
Americans. What
Hold
I
on,
read.
bro. Restricted the rights of free people of color, limiting their freedoms. That's part of the black codes of the
People.
1700s.
And what
And
statute does
France,
that fall under?
hold on, wait, bro. France actually was created in the mounds right there in St. Louis from the Catawba people when they moved down and broke out and went Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, them areas there when they broke in out of St. Louis was one of the original civilizations in that Midwest outside of the Erie people or the different Erie tribes.
I get you. I
That's
get you,
facts.
Naughty. But look, Naughty, do you know that there's a statute citation and a public law number that goes with laws? You
All
guys
right, I
haven't
pull it
quoted
up.
any of
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. I
Any
pull
of
it
that.
up. I pull it up. I
Okay,
pull it up.
that's what I'm asking
I'm
about,
gonna get
brother.
you some.
That
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
that way
I'm
we
not.
can search as individual. That way we can search as individuals into these laws and verify whether or not they were actually on the record. Because you guys are just saying statements and reading off
Mississippi
quotes. That's
Black
it.
Code required black
Way to
people
go,
to have
lawyer.
required you to have a written employment
Look,
contract,
see, and what
prohibited them from
statute?
renting or leasing.
Okay, what statute citation and public law number does that fall up under?
Mississippi Black Code, 1865.
No, what is the number,
Why
man?
would it be a statute or something like that if it's the
You just
Mississippi
giving a
Black
title
Code?
and a date.
It's the
Look,
Mississippi
brother,
Black Code. These are this is facts.
That's
You
that
what
want
he's
was
to
saying
not
though.
in
laws,
But brother,
particular
man.
what he's
things.
saying,
You
he's
want the
God
asking
damn,
HR
for
man.
law
you to
section
give him
2
the
thing.
law
God
behind it,
damn,
the
man.
actual law. Because what you did
They're
just give,
called
brother,
the
respectfully,
Black
you gave him
Code. The Black
that's a
Code.
title. That's a title.
That's
What is
it.
this stat?
Okay.
Where
That's
is
And
how
a
the
you
stat?
date.
reference it. That's
Way to
what
go,
we're
lawyer. I hear
speaking
you on that,
on.
brother.
That's what we're speaking on,
This
though.
man don't know it. He don't know what he's talking about, man. And I'm
Yeah.
sorry to say it like that because it's a
That does
shame,
not
brother, because you
take
got a
away
big
from the
voice.
Mississippi Black Code ever existing, though, bruh.
Lawyer, I
You want
told
this
you all it
law.
take is simple
simple
That's like
common
you
sense,
saying,
man, and they
what's your
fail every
tribe name
time.
before
Every
colonization
Jim
and
time,
Crow,
man.
the
Bro,
Jim Crow.
he
indigenous?
asking you a simple question. You giving Jim Crow laws at this point, bro.
Right. That's what he doing.
They're on
Yeah, he
record.
giving Jim Crow shit at this point.
They're on
No, because
record. Look
listen,
what you're
That
what
shit
asking
was
Naughty,
for.
not on
what
the
Naughty,
record.
It's not
hold
what you
on,
asking for.
real quick. What Naughty, and I'm just going out on a limb. When Naughty was talking about the black codes, I'm assuming he was talking about the Christian black codes that was set up by the Pope, correct? Were you speaking more in reference to that,
Correct.
or what, like
Correct.
the black codes? Okay, that's what I was thinking too, Naughty. What he's referring to is Jim Crow, which is
Well, let me
oftentimes
speak on this.
referred to as the black codes. But I get you. But go ahead,
There was
cuz.
no
Damn, man.
specific federal statute in the black codes that named or targeted indigenous people directly.
Which
However,
ones
the
were they
black
though?
code
Exactly.
had
Which
serious
what are they?
consequences. There's
What
no
were they though,
statute
brother?
for the
Because
black
anybody
code.
can make a proposal. You can make a proposal in the law,
Telling
but it
you the
has to
fact
be
what you're
voted upon and
asking
put
for
into
does not
record.
exist. But people
Do
know
you
about
know
the
what it
black
takes to
codes
make a
that
law?
lived
He
in
need
the
to go
South.
back and watch a bill on Capitol Hill. He need to go back and watch that,
Bro,
man,
how you gonna
because
ask
it
for
tells
something
you
that don't exist? You want statutes, they
that
don't
means
exist.
that
So let's
all of
not.
it's a lie, then, brother. That means it's a lie what you're saying. Do you understand what you just said? If it doesn't exist, that means it can't be on the record, which means it wasn't a lie. That means that it was just a proposal by a bunch of crazy motherfuckers that didn't have no power or authority. That's what that
So
means.
because you don't get what you want, you're saying that
You
all
just
the
said
people
it
that
doesn't
experience
exist,
that, the people that can speak on that, they don't. That's not slavery. That's
brother.
racism and terrorism. We've been speaking on that.
So now you're not
That's
talking
not
about
connected to
laws. You're talking
slavery. What
about
I'm
the
talking about.
perception of racism. That's what you're talking about. You're not talking about laws. Just say that. This is not a law that you're talking about. You're talking
Bro, do
about
the
perceptions of
KKK
racism.
come out and say we're the governor of May or we're the mayor of Maryland? Do
Brother,
they
that's
say
your
that?
perception. That's
They
your
hide it. Do
perception.
you say they don't exist? Are you saying the
That's
KKK don't
your
exist?
perception,
Does the
brother.
KKK exist?
That's your perception,
Is
brother.
there a law that says they exist?
That didn't
Is there
happen
any
to
document?
everybody in America. That didn't happen
Where
to all
niggas in
black people
America?
in
We know
America.
they exist, bro. We know
Brother,
they
that's your
exist. Where's the
perception. Go
niggas?
find one. Go right now, knock
We
door to door and find one of them KKK members. You won't be able to find them. Just like that law, you won't be able to find. You won't be able to find none of that stuff.
so
It's
when
a
they get
shame,
elected for the mayor or president, do they come out and say, I'm racist?
brother.
I'm
You
a
don't look.
racist person.
See how you
Vote
move the
for me.
goalposts? I asked you for statutes and laws, and you up here gonna give me some perception
We were
shit. Come
talking
on,
about
man.
the black codes. I told you they don't exist. The
And those
statute.
code
What you're
exactly,
talking
they do
about, the
not exist.
statute.
Thank you. I appreciate you. There you go. It doesn't exist.
The
Thank you.
statute doesn't. The black code does.
Bro, if the statute does not exist, then the law never was in progress. It was never on record. That means it never existed.
The
Just
law
because
is
you
whatever you enforce. That's the
come
law.
on,
Whatever you
man. No,
enforce.
man. No, you can't sit up
If
here
you
and say
don't
they
have somebody
made
to enforce
laws.
the
Who
law,
said
what
they
is the
made
law?
laws? You said they made laws. We know how law. Well, some people don't know how laws are made. Laws ain't perception. You can't just think up some shit and say I'm gonna go and enforce that. Because if they get found out that they doing that shit, guess what happened? Then they get the law enforced on them. And you
Bro,
just
that's what I'm
Code,
making up
saying.
stuff to
code,
serve your
code,
purpose,
These
brother.
people
code.
made the United
Hold on,
States
hold on, hold
for
on, hold
them.
on.
They didn't make
Nadi,
America.
let Nadi speak, brother, because he's gonna enlighten us on something.
Well,
U.S. code what? What you say? U.S. code what?
no, I ain't say U.S. code. I'm saying code nor. As I'm looking at codes for different states, it keeps saying code nor, which was what I was saying about the black codes, the black code laws of France, and it's just adding it to the
Oh, you talking about
states.
another country? Okay.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about France here in America, bro. Here in the
Okay,
Americas.
France here in America, right? So it's not a
Yeah.
U.S. code, so it doesn't pertain to us.
Yeah, it's black codes, United States, slave codes. Most slave codes was concerned with the rights of duties of the people regarding enslaved people. Slave codes left great deal unsaid, with much of actual practice of slavery being the matter in traditions rather than formal law. The primarily colonial powers all had slightly different slave codes French colonies after, French colonies after the 1685 had the Code Nord, specifically for this purpose. The Spanish had some laws regarding slavery, and in Lafayette,
I'm sorry,
Cartiers.
Naughty. You ain't got no codes to back that up, brother. You just reading a statement just like earlier. I'm sorry.
The
Okay.
Mississippi
And right
Code.
quick, if I may, real
You
quick, y'all,
can
right
Google
quick,
this or whatever you want to.
if I
The
may, real
codes
quick.
have names.
I'm still looking.
Go ahead,
Oh,
brother.
okay,
Add
okay.
some common sense to the conversation,
Oh,
please.
here go one. Oh, well, hold on. 10 Southern
What's
codes was made inclined to mistreat a slave. If a master was convicted of cruel treatment, the judge would order
What
the
I'm saying
release.
is the United
did
States, it already stated we're outside of their jurisdiction. The flip flop came when somehow we decided to be U.S. citizens. Y'all keep saying we benefited or we was going to get benefits. We were
Let's
already
stick to the
benefiting not
codes, brother.
being
Let's
a
stick to the
U.S.
codes.
citizen.
Let's stick to the laws, please, because they
right
make
quick?
laws for
I
everything.
found one in Louisiana, 1825, ART 192.
ART 192.
Yeah, but
But
that's
if
gonna
you talking
be,
Louisiana, I can still be the French though, right?
And
yeah,
what year was that?
1825.
Yeah, because when
And
was
then,
Louisiana sold?
I was just gonna say real quick, I'll be quick, to what was said earlier about the different codes that may have existed back then. But as you say, the dates, like the 1600s and stuff like that, Bleedo was naughty. I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself because remember, that all this was going on pre 1860, 60, what was that, 1863, when when slavery was abolished. 65, I'm sorry, when slavery was abolished
Mm-hmm.
in the United. So with respect to that, it may very well be possible the pre-abolishment that they existed. You see what I'm saying? I think what needs to be put into perspective as well concerning that argument is that after the abolishment of slavery, do we find evidence of quote unquote slavery existing and still operable after it was abolished lawfully, ratified in December of 1865?
Damn.
Well,
Hey, and check it out. Naughty. That ART is Article
yeah,
192. That's
yeah.
not a code. That's not a code, brother. That's an article.
But it's an
You see what I'm saying?
implementation that they use as a law. They use
No,
articles
that's
as
not.
law.
No. Articles are used to give a description of a law that they're trying to pass.
Before they made the Constitution, bro, it was the articles was the law of the land.
No, we had government. We had the what do we
That's
call
how
it?
the
The
Constitution is created
continental.
off of
We
the
had a
article.
continental Congress where we had codified laws back then. That's how we created the Constitution and amendments.
And that those were the articles.
No, those
Why do you keep
articles.
saying we created the Constitution amendments? What
Okay,
part did we play?
Americans,
But
What part did
anyway,
we play in that?
anyway,
Americans.
Did we
you
Are
play
you
had
in it?
happy, brother? Americans. Check it
you
out.
had the
Americans.
Americans.
No, we're not.
1740
Listen,
Negro Act.
American exclusive to Negroes. We're not this mixed pot of white
Okay,
people,
I got
Asians,
you, brother.
Mexicans.
I got you,
We are
brother.
the Negroes at this
Okay, I
time of
got
the
you.
Constitution.
Americans
We are
created the.
not the Americans. We are the sovereign nation outside of their
Oh, okay. We're not
jurisdiction.
Americans now. We're not Americans
We
now.
are the
So,
sovereign nation outside of their jurisdiction, not to
okay.
be
And
named.
what's the title of that
Not to
sovereign
be
nation?
named.
What's the title of that sovereign nation? What's the
Not to
title
be
of it?
named
Not
so
to
that
be
it is
named. So
forgotten.
anonymous. Anonymous. That means it doesn't
We are the
exist.
what they did
Go.
state
It's not.
was
That's it's
that there was
anonymous.
a
It's not
sovereign
recognized. That
nation.
means it doesn't
Can we
exist,
not
brother.
They
argue, gentlemen?
recognized that there was a
Yeah, we don't
sovereign
have to
Yes.
argue,
nation
man.
Let's
here.
not argue. Let's not
Let's
argue.
It's
not
Let's
have
in
an
not
the
Yeah,
argue.
let's
argument.
not argue,
Constitution.
man.
It's
So
in the Constitution, bro.
my boy special, I mean epic study.
What
The
to do, man?
last thing I'm seeing is 1855. It was in borrowing it to segregation to hold the blacks in different schools.
1850 what?
55. That was
Oh
with
yeah, that's
Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts. And yeah, that was the last time I'm actually seeing something that was implemented in law.
okay. Okay. And now remember
1869.
that's
Okay.
pre-abolishment. Abolishment occurred in
until
1868, 65.
1869. Here, listen here. Restrictions on education of black students were not limited to the South, which, while teaching blacks in the North was not illegal, many northern states, counties, and cities barred black students from public schools until 1869. Only
Mhm.
whites could attend public schools in Indiana and Illinois. Oh, so 1869, only whites could.
And
Hey,
I'm
so
saying
Yeah,
look,
what they're
those the
not
whole you
mentioning.
got to understand those the whole thing. Even with the Naturalization Act, as the term white person is defined, it comes from the very definition of that as it would applies to, because they're the very basis of the immigration of what established the United States.
The
You see what I'm
hey,
teaching,
saying?
yeah,
hey,
the
the reason
It
why I
teaching.
wasn't
said
for
that,
no.
the
Right
reason
quick, let
why
me
I
finish
said
this
that
up.
about,
I'm just
all right, go ahead, go ahead, go
go
ahead.
ahead. Yeah, because you got to understand it was the European peoples. They was the primary class of virtually all immigration to the United States was the foundation of it all. You see what I'm saying? It was never meant for us to be that, and we're not that. You see what I'm saying? Then along came the the 13th and the 14th Amendment. What was
Hmm.
that? The 14th Amendment that when that came along, 2 years after that was your 1870 census, which when I had
Hmm.
made the claim, I don't mean to babble off, I'm just connecting the dots of what was discussed concerning these matters, right? So 2 years after that was ratified, you had your 1870 census, where those who were, according to the 14th Amendment, which is what basically all your claims and all of that is virtually coming from, is based on the 14th Amendment, because anybody outside of white persons were not considered and were not United States citizens. They were not intended to be. It wasn't until the 14th Amendment that it was made possible for anybody else outside of white persons.
Yep.
Yep,
And I'm saying
So
that
that's what you got to put that timeline
that's
with
exactly
all of
the truth.
this.
That's the truth.
United States citizens weren't the biggest class when they were created. Sovereign nations were.
You
We
ain't
were
got no
bigger
proof
than
of that,
being a
brother.
United States citizen.
But look, the
That
reason
was
why I
for
said,
them, by them.
okay. Hey, Nadi, the reason why I was saying that about articles is because articles are not laws, brother. You know, they explain the definitions inside of the laws, and they give you a comprehensive view.
Articles are laws for the indigenous people, bro.
Let me
When
ask
you
you this:
We're
when
talking
you are
about
when you
laws
would
that
when
were
have
said to
read,
be put.
hold on. Articles are the rights and the standing for the indigenous. All that other shit comes in for the citizenry.
Okay, well, listen to this. This is not me saying this. All right, this comes straight from their definition. Articles and legal documents such as the Constitution outline specific rules and structures of government, but they are not laws themselves. Instead, they serve as fundamental elements to help establish the legal framework within which the laws are created or enforced. So they're not laws, brother.
That's the hijack.
You can remove articles and still have the
So
law there.
can I just ask you
hold
this
on,
real
hold
quick?
But
on.
they use the
When I go to court, I fall up under those article of laws. Any and anyone I deal with. And
Okay.
I hold the ones in front of me under the canon law. So
they
they
u-
those statutes and codes and things that you're seeing as laws are not laws to the
Hmm.
indigenous people. So
Oh, okay.
yes, that's the
I see what you're
hijack
saying.
for a citizen to read and misunderstand what it's saying. But
No,
in
that's not a
realness,
hijack, brother.
yeah,
That's not
yeah,
a
it
hijack.
is a hijack. If you knew
You
anything
just
about
now
law,
said,
you'll know about
Let-
Article 3 courts and these things of this such, bro.
no,
And the,
what the
the law
letter is
is
saying
wherever
is
you
they use
enforce.
the articles. Hey, look, the articles and shit that Nadi talking about. That's what they use to legislate off new rules and laws. So y'all both like right, but what Nadi's saying is we don't cross over to the law part. We just stay before they legislate it. So yeah, man, it's a good bill, man. Keep it going.
And I'm saying, as an American Aboriginal, right? I'll be saying stuff and y'all be acting like it ain't real. But if you know this is a blood neighborhood for 10 blocks,
It ain't,
is it a
nigga.
law?
You
Is
should
it a
Come on,
stop
law?
brother.
saying.
Stop doing that,
Let me
man.
just say this. Is it a law to not wear blue in that neighborhood? Is that a law?
No, it's not.
Would you do it?
If I wanted to.
And if you get
It's a
shot,
rule.
right?
And
It's an
if
unwritten
the
law
nigga
to
that
not
tries to
wear
shoot
blue
me, if I
in this
shoot him
red
first, we can
neighborhood.
what if all day, brother. We can what if
Right, but
all
I'm
day.
saying it's a law
That's
because
not
they
what
It's
if.
not
He said
written
it's an
or
because they
unwritten
codified.
law.
enforce it. They enforce it.
It's not
So
an
you can't
unwritten
break
Right.
law.
the
It's a
law.
He
Even if
said
it's
it's
perception,
not.
nigga.
constitutional.
It's a perception.
Nah,
What you perceive, you
nah.
try to make other
That's
people's reality. That's what it is. It's a perception. What you
Bro,
trying
I'm
to
an
perceive,
American
you
Negro,
try
and
to make
I know
everybody
about
else's
this, bro.
reality.
You not gonna
Nigga,
wear
if I
blue
come
in a
through
black
a
neighborhood,
Crip
bro. Even if
neighborhood,
you don't gang
if
bang.
I come through a blood neighborhood and I got more Crips than Bloods, nigga, this our neighborhood now. What the fuck
Nah,
we talking
bro,
about?
Man,
I
I'm gonna
ain't
wear
saying
what the
all
fuck
that.
I want to wear,
You
man.
by
Yeah,
yourself.
that's what I'm
Wear what
saying.
the fuck I
Whatever the
want to
fuck
wear,
you want to
nigga.
wear.
It depends. It
Fuck,
depends on
nigga.
your city,
What's
cause
up,
Ain't
here
no
nigga?
we don't
Let's
laws,
got no
bang it
nigga.
out,
Crips and
nigga.
blood.
Them same
Right,
niggas
let's
trying to
bang it
bang
out. Let's see
colors
what you
or
talking
run
about.
from the police at the drop of a hat, nigga. Get the
Right.
fuck out of here.
But
It's a
what
code
dude's
though.
saying
How
is
about
you
one
can
women?
move like a dude's saying you can move like a fool if you want to. That's all he's saying. Of course you can do what you want to
Or
do.
you can move like a
You can go
man.
in any you can look, or you can just say this. I'm gonna put on this red bandana and walk right through these crips and bump one of them niggas. You can do that. If you got
What
free
if?
will, go ahead and do
What
that.
if, nigga? What if
But
Jesus
that's a
come down from the
fool.
sky and save us all?
Right. All right,
What if
cool.
that
That's
happened?
what it all right, cool. You
Thank
saying
you.
what if
Appreciate it.
not gonna say what the fuck I'm talking about? What if? Yeah, nigga, what
You
if? What's
saying
wrong
what
with
if
saying what
these
if?
situations occur?
All
You
right,
saying what
cool.
if these situations occur? Come
These
on, bro. You smarter
situations
than that.
do occur, but we gotta put a situation in there to even talk about it, right?
And
All
there's
right,
niggas
cool. Now
that
let's
walk
make
through Crip
another
neighbor. Look.
situation.
There's niggas that walk through
Hold
blood
on.
neighborhoods wearing whatever the fuck they want to wear because
All
they
right.
considered untouchable.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it
Am I
is.
right?
It is, and
Okay, there you go.
some people would say that he moving like shoplifting is a law. If you don't get caught, don't mean you ain't breaking. It's an unwritten rule to do what they doing, and they is touchable. Ain't nobody untouchable. But never mind none of that part. What I'm saying is,
You're right.
say it's a bunch of cops standing there, and I just pull out my dope. I can do that. Say fuck them cops. I would be
Yeah.
moving foolishly. So it's an
But do
unwritten
they
law, and what
perceive
you
it?
talking about is
Do
written
they
laws. He
perceive what
talking about unwritten laws.
exactly? It's called perception. If they perceive what you pulling out your
It's
pocket as
not
dope,
perception.
you busted. Listen, yes, because it's all about what they perceive. If they think it's dope until they prove it otherwise. And what I'm saying
It's
is
about what
that's
you're
not
gonna
how
enforce.
laws work. Laws are definite, precise, written,
They
codified,
don't mean
and
nothing
they're
if you
what?
don't enforce them, bruh.
And they're
If you
what?
don't
And
enforce them, they don't
they
mean
are,
nothing.
and look, brother, and they are written into statutes. Okay, that way you could go back and research them, and then and you can contest them. What you guys are talking about can't be contested because it
Why
does
are you
not
so
exist.
reliant on white people, man? You
No,
just
Listen,
so
don't
reliant
try
on
to
the way they
insult my
do things.
intelligence, brother,
it
just
could
because you
be.
And that
ignorant.
ain't
Hey,
Don't
just
look,
insult
because
it
the
my
could
way they
be.
do
intelligence.
it don't mean
Hold
that's
on,
the
You
don't
way
shit
they
it
do it,
ignorant,
out.
bruh.
brother.
Hey, y'all,
With
don't.
your blood
Hey, y'all,
neighborhood
don't,
analogy,
don't.
nigga. Get the fuck out
Hey,
of here.
bro. Hey, bro,
Hold
y'all
on,
don't
y'all
black
be
out.
cool,
Now
man. Y'all
look.
be cool.
Now
All right.
look. Yeah. Hey, now
Common
dig
heads
this
prevail.
though.
Go ahead, drop.
All right, cool. All right, cool. Cool. Only thing that make laws better than unwritten laws is the penalty is more severe. Unwritten laws is just death or get smacked or beat up. Written laws, you get locked up, took away from your kids. They throw handcuffs on you. You go to court. It's all kind of motherfuckers in there for their whole life because they moved on a written law wrong. You got unwritten laws where niggas just get shot in the head for fucking a nigga's bitch up. It's unwritten laws. You understand me? So
And see,
the
there's a
unwritten laws
my
is
bad.
gonna get you locked up for the written laws. But go ahead, y'all got it.
You're right. You're right. And you know what they call that? They call that letter of law and color of law. I think you guys are confusing the color of law with the letter of law. See, the letter of law is in black and white. You can find that shit. But the color of law is some shit that people are trying to make policy. And they use
When you
articles
say
to
they,
do that. Yes. They.
It's a presumed.
When you say
It's a
they,
presumed
who you referring to
Hey,
when you say
let that
they?
brother
It's
say.
not
He was
real.
about to say it's a presumed. What you gonna say, brother?
No, I was just saying it's a presumed authority that's not is not actually real. It's not the actual authority. They don't actually hold the office or have the actual authority, but because they operate in plain sight as if they do, and the
Hmm.
behavior is accepted by the people as if they are, they maintain that position. Which did you not know? Even according to the legal definitions of de facto officers are found in the legal dictionary. They have every legal they're legally okay with doing that. And it's only because of either whether it's through the ignorance of the people or by acquiescence,
Yep. He right.
neither of which
Definitely.
are an excuse in law.
And neither excuse the penalty for fucking violating that.
Exactly. That
That's
is
how
So
you
what
the
is
have
law
meant, that
is
power.
no one is
whatever
above
you're
the
going
law. That is
to
meant.
enforce.
My
Whatever you
bad, brother. Go
enforce
ahead.
is the law.
Did you
Whatever
just
you
hear
are
what the
willing to
man
enforce.
said, though, brother? Did you just hear what he
Nigga, if
said?
I got more guns than you, yes, nigga. If I come to your block and you say we eat chicken on Wednesdays and I come over there with 50 niggas and say it's ribs today, nigga, that's what it is. That's the new law. What are you talking about? These
Okay.
folks,
So
why niggas keep, why
wait.
do
All the
niggas
niggas
keep,
that got locked
wait.
up, they
Don't
was
cut me,
following the
Look,
cuz.
look,
law.
Don't cut me,
but look
cuz.
though, Bobby, if we
Don't cut
talking
me, cuz.
government though,
Please don't.
you know,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
now I was
ahead, bro.
just
Go
gonna say if
ahead,
we're
Epic. Go
talking
ahead, Epic.
government, we're talking civics, e.g.
Correct.
civilized or
Mhm.
I got you.
civilization. These are the
Oh,
principles. You see what I'm saying?
that's a play though. That's a play. Only the civilization come after the storm, and even you admit that.
I
We can get
I
civilized after
agree.
I get finished warm. Like we keep trying to duck that,
Well,
and I'm not
look,
disagreeing with nothing nobody's saying.
yeah. No, I got you.
We could
No,
do
I got you.
we
If
could
it
be
comes to
civil
that,
after
then
we war. Well, I'm saying no. I'm not
I'm one.
saying if it come to that. I'm saying they
Uh-huh.
operating real quick, Epic. They're
Uh-huh.
operating off first hand. Off they're operating off first hand war, second hand civility. Meaning that we go into war first, and then after that we can get into civil politics. But we definitely going to war to cordon off a piece of your land. Don't get that confused. We can't keep dodging that like these folks just came over here and finesse using paperwork all the way. Like that, that's a fallacy.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not taking that away.
Let
Some
me
things were done that were dark
uh,
and that were done by force. You see what I'm saying? But
under under the Naturalization Act,
okay.
Naturalization Power, Article 1, Section 8. All right. It naturalization is the conferral of the United States citizenship after birth. Now listen to the word, what the word conferral means, so people don't be in confusion. Conferral, the granting or bestowal of a title, degree, benefit, or right.
What's that?
Okay.
Somebody need to mute up. Some noise coming through your mic, whoever that is.
Sorry about that, man.
No, you
I'm
good,
gonna
bro.
go do that.
Okay. Where's that at? Okay.
You said Naturalization Act,
Yeah,
Article 1. You said
Section
Article
8.
1, Section
Section
8.
8. Yeah. Upon someone who does not have the U.S. citizenship, Congress have full legislative authority over naturalization under the naturalization powers in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Exercising its naturalization power, Congress passed the Immunization and Nationality Act, INA, to govern all naturalizing procedures. A applicant must still in the INA and may not become a citizen through state laws or courts. Equitable powers, naturalization citizens have all the same rights and responsibilities as the same as natural born citizens, except for presidential eligibility. To be eligible for naturalization, an applicant must be at least 18 years of age and deemed mentally competent. Neither state nor Congress may abridge the right of an applicant to become a naturalized U.S. citizen based on the applicant's race, sex, or marital status. Applicant bear the burden of providing preponderance of evidence that have met every eligibility requirement. After proving eligibility as an applicant must meet a few elements. So it just goes into the elements and those things. This out of Cornell's Westlaw.
Indeed.
And all I'm saying is this is not applied to us. We were outside of this. We were already
Yeah,
we're
we know that.
sovereign.
We know that,
Right.
brother.
So my main problem with us is like dude was saying, they did this, they did that. That's not us. They make laws. This is their statutes. That's still not us. We didn't make those laws. We don't have to follow them. That's what I'm saying. We were already recognized as outside of this jurisdiction. That means that don't mean we weren't doing nothing. We just standing there and they was getting busy being the United States, and we were already identified as a sovereign nation. That means something. They recognized us as something that we were doing that they're not talking about. Then through the ward status, we got disappeared. We just disappeared by misclassification, by rewriting history, by leaving shit out, by not speaking on it, by just not talking about it. Talk about something else.
What is the name
That's
of
Bro,
the
that
all I'm
place
happened
that
with
saying.
you
putting the
said
boot.
was
Bro, that
unnamed?
happened with the boot on the neck. Real quick, lawyer. That happened with boot on the neck politics. Why y'all keep acting like that shit happened just because a nigga wrote something or did? Bro, for something like that to happen, take force. Get back to the
Didn't we
force
say the
part.
black codes? The black codes that were
That don't
I
exist,
understand that.
brother.
targeting us.
Listen,
But it did exist
I'm
because
talking
of the
about.
position we in today.
No, it
We don't
didn't,
Listen,
have
what I'm
all
brother.
that
saying, bro.
shit.
We're not, I'm saying
That
force
shit
by
was made
force.
up.
So
That
go
shit
ahead,
was
lawyer.
made up
Go
by
ahead.
abolitionists. That the black codes and all of these fucking codes that don't exist in law were made up by abolitionists to gain support so they can become a bigger political party. That's what it became.
And I'm saying slavery was made up by the government to switch roles with the indigenous people. They were the slaves. We were the plantation owners. They wrote
No,
history
no.
as
Slavery was up
they
under the
wrote
law of the
history. Time
church.
out. Let me just finish. They
Hold
wrote
on,
history. They wrote history as them being the slave owners, and we were the slaves. That all was just a story
bro.
from the
So
government.
the original initial law was structured by way of the church. And this is when all the slavery came in. No, when
Hold
you
on,
wanna
Maddie. Hold on, hold
hold
on, hold
on,
on, hold
bro.
on.
Hold on,
Hold on,
bro.
no, bro. Y'all niggas
Oh,
been
oh.
talking 20 minutes. My shit, bro. Respectfully.
Well, I didn't know who the fuck was
Oh,
talking
that
yet.
Q.
Come on,
What
man.
up, Q?
It's True Zone, bro. Y'all niggas been building 30 minutes. I've
Yeah.
been out the way. I just want to say one thing. Hey, Country Ray, bro. I heard that all the time saying they was the slaves. We wasn't. We was the slave masters. So who will be two wrongs don't make a right then? If you was like, come on, man. Like, so we was owning governors and mayors and shit. We had them out there picking cotton and shit. Come on, bro, man. I don't know, man. I be hearing that a lot in these echo chambers. We were the slave owners. They were our
No, we
slaves.
was truth, we was capturing them when they first started coming over here, but it's
Right,
two
right.
different time periods. As they
I
was
get
coming
that,
over
man.
here, as we are pirate their boats, make them start doing shit for us, this, that, and the third. And as they got more populated over here, then the slavery changed when they sent the Africans over here too. So that changed the whole demographics. But yeah, y'all go
even
ahead.
even
That's
the
just my theory.
transatlantic
I can't prove none of this shit.
I did.
Go
You
ahead, you
just said
got
it
it.
was a theory. Okay, you just said it was a theory. That's not factual. So how is that factual that we had them as fucking slaves then? Come on, man. All right,
It's
I'm gonna listen
not
back up.
it's
factual.
speculation, man. It's speculation
Even us
because
being slaves ain't factual. None of it's factual.
yeah, it's all speculation because the transatlantic slave trade, the time frames that they said it acquired, that it was in action, didn't coincide with the time frames that all the revolutionary wars and the fucking civil war occurred. If these people were all at war at the time that the transatlantic slave trade was going on, how did they have money to fucking buy slaves? How were they able to monitor these slaves? It doesn't make sense, especially when the transatlantic slave trade ended in the early 1800s.
And I'm
And
Well,
look,
saying,
and by
again,
go ahead.
you failing to remember church again was the holder and pusher of all laws. And then it came a time where it began to look at itself as a state of governing. So now it started to govern. And it put a separation between the church and the state. But it took all the church documents of procedures and implemented it as US codes, like I said earlier. Different fashions of structures of the articles, which created the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration, right?
Mhm.
So these things here was created off of the original structure by way of the ecclesiastic control of the church. Again, the Hague Convention. And we got to remember on that, and don't separate that. Let me show you when this was created.
I think we need to brush up on our understanding of what laws are because I think a lot of people are confused and they're using
1899.
policies. They're using policies and recommendations and saying that those are laws. And just because people write down and keep track of recommendations and policies doesn't mean that those things were enforced and utilized like statutes and laws.
Just like that same principle applies even with the Emancipation Proclamation, which was not a law, and it still
No,
isn't.
still isn't. It's a
Went
proclamation.
through
That means it's a
no
public
form of
announcement.
legislation to be passed as a law or anything. Just simply what it was, a proclamation.
That's
And
it.
I'm
Uh,
saying when we dive into this information, they are addressing that there is another entity here that is considered a nation, right? Our problem was assimilation. For some reason, y'all keep saying for the benefit. I'm saying, nah, it was something else. We assimilated into the United States, which made us immigrants. That's how because if you're an immigrant, you don't own nothing. If you're not claiming to be the indigenous people or that nation that they're speaking of in code with less.
I know why niggas assimilated.
mhm.
Cause it was niggas like you in the TP and the motherfucker was like, I'm sick of
Hey, hold on,
cuz.
hold on,
I'm going
hold
to the
on.
motherfucking United States. This nigga
Hey, how
won't
much this
shut the
shit
fuck
cost?
up and let me smoke a beach
I'm
pipe.
about to pay this shit for this fucking stream, y'all. How much that shit cost, man, so I can let everybody up this motherfucker, bro?
Oh, I don't know, brother.
Well,
Behind
give me
it.
a second.
Man,
Says $45. That's what's his name? Copper Tone. That troll ass nigga. Man, that nigga Copper Tone, you ain't gonna come up here and say shit. You gonna come up here and say, huh? Let's get it, huh?
Huh?
You came out with construction boots on and a hard hat on, bitch. Nigga, no, I'm playing, I'm playing. All right, cool. Say age. All right, cool. Let me
Hey, look, man. The United States is a corporation, meaning that it's not its own fucking continent, which means it's a corporate entity inside the United States. Everybody that joins the United States is an immigrant. You see what I'm saying? Because we're foreign to that. But the people that's in America, right? The Americans, they hold claim to the fact that they are what? From this land. But they can
mhm.
still join the United States. That's how I say you can be an American and you can be a citizen because of benefits and privileges. That's why I'm assuming that they're doing it.
And
Hey,
if
y'all
I'm
gotta
if
stay
I'm
keep up with what I be talking about, but I can stay on topic. Let's go, huh?
oh,
And
I
look,
was
a
gonna say,
law and a statute, brother. Go ahead, my bad. I cut somebody off.
no, I was just gonna say I was gonna read this for y'all. It's short, maybe take 30 seconds, and I just want to hear y'all thoughts on it. But if you had
All right.
something to say that was relevant to that subject matter, I don't want to cut your thought off, bro. You can go ahead and finish, and I can read it afterwards.
I was going to say a law and a statute takes a vote amongst the people, which means that it has to clear certain parameters before it even gets to Congress and the legislature. So those parameters include the definitions, that includes the all of the freaking terms used in the law, and that usually comes in the form of articles, and that's a presentment. And when they present that to Congress, they read up on it and make sure it's constitutional. If it's not, they say nah, we can't put that into law because it's not constitutional. And that's what a lot of these things that people are saying are actually rules against black people or black Americans or indigenous people as codes and shit that never were put in law. They never got put into law and they never were enforced. And if they were, these were rogue individuals acting out of character. They were acting in the color of law, not the letter of the law. And these can be protested and also removed from civilization and fucking society. And it has been. But you can't keep on holding on to this shit and expect to have forward progress. My bad. Go ahead.
Hey, hold on. Give me
Right.
like a Copper
Go ahead,
Tone
bro.
and Country Ray. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm about to pay this shit. I'm gonna let y'all back up. Give me like 2 minutes and I got you. All right, cool.
All right. The people of the United States residing within any state are subject to two governments, one state and the other national. But there need be no conflict between the two. The powers which one possesses, the other does not. They are established for two purposes and have separate jurisdictions. Together, they make one whole and furnish the people of the United States with a complete government, ample for the protection of all their rights at home and abroad.
Mm-hmm.
True, it may sometimes happen that a person is amenable to both jurisdiction for one, and may sometimes happen that a person is, I'm sorry, is amenable to both jurisdictions for one and the same act. Uh, it is the natural consequence of a citizen who owes allegiance to two sovereignties and claim protection from both. The citizen cannot complain because he has voluntarily submitted himself to such a form of government. He owes allegiance to the two departments, the one state and the other national. Uh, the government, oh yeah, he owes his allegiance to the two departments, so to speak, and within their respective spheres, must pay the penalties with each exacts for disobedience to its laws. In return, he can demand protection from each within its own jurisdiction. The government of the United States is one of the delegated powers alone. Its authority is defined and limited by the Constitution. Its authority, the United States government, is defined and limited by the Constitution. All powers not granted to it by that instrument are reserved to the states or the people. No right can be acquired under the Constitution or laws of the United States except such as the government of the United States has the authority to grant or secure. All that cannot be granted or secured are left under the protection of the states and thus the people. I yield. What are y'all thoughts on that?
Man, that sounds like a Morgan and Morgan
Mike check.
for the people commercial, but
It
man,
is, man.
peace to all and long
Yo,
peace.
Mike check.
Let's go. Man, we hear you, Naughty.
Your
Go
mic
ahead.
good. Your
Hey,
mic
hey,
good.
hey!
I
Before
can't hear
before you
nothing.
sully this shit, what that man just said, that man just now pointed out the fact is that you have two protections, and that's called benefits and privileges, and that falls up under the state and it falls up under the national. When the powers come from the freaking state, that's your power right there, where you can enforce rules and regulations upon your surroundings. Now you can also get the powers from the national, which when you go abroad, that means when you're a U.S. citizen and something happens to you, like they want to take you into custody and shit, the U.S. has an obligation to fight for you and defend you.
Hey, lawyer, may I ask you a question about the nationals? Who are American nationals? Like, I hear the only nationals, what I hear on this hemisphere is like the
You got to
Mexican
claim it.
national.
You got to
Huh?
claim it.
So would they let a white, I mean, I hear white nationals and black nationals, but they put inside of a, like a terrorist type thing. Is that kind of true or no?
Further
I'm
their
asking.
legitimacy. That's what they're using it for.
Lord,
Not only
your mic is real bad. Your mic is unless that's me. Is it just me?
Nah, it's
No, it
me.
sounds like he was welding or something. Yeah, it sounds like the
Okay.
mic caught on fire
Okay.
or something. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
My
go.
that's
bad.
what
I
it
had
sounds like.
I had to go grab something out the yard and I left my shit. But look, they're using that title as national to legitimize their cause and their purpose. Because being a national is saying that you're being backed by your nation or the continent that you're from. All right. So when you go abroad and you get in trouble, the United States is obligated to enforce the rules and regs of the U.S. citizen on you, meaning that they're going to come and get you to protect you from foreign laws and foreign fucking persecution. Now, when they do that, it's not like they're gonna hold you completely innocent. They're gonna still try you when you get back here at home if it's an offense that's against the U.S. Of the country. But you
So
still get the benefit and the privilege. Go ahead.
no. Okay. So let me ask. So was Brittany Griner was
Yeah.
she a American national type?
Yes.
Let's
That's
go,
what
huh?
she was considered when she was over there in jail in Russia. That's why they had to trade another foreign national for her. It was like an even exchange. You see what I'm saying? And the only reason why they did that is because of that diplomatic immunity that an American gets when they go to another country.
Oh,
That means
oh,
you are afforded certain benefits and privileges.
okay. So with the diplomatic immunity, when I hear that, I picture like a Saudi Arabian. So Nadi, show us your um
See,
um
you on bullshit, man.
no
Let's stick
no
to the
no
code.
no
Yeah, you
man
on
man but
bullshit.
no man hold up
It ain't no
man,
when
why
you
the
say
fuck the
when they
first
say
thing y'all gonna think that I'm on bullshit, but
diplomatic immunity, that
Nadi
just means that you an
Nadi
ambassador,
stay
brother. That's
saying
all
that he
that
got
means, man.
diplomatic immunity. Come on, man, don't put me in that fucking box, man. I could
It's
talk to
because,
God
bro,
right now.
he's
Huh?
an ambassador.
Let
He's
me
an
mute up,
ambassador
man.
of every land that you go to. You an ambassador of the land that you come from. They don't give you no special privileges or powers. All that does is recognizes you as a foreign national.
But Nadi claimed that his diplomatic immunity, like I pictured he got a Saudi Arabia costume or something.
You
Nadi,
bullshit.
explain
You
your
on bullshit
diplomatic
right now.
immunity that you have. I'm not
All right,
trolling or
cool.
nothing,
Hold
man.
on,
My
hold
This
on, hold
nigga
on, hold
just
on, hold on,
say
y'all.
my
Is everybody
my
good?
Saudi
questions are very
Arabian
controversial.
costume.
I
Can
Hold
understand that.
on.
y'all
Did
hear
this
me?
nigga just wait? I just want to know, did you say Saudi Arabian? I'm going to mute up.
Yeah,
I just
diplomatic,
want to
bro.
know.
Diplomatic immunity
Did a nigga
when
say
yeah, I'm
Saudi
picturing
Arabian
Naughty with
costume?
a
He on
Maybach,
bullshit.
and he got no, I'm not. No, I'm not loyal.
He
You
ain't
ain't got.
bullshit.
You are, man, because
I'm
there ain't no
not.
such thing
Bitch,
as
you
No,
a
ain't
he
my
Saudi
not.
mama.
He's
Arabia
serious.
Come on,
costume
man. Stop it, bro.
or uniform.
He's
Man, you
Ain't no
serious.
such thing,
disrespecting my
nigga.
motherfucking character right now. I'm
It is a
asking
Saudi
My
Arabian
my
questions.
costume,
apologies.
loyal. You know what it look
Let's
like.
get it.
Come on,
It's
man.
that
Oh, you talking?
it's that all white shit you get shot in. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking.
but
Nigga, look,
them
you was in the
motherfuckers wear that
military.
in
You know you
Africa
see a
too.
nigga. You
That's
know
like a
you see a
long
nigga in that
He
all
done
white.
protected some of
Yeah,
them,
you gonna
huh?
kill him in Africa too. You only
that's like
kill
a
them when they're in
long dashiki
Afghanistan
Let's
though,
noose.
go.
loyal.
Let's go.
Yeah.
If you got it on in America, you good. But if you got it on in Afghanistan, you gonna get shot by an American. That's all I'm gonna tell you. That ain't
You
play.
getting
You might
robbed,
have
huh?
an
Lawyer know I
Uh-oh.
ain't
AK in
lying.
that bitch.
Lawyer know
You
they
getting
gonna
Y'all
kill you.
hear
robbed,
me?
Got
huh?
that
Hold on.
all white on.
Kid right out,
Americans gonna be
boy. We
scared than
need
a
100
motherfucker.
million gallons of oil right now, or boy, we gonna kill him, huh? That type of shit. I get it. Let's go, man. But I don't be trolling, man. My questions is very
Did you
Nah,
affirmative
just
hold
say
on.
this
and
nigga
Calm
is
down.
in
We
entertaining.
100 gallons
ain't
of oil?
Yeah, that's ransom, man. Give me 100 gallons of clean oil right now,
Wait.
or we gonna murk loyal, or like that person he
Right.
was protecting. Let's go. Nadi,
Telling
tell
you.
us about your diplomatic immunity, especially in Florida, boy. Bro, in Florida, bro, you rolling around like
But what type of oil was
Jud,
it? Hold
huh?
on, Lord. I mean,
Crude
what type of
oil.
oil was it, copper? Please.
Crude. It was rude. It was
Crude.
crude oil. Let's go, huh?
That's the only one he know about. Don't know
Hey,
about no Shell, none of that shit.
that
Man, I
nigga
know about
say
that crude oil, bitch. That oil that go in your car. You don't know the type of blood you got, but you know what type of oil to put in that goddamn car, don't you?
Man, I
What's your
told you about
blood
this nigga
type?
cover tone, man. Look, man.
Mic check.
Man,
I
I ain't
told.
trolling truth.
Can y'all
I'm
hear me?
sorry, boy. I know y'all kick a
Yeah, we
motherfucker
hear
out
you.
quick. quick over here.
Nah, you good. Nah, you
Bitch,
good.
I
Nah, it's
put
all
you to
good.
another
Nah,
level.
it's
Bitch,
all
I
good,
made
man.
you pay $45. You cheap motherfucker. Now you owe me 33%. Let's go,
This nigga. Now, if I would have
hey,
known that, I would have been paying it a
hey,
long time
hey,
ago.
that is
Listen, I never felt the need to pay the shit, man. Hold
no,
on,
it
bro.
is.
I never felt the need to pay that shit before because I never really had like 9 people. I was like, man, I ain't paying that shit, bro.
and you
I'm a cheap
cheap.
nigga.
All
I'm
these
a cheap nigga. You
people
better
that
believe it.
love you, that
You
want to
better
come
believe
up
it.
on this goddamn stream and shit, you cheap motherfucker. You should have been paid
Hey,
$45.
wait a
Let's go.
minute. True zone. So you
Yeah.
mean to tell me
Hey, drop your
I
link,
can't
Papa
afford
Tone, in
nine
the
wait,
chat.
I can't afford $9 for the motherfucking Uber ride, but you can't afford the $45 for the stream yard? Preposterous.
Nigga, I've been, bro. You think I ain't got
Preposterous.
We were
$45?
I've been
robbed.
Nigga, hold
I
on.
can't tell.
Nigga,
That
you
nigga
think
say
I
he
ain't
a
got, bro?
cheap
Shit, I
nigga.
can't, nigga.
Man,
I
I'm
take
ain't
that
cheap
got
though,
ugly
bro.
ass
I got,
duck off
listen,
I
now,
ain't got
nigga. Take
50
that
for
listen,
ugly ass duck
StreamYard.
off.
I
Take that duck
listen.
off. That watermark. Take it
Man, shut
off,
your
Man,
ass
nigga.
up,
Copper
Papa
Tone
Tone.
just got
You
a
can
Nobody
take it
better
off now.
nobody asked you. Nobody, yeah, take your watermark off. That shit ugly. That little duck up there. Yeah, that's Sir Drop behavior, man. Don't be like Drop. That nigga know he ain't
Yeah,
asked you
that's
Drop. We
drop
know you can't
behavior.
afford it, nigga. We know
Hell
you got the
yeah.
duck. We know you
Hey,
got the duck head
hey,
in every stream. We
hey,
know it.
you
We know
know,
it.
hey, the funny thing is I never discuss bread. So like y'all really don't know what's going on. But anyway, yeah,
You
How
I
do
ain't
I
discussed
got
take
bread
that
with
50
shit
me
for
off?
one time, Drop.
StreamYard.
Drop.
How do I
You
take that shit
addressed
off?
Hey,
money with me
look,
one time. You gotta go to where it say it's like a look one of them things. It say media, then right above media it's something like what is it, brands or something like that. I think that's what it is.
man, I don't gotta
Anyway,
do nothing, man. Hey, did this. Hey, did
drop,
this.
drop. Remember when you had
What
drop?
if
No,
if
look.
niggas
Remember when you
supporting you?
told me that?
Hey, bro,
Hold
fuck
on, drop. Look,
remembering what
look,
I did and
look.
what I
Remember
told and
when you
all
told
that,
me
bro.
the niggas? You
No, I
said
don't.
saying $5, and then one nigga saying five. You say this how the HOTC keep money. You said it'll be somebody week
I
one
ain't
week,
said this
and
how
we
the
all are sending him
HOTC money.
$5. Yeah, you did. Y'all, you said
I ain't said
the
no
conscious
dumbass shit.
community.
I said if you
Don't
send
cover
me,
your face,
I said you send
Capitone.
me for. Hold on, here's what
Capitone,
I
don't cover
said.
your face.
Hey,
I'm putting you on a
here's what I
Ponzi
said.
scheme,
I
Capitone.
said it.
Listen close. Listen.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
We all will
Why
be
you
paid
get
in
on my
Christ
nuts?
after this.
No, stop. This is
We
starting to
all will
get
be
weird.
paid in Christ. We about to be
Hold
paid in
on. No,
Christ.
what I said was any nigga send me $5, I'll send them right back 10. Just to show them, let's see who's supporting. And ain't nobody send
Oh, there
$5.
we go.
I'm like,
There
man,
we
fuck these
go.
niggas. I
There.
ain't paying for nothing. Exactly. I quit cash apping y'all niggas. I quit super chatting niggas. The whole thing. I just stopped because I looked at my end and I'm like, damn, I done gave away like $300 in my fucking 4
Hey,
months.
don't
Then
hate
I
on
looked
my
on
weekly
my end.
allowance, Humble.
Hold on, then
Stop
hold
hating on my
on.
weekly
Hold on.
allowance.
Then I hold on. Then I looked at my end and wasn't none of you fuck niggas supporting nothing. I'm like, all right, cool. Then I'm not gonna support.
The
Hey, you know
content
how
wasn't
like you
worth
will
the
run a
support.
Bring it
live.
back.
Hey, the
The
content
content
wasn't
was
worth
not worth
the
the support.
support.
Man, we
Bro,
got a
you
Hey,
bunch of
been
True
sleepy
stuck
Zone,
at a
raps
remove that
and a
van.
top one,
nigga
brother. I don't know what
and a
that's for.
nigga talking.
Bro, you
Yeah,
been, hey
you
bro,
need to
you been
make
stuck at a
it look.
van. Bro, you been stuck at
You
a
need to
van.
make
Bro, bro,
sleep
you got your
content.
bro
Like what's that
Sanchez
shit?
starter kit, right?
It's called sleep
Bro, you
content,
got your
right?
thousand.
That's what you need to make.
Hey, bro,
I didn't get a
bro,
thousand
you
people
got
from
your
Sanchez. I
thousands.
got about
Hey,
300.
why don't you shut the
I got
fuck up,
about
bro? You
300
scared to
though.
let me talk
Shout
or
out to
something?
the three.
You hoe
Shout
ass
out to the
nigga.
300 I
So
got
hold on,
from you,
this gonna be
Sanchez.
like me just
I
keep
got
trying
about
to
300.
interrupt your
Hey,
bitch
we can
ass.
I got
all
Nigga, you
sing
I
got your
got
together and
1,000
all
1.5 now.
subs.
talk
You
together.
got your
Let's go.
1,000
I got
subs from Bro
1.5 now.
Sanchez and you've been stuck
I
there.
got
Nigga, you
1.5
got your
now. I got
1,000 subs from
1.5
Bro
now, brother.
Sanchez and
I
you
got
been stuck
1.5
there.
now, brother. And
Bro,
I don't
and
even
you
be live
stuck
Hold
like
on.
that.
there.
Yeah, and I'll be
Hold on.
And
killing
you
this shit.
stuck there,
Hey,
bro.
shouts
I
out
got a
to my
question.
Bro, you
300.
I got,
77
stuck there. I'm
300.
subscribers.
at
I Appreciate y'all.
4,000.
I love
I'm
300.
y'all
talking
all,
about
huh?
4,000. So
300.
Hallelujah.
whose
Oh God.
content
Yes,
ain't
Lord.
Yeah,
they
cause you've been
fucking with?
around,
Mine
cause
or
you've been around
yours?
Sanchez longer than me.
Cause I've been
Bro, I go
around
look at
what?
them views.
Ain't none of
20
them
niggas
niggas
watch
have
them videos.
originals. None of them flat earthers.
20
I'm in a
niggas watch
whole
them
nother
videos,
lane.
man.
Man, nigga, I done got
And
about
20 niggas
700
watch it.
subscribers
You
in
got
3 weeks,
4,000
bitch.
subscribers. and
Bitch, I'm
20
in a
views.
whole nother lane. I carve my own
Nigga
lane.
got
I ain't
4,000
copycatting you niggas
subscribers
that
and
copycatted
20
me.
views.
Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Come
Y'all
on, man.
Drop, don't
copycatted
let
How
him
you
get
all
under
got
these.
your skin,
4,000
man.
subscribers
All
and
y'all
20
little
views? Don't
dumbass
Hey,
crash,
lives and
drop.
all
all
that.
the
Man,
clientele,
that's
man. Come on. Let's
so get
go.
off our
Drop, don't let him get under your
motherfucking hey,
skin,
copper
fam.
tone. Hey, copper tone, is they mini me's or not? Keep it a band. Fucking mini me. What you mean content? Nigga, this shit
I got
I've
a
been
question.
doing this like
Hold on.
5 years ago.
I got a
Drop,
question
don't
for
let him get
humbling.
under your
Hold on,
skin,
This
fam.
whole ass nigga. Man,
yeah, hold
fuck
on.
that
Listen,
truth
hey,
zone.
humbling,
This nigga a bitch.
bro. I get that. I got a question for somebody
Why
in
I
the
ain't
chat. Hey,
never get no
humbling,
honorary
man, man, y'all niggas shut the hell up. Hold on. Hey, humbling, you said that Bobby get a weekly or not allowance. What you mean by that?
She hating on my weekly allowance.
All right, cool.
That's
I
an
That's
do
a,
see
that
inside
was
Exhausted
a
niggas.
joke.
good
Come
way
discussion
to
on
and
get
now.
got
you
to
That's my
go,
I
distracted
joke.
do
and
be,
man.
I do
calm
be
it
seeing
down.
niggas.
That was
I
smart,
do be.
truth zone.
What's
That
that?
was
Yeah,
smart.
man. Y'all gotta calm down, man. Listen, it ain't that deep, brother.
With me it is.
Damn.
I hate niggas. I hate
You said,
bitch niggas, bro. I don't like it, bro. It really hurt me. All right, cool.
but
Go ahead.
listen,
I ain't gonna get back
I got a
on.
question. Listen, hey, Sir Drop. I went back into your archives of videos, bro, and I seen you, Mizai, all on a panel arguing with that nigga Huey P, bro, calling him a bitch ass nigga. Get your ass on. Y'all niggas was at each other, man. I was like, damn. Y'all call that nigga
Yeah,
a
that
weird
was some
ass nigga,
in-house shit. Hey,
bro.
look, what happened
Respectfully,
with
that nigga.
that
He look.
is
Hey,
cool.
hold on,
I
Huey
was
P.
on. Hold
All
on.
I was gonna say, hold on, bro. I was gonna say respectfully, man, that nigga Huey P look like a whole crackhead, bro. I'm just saying. Me looking at him like that nigga like a junkie.
Hey, but it do look like that until you like look him up and see what he facing and all that. Then you'll be like, damn, I never knew. A lot of people would judge a
Man, he's
book,
still in
man.
jail.
They just look at it, man, bro. Just Google it. But a lot of people would judge a book and you'll be like, damn, I ain't even know that. Cause we grown as hell. Who gonna be throwing money in these dumb niggas' faces, bro? That shit way back. Trying to shit on a nigga and stun on a nigga, and I'm better than you. It ain't even about that no more. You should be as an age as an adult to where like it ain't even about how much money you got. It's about what you managing. What the hell is going on in your life? What's your lifestyle like? How much it costs? What's coming in? What's going out? These niggas talking about I got this much money. You got that much money. How much of it is going out? They never talk about that part. They never mind none of that. I ain't even want to get turned up, bro. I'm really trying to chill, bro. I be trying to
Man,
be
chill, my
cool,
brother.
bro, but they make it their duty. No, they make it their duty to say some bullshit on purpose. So they can be like, I got him again. Ha ha ha. I pushed his beat. Listen to
So
it.
you
He
let the
emotional.
world
Them is fuck
know your
niggas to me.
little
No,
weak
I'm letting
points,
them
Nigga
know
man.
is a
that type
He
of.
triggered.
is.
Nigga
No,
is a
I'm
triggered
letting the
He's
female.
so
world
triggered.
know.
Nigga is a
I'm let
triggered bitch.
I'm letting the people know if a nigga try to trigger you, that's who the bitch is. If you directly
A
trying to
triggered
get
bitch.
somebody mad, you on they nuts.
A
You
triggered
on
bitch.
they nuts.
I get your ass.
If you
You get
sitting there
mad at
like,
anything
I'm about
anybody
to
say,
get
nigga.
Bobby,
Anything anybody say. You see how I'm talking
I'm
right
about to
now?
get, then
He
why
can
you
talk over you
talking?
like this
Cause the
and
shoe
he'll get
fit.
irritated.
Cause the shoe
You see what
fit.
I'm saying? He a
Hey,
triggered
cause the
bitch.
shoe
He
fit.
get
You
triggered
can
off
digitally
anything.
get
Hey,
He
cause
come
the
right
shoe
in
fit.
triggered. He
So
got
you
so
can
so
hey,
so
what
the
digitally
you say,
shoe
Copper
fit.
off
So
Tone?
what I'm
streets.
Get out
saying
of your
is,
digital
if
feelings.
you got a
Yeah,
Get
nigga,
out
bro.
of your
Get out the
digital
digital
hey
feelings.
bro, if
feelings.
you got a
Don't
nigga
let
that
my
intentionally, no,
don't
I
let my
think you would do it
demons
in real
irritate
life
your
though. That's why
angels.
you a bitch.
I'm in the
I think
reverse
you
of
would
what
try it in
Coppertone
real
said.
life and get
Don't let
fucked up,
my
is what I'm
demons
saying, nigga.
irritate
Fuck
your
the
angels.
internet. I think
Let's
your
get
bitch
it.
ass like that in real life. Nigga, I think your
Don't
bitch
let
ass
my
like that
demons
in real life. I
That's
think
irritate
you
why
your
try to
I
angels.
aggravate people. I
That's
think
why
you
I
try to push
intervene.
every button of every known person you know because you don't get no attention. I think you try to throw shade on somebody else so more light can shine on you. I think you a bitch. So when I call that out, you could call it emotional long as you know it's true. Long as you know, yeah, this nigga trying to push my buttons, he a bitch.
I know he a bitch because he trying to push my buttons. Copper tone and say, you letting them know they can push your
Ain't
buttons.
nobody
Shut
gotta
your
push
bitch
your
ass
button,
up.
nigga.
You can
Man,
push them
what?
If a
too.
Hold on,
motherfucker
Here's
hold
what
talk
I'm
on,
about
saying.
man.
I'm
bad
Come
leaving
shit,
on,
that
just go
man.
button
push
Y'all
your
ain't from
wide
the
buttons,
same
nigga.
open.
town.
Man, bitch,
Look
Look
at
at him.
this.
bitch,
Look
I'm
Look
at
leaving
at
him.
him.
Look
all
at
Look
him
you
at him.
talking
mad
Come on,
Tony. He
somebody's
man.
mic
triggered.
as loud
He
as
gonna
yours.
hold
He
it
Bitch, you
together.
triggered.
mad somebody's
He
Huh?
mic is
Come
loud
triggered.
as
on.
yours. I leave that
Nigga
button wide
triggered,
open for
man.
you fuck
Come on,
niggas.
cuz. I'll
And
turn up
every
on you.
nigga
Look.
that push
Look
it,
out loud.
I
Let's
know
play
they
the
a
loud Mike
bitch nigga.
Awards, nigga.
Bro,
What
I
will
know they a
LeBron
Shut
bitch
your
nigga
bitch
James
because
do?
ass
they
off.
push the bitch
Shut your
nigga
garbage ass
button.
up, nigga.
Bro, so now they
Now
got
what?
me acting like a
Your mic
bitch
weak,
nigga.
nigga.
Cause
Yeah,
the
look,
bitch
can't
nigga push
nobody
the
make you act
button. Why
like a
don't no
bitch. You
thorough
already
nigga
was
push the
one, nigga.
button? Because
You
they
was
know that's
born
some
one,
bitch
nigga.
shit. That's why you
You
never
was
heard
born
me
one.
black
You
out
come
on a
in
thorough
complaining, nigga.
motherfucker. I don't even
Come on,
black out
man.
on you fucking
Your mom
sissies
do
and
mad,
caps and
man.
all that dumb
Every
shit.
time your
Cause
mama
you's
see
a
you
Man,
act
you
like
shut
need
up.
to
this,
You
hold
a
it for
tear
mad.
drop.
LeBron
You
James,
She
mad.
man.
Your
hate that her
mic ain't
son
as
turned
strong
out
as
like
your
this,
thought.
man.
True.
You're
She
mad.
hate her
Your
son
mic ain't
turned
as
out like
strong
this,
as you
man.
thought. You's a
This shit is
whole hoe.
bad.
You's a
You looking
whole bitch.
bad, cuz.
Everybody you fuck
It's
with
looking
bitches, and
bad,
I'm
G.
standing on it.
Just turn
Everybody that
down,
fuck
man.
with
Just
this
stand
nigga a
down.
bitch.
Look what
Now I'm
happened,
talking to
man.
the chat now.
Your heart.
Everybody that
Look,
fuck
now
with
you
this
want to
nigga
turn.
a whole bitch.
Now,
Now put it like that, nigga.
yeah, bro. You think that's
Everybody
gonna
you
help you?
know a
You think
bitch,
that's gonna
nigga.
help you?
Nigga,
You
hey
think that's
bro,
gonna
hey
help you?
bro, hey bro,
I
hey
know
bro,
your
if
old
y'all in
lady,
the
so if
chat
she a
and y'all
bitch,
fuck with this nigga,
I know
y'all a
your old
bitch.
lady. If
Hey
she a
bro,
bitch,
people really
is
like,
your
yeah,
old
I
lady
am
a
a
bitch?
bitch for fucking with a bitch
I'm
nigga.
saying, is your
Bro,
old
you's a
lady a
bitch.
bitch though?
Hey
I know
bro,
her.
anybody in the chat
Is your
that
old
fuck with
lady a
this
bitch? I
nigga's a
know her,
whole
man.
bitch. Bro,
Is your
anybody
old
that
lady a
fuck
bitch? I
with
know your old
dude
lady. Is
is a
she a bitch?
whole bitch.
Come on,
Bro,
man.
Wusa.
Don't
anybody
call
that
your
fuck
wife a
with
bitch,
Wusa,
dude
man.
Wusa.
is a whole
Come
bitch.
on, man. Get out your
Bro,
digital
Y'all gotta
feelings.
call that man
anybody that
Get
fuck
out of
Timberland.
with
your
you is
digital
a
Hallelujah.
bitch.
Let
And
me
feelings.
I
get
Y'all
John.
guarantee
Hold
you,
on,
gotta
hold
bro,
on,
I don't
sis.
know
Say
not
what it's
one
Timberland,
about.
person
man.
you rock
Hold
with
on,
for
hold
He's
on.
in
real
his
Sis,
that's
say
digital
not
what
a
it's
bitch
feelings.
about,
nigga.
man.
Timberland.
Man, shut up, man.
Get
Y'all
out
all
your
same
digital
bitches.
feelings, brother.
Man, get the fuck out of here. Shut your hoe ass up.
Fellas, let's bring it down, man. Sir Drop.
Yeah, man.
Bobby
We in
Knight, we
championship
good now,
season
bro.
right
Come
now.
on, man.
Let's
Damn,
go.
bro. It's good now,
Now,
man.
I'm telling you, truth on that be these
Remember at the end,
niggas.
oh, man.
we
Y'all
ain't
good
gonna
now.
remember reparations or none of
Man,
that.
we gonna
We gonna
remember
remember Drop
championship
called this
season.
nigga a whole bitch. And they gonna realize he is a bitch. He is a sissy. He
oh,
is a
shit.
fag. He do fuck
LeBron
with fag.
James
He
gonna
a
be doing
bitch. And
this.
they gonna understand that
Huh?
you keep fucking with me.
Do he
You a
be
liar.
snapping?
You a manipulator. You ain't got no motherfucking money. You, hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey,
You just
bro.
said that it
Look
really don't
at
Stop
him.
it.
You
mean
I'm
about
not
triggered,
him,
man.
nothing.
dude.
Man,
You
you
about
a
to have an
walking
Man, yeah, I
aneurysm.
contradiction,
know I'm
man.
triggered. If we was face to face though, it's the same. I'd have slapped this shit out your fucking faggot ass, bitch. The
I
fuck
would have
out
been
of
gave you
here.
a
The
peppermint.
fuck you
I would
talking,
have been gave you a
man.
peppermint.
Hey, bro, I'll holler at
I
y'all,
know
bro.
your
Going
teeth
Hey, this is what
backwards.
rotten.
I
We
was
I
going
would have
trying to
been
backwards.
gave you a
avoid, but this
peppermint.
nigga
We
made
going
If
sure.
backwards
we was
right now.
face
This
to
bitch
face,
Reparations
nigga
people
made
I would have
time.
sure
been
I'm
gave
gonna
you some
get
good.
drop hype. I'm gonna get drop emotional, so I can say, "Look at him, he's emotional," and I'm gonna make sure I do it. That's a
Truth
bitch
Lord, play
nigga for y'all,
Mountaintop,
Look
man.
at him,
please.
What
Jimmy.
part
Play
ain't
He's
y'all shut
Mountaintop.
your
Come
bitch
emotional.
on,
ass
man.
up, too, Copper
Look
Tone?
at him.
Hey,
He's
look,
Ah,
emotional.
hey, look, hey, look, hey,
oh,
look,
Look
hey,
at
look,
him.
come
hey,
on, you
look,
He's
hey, look.
outside. Right, but
emotional.
play
Hey,
Mountaintop.
look,
Play
Look
don't
at
get
him, y'all.
Mountaintop.
He's
mad.
Huh?
Don't
emotional.
get mad because I ain't
Look
all
at him.
Play
subtle
version.
and
Look
I
at
ain't
him,
all
y'all.
Mountaintop
He's
better
humble.
than yours,
emotional.
bro.
Nigga, you's a
Look
bitch.
at him,
Hey,
y'all. He's
no, that's how I
Mountaintop,
emotional.
do it.
man.
You
You
do it
better
He's
than
humble and
yours.
subtle.
emotional.
God damn.
This is
You
terrible
He's
do the
energy,
little
man.
slick
emotional.
This
slide
energy is
remarks
terrible,
and
man.
say fuck ass shit. Nigga, I come directly at you and call you a whole bitch and you
This is
gotta stand
terrible
on it
energy,
because you
bro. We
know you
working
I don't
is.
faster.
even know you,
Nigga,
We
nigga.
shut
moving
up,
I don't
faster.
even
nigga.
know
You's a
you.
bitch. Hey, ask the
Exactly.
chat, is
He
the
mad.
nigga a bitch? Man, I guarantee you. Hey, put a 1 in the chat if y'all feel
He
Bobby
put a
Knight a
one in the
bitch.
chat if y'all need
Nigga,
to pray
put
for
1 in
Drop
the
Drop, you
right
chat,
now,
right.
nigga.
huh?
Drop, you right.
Huh?
You right,
Get him a
Nigga,
Drop. You right.
nigga, all
GoFundMe,
right,
huh?
cool. I just
Everybody
wanted to
know it.
show
He
him his little
tripping.
corny mic tricks don't work. His little
He
pressing
ain't got
my
no mic
buttons don't
tricks.
You
work.
ain't gotta
What it's gonna
expose
Yo,
do
him.
is
Hey,
get your
hey,
bitch
hey,
ass
Two
cussed out.
Tone. You
Nigga,
see
shut
what
up,
Tanika
nigga.
He is who
said?
he is,
Play
bro.
that Bobby
Ah,
3.
Leave it alone.
Play that God
ah,
got me. You see what the
na
chat
boo
said? The chat
boo.
said, play
You
that
a
God got me.
bitch.
The chat said, play that Bobby 3.
Na
The
boo
chat won't hear
play
my
boo.
that
music.
Bobby
On my
You
at
a
life, man.
Mountaintop,
bitch.
huh? Put a fight
Yeah,
at Mountaintop
yeah, that's what
on
the
on
chat
Let's
on
want,
get it
Monday.
nigga.
right
Play
God
now.
this.
got
Hey,
me.
play
Let's go.
this. Hey, put this up. Hey, play this. Put the here whole bitch, man. Play this. Look
Fire.
at his
Hold on,
picture.
I got a
That's a
Put a
proposition
bitch
for both of
move,
y'all
fire.
nigga.
niggas.
Shut up. You
Hold
can
on,
use
hold
a
on, hold on,
bitch,
hold on.
nigga.
Copper
Hold
Toe
on.
version
Period,
of
bro.
Mountaintop.
Hold on,
Put a
Copper. Hold
6
on.
in the
Mute
chat.
all y'all niggas real quick. How about y'all put y'all music on the line again, man? I got a proposition, man. Put your music on the line again. Go song for song. Y'all niggas so much in competition with each other, man. Go ahead. I ain't on my laptop though, but go
Ain't
ahead. Go
fuck
ahead,
with
man.
me on this best fucking day, dude. Stop it.
I got
Tell me.
3 songs. We
That
go
nigga
3.
wrote
We
probably
could do
3
best out of
raps in
3.
a year.
Man, y'all
We
need to
could do
get
best
on in
out
the
of 3 right
studio,
Hold on,
now.
man,
hold
and
on, hold on. I'm gonna mute
go
all
on
y'all real
and
quick. Hold on,
make.
hold on, hold on. Hold on. Bobby said best out of 3 songs. Sir drop. Chill out, bro. Chill, chill. He's saying the best out of 3 songs. Whoever wins, man. Shit, we sell it. We leave it at that. But go ahead. Let me try to do this because I can't get a word in. God damn.
Man, if you don't fucking stop
You
it,
need to
man.
intervene.
Best
This
out
Let's
is
do
of
going
it
the wrong
then.
30.
way.
Sir drop. Let's do it. I could go shit. I start the laptop up.
Nigga
Let's
ain't
do it.
got 30 songs, nigga.
He
Man,
said
that nigga
3
ain't
songs,
got 10
nigga.
songs.
Sir drop 3 songs. 3 songs. 3 songs.
All right, cool. My
We'll,
same
That's
3.
good. The
Titanium
big 3. Come
Smack,
on, let's go. Yeah,
Intelligent
let's
let me
Hoodlum,
go.
go get my
and
laptop. Hold on. Give me
Check
like
My
2 minutes. Let me
Status.
get
There
my
go my
laptop.
3 songs. There go
You
my
gotta put
3
them in the
songs
back
right
though.
there. Man, I ain't going through all that for this fuck nigga. He know.
Oh shit.
This nigga know. This whole ass nigga
I
know he
done
can't
crushed
fuck
drop too
with
many
me and
times
nothing in the
already.
world,
I
truth.
done crushed this. I done
Bro, he
crushed
can't
this
fuck
nigga
with
too
man. We
many.
can rap now. We don't gotta go put nothing in no back.
Well,
He
rap now,
know.
Sir Drop.
Best
Let's do it.
3. Best 3.
Let's do it
Bring it.
now.
Let's go.
I was
Big
telling you,
3.
you can't rap, nigga. You retarded. You ain't
I ain't
rapping no
nobody
more.
trying to
Hey,
rap right
Bro,
Sir
now.
Drop, load in,
come
man.
on.
I make
When
beats.
your retarded
I
ass
make
was in
beats. I
jail
make
for
beats.
Yeah,
child
man, he a
support,
I
you
beat
make
bumming
beats.
maker.
I
out.
gotta
You
I
trying to
gotta
put a
show my
beat
own.
maker
Let's
I
go.
against
make
me,
beats
bro.
and I rap,
Yeah,
nigga.
man,
I
you
make
gotta
beats
get
and
him
I
and Bro
rap.
Sanchez to battle with beats, bro.
Yeah.
I'm a
I make
rapper.
beats and
It's
I rap,
different.
nigga. I put my whole song on
Man,
the
you
line. I'm a
kind
beat
of rap.
maker and a rapper. It's different. Your ass make
You
trash songs.
can rap.
Dog,
So
you
don't
That
gonna
try to
get
say
get
it
up
in.
that.
here.
Bring
Say
it,
I
Don't
boy.
can
nobody
rap,
want to
but
hear
I ain't
your.
wrote no
Don't
rap in
nobody want to
6
hear your
months. Tell the
slow,
people you ain't wrote a
sleepy
rap in
raps,
6
nigga.
months, please.
Don't nobody want to hear your
Bro,
slow,
I bet you
sleepy
ain't
ass
wrote a
raps,
rap in
man.
Niggas
6
been
months.
arguing for
All
30
right, cool.
minutes,
Spit a
bro,
rap.
and ain't
I
getting
bet you ain't
nowhere.
wrote a rap in 6 months. I'm a
Man, let him
It's
go
rapper.
been a
through
I
it.
know
30
All
you
that
minutes
didn't.
mountain
Let him
talk.
go through it, man.
back
Let
and
him do it,
forth
man. Let
about
him go through it,
nothing.
man. This is what they do, man. Look, let them niggas
It
argue,
is
man. Go
back
ahead.
and forth about nothing. Y'all got it, man. Let me mute up, bro. Let me mute up. I be trying though. I swear to God, I'm like, yeah, I ain't gonna flip. Yeah, I'm cool with it.
Drop, he trigured you,
They
fam.
saw
He
Hey,
that
directly
someone
and they
tried
says
to
one
trigger
fangs
you,
rap,
came
fam.
out their
one make
mouth.
beats.
Man, they
Why
whole
they
thing,
can't
shut your
work
bitch up.
together?
They whole fangs came out their
Why y'all
mouth. When
can't
they
work
saw
together?
a nigga in the Zen mode, they like, nah, that ain't, nah, I'm gonna get dropped turned up. So it's
Drop, we
cool. And
fuck with
Copper
you
Toe
heavy,
saying you
fam.
letting them drop.
Hey, look.
Yeah, that's
We
what's up.
fuck
Hey,
It's
with you,
all
drop.
good,
hold
man.
on.
There's a couple niggas I don't fuck with at all, though. Trust me,
That's
homie.
cool.
It's
You
like
allowed to
6
do
of them.
that.
It's only 6
You
of
allowed
them.
to feel that way, drop. But most of this aboriginals fuck with you, niggas. So we see what's happening, and nigga fucking with you. You weren't even on that shit. He was
Dan
on it.
Drum, man. We done spent almost 7 hours talking about reparations, bro. You said this is about a rap, nigga. We ain't gonna stay on topic for 7 hours straight, nigga. We ain't having class over here, bro.
Nah, I just turned
But
up,
people
bro.
come
I'm
here
You
for
cool.
the
wasn't that tuned
information,
in to
truth.
school,
They come
bro.
here
Ain't
for
no
the
information
discussion.
being
You
disseminated
wasn't
from this
that
channel,
tuned in
Bro,
to
bro.
I
school.
told you
You
hella
dropped out of school and
information
all, played hooky
about
and
us
all,
being
man.
Nah,
indigenous.
man,
Bro,
you
I'm not
just
This
gotta
is
you
weird.
gotta
suspecting,
push a
nigga.
bully out your
You
face,
want
Copper
information?
Tom.
Hold on, listen, bro. Listen, I'm gonna say it in the comments. If you want information, go to Sister Betty's panel. Go to AP's panel. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a scholar.
You have been saying that for day one. You have been saying that, fam. I
All
remember
right
that.
then.
You're right. You're right.
Go to
Yeah, them
Brother
niggas
Sanchez.
taught me a
Brother
lot on
Sanchez
that
is a listen.
Aboriginal shit.
Brother Sanchez is an information-based platform, bro. I tell niggas, if you looking for information, you in the wrong place, bro. What T.I. say, man? You're looking for a sweet lick, man. This is the wrong place, man. You looking for information, nigga? You in the wrong place, bro. It is what it is. If you just so happen to hear a nigga talking with common sense and with logic,
Explain
you might
yourself
catch
with the sweet
you
lick,
might catch a
huh?
gem.
What is a sweet lick, Truth? Let's go. I'm asking. What is a sweet
Nigga
lick,
Copper
man. What the
tone,
fuck?
man.
Is that cold or
This
something?
nigga got dropped off at the fucking construction site at 2 years old. He been there ever since. That's when the nigga got an orange
Man,
shirt
I'm
on
asking
now.
you, man.
That nigga retarded. That
What
nigga got a
is
mic in his
that? What you
hand, look
was
like
saying,
Professor
man?
Foley, Preacher Foley.
We
Look at
can't
that nigga.
help because you was on
A
probation
junkie with a
during
mic.
the height
Crackhead nigga
of
with a
all this
mic.
shit, and you get out, and now you are like Dan Rather 60 Minutes and shit, bro. You gonna get set
Yeah,
up,
that's
man.
a
You need to
cold
keep up.
clothing brand name though.
Let's
Junkie.
go.
That shit'll go.
Shit. But listen, hey
Oh,
Dan,
a
man,
clothing
listen, bro.
brand name Junkie. That shit'll go, bro.
Listen, this nigga, hold
Oh,
on.
gave y'all
We ain't gonna
merch
stay talking about
sellers something to
reparations the whole
sell.
time, man. I should have been paid that StreamYard shit though, bro. I just never thought about it like that, man. But yeah.
Now I do agree. Is we gonna get it? And I had to put my life on it. I would say no, but I ain't one of them niggas that's gonna say we can't get it. But if we look at the like, if not without being delusional and just look at it, I don't see them motherfuckers. You know how many niggas over here? Not much bread, bro. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Bro,
But do
they
they?
giving,
Should they
they're
give it
giving
to us? Not. They shouldn't give it to us because it's ours. So
the only
it
nigga that said
basically
no.
like they like if y'all ain't gonna come get your bike back, it's mine.
The only nigga that said no
Go
was
ahead,
this
you got
nigga
it.
Loyal. The only nigga that said no was this nigga Loyal and a couple other weirdo niggas. That's because Loyal ex cop. So I expect that coming out of a nigga like from a nigga like him.
You know, I fuck with you, Truth, because I cash after you the first time you let me on the show because I appreciated you. And then you said, I don't want the cash apps from nobody. And then you showed you hustling, getting your own money. That's what indigenous is to me, fam. You like, I don't need your money. And you just
Nigga
paid you
sent me
asked somebody to pay
$20 to
your
spit
shit,
a
bro.
rap, bro. That was
Nah, I
fire.
never asked another man. Why would I ask somebody else to pay my stream yard?
I
Nah,
know,
I
and
do it
I sent
myself.
it, and you was like, I don't want people to give me money, bro, but thank you anyway.
Nah,
And
yeah,
I
bro, I ain't never
respected
asked
that. And then
for,
you
for sure.
posted you cleaning windows, making a couple. I mean, shit, more than a couple hundred. You posted you getting on your grind, bro. And I'm like,
Right.
I fuck with you. Like low key, I wanted to send you some money to pay for the stream, but you like, I got it. I respect that independence, fam. You
For
don't
sure,
ask
for sure,
nobody for
man.
shit. And I'm just trying to
Nah,
get
that's
that
a
as
part
a
of being a
people.
man.
That's how I
Yeah,
want for us as a
That's
people.
fact.
I agree with that. That's a part of being a man, though, bro. I'm not gonna ask nobody for nothing. My dad raised me, bro, so he always told me, nigga, shit. Even at 14, like, nigga, shit. You want something, nigga? I ain't giving you. You want some jars, nigga? You shit. I ain't buying that shit, nigga. Go work at McDonald's, nigga. That's exactly what I did. Go cut grass and make some paper. So I don't like taking handouts from people, bro. I feel bad
That's
because I
right.
know
I
how it is out here.
respect that, man.
If
But
somebody wants to send it, I have no problem. There's been
You a
plenty of my
walking
subscribers.
contradiction, nigga. You're a walking contradiction. You don't
you
want to
catch
really
every
receive cash apps.
contradiction.
You motherfucking cop.
Look,
I
you
ain't tell
don't
you to
want to
chime in yet.
receive
Hold on.
cash app.
I ain't done
This
talking yet, nigga.
nigga catch every
I ain't tell you to chime in.
contradiction, bro.
I didn't tell you to chime in yet, nigga. I ain't done talking. Shut the fuck up. I'm playing now. Go ahead, Lord. Go ahead,
That's
fuck
a
nigga.
walking contradiction for you, nigga.
How?
Don't want no cash apps, but want reparations, nigga. Get out of here with that bullshit,
How can you put that in the same fucking category, idiot?
nigga. Both of them
That nigga
begging.
trolling, man.
There's not.
That
I
Both
know
nigga
the
of them
fuck niggas
trolling, bro.
begging,
begging.
nigga. Reparations is begging, nigga. If it's your shit, you should already have it. If
Rapper,
you
how
ain't
you
got it, you
begging?
begging for it.
How you
This nigga
begging for your
retarded.
shit?
Cause you ain't got it right
How
now,
you
nigga. Where
begging for
your
your
shit?
shit? Say you owe me. Say I loaned you
So
$500, right? And then you don't pay me back. And when I see you, I'm like, hey, can I get my five?
This what I'm
And you
gonna do
like, man,
then.
quit begging.
when
Get the
did the
fuck out of
loan
This
here.
what
take
I'm
That's
gonna do
place?
then.
When
Listen,
did the
listen,
loan
listen.
take
After this
place for this
stream in,
reparations?
I'm gonna
the
see. I'm gonna
loan
see how much
didn't
my
take
subscribers.
place.
Hold on.
That
Cause
was
I be
moving the
seeing brother
goalpost.
Sanchez. All these niggas be begging. I don't beg. After this stream, man, I'm gonna see how much my subscribers fuck with me. I'm gonna post my cash app on the community tab.
Man, you need to
Even though I never
learn
do
Do
it, I'm
you,
gonna
my
go. I'm gonna
boy?
see.
the
I'm gonna see how many of my
the
subscribers support me.
overlays. Take that
Do
ugly
you?
ass live off
Yeah, fact.
StreamYard off of their practice. You need to start practicing. Take
And
all this
to
ugly
keep
ass
it
shit
real,
off of
Copper.
here. Let's go.
Copper Tone
Niggas is
do got
proud
the
that you becoming
hardest
money.
ass Copper Tone got the hardest shit though, for real, when it come to visuals and all that. He
He
just
do. He
don't
do. He
put
got
in
some good shit
enough
over there.
work to get the
Yeah.
subscribers. Y'all
Yeah.
subscribe to
Cartoon got some
Copper
shit.
Tone and he a silly month. He'll go in on you, but it's hilarious. Like he can talk about you and you'll watch the whole show. Is that hilarious?
I don't see
So
why
yeah,
he.
sub to
When I be
Copper
tuning
Tone,
in,
man.
right. When I be tuning in to Cartone shit, I'm like, man, why he ain't got more people over here? Cause this nigga hilarious. This nigga's a master fucking
That's a
troll.
new
Man, they
channel.
haters, man. That's
It,
what
it, it,
hate, man.
that's
When you
like his
great,
third
it's
channel,
hate.
bro.
I appreciate the hate though.
No,
I
it's your
Nigga like
love
third
Red
every
channel,
single
Squid, a
bro.
nigga like
subscribers that I
Red
got,
Squid,
man.
I see why he might have two niggas in the chat watching. That nigga, I don't know what that shit is or whatever, man. But shout out to Red Squid.
That
Hey,
nigga
they
running
they
the
quit watching
Antichrist
me, bro.
hour up
So
under
I
that
found
bitch.
another lane.
Him and
I
Son of
just found
Yahweh.
another lane, man. I'll go live. That shit'll say 6 people, bro. I have to stay live for an hour for that shit to start saying 20. I'm like, all right, cool. They saw the notification. They ain't tap in. They ain't rocking with me. So I just found another lane to jump in and just
Hey,
hop on
you got to
y'all
look
panels
at it
and fuck
like
with
Why
if
y'all
it's
that
y'all
way.
doing
practice.
it for acceptance?
If
Or
it's
y'all
not
doing it for your
working
own
for
personal?
you, it's working on
No,
you,
it's a
huh?
euphoria that get
released in your brain when people say like and hey, I like what you said and
sub and then share your shit. It's something that get
That's for
released in the
weak-minded
brain,
niggas,
a
man.
dopamine.
Yeah,
But
All
you,
right, it's not
I
weak
feel like
minded
so
a channel
niggas.
like
It's a
Bobby.
dopamine.
Listen, hey Bobby Nice, you listening, nigga? A channel like his, man, it has been consistently having the same amount of numbers. Some channels I've seen, like in the past, them have 700 views, 600 views, 500 views, and then the channel just goes downhill. I've seen a lot of channels like that, but a channel like Bobby Knight's, Smoke Signal, it has a consistent, the same people showing up supporting the channel. So these channels don't
Hey,
fall.
now
These channels. Go ahead, you got it.
you gotta look at the viewership, right? Now it go like this. Anybody that do this shit know I'm speaking facts. Every hour, every hour you should have 100 views, right? They go 7 hours, so it say 700. If they go 3 hours, it's gonna say 300. If they go 1 hour, that's all the algorithm gonna give us. It ain't got nothing to do with their content or nothing. In case you a person that can get 189 people in the chat, like Aboriginal Power, he had 180 in that bitch. Them people with 1,000 in the chat, I think they bought that because I
Man,
don't see
a
a
lot of niggas
thousand people
buying subs.
chatting.
I'm sorry. Hey, hold on, bro. And shout out to my nigga Naga, bro. I'm starting to become suspect of that nigga, man. Cause that nigga, I think he done bought them subs, man.
No, he got
Thinking
a
about something.
view. No, he
No,
got
that
a
nigga, man,
no.
Naga bought
Naga
them
got it.
subs,
Hold
bro.
on, bro. No, no.
performance,
Listen.
stream
He
enhancing
bought them
No,
drugs.
hold
subs,
on.
bro.
I
No,
get
Naga
it on the
didn't.
cheat codes.
No, Naga called me laughing about it. Right, his cheat code is he got a short video that got like 6 million
Yeah,
views,
I get
bro,
that.
and it's a short. And that's
I get that.
bro. Them
I'm saying
shorts
he
get you
bought
your
them
subs,
subs,
bro.
though. I'm not saying the views, nigga. Listen,
No,
He's
the
bro.
fuck he
saying
did.
that
I
he's
Search
saw
my
him
video.
climb.
buying
Hold on, give me 2 seconds, bro.
That's
Search
my
my.
more
nigga. I saw him, bro.
That's
manipulative
my
shit,
nigga
huh?
too, but you gotta be real. I gotta start being real with niggas, bro. Fuck all that shit. That's what's the point of being niggas? I can't critique a nigga. What's the point of saying that's my dog? I can't critique these niggas. Hold on, bro. Listen, we all can agree on
Just
this.
telling you, man.
Just if you post a shorts video, bro, that shit might have 20,000 views, but it's not gonna bring in
Six
subscribers, bro.
million.
A lot of niggas be
Man,
buying subs, bro.
I'm all my shorts.
How many
Then how
view
am I getting
how
subs and
many
that's all I've
viewers
been? Hold
did
on,
Naughty
stop, Copper
have
Tone.
in this chat?
How did it? How
My bad, drop. Go ahead.
how am I getting? How am I getting subs and all I'm putting up is shorts? So all I'm doing is putting up shorts. Boom, boom, boom. Those shits get like 400 views, 500 views, and off each short, they tell you where your viewership came from. I get like 4 or 5 views. I mean, 4 or 5 subs
I get that.
per
I agree with
video
that.
per
I agree
day.
with that. This is what we're
But
gonna
if
do.
you
Hey
go to
Naga,
my
you know you
long
my nigga.
videos, that's not. If you one more thing, if you go to my videos, that's not shorts. That shit be having like 45 views. But
For
my
sure.
shorts is where them subs coming in
Matter of
at.
fact,
That's
here
why
go
I said
Naga
I
right
got a
here.
whole different follow.
Hey Naga, I'm gonna ask
What's
you,
going on? What's going on, bro?
did you buy those subs?
Nah, bro. You know, bro. I think y'all niggas. I thought
Naga,
y'all
come on,
niggas knew me
Naga.
better,
Come
bro.
on now.
Man,
I
Don't
hold
thought
on,
y'all
goddamn
niggas.
copper tone shit.
Why would I wait all these years,
Naga
bro,
don't
to
even
buy
care
subs,
about no
bro?
title like that.
Bro, I had a conversation with you on the phone, bro. You was telling me to go live and take advantage, bro, and I don't even really like care about it, bro.
We're gonna see when you go live, nigga. You my nigga and all, bro. You know that's a
Mhm.
part of I'm gonna critique you, bro. Like when you go live, I'm gonna see, bro. If you
Yeah,
go live,
we looking
when you
now.
go live, if I see 5 niggas in the chat and you got 10,000 subs, I don't know then.
No, for sure, for sure. But look,
Are you Barry Bonds?
go to my channel right now, and go on that short, right, and then go on the nigga page, right, and look him up, and just look him up.
Right? Yeah. I'm not saying like I feel like that is organic. Those 3 million views that you got on that shorts, that's organic. Yeah, I'm with that because a shorts video can break through the algorithm. You know,
The
that's
video
possible. That
is
happens all the
already
time.
viral. The video itself is already viral, bro.
Right, right. But I'm saying like I be seeing niggas with 10,000 subscribers, not 10,000 subscribers. I be seeing niggas with 500 subscribers with 100 niggas in the chat. I'm like, man, they bought them goddamn views, man. Ain't no way that's that many motherfuckers in the chat.
That bitch should be going fast now. Huh? If it's going slow and
Bro,
So
if it's
I'm gonna take
you
your
could
word
tell.
for it then. That's
look,
what I'm saying.
you,
That's
bro.
why I'm saying you blew up. Go ahead. Go
Look,
ahead. Whoever that
look.
was.
I could look. I could if I had a laptop right now, right, and I would do it live right now and share my screen right on go in on YouTube or studio, right, so y'all could see, right, from the time, right, the videos start blowing up, right, and see how drastically my followers start going up with the videos. I mean, with the video that went viral. So my subscribers come with that one video. I only had like I ain't even had 200 followers before that video.
What is the video about then? Could you describe the video? What is it short about or whatever?
It's just about the past, the future, and the present and time in general. And how and I was telling Chuzon, is this shit that we talked about. This is why when I found the video, I was like, yo, that's crazy. I bet. So I was on a strike, you feel me, posting short back to back. So I found this when it was perfect for me to just post it along going with my strike. And that video ended up going viral. I mean, hit like a mill, but before
So
that, I
it
had
ain't
like
no Sammy Sosa cheat codes to it or nothing, huh?
no, literally no
Okay.
street code,
And nigga, you
nothing,
ain't
not
put
even
that Game
street
Shark in.
code.
You remember the Game Shark you put in the
Yeah, yeah,
PlayStation and the
left,
Nintendo?
right, up,
Yeah, you
down,
put the Game Shark in, nigga. Yeah.
R.
Hey, listen.
I'm
That's what I'm
about to
saying,
bang out.
brother.
Y'all having a discussion that I can't have. I don't got no YouTube channel or nothing. I was here for my people. So I'm gonna fall back and just listen to y'all. You know what I mean? But
All right, cool.
my
Cool, cool.
final
Thanks for coming
statement
up.
was we've been here, man. We already a nation. We just hidden. We still a nation. We still here. Just because they hiding us don't mean we not here. And
For
when we
sure.
start recognizing who we are and start acting like who we are, we gonna be
Hey,
all right.
hey, Ray.
Yo, 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 yo.
Sorry, bro. I'm on this weird shit right now, but in your American history, have you have any recent tales of giants? Was giants really in
Oh
America?
man,
Let's
come.
go.
Hey, nah, man. Hey,
I'm just
hey,
asking
country
that
Ray,
question,
man.
man.
They
Come
got
on,
the
man. Please,
bones.
bro. Don't judge me. Don't look at me different, man.
They got the bones in the Smithsonian. So I've read some evidence that they found evidence of giants here, giant bones, and they do have the evidence. They just got it. They got it. But I've read where they documented a few things that they're hiding. That's been documented. Uh, Pyramids. I mean, hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon. I mean, these are all things that you can prove, right? If you, it's there. But yeah, I've heard story. I've read literature that said that the Smithsonian actually has these bones of
And
giant
one more
people.
thing, bro. Why isn't it no giant tales in like the heart of Africa, not like Egypt? It's giants. I mean, this tales of giants. I mean, some say that the Egyptians were giants and all that, but why isn't it any tales like in the heart of Africa that we know of, like the jungle parts and stuff like that?
I can say because we're not from Africa, and all the narratives, that's being told to us are kind of fabricated. So we wouldn't know. I mean, unless we were over there and had
Oh
embassies
no,
or some
no,
way
but
to record
look,
records.
right. Hold on. Like it's basically tales of giants everywhere else in the world. Like in the Bible, that area, that map that's in the back of the Bible, all that, them different lands, that's the valley, that's the land of the giants. So when David say, yea, that 23, yea, though I walk through the valley of shadow of death,
All I
like,
can say is that in the
okay.
Smithsonian, they got the bones that came from America. I don't know what's going on in Africa because I don't have no remote satellite over there to get information on what's going on. I'm over the other side of the ocean. So I don't even care what's going on in New York right now because I'm not there. Why would I care about Africa?
No, I just asked. I ain't saying you carrying none. I just asked. Do anybody on the channel, I mean, on the panel right now, ever heard of any African myths like the giants?
It's not
That's
even in
all.
the. It's not even in their own history. Like if you would go to Africa right now and study African history, right? It's not even African. It's no such thing as African history. It's only an American term. But if you will go to Nigeria, let's say you go to Nigeria right now, and you will study Nigerian culture, you wouldn't find nothing talking about Egyptian, like like They wouldn't talk about nothing like it. They don't got that in their in our culture, right? They don't. That's not a part of it. That shit was imported. That shit was imported over there. Shit was brought to them.
But it's just all the culture
They
from
learned.
here, the miraculous stuff, magnificent stuff, and they attributed it to the other people in the world so that we can't be as great as we truly are. It's
Right.
almost like saying y'all can't be that dope. Y'all got all the dope shit. We don't like it. So we about to spread this shit around and credit other people with y'all shit because y'all that great. Y'all the Chinese culture, y'all the French culture, y'all the Italian culture, y'all the everything came from here.
I
Like
mean,
it
yeah,
does today. They steal our culture right in our face. I mean, it's broad daylight. We started dance. A white girl be the rodeo queen now. You know that's a black dance. Why that black girl
Well,
ain't up
we
there?
give it up. Well, don't
But
we
the
say
white girl's going
things
to the
are
black man
old and
concert
then,
and being brought out instead of the originator of the dance.
well,
but
I think that's
overall, the
I
rap,
think that's
that's what killed it, right? We claim that our acts get old. Look at the breakdance, and that's now the China got it, but we go in and out of fads and stuff to where that's
No,
gonna
we
happen.
don't. We get it stolen from us because we did
The
it in the
breakdancing
80s.
got
They doing it in
stolen.
we did it in the
Breakdancing
80s.
got
That's
stolen,
old
and
school
then
to
China
us.
let
Chinese
me
It's
say
people
this
new
right
school
doing
to
it.
quick.
China.
Look, let me get
Go
30
ahead.
seconds right quick. Look, is this conversation got swept under the rug because we approach it wrong. Our culture got incorporated to the other culture. It's not the fact that they got stolen or got taken. It's not, and when we say everything come from here, and they start pulling us shit that we don't know about or shit that we're like, all right, now that ain't got nothing to do with us. So now you're right. It seems like they have a leg to stand on, but in reality, it's the context that's make it look like they have a leg to stand on. It's not the fact that everything came from here, but it's the fact that our shit got incorporated to their shit, like to everybody culture. That's what it is. Everybody just adapt our shit. They incorporate our shit to their shit,
Then
and
they'll
they
say
act
we
like
don't have a culture while they're
right,
taking our culture. They'll be like,
right.
well, what's your culture? The one that you're taking. The one that you're imitating right now. You got on
What they
you
took
got on
though,
b-boy clothes, you got your hat on backwards, you swiping. And you from Italy.
b-boy clothes. Look, but
I'm just saying, bro, you know what
hold
I'm
on, hold on,
talking
hold on, hold
about,
on, hold
bro.
on. That b-boy stance and all that, that was doing when rap was balanced, when you had Kid to play and all that. But the culture that we could have declined, we went into. So that rap is competitive to where it's gonna be the last man standing. Uh, that's what
I don't know what you're saying, but I
took
know
over
Eminem a rapper now, and niggas been rapping, and now he the greatest rapper all of a sudden. But niggas been
because niggas don't like rapping
Rakim,
like
and
that.
niggas been doing this
The
earlier, like
biggest
way before
rapper
now.
at the time was not lyrical like that. Nas is one of the
No,
greatest
but
lyricists, but
Eminem was but look, Eminem was a phenom because he the only white boy that could
Do
do
what niggas do.
it on the curb.
Man,
Remember,
man, listen,
yeah,
he
remember teacher would grade the class on the curb. Go ahead.
his talent, listen, his talent didn't mean nothing, bro, if he ain't had couple niggas that support him, bro. Right?
I'm
If
saying
he
he
ain't had
wouldn't
a
even
couple
be rapping if niggas wasn't rapping.
if he ain't had Dr. Dre, right? If he ain't had other like niggas that we looked up to, right? That's right now he's valid. Like we rock with him, like he wouldn't be who he is. So we're not gonna act like that his talent brought him to where he at. Nah, niggas put him there, bro. Niggas like here's this white boy, we're gonna bring you. You feel me? And y'all niggas gonna rock with him because we rock with him. Like we do this shit all the time in the hood. Like, oh no, that's you
Hey
feel
man, where
me?
the
Oh
hell
no, he
Loyal
fuck
go,
with us.
man? I thought Loyal. Hey Loyal, bring your bitch ass back up here, man. I thought she was still up here, man. I had to ask you a
Y'all watch
question too.
y'all watch the show Atlanta with uh it's like three
Uh,
what's the boy that did the
Glover,
song?
the Glover dude, yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
watched some of
And
it.
on one episode, damn,
riding
what's
them
his
niggas off.
Paperboy? His name Paperboy, the rapper dude that's actually from England, I think. The big one. He had to get a white rapper. The black dude's trying to tell him, like, yo, this is the future. Back this white boy, back this little white boy. Fuck you rapping. You gonna make way more money with this white boy rapping than you rapping. And it was a whole episode on that, bruh. And I'm just
No,
saying, like, Our shit is right in your face. What's our culture? Basketball. That's American.
But
William
Eminem,
Naismith didn't make that shit.
I'm
but
not
We
Eminem,
playing,
been playing basketball, bro.
bro.
they call it. No, they call
Go
it an
ahead, Charles.
anomaly. Ain't that what it's called? By him being a white boy, it's like that's what got it going. If he was black saying the same shit, he wouldn't be in the same rank. But by
You know
him
what
being
they
able to
else they
do it as a
call
white guy,
anomalies? Them
How many
troglodytes of
what's
niggas?
that?
caveman that they
How
find
many
in them
niggas been playing
caves
basketball
and
better than Luka
mountains. Let's
Doncic?
go.
We been playing like that, bro. We been. It's a nigga in the hood right now in the park.
That's because
But
of
because
we
Luka
is the
Doncic
tribe of
can
Judah.
play like that, he's like up. He's already
Exactly.
going to the
The
Hall of
Great White
Fame.
Hope. So you explaining the Great White Hope. You right. I ain't saying you lying. I'm saying that's why they get extra points.
It's
It's
a
like it's sort of like if
anomaly.
you
Was it
started
Larry Bird?
hold on. It's like
Go ahead,
it's
my
like
brother.
it's like if you started playing soccer, you would be Pele. Even though there's better white soccer players, since you a nigga playing soccer and you know how to play good, oh, you might be considered the greatest. That's how they did Pele. Barry Bonds. If we go in they sports and do it, we get praise. Serena Williams. When they come to our sport, they get praise. That's just how life is, man. But you right.
It's
I ain't saying you
anomalies, huh?
wrong. Hell yeah, you right.
Baseball is our sport. All sports came from us, bro. We've been hitting balls with sticks,
No, it
kicking
doesn't.
balls, shooting
Golf,
balls,
No, it
nigga.
doesn't.
golf,
Why you think
Man,
we
say
golf,
do it
pause when
better
you
than
say that, man. You
anybody?
It
gotta say
ain't come
pause,
from
man. Just
golf.
us
say
Come
though.
pause.
on, man. You fucking
This nigga said
stretching
we
it out,
been
my
hitting
brother.
sticks with balls. Say pause.
Bro, it's
All
documented.
sports don't
We are
come
Explain it
from
known to
us
then.
play
though.
ball
Explain it.
games.
Explain
We
golf.
play ball games. That's why we're so good at it.
No,
Kyrie Irving.
explain golf. Slow it down, Ray Ray.
No,
Come
we
on.
just athletic.
Explain golf, man.
If we
You got to
athletic,
explain
then we
golf.
play
Let's go.
sports already.
No, explain it,
Why would we
man.
be
Man,
athletic?
Give me
niggas,
a 5 minute um presentation on how niggas invented golf. Come on, man. I gotta hear it. Let's go.
What'd you say?
Give
man,
me a
give
five
me
minute
5 golf
speech
players that's black.
on how niggas invented golf. Come on, let's go.
You said how niggas been in golf?
How?
Niggas been in
Explain.
golf, bro.
Give
What are you
me a
talking about?
5 minute
You
speech.
think Tiger
Get
Woods
on
is
the
the first
microphone for
nigga?
5 minutes and
No,
No,
not
he
explain to
5
the
minutes.
said
Not 5 minutes.
invented
Hell
golf.
no.
niggas invented golf. You say we invented all the
Not 5
sports.
minutes, man. Not,
Break
not
it
5 minutes,
down.
Okay,
bro.
Three
I'm
Not
not gonna
five
minutes. I
use
minutes.
give you
5 minutes,
3 minutes. Let's
but
get it, huh?
golf
Let's
could be
go.
just a version of
2 minutes.
basketball.
2 minute warning.
But golf can be golf could be basketball modified. It could be baseball
Man, nah,
modified.
man.
Bro, it could be a modification of
Man,
something
I
we're
don't
already doing.
think,
Niggas digging holes in the ground to
man,
Bro,
put
you
niggas
white
ain't
making up
balls
invent.
shit.
in the
No,
I'm
hole.
not.
Man,
listen.
come on, man.
No, I'm gonna
I'm
tell.
not.
I believe niggas ain't invent nan sport. I believe it started from gladiatorism, whatever that word would be, that gladiator shit, and them arenas and shit, and they just found different ways to put niggas and people, not niggas, but people against each other. So then boxing came in, and you got all these different sports, but most sports come from different areas. That's why football here is football and somewhere else is soccer, but it's still called
Soccer comes from
football. So
here,
like
bro.
rugby, but rugby don't.
Right, but it
Bro,
could
they
be
Rugby
a
put
don't.
them
Like
big
modification
he
of
said,
football.
golf
athletic
It
don't.
could just be a
people out
modification of
in the
football.
It's
farmlands and just
Oh no,
have them
I get
playing
what he's saying.
football. Huh?
Coppertone, what he's saying is they innovated our sports no matter if it's our sport or not. So he's saying that even if it's golf, they just innovated basketball. Even if
Okay,
it's
blessed.
rugby, they just innovated football. Right.
They were just like, how about
Blessed.
you don't throw the
The
ball like
best.
we did as kids? All right, let's make the
Listen.
rules. You got to bounce it off of this wall, then you got to shoot. That ain't basketball. That's making up rules to basketball. That ain't basketball. All right, you got
Hey,
to do this and then you can shoot.
real quick. Hey,
Right?
the
I
best.
just
Hey,
don't think no
you
niggas.
say that we had to be athletic to survive, bro. Back in slavery time, if you had a bad body, bad bodies was created because motherfuckers did not want to look like LeBron James and Serena Williams. They gonna be fatherfuckers and motherfuckers, huh? You
Nigga, you're
wanted to
crazy. If
have a
we are
bad
working
body
in the
back then.
farms,
You
we're
would
going to be
survive.
bought.
That's where all the bad bodies come from.
Nah, G, you got it
The
messed
slaves
up.
start
First
saying,
of
man,
all,
fuck this.
they
Hey,
could have seen us
I don't
the
playing
want to
sad
have a
part,
basketball.
the
slave
sad
body
They
part
could
to
is
have seen
them
us
beat me to
niggas.
playing. Go
death
ahead.
and to
Go ahead,
fuck
drop.
me to
Hey,
death.
Go ahead, drop.
Hell no. Let's go. That's wrong. You do
no, no.
not
To
I'm
want to
keep
saying
it
have
a
they
to act
hundred
seen us
though,
like that
playing
like
200 years
basketball.
ago.
when they say,
Go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry. This is content
what I'm
here.
saying is this, man. When you had them niggas with them LeBron James physiques and shit in slavery, they actually worked out to act. This is why they say slavery was a choice. They worked out to get drafted to the best
Man, they
farm,
was getting
to get
fucked
hired
and
by
raped
the
and
best
We
job.
talking to somebody who don't
Yeah,
believe in
come
slavery.
on.
So
don't
They were
interrupt
getting
because
mistreated.
don't interrupt, man. Just don't interrupt, though. Oh my
I'm
god,
sorry, my
just
brother.
don't
I'm sorry. You're
interrupt,
right. I'm
bro. I'm gonna
sorry.
be real quick and brief. All right, so cool. So they wanted to get to the best plantation. So cool. If it's a fuck slave owner, they'll poke their belly out. Now, please don't get me. Please, we trying to get over here to the Murphy, where they let us in a house. Them motherfuckers throw barbecues over. It's sort of like getting a good job. It was indentured service. Bro,
So the
half of the
slave was
motherfuckers
like
wasn't trying
LeBron
to go
James,
to
huh?
no
I want to
damn
play
job.
for. I want to
Stop
work for this
interrupt.
one.
Hey, bro, why
That
I
is
can't
you.
just finish nothing? All right, man.
Go ahead,
Y'all
man. Go
got it,
ahead. Go
bro.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Nah,
I
man, that
get
shit,
here real
nah,
quick.
bro.
Go ahead,
Nah.
go.
Not when it's
Go
on
ahead, drop.
purpose. Not when
Go
it's
ahead,
on
drop.
purpose. So it was a choice. It's like, all right, now cool. Do we want to run? Well, they didn't run. You remember in Django when Django shot the slave masters and he had the two niggas on a goddamn cottage with him or whatever that shit called, and he looked at them and they just sat there. They're like, where the fuck I'm gonna go? So cool, you
Yeah.
had that.
Yeah.
So it was sort of
Yeah.
like getting a warehouse job. And if you rebelled, it was like a nigga selling dope and you get captured and beat, took to jail. So you either went with the program and tried to get on a good field where you can have some mulatto babies and fuck his wife and all that, or you could get on a field, man, where they just treat you like you a piece of shit. So cool. Now when Chrysler come up and they wanna hire some people, you gonna poke your chest. When Dollar General come up, you gonna sink your chest. That's just the mentality of them people. I ain't saying they was smart for that. That's the same mentality we got now. When it's a good job opportunity, you put your tie on. When it's a bullshit job opportunity, you walk in that bitch like, I don't give a fuck if y'all hire me or not. So it's all the same. It's just different ages. And I could be
So
wrong
Dante.
because I wasn't living back with the people.
So Dante West had one
Y'all
of the
got it.
best
Hey, hold on.
jobs, huh?
I want to welcome. Hold on, cover tone. Hold on. What's up, Ahmed, bro? What's good with you, man? Welcome to the panel, man.
And what's good? Shit, I just saw y'all having a discussion about reparations. I was waiting for that discussion to pop in. So,
Yeah, you got it, man. Go ahead. You can add on to the conversation, bro. You can go ahead and give your perspective on it. Go ahead. You got it. Floor's yours. You get it.
nah, yeah, I didn't want to be too much. I just wanted to just say I believe Black people deserve reparations. You know, I'm like baffled that it's even a question sometimes because I mean even Abraham Lincoln he didn't even believe blacks were equal to white people, but he still signed an executive order to administer reparations. So I'm like, to me, it's kind of even goofy that a black person would even have the question if a person who didn't even see us as human was willing to do it. Like, damn, like that says a lot about where we are as a people, to have this discussion. If you had white folks that didn't even see us as full human beings ready to try to get that done for us, but here we are so down bad. I feel like the CIA, Project COINTELPRO, all of that has done a number on our community, and it's making us not want to work together and really get that wealth that our ancestors built, for this country. Because you listen to a white person, they'll be the first to tell you what they did and what they deserve and all the things that they did for this country. But for some reason with black people, we the first ones to, oh no, we don't deserve that. Oh no, no, no. And I'm just wondering why. Like why shouldn't we? Our ancestors built this place from scratch. They put in the
Because there's
work for
so many
400 years.
decades that done
Like
passed
I would
by.
easily always argue for that, just out of respect for what they did to build this land. To hell with everything else. But
That's a
that's
good
all. I
way
just
that we should look
That
at
was
it, but we got too much pride, huh? Too much pride now. Let's
No, we
go.
don't
no
have
the copper
enough
tone.
pride.
You dropped the
We
gem and
don't
ain't
have
even
enough pride,
no
bro.
copper tone. Copper Tone just dropped the gem, bro, and he ain't expound on it. It's been so much time that passed, it done became old news. Like 9/11, that shit old. Don't nobody give a fuck no more. And that's how the world looking at our reparations. Like, man, you talking about the 50s, the 30s, the Jim Crow. You talking about, man, it's 2025. That's how the world looked at it. But go ahead, you got
Hey, let me say something
it.
right quick.
I've
Let
been
me say
talking
something.
heavy.
Let me say something right quick, right? How do we think we deserve reparation, right? First of all, we don't think we're black. That's one. And secondly, we don't even think that we don't even agree that we went through slavery. We don't even agree the fact that we were slaves. So if we didn't, if we wasn't slaves,
Because
if
reparations don't have nothing to do with slavery.
which you mean,
Reparations don't have nothing to do with slavery. Reparations got to do with them 40 acres and a mule. That's the
yeah.
deal. They didn't give
That
us
was
our shit, bro. We went to
it was a
war with
promise.
motherfuckers,
It was a
killed
promise
motherfuckers
made.
and all that. Yeah,
This.
that
They
they ain't
can't
pay.
give us
Yeah,
something
Yeah.
that is
That's one and the
that
already.
was a
same, bro.
promise
That's
made to us. It
agriculture.
wasn't like people just came out of nowhere and was on some reparations. They actually had an executive order made by General Sherman to allocate land to black people, and Lincoln got killed.
but we're not
The
black.
minute the minute Lincoln got killed, they were like, "Nah, we're not doing that shit no more.
We're
That's
Racist."
not
Y'all
black.
going
agriculture.
crazy. Give
So
We
me a
are
that's
not
the
segment.
black.
future
Was there a
farmers of
Planet Fitness
America.
in Europe? Did they have a Planet Fitness,
We are
or
not
did they know
black.
about calisthenics? Did they train? Did they come over here looking like Brad Pitt from Troy, and we look like crackheads? Were
Bro,
we
Man, it don't matter
naturally, or
about the
are we
physical.
naturally, as
The
American
physical don't
Aboriginals, do
tell
we
the
naturally
spiritual
Man,
what
come
you
like
do.
Bo
everybody can't
Jackson?
talk at
That's
one
ass
time,
backwards
my nigga.
there.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on,
Go
bro.
ahead. My
Everybody
bad.
can't talk at one time, bro. That shit's fucking annoying, bro. Y'all
look,
niggas act like little kids, bro. Niggas can't talk at one time, man. Ain't no way a nigga act like. Ain't no way a nigga go into a fucking public setting and act like this. One person's talking, everybody else trying to talk, bro. Come on, man.
That's your fam that was fucking with Sir Drop. He
Yes, they
keep doing
do.
that.
God
But
damn.
And
what I'm
I mean, I
trying to
don't
say
mind,
is,
but goddamn,
classroom
shit.
that you had to.
if you stood the average black man next to the average white man, or the average Chinese man, or the average Mexican, or the average whoever, who's going to be bigger by nature? Are Mexicans
Exactly.
bigger than us? Are Chinese people bigger than us? White
All right,
people not
Mexicans
cool.
work
even bigger than
harder
us,
than
But
black
bruh.
we
people
gave them
now.
the game. All right, so when
Bro,
they stole our knowledge of being physique and getting their body together, why we ain't steal their knowledge on being cunning and using our
can I,
brain instead of our muscle?
Why the
can I just
Because
Africans
answer
listen, hold
that?
then
on,
took
because the
over the
person that
waves
hold
then, boy?
on.
That did
Man,
happen.
this should be crazy, Trapper Tone. You be doing that on purpose. Yeah, you can
Like, Copper
answer
Tone,
it,
I
man,
be
man.
keep
doing
your
that
Let's have
on
mic
some
purpose.
muted,
I
bro.
decorum.
think is I
Hold on,
put
man. I'm gonna mute this
money
nigga mic. Hold on. I'm gonna mute this nigga mic.
I
Hold
put
on.
money behind my
Hold
microphone.
on.
That's it.
Hold
That's
on.
it.
You gotta mute this
That's
nigga
it.
mic because he gonna keep on. Hold on. Hold on. I got you. There you go. Listen,
look.
I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna say one thing. This nigga Copper Tone monkey,
I
man.
can't help it.
Listen,
Man, hey,
bro.
put some
Copper Tone,
money
hold up,
behind
bro.
what you're doing, boy. I'll mute up. I'll
All
mute
right,
up. I'm
cool.
sorry. Don't kick me out.
Nah, you good. You good, Copper Tone, bro. I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say, man. You gotta go ahead, man.
But look,
Man, where
look,
the
Shit.
fake
look. This
Indians
what I'm
at,
gonna
man?
say. This what I'm gonna say real quick, right? I feel like that's a double standard, cause when on one hand we're gonna say we're not black, and on the other hand we're gonna say, oh, black people deserve reparation,
And
and
that's what I
for
was gonna say. Hey, hold
Nobody's
on, Naga.
saying.
I'm gonna ask you if they came out because I asked what's his name, Country Ray, the same question. I asked a bunch of other niggas the same question. If the government came out tomorrow and said, "Hey, we giving all so-called black people reparations," would you? And they say, and they tell you, "Hey, Naga, you got to identify as black to get this $500,000 check." What you gonna do? What is your next move? You gonna turn the check down? Or will you identify as a black? Would you identify as a full blown dashiki wearing motherfucking Pan African? What you gonna do, bro?
how do I gotta identify? What you mean? I just gotta say it. Oh, what do I gotta do to identify myself as a black
Bro,
person?
if they tell you, hey, if they convey to you, Naga, In order for you to qualify to get this $500,000 reparation check, you have to go against your belief. You have to. You can't say that you're not. You got to say that you're black because you're saying that we're not black, right? A lot of people say no, we're not black, but they tell you, hey man, you got to say that you're black to get this check. What you gonna do?
I mean, bro, it's my belief. Of course, I'm gonna go against my belief. The fuck, I'm gonna go
All right,
go
cool, cool,
against my
cool.
belief and go get the check and still stand on the fact.
All right, cool, cool. All right. I
Is
knew you would
Naya
say that.
saying that
That's
we
all
aren't
great.
black?
Let
What's
me
going
say
on?
this though, real
You didn't
quick.
ask me, could I give
Let,
my opinion on that real quick?
no, not yet, bro. We already know where you stand. This is what I'm saying. If they told you that, yeah, you say you are Afro American today, but
Where
in
I
20
stand at
years,
then?
in 20 years, we gonna
You
give
can
the
mind
Indians their
read me?
land back.
Ask
And then
me
when we go to
later,
get our
Chief.
land back, they're gonna be like, no, not you, because you are African American. Because you signed this paper 20 years ago. We got your signature. We got it on record.
All right, cool. But
Now we
let
got
Copper
proof
Tone.
that you're not an indigenous person from here because you
Right, right.
signed that paper.
We already been there and done that with Country Ray. But go ahead, Copper Tone. Go ahead,
Thank you,
man. What you
thank you,
got to say?
thank you. This just came to me. Yes, I would take it because one of my ancestors label herself black or whatever. So any of that, Negro, color, all that, that's
Yeah.
in play for us to get because we're descendants of those people,
Yep.
even though the title just changed. That's ours to
All the
take.
black
But
people
I'm
that
gonna mute up. Let's go, huh?
So why are we going to disregard the fact that they already did that to us and they misclassified us and now we're in that situation that you're talking about? Where
Man,
we
let's not
can't
go
Now
there.
prove,
Oh
everyone
man,
now
stop.
has
we
the
can't
right
prove.
to identify
Hold
what
on,
the
hold on, fam.
fuck
Let me
they
just say
want
this.
to.
Let me just get
Go
this
ahead.
out real quick. Now we can't prove that we're from here. We can't prove it. You're like, where the records at? Oh, our people 200 years ago signed a paper that said we black. That's the
You
record that they
know
got. They don't
you
have the
from here?
record.
Do you need somebody to say that? You know you from here. They can't take that from you. We
Bro,
the
but in a
only people that
discussion, not a
can't
coincidence,
get
or
exiled.
somebody
Black
will say,
people are
what's
the
your
only
proof
people who can't get
that
kicked
you're
up out
from
this
here?
motherfucker.
That's what everybody asks. What's your proof?
you can
Where's your
go back to the
papers?
1870
Where's the
census.
papers at?
You go
When
to
you
the
know that, hold on, our people have been misclassified as Negro. That means the real name is not on paper. They were
But the talent is
misclassified.
showing. Didn't you just say, we're the biggest and we're the best, the music? All of the talent shows where we're from. Huh? We're soul
That's
people. They
evident. That's
call us soul
evident.
brother number one, soul sister number one. They know where the
But
fuck
are they
we
using
from.
the evident? What's evident? We got to do that. Hey,
yeah,
they
we
still
that's
in
on
our
us.
culture.
That's on us.
We got to say that. Hey, they
That's
doing it.
on us. We ain't doing it.
That's what we can't say
Let's go.
we've been in slavery and we can't prove it.
We can't
How we
prove we've
going?
been through
That's why
slavery.
I'm not saying it
Is that
didn't
the
happen.
argument here?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying, how do you prove it? Like when
You
you're
go.
going to go get your driver's license, right? You got to show them documentation to get that ID. If you want to get
welfare, you got to take that
Yeah.
ID with some more information to say you are who you are. Now they giving out reparations to everybody that was a slave that's from Africa that was brought to America that's currently classified as African Americans. How do you prove it?
Bruh,
You,
just
not them, not them. How do you prove that they owe you reparations for slavery?
Because trust no one believe that proof is gonna be required. You're gonna have to prove that you were affected by
get
that.
your ancestors, get your grandmother's records, get her records. I'm able to trace my lineage all the way back to 1830, and I have pictures of my great great greats, all of that. So I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say this, right? I think that's unfair, right? To to put the burden on us to prove, right? Uh our identity or to prove our tie to the land, right? On paper, right? When right, that paper is not the first form of records, right? Paper is not only that's not the first form of record, that's not the only form of records, right? So if that's not the first or the only form of record, why is it that I have that's the only way that I have to prove, the way that I have any ties to the land, or the way that I have ownership to the
He just remixed what I said, but I'm with him. How? How do you prove it? You got to prove everything else, right? How do you prove that someone in your family was beating on a plantation, got beat, they was a slave, they was inferior? How do you prove that? If all we got is records of them still in our identity.
You doing it right now.
Just go get a slave record insurance claim. They had slaves on insurance claims. So
you said go get something that the average black person does not have. More than average, more than the majority black people do not have these records.
You got to just go on Ancestry. They got that shit on Ancestry.com.
You are a slave right now.
You go on Ancestry, they'll pull that shit up. That's how I found out.
I grew up in America, bruh. All we had was our grandma's Bible that had everybody's dates in them. We had birth certificates. Ain't nobody ever had no slave records.
The people occupied right now by the colonizers. It's going on
there's
right
an
now.
index that has that shit though. It's a national index. I mean, every state has them.
Why doesn't every black person in America, by mandate, have these records?
And the government, part of what they do, they pay for that too. They're for example, with natives, they pay to help them get their genealogy. If you try to say I'm native and I'm owed some type of thing, they have genealogy records. They'll help you pay to go find the records.
But why are you skipping over what I'm saying? No black person in America has any evidence of being a slave to some inferior Europeans who came over here starving and diseased. While we had farms, towns, houses, we got shit going on, systems, irrigation systems, riverways, travel, transportation, animals. We got all this already. And some starving motherfuckers came over here. Who you think about to be working if they need some food?
It's you.
The people that got food or the people that need food? You just came off a boat for 3 months. What you gonna eat in 2 weeks in America? Ain't no McDonald's, ain't no White Castles, ain't none of this make-believe life that you think can happen. You gotta work for your food.
Bro, to come out, hold on, country red, bro. So I gotta give you pushback. Hold on, Yahweh. To come out and say that slavery was completely a myth and people wasn't in servitude, man, that would be like a misnomer. That would just be complete cap, you know.
Bro, I'm not saying that.
Like, hold on, bro. Like the brother stated, he said he can go back and prove that he has slaves in his family. Who am I to say, hey man, to denounce that?
But it's 10 people on the panel, right? And it's only one person that can do that. That means he's an immigrant
right now.
Somebody in the chat right here said it.
I got my history verified.
Right, and you know what, brother? Hey, Ahmed, I have no pushback against that, bro. I don't at all. If you done your due diligence and you know it was passed down from generation to generation orally, and you done your due diligence as far as like seeking knowledge of people being enslaved in your family, I got no pushback against that, bro. Who am I to say that didn't happen?
Yeah.
I'm never going against what anybody say. I'm just saying that everybody that's black or labeled black in America is not an immigrant. Majority of people that's labeled black in America. There are some cases, but not enough to populate America with black people. We were already here.
I get that, bro. I get that. We get that. We know. Listen, bro. We know, bro. You're beating the dead horse. We already know that so-called black people with some dark complected brown skinned people already here, bro. That's just common sense. We agree with that. Yes, of course.
Why most black people getting enough?
But no, if they told you, the thing is, if they told you. My bad, I got echo, but the percentage of people that was here is what they don't tell you.
We were already, hold on. We were already here. This is our land. We were already here. We'll go do something about it if it's your land.
No, that means that the story is fake. That we're believing is history. They never said we was already here.
People did migrate here, and some people just so happen to be slaves and servitude to other people, bro. That happened, yes.
No, majority of the southeastern hot ass America, where it's tropical as hell, where niggas come from. Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, California, and South America. We can reach that too. It's Negro.
Let's look at the law.
And
This
that's what
is
I'm
facts.
saying.
This is facts.
All these
Bro, you
shit.
just said the same thing I just said, man. Come on. All right, go ahead, man. Who got the mic? Go ahead, bro. We had this conversation earlier, bro. I ain't about to have it again.
I get it, but it destroys the narrative. If we are the indigenous people, that destroys the narrative that we were slaves.
Hey, British conversation, man. Hit the link, man, if you want to come up, bro. I think I seen you over there. Hold on. I think I seen you over there on Bronzebird's panel before, if I'm correct.
Right now.
I'm pretty sure that's where I seen you at before.
You got an occupation, bro?
I think two things can be true at the same time. Like they obviously there were black people here, and then they obviously needed people like slave labor from Africa too. Like
they did not need slave labor from Africa if we are the masters
Man,
of the land.
that was facts what he said.
This is what I'm
I
saying.
stay around a bunch of Africans now. They still bringing Africans in. Man, I stay around some fucking Mexicans, some goddamn Nepalian motherfuckers, and some Africans.
I agree that
From all on both sides.
This what
So
I'm saying,
they
though.
doing it now. I'm quite
the
sure.
numbers they put. The numbers they put
They
is bullshit,
came
though.
here
I'm in Florida.
and they observed us. They observed us in our natural state. We were very helpful. That's what Thanksgiving is. They didn't have no food to survive the winter. So we showed them how to live because we're loving people. We did not know that the people that we're helping is going to stab us in the back.
Hey, hold on.
We didn't see that coming because we were helping them.
Hey, what's up, Dirty Conversation? What's good with you?
Yeah, what's going on? So topic of discussion about where we originated. I don't know if y'all really know we originated from everywhere. We were original people on every fucking piece of land on this planet or on this continent. Do y'all do know that, right?
But
you want to exclude America for some reason. You want to exclude America.
No, I agree with that.
You don't want to put America in this discussion.
I didn't exclude America, brother. I said we are original to every. When I say every, whatever piece of land you didn't walked on, touch on, can identify with, can pull up a map and see, we were already here. The thing is the social constructs and the divisions of names is how this is why we having this conversation. But we were here everywhere. We were here everywhere. And yeah, truth, you did say
you want
I
dollars.
don't believe that everybody that's black is our kin because they got dark skin.
That's
what I believe.
No, he ain't say that. He said black people, melanated people, was scattered across this whole world, right? And that's a mic drop. If you contest that, you just hate.
I found out the other night that
But I'm just saying, in this story, they want to leave America out. They don't want to bring America into the discussion until it got discovered.
Hold on.
That's story. That's why.
I can't
Hold on. He just sat there and told. Hold on. I'm echoing like a motherfucker. He just sat there and conveyed to the panel that so-called black people are on every continent, including America, bro. You didn't catch that, bro?
No,
I don't be thinking y'all niggas be listening, bro. Y'all listen to respond.
And you can look up.
I heard that.
And you can look up.
There's no history here prior to Christopher Columbus. But they talk about all the ancient history everywhere else. But when it comes to America,
it's vague. They can't connect the dots. Where the Mayans go? Where the Olmecs go? Oh, but these people don't know who they are. Black people in America don't know who they are. Meanwhile, these people disappeared off the face of America.
Bro, a lot of people listen to me, bro. Listen to me, bro.
Hey, that
A lot of people
Olmec
listen to
is
me.
like
A lot of people do know who they are because some who they are was passed down orally throughout generations. A lot of people's family conveyed to them, hey man, you know we've always been here. This is not hidden information. This is not like some secret high secret classified shit, bro. This is common knowledge, my guy.
Please no. It is not mainstream knowledge. It's not mainstream education. That's why we got to do it. That's why there's Aboriginal channels because nobody's putting out the information.
They want to keep that shit hidden. That's the job to keep it hidden.
Bro, you got terrible feedback, man.
Hey, Truth Zone. Hey, Truth. Here's how you fix the feedback, Truth Zone. You hold on. Hey, Truth Zone.
put everybody out and bring us right back up, and it'll sync all our shit so it ain't all that echo and shit. But go ahead, you got it.
May I add real quick that I found out the other night that black people invented or created spaghetti. I did not know that. So what bro was saying that black people is all over the world, I get that. Let's go.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't even know Sicilians, original Italians were black folks. That's why they hate black folks so much.
Black people was called white people when they came to America.
Trying to tell y'all.
All I'm saying is they came here as explorers and discovering shit. They saw us playing basketball. We didn't sell tickets. We're not in the export business. That's what they
And
came here with, the export business. They want to take our shit and send it over somewhere else.
That's right.
And please call yourself
We are not
aboriginal.
in the export business. We are in the surplus business. We got hella shit if we don't give it away.
Damn, that's facts.
And I got a question.
But there's merchants. So black people wasn't business people either. Merchants. Yeah, we was merchants.
No, nigga, we were about sustaining life. We don't need money to have a good life. We just need to build that shit.
Wasn't you trading?
Why would I trade? This is
Wasn't
business,
that
bruh.
one of the narratives? We took this over
Business
here.
is
How it
about
got over
making
there?
a profit. Somebody got to lose in business.
It's bartering. No one has to
No,
lose in
bartering
business.
is trading for equivalent value.
And all of you niggas understand.
When we got hella food because we growing it, that's our lifestyle. It's not a job. We're not looking at it like, oh, I gotta go do my job. It's like what I do, my nigga. I grow food. I know how to mix this plant with this plant and
What
come
is
up with
it
this
called?
shit.
What is it called?
Agriculture science, bro. We were the master. We knew how to take seeds. That's the real technology. They're alive. They're AI. Plants are
and that goes back to what I was saying to you earlier. Hold on.
How did corn get in? How did corn get in the Bible?
Hold on. I was gonna say this, bro. That's what I'm saying, country ready, bro. I hate to keep giving you pushback. You keep saying we had this, we knew this. What? It's all about the now. What type of information and knowledge we have now? It's like sometimes that sounds like a nigga that was locked up with saying I had 20 bricks out on the streets. It's all
I got you. I got you.
We had that.
I got you. We bouncing back right now.
Nigga don't want to keep hearing that, bro.
All right, this the bounce back though.
You gotta know yourself so you can make it.
What happened to us just happened recently. It didn't happen.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. I hear a lot of niggas. We keep saying that. Listen, bro. I conveyed to you earlier. I said, bro, niggas keep saying, man, we had golden toilets with golden cities, golden streets, golden skies. We had these type of seas. We knew this, we knew that. What about now, bro?
But that's what I'm trying to get to, Truth. There was a reason.
This sound like jailhouse talk, man. We had
there was a reason why we had it.
In the Bible.
We behaved differently.
I want to hear your answer on that, Ray.
He's trying to give
But,
us.
okay, well, before you say something with Truth, let me say something to Truth. So, Truth. Now, I'm not gonna say that sound like some jailhouse talk. So, so for an enlightened individual, that could be inspirational. That could be a motivation.
Pay you to talk.
To say,
I gotta pay you to talk.
To say that, you know,
you want me to
had,
pay you to talk?
Had this, so now let's get back to where we once were. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can look at it like that, or you can look at it like out of hearing that shit, and we need to do better. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see nothing wrong with.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about it.
If a nigga came, bro, who's that British Conversations? If a nigga came up to you right now and started telling you, hey man, 20 years ago I had 20 bricks, I had 5 Mercedes, I had a BMW, I had a Maserati, I had 10-story mansions, I had supermodels on the team. You look at the nigga like, man, nigga, get this hash, man, get that. I don't want to hear about what you had that many years ago. And then, nigga, how is that believable, nigga?
You love the Big Meech on the show. You watch Power and shit, don't you? Come on.
I don't watch that shit. I don't watch that shit, bro.
See, but I would have asked you what happened, and I need contextual.
You'll hear it from Big Meech, won't you? And love it.
This nigga Cavatono. This nigga a clown, man.
The true contradiction. You're a walking contradiction. You'll want to hear from Big Meech. You'll love it. Let's go.
Somebody got their TV on or their monitor at the same time.
Yeah. Don't nobody give a fuck about Big Meats. But I understand what you're saying, truth. But all I'm trying to say is, bro, like I would still ask what happened. Well, you said you had that. Well, why don't you have it now? What did you do to make you lose that? So me, as a person who's trying to get these things, so I know not to make the same mistakes that you made.
You already made it because you on the
You
spell.
gonna hear it from Larry Hoover if he ever get out those back
No,
in
it
the
go
day
like
stories, huh?
this.
You'll love that too, won't you? Come on, bro.
It
Stop
go
being
like
walking
this.
contradictions.
All right,
Peace to all and
reason
all
why we
peace.
don't got it no more. Hold on. Reason why we don't got it no more is this. Say you got a house, right? You about to pass away and you sell the house instead of giving it to your kids, right? The forefathers of our people sold this shit out because they didn't believe in owning land. To them, it was like owning a star. So when the white man said, "Man, I'll give you $10,000 for these 100 acres," they like, "Dumb white man, give me the money." Cool, they take the money. They didn't know the white man to go to war for that pen. This is why the pen mightier than a sword. So once they sold this shit out, they didn't expect to have to go to war and fight for that shit. And they
Well, see,
stood on that paperwork. That's why they say the pen mightier than a sword. But y'all got it.
I don't
I want
believe
to
that
jump in real quick. If you
because
got everything,
I
right?
can
I
be
don't know if you ever
wrong. You
been like
right. I
that,
could be wrong.
but I had shit, right? I've had shit and people wanted it, but they ain't have shit to give me. I didn't give it away for free. So why you saying our ancestors, if we got all this land, all this food, what
All
are
right,
you
cool.
bringing to
Look
the
on the back
table?
of the $2
What
bill.
are you saying they tricked us like we didn't think you could sell? No, we didn't even, that wasn't even brought to the table. We selling this. They wrote these documents up. They made these
Bro, is you
documents up,
not,
bro.
bro? Hold on. Oh, well, if that's the case, that's all I'm going off is the documents. If they made up and it's fairy tale like Christianity, then that's cool. I'm just going by the documents.
What about
I'm
these
going by
All
understanding?
right.
even why the
Well,
black
let's just
nigga
look at
on.
it like this, drop.
I'm going. Listen, man. How the fuck y'all gonna never learn something? Hey,
Bro,
y'all
you
got it. I'm
understand,
out, bro. I
nigga.
can't do it. No, I got a bad problem, bro. Man, I'm really like got an anger management problem. It ain't y'all, bro. It's
Y'all
something
sound
wrong
like
with me.
English people, bro.
Trying to
Y'all not
fix
even
this shit.
English. We sound like some
Drop.
English
I'm
folks.
just
No,
Y'all
trying
I'm
to
not even
saying
say,
English. Y'all
Let us all close our eyes and have a moment of silence for Drop that he get over his digital
no,
sickness.
man.
Have
I
you
do it.
ever
Pray for
been,
me, bro.
Pray for you.
have you
You
ever
know,
Pray
been
for
Drop.
me.
I ain't want to say pray for you because they sensitive. They would have kicked me out. Let's go.
all right, I'm saying, will we trade turkey and greens, collard greens for brickle sprackle and bean sprout pie? Like, what are they bringing that we want from them outside of their free labor to stay on our land?
True
America
Zone want
never
them
had.
Beckies.
Listen,
True
America.
Zone
Listen,
want the
hold on, Copper
Beckies.
Tone. This
He
is a
love them
real
Beckies. My
bill.
bad. Go
Copper,
ahead.
chill.
Didn't they
Hey,
want gold
bro,
or
fuck
something?
bacon. Look, man, America never had nothing but fucking corn, cotton, and hemp. Now, listen, what we got to this day is power. We'll fuck you up and we'll protect you. And if we protect you, you gonna pay us. And if you don't want us to protect you, we gonna fuck you up. That's why they over there in Iran now. This how America built, bro. We ain't got nothing over here. Everything we got come from China. Everything we got is made by slaves in China. Them same Chinese people gonna be saying the same shit we saying 20 years later. We work for
yeah.
free, and they gonna be pissed. But y'all got it. My bad. I was
I'm
long winded.
saying
Y'all
that
got it.
the shit that they making in China, it come from America. The resources to make that shit. That's what we are
Right.
exporting our land
And
to
the
the
nigga
places where
sold the
these
patent.
foreigners
And they
are
understand,
from.
bro.
Not only our land, do y'all know we supply the world with the most steel and we don't even use it for our own needs? We sell our steel that we make.
Because we have a surplus. We're selling our over shit. We're over shit, but it's our shit.
Right.
Because you got to think about it.
So
If
that
you
way
But
they
own the
got
once you
pawn
say
house,
you
shops.
made
That's
it,
why it's that many
listen. Let me
pawn
just ask you
shops
this:
in the
if
hood
you
because
own a
we just
house,
selling our
this is where
shit.
you live. This is where your kids have been raised at. Why would you sell your house if you own it?
You got
This where
That's
you
what
live
we
at. This your
saying.
maybe
house.
got an addiction.
That's
Well,
Is
what
he
we
not?
saying,
I
bro. Why did
still,
they
I
do
don't
bro.
know. I
that?
don't know. It's different
They
reasons.
didn't.
like
That's what I
Bro,
keep
I don't
telling
know why
y'all.
they did. It's the same reason.
Dog,
Hold on. It's the same reason like
you
50
acting like you
sold
from England, bro.
Formula Water, why Dre sold the beats, why, you know, niggas always sell the fuck out. Not even
A bitch
niggas,
run
white
down
people.
on you.
Bus just sold the Lakers. Man, you supposed to keep that in the family forever. And they just didn't
but
do
you
that,
keep
bro. You wanted to get rich now.
applying us
That's
to
my
them
ideology. I don't know if I'm
and
right
what
because I
they
wasn't
do.
there, but you got it.
He should mute every last one of you acting English. Fake ass niggas.
With a name, a son of Yahweh.
Man, where that came from, man? You need to add to the bill, man, huh? Stop trying to take
No, no, we don't
shots
need
at
no, we
people
don't need Yahweh
mumbling
to
and
add to
shit,
nothing.
huh?
Yahweh, stay
But
over there, man. No, we don't
I'm,
need Yahweh to add to nothing.
you niggas is fake English people, bro.
And what are you then, brother?
Hold on, we don't need Yahweh
Man,
to
you
add
the
to
I'm
nothing.
son
just
of the
fake.
rainbow, man. You got
I'm just
every
a fake.
color in that avatar imaginable,
I don't
huh?
know why
You could taste the
you
rainbow, huh? You could walk on the rainbow. You ain't got shit on Jesus. Let's go.
that nigga think he want to get with me. Let me. He thought I was trying to take his girl anyway.
Wow.
I ain't trying to take your girl, bro. Bro, you ain't got nothing else to say. I'm lame, bro. That's why I get to whooping all you niggas act the way you act.
What's wrong with that, brother?
Hey,
No,
you
he
need to
good,
pray for
man.
him.
Yeah. He has I feel like I think he has mental issues, man. The guy, he just don't know how to have no decorum, man. But what's good, Jerry Jaguar? What's good with you? I'll bring him back up in a minute, man. I put the nigga in the back for a little minute. Put him on ice. He'll be out in a minute.
Wow. Yeah, but and a lot of, and then don't forget about the drug epidemic that hit our communities, man. Shit, they got everybody hooked on drugs. So a lot of mom and pop shops that we had, shit, motherfuckers wasn't sustaining them. Shit, we was shit, motherfuckers was drugged out trying to get a hit. Motherfuckers wasn't thinking about business. They got us addicted. They got our mind distracted away from what we used to know. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's psychological. Listen, whether slavery happened or not, whether you believe in it or not, still the psychological effects of it happening or of it not happening or getting a group of people to believe that some shit like that did happen and then to steady desolate and implement systems of destruction, which we can overcome. We just don't know how to come together as a people to do that. But still, that them chains, man, that should be hard to break, bro. Psychosis is a motherfucker.
Ain't it? These
I'm
niggas don't
being
even
real.
know. They don't even
And
want
then
to
on
hear.
top of that,
Yeah,
have you
the truth
heard
is the
that
only
it's
thing that's
some
gonna break them
aboriginals
chains.
saying that they people were selling drugs and all that, cocaine and all that back then? But
And
I
I don't
get
even
what you're
know why they
saying,
call
bro.
themselves Aboriginal. You need to look up what words mean, man.
I know
Means
it's
ab means away
it's
from. It means
abnormal.
away from. Yeah,
Sorry,
right. So
bro.
how could you be away and original at the same time? Yeah, like why? Why? Just look up look up the words that they put together and what they
Niggas
mean.
hate
What's
being
the
black
better term,
now,
Aboriginal or
They want to run
indigenous?
to another race or identity of people. But bro, I get what you're saying. It is abnormal. Aboriginal means abnormal. I mean, what does abnormal mean? You can't put a spin on ab and make it normal. Look in the dictionary and see how many words have ab and it's opposite of normal type shit, bro.
Abominable.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah, that's what ab means
Abomination.
as that's what ab means as a negation. But ab in aboriginal is not a negation. Ab in abnormal is a
Just
negation.
say that.
And therefore ab means not
Period. Period is
normal and
oh my
abnormal, but it does
semantics.
not mean not aboriginal as in aboriginal.
Semantics.
Ab,
Aboriginal, the definition of aboriginal is correct. It does not mean not
ab means before.
original. Aboriginal does not mean not original.
Before
That's
original.
not what it means because ab is not a negation in that word.
Before originals were ab means.
Ab means
Ab
before.
is ab is not a negation in the
That's
word
okay.
aboriginal.
Aboriginal is before original. Ab means before.
So what makes abnormal abnormal? What is the meaning of abnormal then? Somebody
It
could
means not
look up the
normal,
meaning of
but
abnormal.
ab in that particular word ab prefix is a negation, so that's why it
You
means
want to
not.
be normal.
It means not normal.
To be gay in these days is normal. You don't want to be normal. You don't want to be normal. Just look up what you posted, man. You are occupied.
Hey, super is the closest thing to quagmire. Huh? Let's go.
Yeah.
Nothing with spaghetti in your pocket. That ain't your daddy.
Hey, excuse me, brother from Chicago. Do
What's
you
up?
have any information on the black man that founded Chicago? I'm asking almost the whole Chicago, and it's
I'm
coming
saying,
up
talking about Jean
crickets.
Baptiste Sabo.
Could you tell me anything about that? Let's go. I'm gonna unmute up. I'm listening. Let's go.
Well, shit, he wasn't from here.
The people
I
be
think he was Spanish, if I'm not mistaken, or French. I'm not absolutely sure exactly where he came from, but I know he originally went from here, and then
I
he
know that,
settled.
but look. Okay,
Yeah,
look,
then he
look,
settled
look,
here.
look,
He
look.
built a cabin. He didn't get married, but he had like a couple of kids, I believe.
Bro, you
And
gonna hard to kick me, bro.
and then from Chicago, his children went down to like the southern part of Illinois, and then they started a little things up there. But it really ain't too much. Besides that, it really ain't too much information about him. Like they really don't talk about. They don't really talk about him here like that. You know, even
Why
if
do
you
you
look
think so? Isn't
shit, it
that
could be a
powerful
lie.
though?
It could be a lie
I mean, but
because
no, no,
Chicago.
look. French, hold on. When I'm not trolling nothing, but Chicago is really Canada. But look, didn't the French find or discover or took Canada?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
looked up something. It said, look. In the state of Illinois, like when this is on the PDF that I have, it said that it was some large statue albinos centuries ago in the state of Illinois. But I was just asking, and you, out of everybody from Chicago, you gave me the most. Your trifleness is honorable. So let's go, huh? You need to find out, huh? You don't study on nothing else but finding out everything you can because that's powerful. And did you know that Chicago is Rockefeller? That's a Rockefeller city. Did you
Yeah,
know that? Let's
I
go.
know that. I know.
All right.
Yeah, I know that.
You
I
took
knew that.
over
I knew
here by giving you
that. Them
language.
albino statues, I ain't never heard of them albino style. I never heard of that. Never heard of that. But yeah, but I was correct though about Jane. You know, he had two kids. Like I said, they went to the southern part, but he really ain't talked about like that. Unless, see, I like to look up and just research and so that's why I know. But the no average person, they probably wouldn't know nothing about him. And then they say he was of African descent, but I guess he don't even look African in the pictures. But hey, we don't even
Yeah,
know if those pictures are real. You know what I'm saying?
What I mean, so who did he look like? What phenotype? Let's
Shit, he
go.
looked like honestly, he looked like a French.
So Haiti, but Haiti is in the Western Hemisphere.
yo,
So
They was
man,
colonized.
you might well put me on this nigga.
Hmm?
Might as well, cause I'm gonna keep on hitting that shit, bro.
What happened?
Get that in true zone.
oh, and let me add what I see about the reparations. So it is abnormal to think that reptilians will give you reparations. Look at reparations. I see
You ain't getting the
reptilians and then
Oh
paranoia.
shit.
Huh? Yes.
going
Let's
crazy,
go,
man.
man. I am the greatest ever, man. I should
No,
be.
hold on, man. I'm gonna say this. Hey,
I am the
Yahweh,
greatest, man.
man,
I don't know
bro.
why I
This
ain't
ain't
know.
this ain't this ain't UEP's channel, bro. You ain't about to be sitting up here saying all this weirdo shit the
No,
whole
that ain't
time you
weird
up
at
here, bro.
all. This is my mind, boy.
Okay,
Boy,
no, we
I
ain't doing
think
that,
it's
bro.
weird that you wash windows with a hard hat on. Bro, ain't nothing gonna affect you. That's weird, man.
You were
I'm telling you, man.
Junior.
I am the descendant from Moses.
you were Sanchez Junior, bro.
Shut the hell up,
I
nigga.
don't be on Sanchez channel like that, man. Sanchez take from everybody, especially me. Let's go, huh? Man, I'm a Jew. I'm a black Jew. Could you help me out on? Could you tell me any information that you
Say
know
you're a
about
black Jew?
black Jews in America? I'm a Jew.
I don't know about Jew. You might be a Canaanite.
Hey, I'm whoever. When God told Abram, your
You
descendant is
believe
going
in
to be a
that.
land that's not theirs for 400 years. I'm that.
If you believe in that, you're a Canaanite. Then you wouldn't be a Jew. I'm just
God,
speaking from genealogy. If you read the Bible, I'm not a Bible person, but you know.
God told Abram 400 years.
You
You
know
know,
Man,
you know,
Genesis
God also,
avowals
hey, God also
Genesis.
told a nigga to go cut off all the penis skins and bring it back to the fortress.
yeah, of
So
course,
we ain't going off what God said.
but I know that, brother. I was being sarcastic and facetious with the
Hey,
statements
bro,
because
hey, that's prophecy though. 400 years did pass, and we are definitely in the land.
Okay.
A lot
Did
of
you know that
400
I
years
found this
pass a
out?
lot of time. Did
Damn.
you go get your trinkets?
I mean, shit. I was put here. That's all I know. I know
How
400
you know
years
you was
passed.
put here and wasn't already here? Or how you know you weren't from somewhere else?
Shit. Hey, those are
The
good
whole earth is
questions, but
man. The
we
whole
just
damn
go
earth.
off. We go off of what we know, and I know I was here 200 years ago. But I don't know where I was taken from. I don't know my any of that past that.
Is
So
your Jesus
So
black or
do you
white?
remember you floating in
Is your
fucking milk
God black or
juice?
white?
Huh?
I know I was made in His image.
In
He's black
what
to me.
image?
Black. Hey, but God
Your
is
God is black.
You was
why
But
you
the
say
God
melanated.
you
his
had 200 years ago was
Ooh.
white.
why you say his image, man? They said let us
Pure.
make man in
yeah,
our image.
in our image.
My God is pure. What you
Y'all be
mean?
killing me, man. I don't even think people be reading that book that they so called believe in and got the
Hey,
most faith.
okay. Chicago, let me ask you a
That's what
question
I
then.
think.
I
I
seen
think
this
you
the
don't
other
look up
day.
the language you
Yes.
talk.
Hold up. Chicago, for real. Hey,
What happened?
what
What
is
happened?
the difference between a beast of the earth and beast of the field? Let's go,
Ain't
huh?
no
I
difference.
seen
A
that in
beast is a
Genesis.
beast. A beast is a beast.
No, listen. There's in Genesis, there is a beast of the field. Wait, first, the beast of the earth, and
Mm-hmm.
then when in the garden, the
Mm-hmm.
beast of the field got
Mm-hmm.
air blew into them just like on Adam did.
So
Huh?
where do it say that in the Bible that he
Genesis,
blew?
man. Go get it.
No, ain't no
Listen.
go. You listen. No, ain't no
I
go.
got a
You
four
weren't
five
telling me.
right now. I can
So
read it to you
listen.
right now. Hold up.
Okay, well,
I got a Bible right here. Hold up.
yeah, there you go, brother. So tell me, listen, now, and listen, before you read, it has to say that your God blew breath into this beast of the field, like he blew into Adam, or like he blew into Eve
It's
once
in the
he.
garden. Yeah,
I-
but what you said that
no,
people
no, no,
just
no,
overlook and don't read, you didn't read this. Many people don't know
no.
this. I could ask
I
my mama
read,
right
brother. I
now
read
and
very
she'll
well, and
look
I
at me like the
comprehend as well.
devil.
It ain't about reading, brother. So I'm let me recant that statement. People
I
don't
know
know.
this much.
Church you read
You
on know
niggas
shit.
gods, you niggas
People
guys is too freaky blowing on niggas. Why don't you talk about something else? What happened to reparation? You niggas talk about
oh,
freaky guys cutting off dick
that's
skins and blowing on niggas and shit. This
No,
shit
you
weird.
brung the pork
oh,
skin up,
man.
Bobby, and all that. I'm just asking about the
I didn't
beast of
bring
the
up the
field
post.
and that. We can move subjects after that. I know you let my angels irritate your demons, but you're gonna do the opposite.
No,
So
brother,
we
if you
No,
just
listen,
ain't
let
gonna
my
do that, Bobby.
demons,
Let's go.
let my demons irritate your angels.
Yeah, they'll never do that. Your
I love
demons
it.
ain't
No,
got more
brother,
power than my
hold on,
angels. But let's get it. Peace to all and all peace.
Yes, they do. It's
Stay
movies made about my demons. Ain't no movie made about the angels.
but the brother that was talking to me, stay focused. You was
You
asking
see
me.
the
And
archangel
you
every morning you
let
get
them
up, huh?
distract
That
you,
big
brother.
red sun, huh? Let's
Stay
go.
focused, brother. Talk
Made
to
that
me.
movie shit, bro.
That's a demon that didn't take a bath this morning.
Nah,
You made that movie
that big
shit.
red
I
sun
agree
that
with
come
what
out
hey,
every
Patricia
day.
King says
That's
anybody
Michael
that
the
takes the Bible
archangel.
literally, I question your intelligence. Mm, mm, mm.
You the only
But
one
go
got
ahead.
intelligence, nigga. Don't question me, nigga.
No, man, I'm talking about what the I'm reading the comment, brother.
But you the only one got intelligence, nigga.
I mean, if that's what you say, brother, everybody on the panel got intelligence, brother. You just have
Anybody that takes anything, what do you take literally? Your question needs to be a question, huh? Playboy
play
that ran that extra game on you. You knew better, but
know better, but
If you believe in the Bible, you believe in leprechauns too. Tell me where the leprechaun was at when he stole the gold, because I'm trying to find
Leprechaun
either the
went to the
leprechaun from the
hospital
hood
after he
or
came down with
leprechaun.
leprosy.
Okay,
Huh? Leprosy.
man, I knew it was something
Let's
like that.
go.
Leprechaun, leprosy. I knew it was something like that too. Coppertone.
You
leprosy
thought I
was
was
a
gonna take the
skin
girl
disease.
from you.
Leprosy was a skin disease. Leprosy has nothing to do with a leprechaun. Leprechauns came from the
Yes, it
fables of
do.
Aesop.
Leprechaun
Leprechauns,
skin is fucked up,
Leprechaun,
brother.
leprechauns,
What's
Come on
wrong
with
with
it, bro. Put me
leprechaun?
on
leprechauns
ice, nigga.
are
Leprechaun got
contagious with
leprosy.
leprosy. No,
Come
leprechauns have
on with it.
leprosy. They contagious with.
You know what the fuck to do with me, nigga.
oh well, I ain't never heard that.
What?
I never
Well,
heard
Yeah,
the
you
talk it
ain't
to
leprosy.
us
ready. You
several.
not ready. You not
You
ready,
ain't
bro.
ready.
You not ready.
You ain't ready.
I ain't
That's the
never heard
son of
that.
Moses you talking to. You didn't know
That's
you talking to the son of Coppertone is the son of Moses, brother.
that don't mean nothing, brother. But that's
My
something different.
sister, my sister, my sister Humbling is literally Lilith. You know who Lilith is, don't you?
Yeah, that's Adam's first wife.
Lilith in the chat. Yeah, she in the chat right now.
Uh,
Ask her.
she might be, brother.
See, you came over here with the wrong information, brother.
I ain't come over here.
Leprechauns
He
pass
never worked
leprosy.
for us, bro.
I ain't come over here with no wrong information, brother.
Bro, you
That's the first
did because they
time.
never worked for us.
You know what I'm saying? I never heard
Yeah.
that information. So from my understanding,
They
leprechauns
telling you.
come from a mythology of the Twa people, which we call pygmy, which is actually a derogatory term.
Leprechauns
My,
ain't
bro.
no myth, nigga. They
Myth
exist.
is
Come on with it, bro.
prehistory. Myth
I mean,
means
Yeah.
prehistory, my brother. Huh?
if you say that,
Myth is real.
Yeah, when it's myth,
Come
when they
on with
talk
it, nigga.
about prehistory, they gotta call it a myth. Anytime they listen, is it dragons in the Bible? I'm asking, is it a dragon in the Bible? Is it
Hell
dragons
yeah,
in the Bible?
dragons.
Yeah,
Dragons
which is
are
the
over the
gay
Okay,
niggas,
well
earth.
nigga.
then
You gay niggas.
then it's myth in the Bible. Then it's myths in
You
the
gay
Bible.
niggas
But
is
if you believe
dragons,
the
nigga.
Bible, the myths is true. If you believe the
Myths
You
can
gay
Bible, the
niggas
myths
is
is
the
true. So
how
that
many
means
gods?
leprechauns get leprosy.
you gay niggas is the dragons, bro.
Wow.
Man,
This is
dragons
What's
don't
unbelievable.
wrong
lie.
with us?
You
That
a
nigga smoking
dragon,
dope.
right?
You better come
That
up
nigga
here and say
Yahweh,
that.
What
man.
kind of
Somebody
dragon
slipped
then,
the Mick
huh?
on that nigga back in the day,
Dragon,
man. That
huh?
nigga, I don't know what's wrong with dog, man.
I do
This is
agree. You can't believe the Bible and not believe in the myths. That's crazy. Either believe it or you don't.
he said leprechauns.
If you believe the Bible, you believe in leprechaun.
So, first of all, brother, it
There's
was the
no way
brother
around.
to me. I said nothing about the Bible, brother. I was trying to get the scripture read to me that the brother at the top wanted to read about the beast in the field and the beast on earth.
I got it. Okay,
You know,
I'm ready.
y'all went to the leprechauns and the Bibles and all
You
that
ready?
shit.
I got
Go
it right
ahead,
here.
read it to me, brother.
Okay. Let me find it. Make sure. Yeah. I had to make,
And Moses,
I got it. Hold up. Let me
I
find it.
need to
Let
see
me
that
mute up.
evidence.
You gangster niggas is the fucking you gay niggas is
Son of
dragons.
Yahweh, man. What's wrong with you? You just gonna come up here and just keep saying the same thing over and over. These niggas
Bro,
got lifetime.
that's Yahweh, man. That nigga got, like I said, bro. He the type of nigga, talk to himself while on the payphone. Somebody dropped the mic on that nigga. He's like
Him
a
and
full blown. Yeah, he used to be on
him and
Huey P's panel.
Him and Woke is a new sleep need to start a channel. It's gonna be
Yeah.
called Talkie and Spitty Show, nigga. One nigga talking and one nigga spitting the whole show.
Oh man. And
Okay,
shout out my
y'all
nigga
ready?
Naga.
Ready?
My
You
nigga
ready?
Naga.
Ready?
Naga's the
Ready,
hold
bro?
on, hold
Let's
on.
go.
Naga's the
Okay,
only
my
nigga that
bad.
agrees with that nigga Yahweh, man. That retarded nigga, man. A nigga
Okay,
get up on a panel and regurgitate, say the same thing over and over and over again. This is the same nigga that said he could see wind and he came through a tunnel. He was born and he came in this world through a tunnel. I said these niggas gotta be slow, man. There's something wrong with these mentally ill niggas, man.
Well, I'm
What you
mentally
what you
ill.
what
You
you Super
right.
Mario nigga? You came through a motherfucking tunnel, nigga. You can't do different levels of the world, nigga.
Or portals. Oh, well, look, Mario brother was showing us that those were just different portals because in Revelations 8:11, that wormwood is associated with Babel. So the Tower of Babel was
Talk
a
that one
gateway that those giants were trying to get back to. But could I read this real
a
quick? I'm gonna
porthole.
find it. Genesis, creation of the world, chapter 1. I'm gonna start with 24. Verse 24. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures after his kind, cattle, creeping thing, and beasts of the earth after his kind." And it was so. Um, when it get to the garden,
After who kind?
Is this
after
not the
its
KJV?
own kind.
Man,
So
I ain't
like,
trying to have Bible study
No, if the
today, man.
earth,
Look, we
hey,
gotta go get other
but
niggas.
listen
Hold on,
you
though.
little
just
driver.
want to say about the
We need
beast of the
hold
earth,
on.
my
We need
brother.
that
Go
nigga
ahead.
Red Squid and Loyal. Them niggas like to have Bible study up here, man. I ain't trying to have Bible study, bro. Fuck
Is
all
that
that,
out the
bro.
KJV? Is that out the KJV?
You got to hit all the topics, bro. You got triggered bad
I'm
over
saying,
religion,
brother,
but
is that out the
it had
KJV?
did
Are you
nothing for
reading
you,
out
bro.
the KJV?
Oh, you got
All right,
triggered bad,
brother,
but what?
only begotten
Did
Man,
son.
did
that
Are
shit
you
out the
reading?
But
BBD,
religion ain't
man.
gonna
That shit
get
out the
us
BLBF
reparations.
devotion.
Hey, bro, I'm asking. Are you reading out
Hey,
the
but one
KJV?
thing,
what's up,
What
my
Bi-
brother?
what Bible are you reading out of? Is that the KJV? Is it urban? Is it what?
He's
What?
reading out of the first Bible.
man,
That's the
truth gonna
literal
kick
son of
y'all out.
Moses.
No, I'm
King
He
asking.
got the
James.
very first
And you
Bible.
gotta
King
understand,
James.
and
Okay.
earth, and what he read was saying earth is God. Then, if earth brought forth the creatures, then God ain't bring forth the creatures. God brought forth the earth. So if God brought forth the earth, your creator is the earth if it brought forth the creatures. Ooh
Uh,
wee. But no, Truth Zone don't be trying to talk about that shit on this shit, bro. Y'all gotta
no,
respect it.
I mean, no, y'all. Hey, they can go. I'm asking.
I don't mind it, but damn, man, I know how this shit
Okay,
goes,
let me
man.
read the
5
garden
hours
then.
gonna
Let
pass
me let
by.
me let me let me
These
look look look
nah,
look
my
look
niggas
look
gonna
look.
still be talking
Let me
about this
read the
goddamn
garden.
Bible,
I
bro.
seen this. Ain't no many people see
Go
this.
get past the lawyer and past the red squid. These niggas is
Okay, okay. Hey,
yeah, man.
may
Go get them
God
niggas.
bless you, huh?
This should be entertaining, man, because I said this earlier. Psychosis is real, man. This
Hallelujah.
that shit crazy.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
That should be crazy.
Hey, Mommy Chula, for you to say
Niggas
that
want to talk about the Bible
your people
all
snakes,
day. The
hunger
Bible.
snakes, come
The
marching in, huh?
Bible. Don't nobody want to be no demon, though. You niggas want to be everything in the Bible
And
except the realest niggas in the Bibles. The demons. The niggas who said, fuck what this nigga up here trying to get
How can the
everybody to
Bible
do every
dumb
day.
you down?
I'm
What it
getting the
dumb
fuck up
down?
out of here.
Uh-uh. Karma coming soon.
How they
Hey,
get
yeah,
Niggas
like
want to
everybody?
be
Bayal. If
everybody
y'all
except
know
the
who
real niggas.
Bayal,
look like
if
Frank
y'all know
Lucas'
who if
wife
y'all know
off
who
of American
Bayal, hey,
Gangster,
hold on,
huh?
Caberton.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Caberton, you on autopilot. If you know who Bayal is, you'll understand what the Bible is when you take the B out on my mind's eye shit. But anyway, look up
You said,
Baal and then you will understand you worshiping you
Paul?
work
Are you
listen, you
are you saying
worshiping
Paul?
you worship if you're gonna listen, I ain't said nothing. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
I'm
That
trying to
nigga
understand.
said ball. He meant to say
I ain't
ball.
say
He meant to
nothing.
say ball. Yeah, he meant to say.
No.
Brother, that's what I was
It's Baal, man. It ain't
He couldn't even
ball.
get it.
It's
It
Baal.
ain't
And
ball.
y'all don't
It's
know who
ball,
the
man.
fuck it is.
Can you spell that for me?
It's
It's
Baal.
ball, man. It's the gold. It's the golden calf, man. It's ball. We
Can you I'm Sir Drop. Can you spell that
Wanna
for me?
be a
BA
baller.
is
not
BA
ball.
Wanna
Tell
is
your
claim
bitch to
BAE
stop
it.
talking
hell,
to
man.
me.
It's ball.
BAEL.
Right, by L,
Yeah,
right.
ball.
Tell your bitch to
Yeah.
Ball.
stop
I call it
talking
No,
to
it's
me,
ball.
ball.
nigga.
And that's
It's
not
ball, man.
ball.
You good,
That's
man.
not ball. You just try anything to argue, but you know my point
So
I'm
Tell your
is the
bitch
making.
to
Then you
Ball
stop
will
talking to me,
brothers
bitch.
understand.
some kin to Bal? Is the Ball brothers
I'm not
some
trying to
kin to
argue.
Bal?
It's ball,
Let's
brothers.
get
That's
it.
right. Yeah,
Hey,
Lonzo.
what's up, Yahweh?
Tell your bitch to stop talking to me.
Yahweh
All
on the
right.
nigga neck, man. What's happening,
Man, what
Yahweh?
the fuck this wrong with this nigga,
Hey,
man? This
listen, bro.
nigga come in
Hold
and
on.
lose
Hey, Sir Drop.
it.
Like, bro,
Man,
listen,
that
bro.
nigga
I went back
permanently
and
What's
listen, bro.
happening?
killing,
Oh,
man.
I
I
He
got a
went back and
he
listened
need
to
to
backdrop.
your
find
last.
another
Hold on,
sector.
my phone shit. Damn. Hold on. Bro, I went back and listened to your last, not your last stream, but like a stream from like 3 or 4 years ago, man. So you been knew this nigga Yahweh, bro. Yahweh used to be over there on Huey P shit.
And I used to
Oh,
black
like,
out on Yahweh. That was all in-house beef.
but UEP was a weird nigga. Just if he gave a nigga like Yahweh a platform,
Yeah,
he let that
yeah.
nigga get up there talk that weird shit all day, bro. Y'all was mad at UEP, you minds and all you niggas was mad at UEP for
Hey,
giving this
but
nigga
it
Yahweh a
went
platform
further than
to talk
that,
that
cause
gay shit. No, he was talking gay shit the whole time he was up there at UEP, bro. And the only nigga that
and
agrees
we
with
was
this weird
blacking
freak
out.
ass.
Remember?
Hold on, bro. I got you. Hold on. The only nigga that agrees with this freak ass weird shit this nigga Yahweh be talking about is Naga. That's the only nigga that's in agrees with this nigga. That's the only nigga that agrees with this
Hey,
guy.
now you see when you was going through it with Yahweh, I was like, bro, it ain't no. Hell yeah. That's what it
Bro,
is
somebody
with
dropped
him,
a
bro.
mix. He reminded me of this one nigga, bro. They used to walk around talking on the payphone to himself all the time by himself. Nigga, I walk down the street, you see the
And
nigga
it
on the
wasn't nothing
payphone
wrong with
having
him.
a hold on. You see the nigga on the payphone having a whole conversation with himself. One of them niggas that got a mic dropped on him. I asked somebody, I said, hey, what's up with dude? It's like, man, somebody dropped a mic on the nigga years ago, man. He ain't been right since. So I'm thinking
But he
Yahweh's like
good.
that,
He
bro.
spiritual. He fasting and all.
Man, that nigga, man, come on now, bro. That
No,
nigga's Mickey as
no, you
fuck.
think he crazy. You think he Mickey, but man, he's spiritual now, huh?
Man,
He
a
can
lot of you
see
niggas got mixed
other
dropped on y'all, bro.
dimensions
Y'all
that
niggas
you
ain't been
can't
right
see,
since, man. Since
huh? But look,
95.
look,
Nigga dropped the using the club, living it up. Nigga dropped the mic in your drink. Nigga been slow ever since.
that's hell. That's hell, huh? He was
Hell
entertained
yeah.
by a straight demon.
Ew.
But
That's like this ball.
don't plants and
Like,
everything grow in the darkness? Darkness is the antimatter. It's matter and antimatter. So, huh?
see, now you
Plants.
speaking science. That's better. That's better than some God shit.
And
Science
you
is
always off
it
topic,
was a
Carpenter.
sin, and the scientists thought that they was God because sin, the word sin is in science. So ain't
Nigga
got
say
nothing to
Wait a
do
minute.
with
antimatter.
antimatter.
Nigga ain't never had a teaspoon, let alone a handful of antimatter. Nigga just talking some science Star Trek
And
to sound
Spider-Man
smart.
show it.
Where the
Spider-Man
antimatter
showed
at?
the CERN machine, Spider-Man 3.
Nigga say
When
anything. You got some
Spider-Man
shit
went
that don't
black.
exist, but
Go
I got
look
a
at the
handful
trailer.
of
Man, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you,
it.
bro. I'm telling you. Spider-Man
When
3
Spider
shows
Man went
CERN.
black, that nigga
Spider-Man
had
3
goo on
shows
him.
the
That nigga
CERN.
had ancient
Just
slime,
only
nigga.
say
He
as
had
for
slime on his body.
discernment, you don't have enough discernment, huh? Didn't Spider-Man 3
Yeah, dude.
he turned black, huh? That
Nigga, ain't
green
nobody
stuff,
watched that Spider Man 3 week ass bullshit.
antimatter. That's antimatter.
That's Venom parasite.
That's
That's
antimatter.
parasite.
It shows
That's
you.
parasite.
I
You ain't
paused it.
watched you
I
ain't
knew
watched
I was
Spider
right.
Man 3.
That
That
bad
nigga
guy
had
that was
parasites in
running
his
from
body.
the police, he
That
ran
nigga
in
Spider Man
he
got
ran
infected by the
into a
parasite.
CERN
And a nigga called the
collider.
antimatter.
That bad guy ran into a CERN collider. You rapping, Bobby, but I'm being
Man.
dead serious. Let's go, huh?
And he found the parasite. A worm came out of the
The
CERN. You heard what I said.
parasites
Worm
ain't
and CERN.
nothing but a disembodied demon that's trying to get back. So he goes through filth. Ain't in
Uh,
Leviticus, don't it
he in
say
disembodied.
sell
What
to
type of
stay
body he
clean?
in?
Huh?
Is he in
That
a
shit is
parasite
fungus
body?
and then the parasites.
I've been told you niggas, Copper Tom. I told you niggas 3 years ago parasites was demons. Now everybody acting
But
like
I
they saying
don't
some smart
listen.
shit
I
about
wasn't
stealing
listening
my
to
shit.
everything you said,
Yeah,
but
you
I
were.
heard you say that. But
Yeah,
then
you
I
were.
put my
You
own
heard me
to it.
say it. Yeah, you
Compare
were.
ice.
I know you did, because that's what
Compare
people do,
ice, but
steal.
I to
They
the
take what
author,
you
huh?
say and then put their own shit
I
on it. You heard
listen,
what he just said.
listen.
I
I
heard
didn't
you say
listen
it,
to your
and then I put
whole
my own
lies
shit
like
to it.
how you don't
Bro,
support
that's all the
Esau.
nigga needed to
I
hear
heard
that
what you looked at,
parasites
but
is
I
demon.
put my own
I
on it.
sparked
You
the
did,
mind like
didn't it?
Tupac
Huh?
said.
So
I
the
sparked the mind like
parasites
Tupac said, nigga.
are the 13th tribe of Israel. Then, huh? They rebelled and got the fuck from around the other 12. Huh? Hmm?
Nah,
Hmm?
a parasite is
Ain't
that
I ain't no no no.
son of
The
Yahweh.
parasites
Keep up
got the
coming up here
same
talking.
letters
He got a
as the
parasite.
Israelites. And as any ite in the
He
Bible,
definitely got a parasite. That nigga got ringworm that attached to a tapeworm. That bitch mutated.
hey, when you
Some of these
if
niggas
you
controlled by ancient
die
parasites.
in a
That's what the
dead
snake in the garden
if
was.
you die in a
That's what the
vault,
snake in the garden
your
was, Copper
body
Tone. It was
has
an
the
ancient
dis
parasite. Wasn't
your
no snakes in the garden of Eden. There was parasites. The apple was a worm in that bitch. And Eve bit it, and that motherfucker did the double helix dance and propagated. And then it was two snakes up in her, nigga, two little parasites. That bitch gave birth to parasite babies. All them children was infected. That's why they said you gonna always be a part of the demon. Everybody born in the sin, because everybody was born with that parasite in their body after that, nigga. Because
yeah,
Eve
that's
was
from
eating
flesh.
rotten fruit.
That's flesh. So that God in the garden, huh, after he took from the earth and then blew that reptilian that blew breath into Adam, huh? I I I kind of
No,
get
we the
what you're saying.
reptilians.
Huh?
The
Huh?
reptile's supposed to kill the serpent supposed to kill the motherfucking parasite. We the
Which is
real
nigga, you
reptilians.
gay.
They
Which
the
is you a gay nigga.
parasites.
Which is you gay, nigga.
Man,
Let me defend
Them
myself to
they
you,
the
bro.
parasites
parasite.
are
Which is nigga,
Oh
paranormal.
you a
shit, this
gay
nigga
Let's
here
nigga.
go.
lost his
Which is
mind.
you a gay nigga, bruh.
What's wrong with you, cuz? You okay?
The faggots out to get the real men, bruh. And cause I don't want to give you no butt, you don't like me.
Who the fuck you talking to?
Well, I'm talking to the
What?
gay nigga, nigga. You was gay, nigga. Bruh, you
You
gangster,
talking to
right?
Two Zone?
Bruh, you'll put a
You
dildo,
gotta be
a
talking to
bullet
Two
in a nigga.
Zone.
Bruh, you talk about how you'll put a dildo, a bullet. You talk about how you'll put a bullet,
Oh
a
yeah.
dildo in another nigga, bruh. Bruh, you is
Who
fucking gay,
said that?
bruh. You will. You is
You talking
fucking
about
gay,
somebody
bruh.
else.
You fucking gay,
You ain't
and
talking
you
to me.
mad at me because I won't let you fuck me, bruh. Whatever.
What?
Oh,
Oh, this nigga think because I got
Hey,
Huey P
see,
picture up that I'm Huey P.
he don't leave. He don't
Nah,
leave.
bro,
He
that
That,
just
hey,
nigga,
gonna
Choose
bro.
on,
stay
Listen,
there.
man.
Choose on.
Let's
He
go.
think because I got he think I got Huey P picks up that this Huey P talking to.
Yeah,
This ain't Huey P, cuz.
him and Harry P was they was best friends, man. That nigga, man,
hey, man,
goddamn, that nigga, bro. He went on somebody else's
big
panel saying the
ups
same
to you,
thing, bro.
man. I gotta get up out of here. Hey, big ups
Uh,
to you. Oh man, big ups to you. Let me come on, man. I gotta get ready for my joint.
for sure, bit of conversations, bro. Appreciate that, man. I'll see you over there on
The
Brownsburg's panel, bro.
room, man. Hey, but hey, when you get a chance, Chicago, look into the garden part, and it's gonna say the the
Hey
beast
man,
of the
I done read it
field.
100 times, man. I know what that Bible say, man.
Domestication. It's
It ain't,
showing the
bro.
domestication too, but peace. Hey,
It
stay out
ain't.
of dark alleys, day and night. Let's get it, huh?
No, man. I stay dangerous. I'm in the city, baby. Hey, but don't believe that shit, man. Let's put that book down. You feel me? And wake up, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Start
woke. I'm woke. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm woke. I'm
Hey, but with
woke.
that being said, man,
I'm
peace.
woke,
Hey,
man.
hey,
But
shout out to True Zone, man.
I
Y'all keep
get it.
rocking this channel, man.
I see where domestication of animals, where the beasts of the field, a field is way less than the earth, but the earth, those animals from the earth was vegetarians. It wasn't no meat eaters. So I get where somebody in this conscious community saying at some point in time, animals, there wasn't no meat eaters. Hmm? Or what God made was dinosaurs or something because the beasts of the earth. I get it though, but I'm gonna mute up. Hey,
That's a lie.
y'all
Because the
fake ass
first
enemies,
female
keep
that
doing you.
ever existed was out here sucking dick. So yeah, it was definitely meat eaters out here. First female that existed was definitely swallowing pipe.
Hey, you from Puerto
She was
Rico,
a
right?
meat
Hey,
eater
that was major
extraordinaire.
babble, huh? 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 The Portuguese, huh? Funny how Puerto Rico was one of the first ports that Spanish took. So Portugal gave Puerto Rico to the Spanish, because ain't that under Spanish?
Hey, and you know a chicken is a
Hmm?
Tyrannosaurus Rex. People ain't even know that.
What? What is? I'm
A
sorry.
chicken is a T Rex.
Oh,
Yeah, a
because look,
chicken is a
look, look.
dinosaur. A chicken
Yeah,
is a
it
T
do like
Rex.
dinosaurs. Yeah, that's powerful. Let's
Yeah,
go.
it's a dinosaur, cuz. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, because look, all birds that fly are kin to dinosaurs. The aviation. I mean, yeah,
That's what
that a word. So I get what you're saying, man. That's powerful. Let's go. It ain't that, but when you said the Bible ain't Portuguese Bible, didn't God change the language because them giants was trying to get back, get to that gateway, get to that portal? I'm just saying, I'm just saying. You babbling right now, but I love you, huh? Peace to all and to all peace, huh? You get triggered over that, huh? Y'all, hey, y'all let a stuttering ass nigga trigger y'all up, huh? And y'all supposed to be so spiritual and all that. Let's go though. Basic instructions before leaving Earth, huh? Babylon, troll, hey. The entity that you look up collectively, they're super trolls. So, I control ceremonies. Let's go, huh? Troll is in control, but I ain't trolling. I'm speaking on truth, but y'all put me in the box, huh? Huh? You don't like no one uh, calling you out trying to judge your book. But you do me like that, but it's all good, huh? You clicked up heavy. I get it. I ain't crying or nothing. I get it. Yeah, Lilith, huh? Summer Eve, yeah. Did the woman use a lily pad as the first town pad? Maxi pad, uh I have reality. My best, my life experience is my best master teacher. I've been saying that, but how y'all get so triggered? Cause y'all the characters out that book. I get it, the bad characters. Huh? You'll listen to instructions how to learn something new though. I get it. This ain't for everybody. Huh? Pretend on being what you is. Huh? You one of them tropical Indians? Or what is you a tropical African or what? Mama Sita. Karma coming, yeah. Karma did you know that karma is associated to the planet Saturn? Did you know that? Did you know that? I'm dead ass serious, but you're laughing now, but, huh? But that's sad, huh? This conscious community that's affected exclusively by white people done me wrong. The system's the system, but even the women act like spiritual sisters, huh? You ain't built like your grandmama or great grandmama, huh? You fell far from the tree. You ain't fall close to the tree, huh? I love you, Mama Sita. Let's get it, huh? I ain't triggered or nothing. Y'all want the two guys? I mean, let them talk some. I ain't crashing out. Lawyer crashing out. Yeah. Let me mute up, man, before they kick me out. Epic Study, what's up? Peace. I almost call you Truth Searcher. Truth Zone. Peace. Let's get it, huh? Hey. y'all subscribers or fans get an opportunity just to sit back and watch the show, huh? Y'all have no pressure on y'all, nothing, huh? Just sit back and judge, huh? And get triggered. So you gonna crash out, huh? For the congregation, huh?
I want to ask.
Let's go.
I'm gonna come to like a question. She's always talking about the Great Reset crash out. What the hell does that mean? I hear you say that on Bobby's panel. You said it over here before. What the fuck does that mean? What does it mean?
She looking for the crash out, huh? Just entertainment by any means necessary, huh?
Now I want her to answer that, bro. I ain't asked you, Capitone.
She ain't gonna answer it. I'm sorry though, bro. She ain't gonna answer much. You just not really getting to know her, man. Just like motherfuckers on these panels dodge and do all that. They ain't gonna answer no questions. They perfect from the chat. They gonna live off of your miseries. Not to come up, congratulations, dog. Don't look down on you. That's all I'm saying, but I need to stop coming up over here because it's like, I ain't at you like, she ain't gonna answer it. You see she ain't dropped nothing yet. It been knowing these people.
I don't get is Karma, you told me 2 weeks ago to leave you alone. You said truth on leave me alone. You was like just because I asked you a question, now you back over here. I don't know. I don't get it, but it's all good. I don't mind you
What
being in the
question
chat.
you asked,
I
and
mean,
did I say
I'm
leave
not
you
shut.
alone?
Come on,
You
Capitone,
need
bro. I'm
to
saying that's like mighty disingenuous to me. Like you told me to leave you alone 2 weeks ago on somebody else's
That's what
panel,
that's
but you
what
now
social misfits do, bro. They undecisive, bro.
run
And
it back. What
and they got a
question
lot
did you
of
ask
social
me?
misfits around here. They'll bash
Where I
anything
probably
that's
was at
beneficial
work,
to
bro.
people.
When most of the
what is it
time,
that you want? Hey, Karma, what is it you want? Do
most
you
of the
want me to leave
time
you
when I
alone? What is
listen
it?
to
You told
you, I'm at work.
like what is it? What is it, Karma? What is it, Mama Chula? You told me to leave you alone, man. It's good to see you back over here. You know, I don't mind you being in the chat. Like I said, it's good to see you back. But when me and Bobby was going through what we was going through, you chose, they start to choose sides, and now that he's back over here, you back over here. So you got that's cult like behavior to me. Well, where this nigga go, you go. But like I said, you told me to leave you alone.
That
All right,
was her.
cool.
Okay. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah,
Hey,
you
go
see
ahead,
that?
Loyal. You
She
got
flaky.
let Loyal get it. Go ahead. You got it, Loyal.
Go ahead,
No, I
Lord.
was just saying,
Judgment.
we're dealing with a lot of social misfits, man, and they trying to find somewhere to belong because they incompetent in their own life. So they try to get up and they bash everything that's beneficial to people. Everything, man. They'll bash religion. They'll bash you if they feel like, they can do better than you. So when you start to explain shit to people that they never heard, that's the first thing they go to. Oh, you're fooling, you're tricking the people, you're brainwashed and shit like that, instead of listening to the full conversation and then making your assumption at the end of that. But they don't want to do that because if they do, man, they know that they might be won over by the conversation. And that's why they social misfits. They don't have a thought, individual thought in their mind.
On board with it, but that's powerful. What you were saying. I need to stop being so triggered and think that everything about me, which it ain't. Let's go, huh?
I mean, like the conversation about Bow was uninterpreted. These people are just reading books like the Cat in the Hat. You know what I'm saying? A cat in the hat. We know cats don't wear hats, but motherfuckers will believe that shit if they read it. You know, Bow is talking about an insect called the boll weevil. If you know what the boll weevil is, it's an entity that inhabits your body through your skin, and it'll live like that off of you, and it could kill you because it releases pathogens and bacteria into your system. You see what I'm saying? Most people get it from insects like flies, like the bot fly. You see? And this is because they have unclean practices. A lot of people are unclean walking around this bitch and don't realize that they need to take a bath every fucking day. Wash your feet every fucking day. Wash your hair every fucking day. Because they filthy heathens. And when they walking around this bitch, they possess literally by their own filth. So when I hear people talking like that, I know for a fact that their house is like a fucking dungeon. It's like a torture chamber for them. Because they can't walk around that bitch without stepping on trash, filth, animals, niggas sleeping with animals and shit. So you can't expect a heathen to get the understanding of something that's civilized. And you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm talking about the Bible. Heathen ain't gonna fucking get the civilized nature of the Bible. That's why they can't figure it out. They read it and they like, oh man, it sounds like Sodom and Gomorrah is talking about sodomy. Yeah, because you a filthy minded motherfucker. You it's all you hear is what you want to hear. And it's not hard to figure this shit out. Go ahead,
Hey,
buddy.
hey, heathen has, well, they took health out of it and heal, but is a heathen a Gentile?
A heathen is somebody. You ever heard somebody say I dry heave?
Dry heave, yeah.
Yeah. A heathen is a motherfucker that's constantly under trauma from illnesses and sicknesses. And they walking around all the time.
So Jesus did heal a lot of heathens,
Damn,
huh?
hold on, man. That's what I'm saying. Look at Mama Chula. I asked you a
She ain't gonna
simplistic.
answer it.
Hold on, God damn it, bro. Let me get what I. Come on, man. Bro, I asked you a simplistic question. You good? You could cover tone like shit. Damn, bro. Hey, listen, Mama Chula. I asked you a simple question. You can't, respond. Like you told me to leave you alone. It's like you want to be over here, but you don't want to be over here. That's weird behavior to me. A lot of y'all move. A lot of y'all be moving weird to me. Like y'all got like it's like I say, y'all got cult like mentalities. Like wherever Bobby go, you niggas go. Which I ain't got a problem with. If you tell me to leave you alone, I'm assuming that you want me to really leave you alone. So why would you come up in my section? Say what you mean and mean what you say. You said truth don't leave me alone. You kept putting it in the chat. You was like spamming the chat. Truth don't leave me alone. It's ironic your ass back over here. When I ask you a question, you can't answer. What's wrong with these people, man? Go ahead, man. Hey,
They ain't
motherfuckers,
got
boy.
nothing. They don't really have nothing to add, man. You ever
Motherfuckers,
listen
boy.
to these people talk?
May I
Listen to
say
them talk
something to
in
Shit,
real
Bruce
life.
Hunt
females like
real
her.
quick?
She like, and females like Mommy Chula. She like seeing niggas beef. Because when me and Bobby, we was trolling each other. She gonna holler when I say that me and him like squash it behind the scenes. She gonna ask Bobby, "Did y'all really squash it?" Like she wanted niggas to keep beefing. She like shit like that. She weird.
Their
She
whole
probably like
life
when
is a
she
beef, my
probably like
boy.
when niggas shoot each other dead and shit like that. Weird motherfucker.
Especially when they do it over them.
The
You know what I'm saying? They
survivor
feel privileged
of the
when you fighting
fittest.
over them and shit. It's like a badge of
You have
honor when,
won
when two
me.
niggas is fighting over them.
Hey,
That's it.
Bruce Hunt, may I ask you, since you're from Gettysburg, is there
He
any
said Gettysburg.
association with Paul Getty? All the pictures are owned by the Getty, but he found some oil in Saudi Arabia. They gave him access to that. Peace and all. Let's get it, huh?
For sure.
Gettysburg, though. Let's go.
I mean, I think the law conversation that we was having earlier opened a lot of doors and insight on this shit about how people lie and fabricate shit with these terms they use, and they've been carrying these terms around for a long time. Like you heard the man say, the black clothes, the black codes don't really exist. They're not in law, but you got people that will live and die by that shit. They say, well, it's a code. They made it up. Yeah, you got sick
Yeah, hey,
motherfuckers.
my bad, Lord. Hey, Democracy
No,
101. Yeah, I got you, bro. This is your other account. Yeah, come back up and chop it up with us, bro. It was good having you on the panel earlier, man. But yeah, I'm gonna reach you up, bro. I got you.
So, lawyer. Okay.
mhm.
Um. Okay. So the codes is like all these different things that they keep making. So what you're saying that the black law is not in law, meaning it's not in the Constitution, right? That's what you mean.
It's not in any statute or federal code of regulation. None of that shit.
It was just possibly going to be brought up, or I
It
mean,
was brought up by abolitionists that wanted to draw attention to their cause so they can become a bigger political party. People that cry wolf, that like the Democrats claim that they were, against racism, but a lot of them funded groups like the KKK. Now, I'm not saying that these things don't exist, but I am saying this right here. These are isolated incidents.
So
I grew up down south.
that's oh,
Go ahead.
okay. So I get what you're saying because that's gonna be just like the sundry law. I mean, the sun, yeah, the sundry law that it was in like local. It was local in South Carolina, but it didn't reach like to the state capital and all that. But sundry law was just like I guess a supposed more or something that was labeled as a slave, and then he got it into like the local courts, but it's part of South Carolina. Just like I guess the black code is. I seen the South Carolina one, and it
Oh,
gave
okay, brother.
description of different types of powerful black people from Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like it gave names and all that. But I get what you're saying. Like it's got to be, I guess, it's got to be case law and shit like that. But I don't know
Y-
much about that case law and shit. But I was
You'll
just
never
trying to
see cases fought on behalf of these laws and shit that these guys are talking about because these are not codified laws. When they say code, they mean that these things are cataloged for everybody to see. If you want to find out laws that's in your state, you go to your state code of regulations. So those are all labeled there, and you can find any law based on your state. You know, what is that one that what's the name was quoting? He was quoting the website that has all the laws in it. Cornell. Cornell has a collection of laws, and you can also individualize it through the states too as well. And you'll
so
see that
you
a lot of the
know,
state laws reflect the federal laws.
so you know that what I seen like I look in like the Florida Constitution from time to time, and then I
Hmm.
see where it's linked up, all states and federal linked up to the what's that the universal code, the UCC. Have you seen that?
The
Every state
Universal
got it.
Commercial Code.
Yeah, it's in the state constitution. It's just you gotta hit a certain link and then it'll be there. So it's showing like I mean how everything is commerce, basically, like
Right.
all charges and all that. But I ain't getting to that level. I ain't no sovereign citizen. I don't know deep like that. But I just seen that, bro. Let's go.
Right. I don't want
Yeah,
to cut that real quick. But I want to say something real quick. Salute to everybody that pulled up today, man. I really appreciate the support. A small channel like mine, I got 600 subs. So I cracked.
mm,
This is my first time cracking 1,000 views on a live stream. So salute to y'all. Shout out to y'all for pulling up and supporting. I appreciate it. Get this motherfucker up to 70. Get this up to 70 likes. I appreciate y'all.
for sure, man. That's what this shit is about, man. Contribute
Yeah,
to
that's
other
what it
people's
is about,
success.
paying it forward, man. So I get it. You know what I'm saying?
And then
Congratulations, bro.
Copper Tone come, motherfuckers will be in his chat too, hooking him up, trying to come up and carry the conversation, man. Because there's always good conversation amongst these brothers. But we gotta stop with the bickering and shit. If we can stop with that shit, we can get a lot fucking done. We can interpretate a lot of shit. And people can leave away from these conversations with not only entertainment, but some tools in their tool bag and shit, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these guys that's in the chat, man, they fucking social misfits. I was one at one time too when I ain't know nothing.
Yeah,
But
but
we can't include all the new people that pulled up. We got a lot of new people in the chat, people I never seen before. So
hey,
I'm
well,
saying
y'all
shout out to
go.
everybody. Shout out to all the new subs because I got like 15 new subs just off this live stream just now. So shout out to all the new subs that
That's
pulled up. Shout out to
good.
everybody, man. But I get what you're saying, bro. I
Yeah,
mean,
'cause
but I
like
expect that to happen. I expect contention to arise or nigga to get the name calling when they don't agree. But I get what you're saying. Sometimes it's easier to just to agree to disagree, man, because everybody's not gonna think alike, bro. You
Yeah,
know.
just present your shit and then move on.
But I could say that I could probably talk about this type of stuff like the Bible, probably like to Loyal and Squid. You know what I'm saying? And when we
Yeah,
be
because
like having little bills, you know what I'm saying? That should be classic, bro. Remember we did the Sister Bethy Thanksgiving meal the other year? Yeah, but let's get
people got to understand that all people in this quest for understanding in these books, right? Like the Bible, they not all on the same fucking level. I'm not on Squid's level. Squid is into esoterics. You know what I'm saying? I'm into commonalities and basic understandings. That's what I'm into. That's why I can tell you that it's not about worshiping some deity and shit like that. That it actually represents a form of and technique and practice. Shit that you can actually use to heal your body and build a lifestyle around. That's what this shit is about. And they create all this shit with allegories, man. Just like we used to pass on stories with nursery rhymes. Jack and Jill went up the hill. These people are talking about certain things. They're not just making cool nursery rhymes that you can remember for nothing. That shit is for sure. Humpty Dumpty was about the murder of King George.
So what
So
was Jack and the Beanstalk then, boy? Cause I seen some man, break
that's not
Jack
a
and the
that's not a
Beanstalk.
nursery rhyme. That's actually a story.
But
Jack and the
what
Beanstalk is
caught
like
me,
another version of the Tower of Babel story.
look, no, Noble. What caught me, it said that that's older than the Bible. I'm like, what? And look. Okay, the association what I seen, okay, how they climbed up, but I seen didn't Jack cut the giant head off like David, and the giant wife was fair. She was a little woman. So let's go,
Jack and the Beanstalk is an allegorical story, just like the Tower of Babel story is an allegorical story. We build towers. Towers don't look like buildings. We got towers today, cell phone towers. What do? They transmit energy into what? The heavens, into the sky
It's a gateway,
for
bro. I
long
get, man.
distances,
That's
right?
powerful. That's powerful. That's
So,
powerful, bro.
so when they're talking about that inside of the Tower of Babel, there is Nimrod, right? Inside of
Yeah.
these towers that we call cell
Go
phone
ahead, cook.
towers,
Let's get it.
there are Nimrods. We call them dishes. Inside of those dishes, those are Nimrods in that. That's transmitting energy and signals across long distances, man.
And
You
that's what
know,
it look, bro. I seen that when through the Strong's Concordance, that wormwood, that bitch shot me to the to Babel. But look, 8, what you're saying? That wormwood is in Revelation 8. 8 is
hmm
energy. 11 is a gateway parallel. So what you saying, bro? And then that was powerful. Nimrod, huh? Ain't it
yeah,
lightning rods that's on buildings that ground? Oh,
yeah,
let's go.
man. You're
Huh?
right. You're right. And then that
So I
also
get what you're
proves
saying, man. Them
what.
numbers. Look. In the Bible, 10 represents Gentile. 13 represents rebel. Nimrod. Genesis like 13. Huh?
Hey, hold on. Hey, Yahweh, man.
Let's
Listen,
go.
bro. Listen, bro. I try to let everybody up here, man. If you're not gonna be a complete fucking troll and nuisance, bro, I'll let you up, bro. If you act like you got some goddamn sense, man, you more than welcome to come back up, bro. Because I know you're gonna stay backstage.
Obsessed
If
with
not, your ass gonna stay
homosexuality,
backstage
man.
the next long
Everything
I'm
come out
live,
his
bro.
mouth towards people is you gay. You this. He
I already
afraid.
know, bro. I've been trying to get a nigga a chance, man. That's what I'm saying. Some of these niggas is too far gone, bro. They don't lost their goddamn minds. Like I'm like, man, ain't no way, man. These niggas, they can't even try to convince nobody of that shit they be talking about, man. Let
Hey,
alone themselves.
Greedy. Bro, you was
No,
Hebrew
man,
Israelite.
Jesus,
Your
man.
biggest thing was you was supposed to run down on Washington D.C. all of the
Ain't no
Hebrew
Jesus.
Israelites and pull a January 6th on July 4th. That was your biggest thing, bro. You missed it, but it's never too late, huh? Go back to being a purple dinosaur warrior and go run down on the White House. Let's go, huh?
Let's go. Bro, I ain't no teacher truth zone, man. I'm a lame nigga, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, brother.
I'm
But at the
always
same
taught,
time, you can't fucking say everybody else is dumb when you
bro.
don't know.
I taught myself English. Bro. Ain't nobody teach me shit. I'm a stupid nigga, bro. I ain't in the world.
Hey, cool, bro. Now we got that out the way. It's all good, bro. All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm always be
Y'all
stupid,
finish now.
man.
Y'all continue, man.
And
Hey,
that
Somebody,
Mama
lady
Kulo,
laughing.
Mama Kulo need to get the fuck off of me. That's a fucking dyke bitch or a fucking man, bro.
no, I ain't mean to. I ain't mean to be low. Hey, somebody agree with you. Patricia King said, "Yeah, it's
Patricia King,
allegory. What's
Whatever,
hidden truth?"
bro.
not bad.
Only fucking faggots
That's
trying to
bad.
be against.
All right, man. Let me go ahead. Yeah, bro. You're gonna stay backstage, bro. I try to give you
Hey,
a chance, man. You're gonna
hey,
stay in the back, bro. You just all right, cool. Y'all got it, man.
hey,
And ain't
Greedy
nobody
laughing,
against the
but
man. But look,
Greedy is the first person that I went live on, and I'm like, man, I like this, but bro, we done fell out, but bro, I'm gonna always give you that. I don't know why we fell out. Only he know, huh? Let's go though.
there's a lot of these stories, man, that we forgot to pay attention to and ask questions about, and we just accepted them off face value. But when you start delving into this stuff, man, and you figure one out, it'll eventually be like a domino effect. All the rest of them will fall in line, especially when you know the context and the motivation of these stories. I hear people talking about these stories, man, and they don't realize this shit is happening in real life. Like the one I did about Omaha. You know what I'm saying? And nobody knows what that means no more. But I can talk to people that have heard these stories because there's been stories throughout history about Omaha, Nebraska. They've had fires over in Omaha for fucking hundreds of years, man. This place just couldn't stop burning since the 1700s.
Whoa, 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 whoa! But ain't Nebraska associated? Ain't Nebraska the corn husker? So was the bulk of the
Yes,
corn grew in Nebraska? Uh-huh.
yes. And
Let's go. I
Omaha
ain't know
was
that. I
one of
was
the
just
big
trying to
states.
put logic. I be trying to use
Omaha
logic
was
and just
not a
common
state, but
sense.
it's a state of mind that these people are in that was in Omaha. They believed that burning the land was going to replenish it because corn is such, it takes so much out of the ground that you have to amend the ground. Like when I grow this corn out here in my garden, I can't just
Yeah.
come back the next season and plant something there, not without fertilizing, putting
Yeah.
manure and shit and sulfur in the ground because the corn will suck all that shit up and nothing will grow there. Your ground will be barren where that corn was at.
You know what? Okay. It's corn in it's corn in the Bible. So how that corn got there? But
It
what you
got there,
saying?
it got there through the Sodom and Gomorrah story. That Sodom and Gomorrah story is talking about the sod of Omaha.
Ooh, oh,
The
oh,
sod of
yes,
Omaha. And the way you know that is because sod comes from the word Sodden, Sodden, just like Sodom.
So
And
isn't
there's
corn okay? Corn isn't organic. Corn is put together by two weeds, but since what you're saying, since that's not it's not organic, so huh? It just take
corn,
I get what you're saying that it takes so much from it
yeah.
that they gotta let the ground cure and all that shit. But wow, I ain't know that with corn, but damn.
Yeah, and then and these states that grow large numbers or large fields of corn will sometimes harvest the corn and then burn the stalks.
Well, okay, okay, look, okay, look. Well, like forests, they purposely set it on fire so it'll grow back stronger. But it's oh no, this hit me. That corn roots are like light knot. Like I think like the pine trees, like it's certain roots that are flame that are that catch a fire
Yeah, the corn husk, the corn leaves, these things are
because of the
high in
syrup.
sulfur.
The
Sulfur,
syrup. Go ahead. I'm
sulfur.
sorry, bro. I didn't mean to cut your wisdom. I
Nah,
was just
you on
trying
the
to
right
build
track.
with you. Let's go.
You're on the right track when you say syrup, but it's sulfur. The sulfur, once burnt, turns into what they call brimstone, almost like a charcoal. See what I'm saying? But when brimstone is burned, it turns into, when sulfur is burned, it turns into an oil. And that oil can burn for a while before it turns into a stone, which is a charcoal. That's called brimstone. So the making of a lot of these corn products is the utilization of sulfur and brimstone and fire.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I seen in the Bible, especially around where when Joshua came through and God, I mean, went to the promised land. Could you tell me about the asphalt pits? What they call, like they say slime in some interpretation of the Bible, but I seen the asphalt, and it's a certain
It's pitch.
it's bitumen or something that was floating in the the pits, but it's a content creator that I listen to it say like that's around like the Dead Sea, so the Dead Sea is some type of portal. But break that asphalt, that tar shit down, man. Let's go, huh?
Pitch has always been used for lots of things. It's been used for medicine. Have you ever heard of the mineral called shilojit? Shilojit is just pitch. It comes out of the ground like oil, but it's so viscous that it'll harden up and turn into a rock like substance. You know what I'm saying? So pitch has always been used for many things. It was used to make containers, shelters, cellars. They talked about the ark. The ark was actually a cellar, a root cellar that was converted into a wine cellar. Hence the story about Noah making the wine. The entire fabrication about using pitch to create structures like the Ark of the Covenant. These is to make this shit airtight and waterproof. The pitch that was used to make Moses' basket when he was floating down the river in the river of reeds and he was found by Pharaoh's daughter. That was to show you that these things can be created to make buoyancy. Also,
Okay, look, okay,
to
okay,
make
okay,
containers that hold plants. Go ahead.
okay, damn. Okay, so I know from being in construction that clay is like a barrier. Clay, wherever you see clay, clay is like a barrier that is a seal for the water aquifer. But you saying, look, the clay, Play-Doh, but my daughter's birthday, one of my daughter's birthday was last week, and I got her. She showed me what she wanted, and this kind of like um mixture of Play-Doh and like slime. So what you're saying, bro, it resonates with me. You know what I'm saying? But those are elements of the earth. Let's go, huh?
Yeah, most of the elements of the earth going to be dark in color. You know why? Because they contain uh, what they call hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons are things that are combustible, and unless they're filtered out, the hydrocarbons are allowed things to catch fire.
So that's how diamonds, because look. They say that like diamonds that are found, like it's started down underneath, but like a lot of them diamonds boil up in like the river, so over there in Africa, but the diamonds are made of carbon and shit. But man, let's go, huh?
They are, but they're mostly like
Hey, you broke up or something, man. You in the matrix or something? I don't know.
pressure and shit like that. But they ain't gonna tell you that it grows like a seed in the ground at a certain depth. Same thing with gold. Grow at a certain depth like a seed underground.
A gold,
Yeah,
gold and
gold
diamond.
does. Gold,
Okay.
silver, diamonds, copper,
Yeah,
iron.
yeah. So what? What that's like just a dust particle. It's just a particle, right? A little particle, a
It's a
seed,
ore. It's a
man.
ore. You know how we
Or yeah,
call
yeah, yeah,
seeds?
yeah,
We
yeah.
call
I
seeds
mean,
germs.
I
they call the seeds of a metal or of a mineral ore.
Yeah, I mean, because it's said that certain people gave man that knowledge because that ore, like that metal tree, not know you just getting a campfire and then you melting this fucking rock of copper you found. So that ore is going back to something. Let's go. All minerals. So diamond ain't nothing but a form of a crystal.
Yeah, it's just a crystal.
Just a
And
crystal.
it talks about these minerals and they describe them as the tribes of Israel. See what I'm
And
saying?
so you seen where it gave a description of Lucifer, right? With different minerals and stuff, right? You seen
Lucifer
that in the
is
Bible?
Lucifer is a combination of all the minerals. It's a lacquer. You know what lacquer means?
No, but lax. But give it to me. Let's go.
The lacquer, bro, is a hydrocarbon. And lacquer comes from plants. And plants contain minerals. That's how they make their saps and their what they call those fucking the shit that's inside of there. I used to know what they used to call it, but that's how they make their saps and shit like that. The pine tree makes a great lacquer and turpentine, and it's talked about in the Bible.
So
Matter of fact,
lacquer is syrup then because you get
yeah,
syrup from a tree
it
too,
can
right?
be served. It can be served, yeah.
Okay, okay.
But we use lacquers for all kind of shit. Ladies use it for fingernail polish. They use it for makeups. It's a great antibacterial, antimicrobial substance that hardens up like a rock once it dries out, you know? And we used to use this stuff every day, man. And we didn't use it because we had a lot of it. We used it because it was a practice, because nowadays people don't use it as much. We don't use pomades and oils on our hairs like we used to. We wash our hairs with soaps. You're not supposed to wash your hairs with soaps, not unless you have a problem with your scalp. Your scalp and your skin is not supposed to be caustic all the time. That's how you end up getting shit like melanoma and you know all these skin irritations, psoriasis, because you're putting a caustic material, which is made partially of oils too, but you need to lean more to the side of oils than you do caustic shit like lye. Because lye comes from the burning of hydrocarbons and woods and shit like that. But it's good to utilize these soaps with oils in them because you're getting the best of both worlds. You're getting a balance. You're right in the middle of the pH scale when you use lotions and soaps, because that's right at 7. The soaps are more towards the alkaline side, and the lotions are more towards the acidic side because they're made from fats.
No, but I get what you're saying because like in Proverbs it was saying like don't cheat the scale. So it was like it was big business like selling oils and stuff like that. So I get what you're saying, huh?
Yeah.
There you go.
A lot of people take this stuff and they blow it out of proportion, man. They want to turn it into spookism so they can either discredit it or make it seem like it's something supernatural, but it's not, man. This is everyday life. We wouldn't even have cars if it wasn't for Christianity. We wouldn't have cars without oil, and that's what Christianity represents, the oils. It also represents the other materials you can make with oils. And when I say oils, I'm talking about lard, fats, either the fat of the plant or the fat of the
So that's
animal.
where the animal oil and vegetable oil come in at.
Yeah. You can run your fucking tractor. I can run my tractor off of fucking French fry oil. It's a diesel engine. You can run your car off that shit. You just got to have the right modification. The
Yeah.
air to fuel ratio has to be changed.
You can also
And see that
run it off of water. That's what
exactly.
that
I was just
genius
about to
did
say
that
that.
got killed in Buffalo
Yeah.
some
I mean,
some
because
years back. They shut that down purposely. Boy, I seen a picture where they had a black Italian looking dude come and interview him and all that just to get it on just to get it out there. But bro, that shit was ran on LinkedIn and all the where, man. I seen it like, damn, man.
bro, they
They
sell
wasn't going
conversion
for that.
kits for water conversion for your cars. but they're not
And
going they're not going to advertise it because it's in competition with major industries like the
yeah,
oil
oil.
company.
I mean the oil, man. You saying about that oil, but I seen where they advertised a little bit around by the time after that happened. That I seen a generator that they was advertising that ran off of water. Let's go.
Yeah. You know how you separate the hydrogen from water? You use anodes and cathodes, and you use an energy source. And what happens is, it's electricity being passed through water, and the gases separate. You separate the hydrogen from the O2, and that hydrogen will burn just like gasoline. And that's what these conversion kits are doing for these cars. But since we don't experiment and know too much about alchemy, we chalk that up as technology when it's not. That's more natural than anything that we do.
So
Separate them.
Solomon, look, bro, Solomon was practicing alchemy. So what you're saying, know what I'm saying? I'm slowly stepping into that, know what I'm saying? Because that's intense. But wow,
Yeah, but you ask the average person what alchemy is, and they'll tell you it's magic. You know what I'm saying? They don't really know that's a science. That's a natural
science.
science. It's a
You
natural
say that it's a
science.
natural science.
Yes,
Wow.
bro. Because you could take baking soda and fucking vinegar and create CO2 from it.
So just okay. So now alchemy got changed to chemistry, right? Sort of, right?
Yeah,
Huh?
alchemy means all chemical.
All chemical. So
Yeah,
we're chem. I mean the what Egypt called that KEM. They just put a K and changed the C, but I get what you're saying. Chemical.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's also where they get the abbreviation MPK. NPK, the stuff that you put into your garden, nitrogen, potassium, and phosphate. So when they're talking about
Six
something
six
that,
six, right?
yeah, it is 666.
Yeah,
And
that's
it
phosphate
can be a
because
it could be a
fertilizer
series of
is
numbers.
also called 666, bro. I'm sorry, right?
That's the balance between nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium. That means you got a equal level of minerals on all scales. That's why they say 666 is the number of man, because we figured it out.
Yeah,
We
that's
figured
man's
out
number. Many
if you put
reverends don't say that, bro. They'll tell you the mark of the beast, that, but they don't read that after. I was like, what? This man's number? Let's
it's not the
go.
mark of the beast. It's also the material that's made up to brand the beast. You know, when they put that hot iron on them, that's NPK too. That's nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium. That's inside of iron, bro. So look, when they
Hey,
heat that
hey,
bitch up,
hold on, Lord. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
sorry, Patricia King. Yeah, the topic has changed. You know, they get to talking about having Bible study up here, talking about
we talking about
alchemical,
science right now, brother.
right? I know alchemical matter and all this other stuff. Universal codes and liquids and what's it called? Crystals and what else you talking about? Lard
Lard and oils.
and oils and stuff like that. Yeah, that's the topic they talking about now.
666, 6 times 3 equals 18.
That tends to happen. That
1
tends to
plus 8
let's
equals
get back on
9.
topic. Now
Completion.
that
Go
tends to
ahead. My
happen a lot
bad.
on my panel. The topic never stays. These guys never stay on topic, but it's all good though. You might
How
catch a gem.
much
You
can
might
you
catch a
talk
gem
about
though. You might you
reparations?
might
You ain't
you might catch
repping
a
it.
gem.
That's boring. We
What's
need to
that?
go. Look. We all need to
So,
meet up
that's
at
why.
Washington D.C. on July
Right.
the
Hold
4th.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Some
Go
of that
ahead.
stuff
My
that
bad.
Loyal talks about with like different oils and Christianity and how synonymous with one another, and how he breaks down the Bible. Some of that stuff I agree with him. I do agree with him on. I ain't even gonna front. I'll be a flies nigga, a lying nigga if I say I didn't. So some of that stuff I agree on. But over here, the topics never. Nobody never stays on topic, but it's all good. You'll figure it out sooner or later.
Man, I'm in my 6th year, man. I don't think I'll figure it out. Staying on topic. It's best to just have a topic. Let's go.
It's really how I do these panels. It's like how everybody else do theirs. It's really just open topics, random topics, or whatever comes to mind that people continue. People have conversations, a dialogue about. It is what it is. We've been talking about respectfully. We've been talking about reparations almost 8 hours. So
Yeah, man.
topics
Yeah.
change.
we would literally have to start meeting up at like law offices and just like courthouses to get it further than that. But just staying, nobody graduated. Who did y'all ever attend the Aboriginal We Are Here from America graduation? Has anybody ever graduated from out of this cultness mind frame?
bro.
I'm asking.
No,
Uh-uh.
no. And see, look, the reason why this reparation conversation is so controversial is because there are people that know that the timelines don't match. They know that the events in history that are recorded don't match up with the history and the events that people are saying. You want to get paid for 400 years, but slavery was never in one location for more than 200 years. See, the Portuguese and the Africans, they did the slave trade shit over there from the 1400s to the 1600s. Denzel was blackballed by that time, all the way up into the time that they tried to come over here and do it in the 1800s. But in 1792, we didn't have slaves. We were fighting wars to gain freedom. That's the whole story right there in 1792. And by the time 1863 came around, we was petitioning for emancipation. And that's what Nadi was talking about when we were talking about the Emancipation Proclamation and that other brother. So the time frame that they got all of that stuff from the Bible. The 400 years of slave shit was a prophecy. And people need to understand what prophecies are. They're projections. Like if you got a business, right? And you're saying in the next 5 years, I'm hoping to be at this amount of money. That way I can expand my business. That's a projection. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. That just means what you desire. And you get to that point and you fall short, guess what you do? You just keep on going. And that's what they've been doing all these years. They've been carrying that lie about slavery being 400 years, and it matches the transatlantic slave trade. But for 400 years, it's from the 1400s to the 1800s, when the transatlantic slave trade was done by the 1800s. It was done. The Portuguese and the Africans was using cheap labor, just like the Chinese right now are using cheap labor with their own people. America wasn't about that. America didn't believe in slavery. It was the land of the free, home of the brave. It's always been. It's always been like that. When Christopher Columbus, the story about Christopher Columbus when he came over here in 1492, there was no slaves. But the transatlantic slave trade was running in 1400s. So why was it over there at 1400s, but not over here in 1492? What, they stopped it after 100 years or 92 years? See, the timelines aren't matching up. They're not matching up. You know, and when people want something so bad, they'll make up a lie to get it. And that's what people are doing. You know, we want reparations. What are we repairing? That's what a reparation is. What are we repairing?
So if they came out right tomorrow, the government came out tomorrow, Loyal, and said, "Hey, all so-called black people or brown
Mm-hmm.
people that stay in the geographical land in this geographical landmass of America, all of y'all qualify for this $500,000 reparation check because your
Yeah,
family has been put through, economical degradation and so on." You wouldn't grasp at the opportunity to get that check, bro.
they're
You
giving
probably be
it.
the first.
If they're giving it to everybody, that means that everybody is subject to it, right?
Right.
I mean,
I'm saying,
like
would
when they
you?
was giving out the stimulus check, I didn't ask for
Right.
the stimulus check during COVID, but they
But
gave it to
what
me.
if they say, "Hey, this check, this fiat currency, or this check, this money is
Mm-hmm.
only for brown skinned people,
And you wouldn't have that many brown skinned people. You would only have Africans receiving that. So these
bro."
niggas running around here talking about some they descendants of slaves and they don't have no proof. They
I
ain't
ain't
getting
talking about
shit.
I ain't talking about the African American. I'm talking about. I'm general. This is a generalized statement that I'm making, bro.
I know, but you're putting a fabrication out there, because the only reason why you will receive reparations is if you were a descendant of a slave, and you ain't
No,
got no
that's what I
proof.
said. I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Let's just say, okay, take somebody that's an Aboriginal, a claim that they have, Cherokee blood in their
Mm-hmm.
family. Like when I say economical degradation, they land might have been, taken,
Yeah.
a contract. somebody might have not held up to under a contract or oral contract. They'll say, "Hey, man, all these people that have been redlined, put through economical degradation, put through racial degradation, you qualify for this check."
Yeah.
I'm not particularly. I'm not saying specifically these African Americans or somebody that wants to claim that they have slave ancestors. I'm saying like
So you're
it's a
talking about
general
like a
statement.
stimulus check
Right,
or a PPP loan.
right.
And what does that require, brother? The
I just
stimulus
told you, bro. I
the
just
stimulus check didn't require anything. The
Lord, I just
PPP
told
loan
you, bro.
required
Lord,
PPP. Go
do you
ahead.
listen? Do you listen, bro? Listen.
Yeah, and I'm analyzing it and
I'm
I'm
saying the
interpreting it.
people that would the people listen to me, bro. I'm articulating to you one more time. The
Okay.
people that will qualify to get this reparations check, including people that say that they have African ancestors or slave ancestors. We can include them, but also the people that saying, "Hey, man, we indigenous here, we Aboriginal here." Those people too that say their ancestors might have been put through economical degradation, man. They might have
Mm-hmm.
had economical discrimination due to the color of their skin or their lineage. They
Yeah.
will qualify to get the check too. So
Okay.
it's a generalized statement. I'm saying everybody, every brown skin person. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So everybody gets the check, right? Everybody gets the check. That means that we ain't got to prove any of this shit. So just give me the check. Fuck it. So are you saying, well, I turn the check down? No, because you know who paying for the check? I am. I'm a taxpayer. The government don't make its own money. They don't sell goods. We do.
Hey, listen, ain't not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Got a question for you. You can come up here and ask him if you want, bro. Y'all can have a discussion about it, bro. Or read the screen. Not a coincidence. Got a question for you, but then you can answer my
Yeah,
question.
I read it. Why do you need proof that your family was enslaved? The same reason why you need proof to prove that your people own the land. It's called a deed, my boy. You guys are taking pride in ownership in something that you have no proof of actually, occurred, and the time frames don't match up, bro. So if you got a piece of land and you trying to hold on to that shit and you don't want nobody to take it, you formulate your own deed to prove ownership. So that's why you would need to prove this. You guys are claiming that this has a value in it, and the value is a reparation for the time that was served, like almost like, some type of bill that's owed. So if the bill is owed, you got to show the use of the commodity, which means if your family was the commodity, then if you don't have no proof, then you don't have no claim. And I know that sounds bad, but people just want to trauma bond with each other and say, yeah, my people were slaves. But they don't have no recollection of who these people were, where they was enslaved at, or if the slavery ever happened or occurred. I mean, we can all come together and say we suffered through something, man. But unless you have an actual account and record of this shit and, the scars to prove it, then, there's no suffering. It's called receipts. I thought we knew that. But they try to make it seem like if you don't agree with it, you're insensitive, you ain't black, and all that shit, man. Well, I never claimed to be any of that shit anyway. So it is what it is. Let's see what else. I don't read the chat too much. The
But she said
1700,
give
1700s,
us the proof.
the census never were out until 1790, sister. There was no 1700 census. And if you do have a 1700 census, it's a fabrication. Census is started in 1790, a whole 90 years after that time frame you're given. There is no 1700 census. I'm sorry.
So I'm saying, like I said, bro, you said that you would accept the check. That
Yeah,
you would jump at the chance, to get that reparations check. But then you're saying that people don't deserve these type of, these type of being compensated.
nah,
You know,
people don't need it. People don't need it.
so you're saying people don't need it. They don't
People
need to
don't
be
need it.
compensated.
We didn't need the stimulus checks during COVID, did we? But we took them anyway. People didn't need
So,
them PPP
so are you
loans,
in
but they
agreement
they
that,
took them
well,
anyway.
I'm gonna ask you, bro. I'm gonna ask you this.
Mhm.
So are you in agreement that, so-called black people, black and brown people, built up this nation, bro? Do you agree with that?
Of course, it's everywhere you look. Our
Okay, do you
our
feel like,
fingerprint
do
is
you
on
feel
all
like that
that
some
shit.
people are old that, just because, you built something up, and somebody else come to tear it down, and they put you through degradation in your own shit that you built up. You feel like some people like that don't deserve,
Oh
what's
yeah, they
old
do.
for 'em? It's not even
But
it's
that's
not even
not
that people deserve it. I agree with what somebody put in the chat. Somebody made a statement in the chat earlier saying we really don't deserve it. It's just old to us, right? And that's not saying say somebody's a bum. You just looking for a government handout. No, bro, it's past due. Because like we were saying, like I was conveying to the chat or the panel earlier, Japanese people were compensated. They were given a form of reparations.
no, they weren't given a form
Yes,
of
they were. Yes,
reparation.
they
They
were.
were
Yes, they
given
were.
pensions and annuities, bro. See, what you
Russians,
calling a pension and an annuity is totally different from reparations.
but
They were
then
given a
somebody,
form of
but then
restitution, which
on a
is a
mic,
pension and
listen,
a
bro,
reparation.
on a micro level, there are
Mhm.
different compensations and subsidies, government subsidies that we can get that we people qualify for.
Yes,
I'm
we
saying like,
qualify for pensions and annuities, brother, not reparations. And there are some people that their family worked for 20, 30 years and didn't get nothing in return. And they have a right to claim that. Like a lot of these people whose family served in the military, they don't realize that they still can claim a pension because fraud has no statute of limitations. See what I'm saying? And they didn't receive anything in return. That's why today we have the DOD regulations that state that if you have 18 months in the military, just 18 months, we're talking about a year and 6 months, that when you get to retirement age, which is the age of 62, you can receive a pension for the rest of your life based on that 18 months. You don't have to do 20 years. You don't have to do any of it. And that's because of this whole reparations talk. And when they broke it down, they realized that they owe these people pensions and annuities. But ain't nobody claiming that because everybody
but I'm
afraid.
saying like you said that you would jump at the chance to get that. But
Hmm?
like I said, you see, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like to me that you're anti reparations. But if that did materialize or came to fruition, you would gladly take that 200,000. Let's just say they gave every so-called black family 200,000 each. You would take, but in the same breath, you're saying that you're anti-reparation.
It wouldn't be
Right?
for reparations, it would be for pensions and annuities.
You said
That's what it
pensions
would
and
be for.
annuities. I get that.
Pensions, pensions and annuities, yes.
But
Because my family did
expound on that, a
work.
little bit. Expound on that, bro. Go, elaborate on that a little bit more.
All right, my family did work for this country their entire lives. And a lot of my grandparents and stuff like that didn't get a retirement when they reached retirement age, meaning they didn't get no social security, they didn't get no annuity from their job, from the people that they worked for, and that's old because that built up this nation. Just like right now, if you get a government job, guess what? You work for fucking 5 years there, you'll get a retirement. Just 5 years, man. And I don't care what the job is. It could be culinary. It could be, landscaping. It could be any type of job that involves being a civil servant, a public servant, or a government servant. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I would take the money because I have family that worked for this nation for years. But they're not just going to give that to you. You're going to have to petition for that. And that's what a lot of people don't want to do. They don't want to go and petition about these pensions and annuities because then they have to have written documentation stating that their loved ones served and didn't receive anything in return. And that shouldn't be that hard, man, if your people legitimately, were from here. Now it was an obligation back in the day, a personal obligation to serve in the military back in the day. And it was still a voluntary service back then, just like it is right now. But we don't serve like we used to. We despise that shit. So we're setting our kids up for, these claims that other people like these foreigners are going to be able to claim. Because a lot of these foreigners are coming over here and they putting in work, joining the military for citizenship, and then they not retiring, and their kids are turning around and they're claiming these pensions and annuities on their behalf. And like I said, fraud, it doesn't have a statute of limitations. The
I got
sister
you. I see what
said
you're saying, bro.
they have
If
a
anybody,
they have
if
a
anybody want to come
reparation
up,
task board. No, it's a reparations
like,
task force.
if anybody want to come up, the link is in the chat. This nigga, what's his name? Damn, she don't have business cash app. This nigga, y'all was still in the back. Give me a second, y'all. Damn.
A lot of these people that's spreading around this information about reparations, y'all think that are actually with you guys, but they know deep down inside that they keeping you from the real, compensation that's supposed to be given to you. Because ain't none of them said anything about a pension. Ain't none of them said that. And that's in law. Ain't no reparations in law, man. But there's pensions and annuities that's in law. You know how they say that Indian is in law, but it's only in the commerce section? They fail to tell you that it's only in the commerce section. It ain't got nothing to do with rights, representation, or none of that shit. It's only in the commerce section. You have the right to sell your goods here on this land. But they ain't gonna tell you that these people wanted to be their own nation, so they didn't have to pay any of the money that they make here back to the government as a citizen. That's why they did it. So they forego the taxes so they could just create their own environment. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But these people that are selling this shit about reparations know there's a futile fucking effort, because they've been doing it for so long. They're not gonna just change their mind about this shit. And you see, we done got black people in the office into these fucking congressional fucking seats, because the people that's running the reparations task force is the Congressional Black Caucus. They're the ones that's in control of it. They are the Congress members that make laws and pass fucking policy. Why haven't they made a law or passed a policy saying that reparations is a real thing and we deserve it? Because they know that it can't be proved. So why would they go out their way? And these are black people. Why would they go out their way to try and get you something that them themselves know that they can't get? But we are so caught up in this word reparations. It's like solidified throughout history in our psyche. People are like, reparations means they need to repay us, or we need to repair something. No, man. It ain't got nothing to do with that. Reparations ain't something you earned. A pension is. But they're not gonna tell you that. And all of our people that worked for this country, that built the roads and the buildings and sat on the government seats and shit like that, and were law enforcement firefighters and scientists and doctors and shit, they worked for money, but they also worked for a livelihood for their family and for themselves. And if you're looking at generational wealth, it can't go no further than a pension or annuity. And that's for the rest of your life, man. But only one generation can claim it. So did your generation already? Did one of your family generations already claim the shit? So you feel like you can't claim it now? So now let's just.
And look what Hard Rock Truth put in the chat. He said black people will waste any money coming from the government. We are a big joke. But listen, man. I said, listen. I said the same thing earlier. I said I didn't say it in that way. I said, listen, if you're gonna say that so-called black people are gonna go buy fucking cars and put big rims on them and do all this other dumb shit. What about hold on, what about white people? What about the poor white trash that's living in the trailer park? What would they do with that money? They go probably go get high on meth. What about the upper
Same
middle
thing.
class? Hold on, what about the upper middle class white people? They gonna take their goddamn golf cart and trick it out. So I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't get that, man.
There was somebody on Smoke Channel last night asked Haru, if he get 400 acres, what he gonna do with it? He said he gonna put some tiny homes on it and rent them out. You know what I'm saying? He gonna do that to 400 acres. Most of these people have these unrealistic expectations. It takes work and effort and time to work that much land. These people just want to get the land just to say they have the land. Same thing with these people that want reparations, just to say they got it. They're gonna blow it anyway. They blow the money that they make with their blood, sweat, and tears. What do you think they're gonna do with money that you give it to them for freely? So my thing is this right here.
At that point, it really wouldn't matter what somebody would do with their money, bro. Because think about people like we said, Japanese people that got these reparations, and German, whoever got reparations besides so-called black people, what they fucked the money off too. So that's kind of like hypocrisy to say, hey man, what y'all don't deserve it, you're gonna fuck it off anyway. You think they didn't fuck the money off?
Well, that's their business. You know what I'm saying? Just like it's our business too. But you see what what's the name says about the dollar amount? How
You know,
much reparations do motherfuckers want? You ask them, how do they put the efforts of their relatives in the past on a dollar today? And I guarantee it's unrealistic. Just like everything else we do is really unrealistic because we don't put too much thought behind it. We got a lot of kids pretending to be adults, and that's what's really holding us back. But we'll get it eventually. There's going to be a group of people that come along that really see shit the way it really is and step up to the plate. Because right now we kind of dropping the ball. We let people come in here and cosplay us, and then turn around and say we're the originals, but we don't even know the difference between a fake and an original. You know
after
what I'm
study,
saying?
you can share your screen, bro. I'm not on my laptop. You can share your screen and pull that up if you want, bro. That publication or that document, whatever you have.
It's a lot of work, man, to make things right for generations. And we have a lot of people that don't want to put in the work. So I know it sounds revolutionary that reparations will be a great thing, but man, bro, you know how long they've been talking about reparations? Before I was born. I was born in the 70s. They were talking about reparations before I was born, man. And even back then, they didn't take it serious. You know why? Because everybody was doing their own thing. The only reason why we hear so much shit about it and people are so polarized is because information is traveling so fast these days. So when they say we're gonna have a reparation bill, back in the day, it would have took them fucking 9 months to get 1,000 motherfuckers to hear that news via newspaper, via radio. Nowadays, everybody hears it at the same time. We're talking about millions of motherfuckers. So they feel entitled. But that's not how it works. There's a difference. We have rules and regulations that have to go about. We have a system of laws that has to be satisfied. Just like the shit where we discovered that these codes do not exist, that these people are talking about. Black codes don't exist. Jim Crow laws don't exist. They're not docket. They're not on the docket. They're not on any fucking state's constitution. They're not on any state's code of federal regulations or codified code list. There's none of this shit on any of that stuff. But people still say it as if there is. And they say it with conviction. So a lot of motherfuckers is like excited about that. Like the misinterpretation of a sundown town. When I told a motherfucker what a sundown town was, they was like, "Oh, you lying. Sundown town means you can't be caught off the dark if you a black person." I'm like, man, you can go to any motherfucking place where black people live, man, and they come and go wherever the fuck they want to go. But then you look into the meaning of these terms before we're using them as a racism. Like sundown towns before they were used as racism, was a town that stopped selling alcohol after dark. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody have heard of dry counties where they don't sell no alcohol at all. Well, some towns, they didn't sell alcohol when the sun went down because that was one of their charters. But you tell people shit like that, the logic doesn't fit. And then we fall back into this emotional loophole where motherfuckers is like, no, it was because they want to lynch us. Well, how you ain't getting lynched then? You know so much about it. You live down there, but ain't no Klan kicking your door, lynch your people, do none of that shit. None of your friends or relatives either. Just only a select, special few motherfuckers get treated like this. Well, damn, man. I guess there's no balance in the universe. There's just only certain people get fucked over, huh? And that's what I don't understand, man. We'll quote shit like that and don't even have no clue. People are getting it though. They especially getting it with the shit of recent. How they deciphered that the bombings that these people talked about over there in Israel and over there in Iran was fabricated. Imagine that. Trump got to come on TV and say fuck and make everything seem like it's real. And they don't know what the fuck they're doing. People was like, "Ooh, Trump mean business." Man, get the fuck out of here. Trump is an actor. An Emmy, what they call it? An Emmy recommended actor. I think he got nominated for an Emmy or some type of award for that show he was acting in, The Apprentice. Yeah, we talking about a nigga that got awarded for his faking. And y'all think he ain't faking right now as POTUS? Come on, man. Put our thinking caps on.
Yeah, I agree with that, Loyal, man. I say that all the time. I was telling my dad the other day when we having a conversation about Trump because he was like giving so much validity to what Trump says and does. And I said Trump's a fucking actor. I said he played in Home Alone. So think
Yeah.
about it. He was in the movie Home Alone, man. I said if they gave what's the name of that kid?
Macaulay Culkin.
Macaulay Culkin. I said if they gave him the president. If he became president right now, would people take that motherfucker serious? Hell no. It's okay then. Why would you take Trump? They was in the same movie. Why would you take? All right, cool. Come
I
on,
know,
man.
huh? All right, that's what you got to say sometime, man. Because some people and I hate to say this, man. It's usually the older folks that's kind of stuck in these delusions, and they refuse to budge. Mm-mm. It's not
Yeah,
worth it, man.
Trump's a whole puppet, man. Every sitting U.S. president, Harry Truman, Kennedy, Franklin Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt, you name them, were all puppets, man. All puppets, man. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Trump is just a damn used car salesman actor, man. Like you said, he got an Oscar. What did he get?
He got a Emmy Award nomination.
You mean tell me somebody they got an Emmy? He's supposedly running a country now. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, man. But I'm reading the chat because I was wondering, you were putting up you were pinning those things up on the screen, and I see that people are still they got a lot to say, but they can't come up here and say it, man, because they're afraid that somebody or refute it. Like what's the name? Patricia King says these towns did exist. It's documented. That's why we had the Green Book. What is the Green Book? Explain that to us. See how they create these terms, or these terms exist that some people don't know about? You ever heard of the Green Book?
Yeah, nigga, they got a whole
T-Bone?
movie. They got a whole movie based on the Green Book, bro.
Thank you. They got a whole movie.
Oh shit.
How you base something that's true on a movie or make a movie about it and we consider it fact. He said the same thing about The Color Purple and Roots and 12 Years a Slave too, huh? It's a shame, man. We could be led around by our noses, man. It's a shame. Don't you want to be free? Be a free thinker. Use that brain that the Creator gave you to be able to think about complex situations and and topics and be able to have your own conclusions based on the evidence given to you. Now, if this stuff existed, right? The Green Book, if it actually was based off of real events, real things that happened, laws and policies that were put into government to be enforced by other people, then you would be able to find this stuff right now in these laws. You would be able to find the codes, the statutes, the FRCs, the Code of Federal Regulations. You'd be able to find this stuff. But why we can't find it? Because it doesn't exist. This is a perception that people are putting out, and a lot of people believe that perception is reality. Perception is
Yeah,
not
it
reality,
was a
man.
map that told you that it was a map that told you where to travel and stay. Yeah, I seen that. You can look that up though. That was an actual book though, Lloyd.
So
That
there
they
was
had.
a map that somebody created to show you where only black people can travel and where they can stay. You know what that sounds like to me? You know how Masons say they can go to any city and any town and clothing?
Right. I'm trying to figure out how to send this goddamn voice, man. This shit be tripping, man.
Yeah, my shit's tripping too right now.
Yeah.
I keep
I did a
losing
job
sound.
yesterday, and this woman has yet to pay me, man. So she said I can do my invoice, but this shit be tripping.
Yeah, you gotta do invoice, my boy. That's how you keep track of shit.
I mean,
See,
yeah,
why they don't
I've
do
been having,
invoices on these
no,
laws?
hold on. I've been having invoice for like since I've been in business, bro. So a lot of my payments, I do via my invoice. That's the best way. That's like the second best way for me to get paid besides just straight up hard cash, man. Because I keep track
Man,
of all my payments
you
too that
gotta
way.
cover your ass, man. You gotta CYA yourself up in this here world, man. You can't leave anything to chance nowadays. Technology and fraudulent shit is occurring on grand scales around this bitch. You know, it's all about
It's not,
what you can
what the
prove.
fuck's wrong with this goddamn thing, man? Hold on, bring me a second.
Yeah. But when there's opportunities for people to come up on panels and voice their opinion, this is the time that you guys should do this stuff because right now it's really calm up here, and you're able to come up here and say stuff that nobody will object or give you the time to say it and then rebut it afterwards. So I see you guys in the chat and stuff like that, man. But y'all seem like y'all got a lot to say, and I'm pretty sure True Zone will allow you guys up here so you can say it. I know y'all keyboard warriors, but sometimes we gotta stand up and use our voices, our big girl and big boy voices. You know, I have a hard time with expressing myself when around a lot of people too, because I don't like public speaking, because I don't like making a public spectacle of myself. But I make the time to communicate with people, especially my people, because we don't agree on too much shit. You know what I'm saying? And when we do agree on things, it's usually like fuckery type shit. So I want to see, us agree on shit more than just the fuck shit. That's why I take the time. Plus, I'm getting up there in age, and I feel like, I've done my part. Now I want to, do the other part. And some of the most valuable shit I ever received was some good advice.
What's up, Country Ray, bro? She said she's not running for you, bro. What's up, man?
Who's not running from me? I'm still hanging around, man. I'm just
No,
listening.
somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat said,
Dude been up here cooking, man, and he just kind of repeating a lot of shit that I said already. So, I'm just glad he's saying it in his way, and it's very clear what he's saying. So I'm just commending dude, and I ain't really gotta say much. He's saying a lot. So
Yeah, we
I
should
agree.
resonate with the truth. We should repeat the truth more than we do the fuck shit, because I hear a lot of people repeating the fuck shit over and over and over again. But nobody actually pick up on the truth and commend people for what they say and reiterate on that shit. We should be doing that, man.
And I'm with him. Like I was saying earlier, hold on, I'm on this Call of Duty. Let me turn it off. I'm saying earlier, like in the
Playing them
14th
zombies.
Amendment, they addressed us. We don't want to take claim to they say it word for word. The indigenous people are outside the jurisdiction of the United States. So they addressed us. How many times in history do they
somebody,
repeat?
hold on. Somebody was in the back. Whoever was in the back, you can hit the link again. I'll let you up. My bad.
How many times do they reiterate that part of the Constitution, even though we're addressed? It's almost like a side note, like you gotta look for it. But if they repeated it, reiterated it, we would vibrate with it. It's only mentioned and you gotta catch it. That's how they do us. We gotta catch it. If we don't catch it, it go over our head.
Do you
So when they
think that?
said,
My bad.
go ahead. No, I'm saying when they said that there's the United States, and they're also acknowledging there is another nation here. Then I'm saying where it disappeared at is through documentation, misclassification. That's where that nation disappeared. It didn't get destroyed. They weren't killed like that, although it did happen over the history, but they weren't killed off from some war or an invasion of somebody coming here killing 12 million Indians. And they're replacing those 12 million Indians with 12 million Africans. That is just a switcheroo of the name game. They're calling the 12 million Indians 12 million Africans, and they created a story of how those people who have been reclassified got here. And they're running with it because that makes the big part about all this is making the indigenous people immigrants to their own land. How did they do that? Through misclassification. It took a pen to make us forget. And reiterating the same stories through school, through holidays, through that is not celebration. That is for the indigenous people to forget and go along with the program. It's always been, it won't work unless the Black people of America go along with it. So we not understanding the crimes that they came up with because we're not criminal people. We're being labeled that through the 13th Amendment. But we're not the criminals that they want to portray us to be. That's where we lose our rights because we're considered this criminal, this crime committer, this lawbreaker, when the laws don't even apply to us. But we don't have no protocol per se, which is code for when we're asked these questions, right? They're law questions. Where are you going? Where's your ID? We don't know the protocol for the indigenous person to answer that question. We know the protocol for the U.S. citizen because that's what we were taught. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's if they don't enforce the law, like I was saying, a lot of shit I said, but do reiterate it, but I'm going to go back over it. Even when I asked if this is a blood neighborhood, would you wear blue in it? That is not in the Constitution. That is just common sense because of what has happened to the people that wear blue in that neighborhood. They're going to enforce that law. So we can enforce any laws that we come up with if we're going to enforce them. Other than that, you're just talking about, oh, this is a law. we wrote it on paper. All right, what you gonna do if somebody break that law? What's the protocol if somebody doesn't follow that law? Right? They enforce the shit on us because they put that enforcing shit behind what they're saying, which is the guns, the CBs, the cars. They're going to enforce it. Not that you got to follow it. They got to come enforce taking you to jail. That's what they're saying. We don't have nothing protocol wise on code that we should, because the reason why we're not mentioned other than there's another indigenous nation here because we're separate. We're supposed to have our own records. We're supposed to have our own laws. They're not going to mention it in their stuff. They already said we're separate. So if we're going to bring up what laws it is, that's on us to bring it up. They're not going to bring it up. It doesn't favor them. Nothing that doesn't favor them, they're not going to implement. That's why the laws always favor them. That's why there's always loopholes. They get caught with coke, which is purer than crack, right? Crack is mixed with baking powder, let's say. That should be less potent than the coke. But you get less time because white people get caught with coke, right? Black crack is in the black neighborhood. Whether they're using or selling, you're going to jail. Right? White people get probation. We get 20 years to life for getting caught with contraband. Nothing killing nobody like they do. Not shooting people down that's unarmed. All these laws, we see them break it. You just killed an indigenous man and you didn't have to. What enforces the law to say you can't do that? If they're not going to enforce it for us, they're not going to go out and get them. They're going to get them off and say they did their job, which was to do that. That was their job.
Bro.
Because go ahead.
Highway or Freeway Rick Ross, bro. How long did that man transport drugs from Texas to California? Do you know? You know how many people went
really,
down because
I don't.
Okay, because I know that for a fact this man has been getting away with this shit longer than the time frame that they said this. Now, he couldn't have done that if he didn't have pull in government in these states. Because traveling with stuff across state lines and not getting arrested for it took the greasing of other people's palms with money that he was selling drugs with. And the reason why I say that is because bro, we got to be realistic on how this shit works. Crack don't get no stricter punishment just because black people selling it and white people not. White people, Mexicans that was selling crack, they got the same amount of time we did. It was the crack, brother, that was the difference between coke and crack cocaine. It had nothing to do with them targeting.
Is cocaine more pure than crack? As far as what the drug is, why
it's
isn't
all
it?
the same thing.
If it's produced with baking powder, it's rocked up because of the baking powder.
Yeah.
So it makes it more. It's a filler. It fills in that gap.
Bro, that country, they done gave every ethnicity a drug. They gave white people milk, bro. When I moved up, when we moved from the inner city out like towards the suburbs, yeah.
Did they really, or did the people choose this drug of choice?
Because how many black people you know on meth?
Before,
I'm not saying it ain't.
Before,
I'm not saying they not.
People up for drugs, we was the ones with the most marijuana charges.
So what became an epidemic? The meth. Not because black people were dying and getting on it. It became an epidemic because white people are addicted to it.
Hold on. Crack was an epidemic too. What are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about meth. We was talking about meth. How many niggas you know are meth addicts?
I don't know no meth addicts, tell you the truth. I don't know no crackheads right now, tell you the truth. But what I'm saying is that these things have different titles because of the time frames that they located in. The war on drug created a lot of this shit. And that was because some of these politicians' family members were coming down with addictions and they were dying because of it and they wanted to make an impact. Don't you know that Ronald Reagan, He had family that was on drugs, that was on coke and shit like that. That's why he wanted the
Why do you
war on
care what
drugs
these people that have been destroying our community, it affects
because of
them? Why
these
do you care?
terms, brother, that you're using. They created these terms because of these incidents.
Why are you
See,
eliminating the racism, the systematic injustice judicial system we got that mainly niggas get caught up in? Why do you keep making excuses like we all one people? Like black people, white people, Chinese people, we all
I'm not
Americans.
making excuses,
And we
brother.
stand here
I
telling
think you're
you
making a fabrication when you say shit like
we
that. I
are
don't want you to be a liar.
exclusively from this land. We're exclusive to that. That is nothing we're sharing. No matter how long you've been here, no matter how many kids you got here, at the end of the day, you came here as an immigrant. What changed? We would never make a law that when y'all keep saying we, like we did this, we went to Vietnam. No, we fought in that, but was the war, did we go because of something that we were mad about? Black people?
Bro, it was a
Did
voluntary
Vietnam people do
service, man.
anything to us?
It's been a
Did
voluntary
anybody that
service
we
all
fought in
along.
the world do anything to black people of
It's a
America?
voluntary service, brother. They did it for money.
Bro, you keep negating that we're separate and they're using us. You keep negating. We didn't have no fight over there. We didn't have no fight anywhere. That's their people,
No
where
American
they
had a
came
fight over
from.
there, bro. That was
Bro,
all
listen, bro.
political,
I'm
man.
not gonna be
Turn
up here.
down.
Listen, bro. I'm so goddamn pro black, man. You know how many white people went over there and died? What in the name of America, bro? And you mentioned this about money. No, it was a resource grab. Every foreign war mainly is a resource grab, bro. Money, yeah, in some cases, but primarily it's about resources, loyal. And he said that black people.
That's money.
I'm talking about
But
real
what were we
resources.
warring
Minus
with
the PI
people
term.
that
Hold
we
on,
didn't
bro.
have no business with? We didn't
I'm
have
not
no
talking about
dealings
PI
with.
term. I'm talking about resources, oil, opiates, resources, bro. Come on, loyal.
Bro, have you been to Korea? I have. I'm gonna tell you right now, them people ain't got shit over there.
What did they do to us and they ain't got nothing? As black Americans in America minding our own business, what did any of these people in these wars have to do with us?
Bro, it
What did
was a
we, all right, when
job.
we won,
Black
why
Americans
did
joined the
we,
military for money, bro. They joined the
listen,
military
we're
for a
not all
job.
Americans. There's immigrants and then there's
Well, you
people
be
that are
what you want to be,
indigenous to
man.
America.
You be what you
What
want to
did
be.
they do to us? Separate
Bro,
from any other race,
listen,
just
man.
black Americans.
He said these people. Listen, bro. One of them white dudes that went over there and fought for their country in the name of freedom, of democracy. You can't tell me they're not an American. They gonna be like, no, I'm a fucking American, man. I'm gonna hop on a grenade for America, man. I'm a fucking American,
But
man.
he fought his own cousin and then gave him reparations for
See
starting a fight
this
with
shit
him.
right here. Look, this is the shit I'm talking about, man. You want to make it to be so fucking one-sided and racist that you don't
And
even
you
see
want to make it this
that you
melting
telling a
pot
lie, bro.
that all humans are the same. It's not fair
I
because
did
we
not say
niggas.
that, brother. I did
We're
not
not,
say
it's
that.
not fair. If God wanted it to be fair, everybody would look
Oh
the
my
same,
goodness. So
build,
that means
same
lie about it. That
language.
means lie about it because it's not fair. Because that's what you're
I'm not,
doing. You're
I'm
lying.
saying
You're
we
flat
got the
out lying,
advantage
dog.
because we're black. We got the
Man, you
advantage.
ain't got no advantage for shit,
Here
dog. What,
you
your
go, bro. My
melanin?
skin is an advantage, bro.
Man, get out of here. Your skin ain't saving you from shit, bro. What your
It's
skin
saving
saving you
me from
from?
UV rays, nigga.
Don't you know you need UV rays, boy?
Yeah, it absorbs it, nigga. We process
Everybody's
sunlight
skin
different
absorbs
than they
UV
do.
rays.
We
Everybody's
is
skin absorbs
scientific, bro.
UV
We
rays.
process sunlight different
Man,
than
I swear.
anybody else.
The pseudo runs deep in you, man. The pseudo.
Bro, I asked you a
Not the
simple question.
pseudo, the pseudo.
Black people in America, what did some Vietnam people in
You ain't got no
Vietnam do
special
to
powers from
us?
no melanin, man. I'm telling
Why
you.
are you not answering the
Let me,
question, bro?
let me ask
What
him a
did
question.
they
Hold
do
on,
to us?
cut right, chill, bro, chill. Listen, I want to ask you a question, bro. Since you saying that our melanin, us being so-called black, comes with benefits. So you're saying that we can absorb heat. We have not eat the hair, right? And we're dominant. We have some type of spiritual superiority over others, right? That's what you're saying, bro. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to like get clarity on what you're saying.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes. It's not
Okay,
fair. That's why they mad. It's not fair that black people have all these gifts and they can just watch and try to emulate us.
So what power does your hair give you that 9 ether hair?
I'm not talking about hair, bro. I'm asking you,
Okay,
what
what power does the
what
melanin
did
give you?
World War I, the Russians or whoever, what did they do to us?
Hey, cut your rate, bro. Respectfully, my nigga, you got to answer my question, bro. I asked you, like, what powers does our melanin give us over others, bro? If they have some type of inferiority,
We're faster. The Olympics show that we are supremely faster. 100-meter dash.
right,
You're
what does
not
the
even going to be
melanin do?
on the
What is
picture.
the
You're
I'm
not even going
saying,
to be on the camera.
right? What does the non-ether hair do? What like? How does that make? What superpower does that give you? What does that give? What type of advantage does that give you over others, bro? Go ahead, you got it.
Black people have intuition.
God
they
damn.
might not follow their gut, but that shit get picked up. You get told spiritually, if you got that discernment, if you got that over you, you get told the right decision to make. Do you follow it? That's the discernment. Do you listen to yourself or do you listen to others? Because yourself gonna tell you the truth. You're not gonna lie to yourself. You shouldn't.
People
You
lie to
know you
themselves
should do
every day,
things.
brother.
You know, oh, I should go to sleep because I gotta wake up at 7. No, you want to stay up, kick it, smoke blunts, and watch movies. You told yourself, you knew that, like, damn, if I stay up, I'm gonna be tired. But what do?
That's
You got that.
any
I'm saying,
responsible.
listen,
That's
bro.
any responsible person.
Hold on, bro. You country rave. You my nigga, bro. You're not answering the question because I heard somebody else say that we're carbonated beings. So-called black people we are carbonated beings, and other people have sulfur-based skin. We have this non-ether hair. So does that make me having non-ether hair and having all this melanin? Can I ask or reject quicker than somebody that don't have as much melanin as I do?
I'm saying
What are the
it
benefits?
matters. It does benefit you as far as creativity. It benefits you as far as what you can actually do versus somebody having to get you to do it.
Damn,
right? For example, NBA basketball, right? It will not sell if it wasn't no niggas in it. I don't care who's playing. We not gonna watch it because we want to see something incredible. We don't want to see niggas underhanded
I asked
throwing
somebody.
baskets.
Another brother was conveying to me that we have non-ether hair, we have all this melanin, this neuromelanin, we have this DEA, this deoxyribonucleic acid. He's saying that we got superpowers. That's what he told me. It was A1 matter of fact. Man, we got superpowers. That's okay then. Me having this melanin, can I pick up a school bus? Can I?
Let me ask you this: if your daughter was trapped under that bus, would you find a way to get that bus off of her?
I'm saying,
or would you just be like, I can't do it?
I'm
There's
saying that's
nothing
my
I can
melanin.
think
You
of.
can't do it. I
My
don't care how
melanin,
much
my
you want to.
non-ether hair, would that give me the strength and the power to pick up that school bus?
No.
I'm gonna say it's gonna give you the ingenuity, the ideal of what you need to do based on the scenario.
The delusion is deep.
I think you're gonna get into something real scientific on what you need to do because you're gonna have to figure it out.
You're gonna
and
get
ain't nobody else gonna figure it out for you.
Or a winch or a jack.
Or your daughter just died under the bus. You just gave up once you saw the bus on her, like, I can't lift that.
No,
she like, Daddy,
use your
help
mind.
me.
You're gonna use your brain.
Okay.
You're gonna jack that bitch up to get it off of her.
Something, you're gonna do something though.
That ain't got nothing to do with your skin color though, brother.
Bro, he just asked me a question. Can he lift the bus up? I'm telling him, nigga, you better.
Some of the best shooters in basketball, like you said, are not black people, man.
And the best shooters in basketball are black people.
No, we got some of the best shooters in basketball.
Who scored the most points in the NBA?
Hold on. Person King, she put it in the chat. She said we can access and tap into portals that other groups cannot access. So me having this neuromelanin, being a non-ether being,
illusion,
I can access all the portals in this realm just because I have this, this non-ether genetics, DEA, deoxyribonucleic acid, non-ether hair, and so on. I can ask, reject, and get to all. I can just go through all these portals that a Chinese man can't go through, man. That's what's up, man. Damn.
These
I got
niggas
it
think
made.
they can go into a porthole now.
I got it. No, look, I get it. No, loyal. I got it made, nigga. I got 9. I'm a 9 ether being, bro. I got this fucking this melanin, this motherfucking what's it called? What they call it? This neuromelanin, man. I can astral
I'm just
project faster. I can get to the star constellation of Zelanthia quicker than anybody can. I only got access to this star constellation.
But if
Nobody
you
else does.
already did that, didn't you already do that? If you already traveled to Africa before they traveled to America, didn't you already do that way before them?
What proof do you have of that?
Bro, the food that's over there, we talked about this earlier.
Brother,
Right? You
man.
can't get around that. There's no let's skip over that. There's no
Okay,
let's
so
all right, I'm gonna
okay.
talk about something else then.
Okay. No,
There's out of
talk about the food. Talk
648
about the food.
foods, 600 of them come from originate. If you know what indigenous to America.
All right, so look, hold on. If they originated, that means that they began at a certain point. So when did these beginnings start?
My G, you want me to cover something, right? That I gotta use. I gotta
This is why the shit's a double-edged sword, man.
I gotta
This is why it's a
deduce
double-edged
information,
sword.
right? All right. So, for example, let's talk about the transatlantic slave trade, like you were saying earlier, right?
Hold on, let me get this
What we do know, and what we do have records on is that immigrants were coming to America.
Hold on, man. I gotta mute that nigga. One more thing, bro. Listen, we all know that there's a lot of so-called black men locked up here in America, bro. There's a lot of brown-skinned people locked up here. If we're able to access portals and all this other shit, how come none of them can get out of jail? How come none of them can just teleport to a portal and go to another dimension?
Yeah, Malachi.
You going
Malachi
somewhere
York
that
said
I
he gonna
can't
do that shit.
go with you right now, and I'm trying to stay somewhere logical. You said somebody else
None of
brought
this
that
shit
up,
is
and then you
logical,
asked
bro.
me about
None of it.
and I'm just telling you, off of the information that we are looking straight at, we are different. I named sports, right? I named our body type. I named our culture, right? You keep going to something else like you want something miraculously, and the information's right there.
No, man.
Right.
Come on,
and if
man.
I was to be biased, I would say if I was God and I was sitting back and I'm looking at everybody, I'm like, them niggas can do that, do some shit.
You definitely biased.
Like I don't see nobody else doing this shit. I see everybody else copying it.
Yes, creations though, brother. That has nothing miracle or miraculous or magical about it. Those are creations.
Okay, but we're all right, I'm gonna tell you some magic. Let me tell you some magic. Agricultural science, right? That's where our real medicine come from, right? We knew like I knew an old man that could walk outside and spot some peppermint just growing, just off the leaf structure. They can identify plants.
I can do that too.
Okay, but that comes from our history of this land.
No, it doesn't.
How long
brother.
have
it comes
we
from training,
bruh?
It comes from learning.
You keep trying to assimilate yourself into this world boiling pot when there was not a boiling pot here when America was great.
Brother, what I'm trying to tell you is that my great-great-grandmother ain't got shit to do with what I'm doing right now.
She got everything that you wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for her.
Nigga, I would have been born as some other
Thank
grandmother.
her, my nigga.
I would have been born as some other great-grandmother.
You wouldn't be you, my nigga. That's like me telling my kid. That's like me telling my kids, damn, if I'd have made it to college and played D1 college like I should have, you will be here. I'm gonna meet a different chick. We're gonna have a different baby. It ain't gonna be the same baby I got.
College. Hold on. If it was your grandmother, you should have played D1 college. So it's her fault you didn't play?
No, nigga, I chose not to because I didn't want to get caught up in that Diddy shit.
Exactly,
Nigga, all these niggas getting caught up in because they going for the money. They going for the money.
Everything you are is your choice, man. You over here trying to make it seem like your great-great-grandmother made the choices for you to learn and not learn something, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with you, man.
Look, they had to do exactly everything they did for me to be here. If they did anything different, if one person in that long line of my lineage met another person that they didn't meet, I would not be here. They had to do exactly everything they did. Man. Bro, how you gonna tell me if I have a baby with another chick that I didn't have it with, I'm gonna have the same daughter?
Yeah, because you don't know her until she develops.
Wow, bro, that is not possible.
Until she develops a personality, nigga. People don't come out like fucking cookie cutters.
Bro, I got my daughter from the person I had my daughter with. I can't make her again just because I want to.
Nigga, if you would have had a baby girl with another woman, that would have been your daughter as well.
She would not be my current daughter.
Of course not. It'd be stupid to think like you would have the same motherfucker with somebody else. That would be cloning.
That's what you just said. You just said that.
Look, I said that everybody make their own fucking futures. That's what I'm trying to say.
And you need to start understanding you affect other people that you don't even know you affecting. That's in your lineage.
That has nothing to do with ancestry and you having the ability to fight off the sun with your magical power and melanin.
Okay,
come on.
So
man.
you got a house right now, right? Let's say you got
hold
a house.
on, y'all. Hey, Jack Lee, cut your camera on before I let you back up, bro. I gotta make sure you real. Jack Lee, cut your camera on, man. That way I know you're official. I just can't let you up, man, because I don't know you if you got some type of nefarious
You got a banner? Can't you put a banner up?
So put a banner up. Hold on, I can't do solo layup. I don't know if you have some type of nefarious ulterior motive, bro. Hold on, he put something in the back.
You don't have to show us if you don't want to.
So here we go again, bro. I'm saying you got to cut your camera on, bro. Was you up here earlier?
Don't trust him, man.
Oh, you got to stay in the back, bro.
Put a banner parents up, bro. Weren't Negroes and they weren't in America. They were white people in Ireland. And that's where I was born at. I would be an Irishman because of those criterias. My family is from America,
bro. You would be.
My family is from America, so and my lineage is. Thus, I am that. If I changed anything, I wouldn't be me.
It's exhausting talking through the insanity, man.
Bro, you making up like everything has to happen is destiny, it's purpose. You gotta meet these two people.
Saying. That's not what I'm saying.
These two people have to meet to have True Zone. His mom and dad had to do that.
That's what you're saying.
Or he would not be here.
Get it right. That's what you're saying. You believe that you were destined to be born to this person or that person. You could have been born to anybody, nigga.
But you weren't. That's the facts I keep trying to hit you with. It ain't no hypothetical. So what is that? I'm talking about.
What do you call
One
it?
is facts.
Destiny. If it's not a hypothetical,
the other is what would happen if.
Come on, man. All I'm saying is,
my mom has to be my mom and my dad for me to get that DNA.
I'm not denying that, man. But what I'm saying is that you can't sit up here and say that melanin and 9-ether hair is what gives you a power that's non-existent.
I didn't say that. Nature did. Nature said
ain't
that,
no way. Hold on, country. Let's pause it there. So you're saying nature is the ones that gave us these capabilities, these powers, these unforeseen powers.
Pretty much, that's what we're reading. We're reading nature. We're reading the stars to travel along the sea, right? To understand if this plant is poison or if this plant is edible. We're reading nature, and nature knows which one we need, right? It knows what is great for our body. Their food is not nutritious to us. That's why there's fast foods, everything that we don't need to be with these superpowers, what you call, is because we was eating from the earth. So we were being blessed. Now we eating anything. We don't even know what it is.
Bro, everything comes from the earth. There is nothing that doesn't come from this earth.
They can make something plastic look like a hamburger and taste like a hamburger.
So that's synthesizing plastic. Is it edible?
They can take a human body and make hamburgers and you won't even know the difference.
Bro, don't you know plastic is a plant? It comes from a plant. It's the chlorophyll of a plant.
You eat some plastic then, nigga.
You eat plastic every day.
Bruh.
It's in everything. It's in your drinking water.
It's not consciously. Man. Bruh. All right, well, what nutrition you get from plastic? Because you need nutrition from the things you eat.
What nutrition do you get from
the
plants?
The soil of the earth, bro. The magic in the earth grows up in the plant.
Plastic is the chlorophyll of a plant. You get the same nutrition. Look, bro, I'm just saying. All of this shit
You
comes
don't
from the
eat
earth, man.
plastic. Those little plastic toys that be like fake for the kids, it tell you not to eat that.
Bro, like what I'm saying is though, they're not making no hamburgers out of no fucking plastic.
I'm telling you, what test are you doing to prove that a statement true? Are you testing the food?
What test are you doing to prove that statement is false?
I'm staying away from the shit.
Well, that's your business. But you're sitting up here telling everybody that this is definitely what they're doing.
Nah, I'm saying what I said is
like
you
that?
would not know the difference. I didn't
Man,
say
gone.
that whatever they doing. I'm saying you wouldn't know if you was eating a double burger or a person burger.
Oh, here
Because
we
you
go,
just throwing
man.
shit in your mouth. You ain't checking
Here
it.
we
You ain't
go,
growing
bro.
it. You ain't cooking it.
Here we go.
And these people are known to try
You
to
one
get
of
rid
them
of us.
vegan vegetarians, and you want everybody to get on the 9-ether diet.
I didn't say
nothing
nothing
but
like
raw
that, bro.
fruits and vegetables. Come on,
I didn't
man.
say nothing like that. But if you let's look at soul
Yes,
food.
bro.
Let's look at soul food, right?
It's
Let's say
money
we
in
eating
ignorance,
chicken.
man.
Let's say we eating chicken. This is our main meat on this soul food plate. What else is on the soul food plate that's not grown?
Vegetables.
That's all that's on the soul food plate.
Vegetables and chicken are grown, bro. And you
all right, take the chicken
use
out.
vegetables to feed the fucking chickens.
All right, take the chicken out. That's the meat part of us. The what makes soul food is not the meat part.
Bro, it's the whole
it's all
fucking
that
meal,
shit
bro.
surrounding it.
See,
it's
you know
vegetables.
why I think that these people are insane? Because they're leaning too far close to the caustic side of the pH scale, man. They're all alkaline, bro. They don't know that they're becoming acidic through alkalinity. And it's spilling over into their real life, bro, because they don't know that you got to stay in the middle. You got to be at 7 in the middle of the
on the
pH
soul
scale.
food plate is greens, cornbread, green beans, and potatoes, right?
And meat.
It's a bunch of vegetables. That's why it's
Ham,
it grows.
pork
You know what they
chops,
call the sun? Soul.
chicken.
That's another name for the sun. It's soul food.
Goddamn. See, it all goes back to that 9-ether diet. Sun gazing. You know what I mean? Staring at the sun
this
for
is
long periods
what
of
we
time.
were doing prior.
My
Because
people
that's
ain't
what
never
makes
stare at the
sense.
sun, nigga.
I ain't talking about all this extra stuff you talking about. You keep throwing shit in there. I'm talking about agriculture, nature. You keep jumping out there on some other shit, portals and this. I'm telling you, we clearly see that there's a difference between Bo Jackson and a white dude running back. Matter of fact, ain't no white boy running back. It's clearly a difference between Bo Jackson and anybody else, bro. Except Marcus Allen, Tony Dorsett, Eric Dickerson, Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, Gail Sayers. They kind of the same. But if you throw a white boy in there, there's a big difference. He runs a 4.9. They run a 4.1. So he's not qualified for that position.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's not a nigga, pretty much.
Oh man, go on with that shit. So they ain't been no great white
who gives a fuck? He ain't better than Bo Jackson. He not better than Bo Jackson, nigga. He not better than
I got you,
Jerome Bettis, nigga.
You a skin worshiper.
He not better than who else? Marcus Allen. That name OJ Simpson, nigga. OJ Simpson. Like I'm gonna keep naming niggas that's great on any subject for days. You gonna name me one white boy and be like, we the same.
I'm not gonna name any, brother, because I'm not into comparisons of race and all that bullshit like that.
But they are.
Who are?
They're into it and you're not.
Who is they?
The people that misclassified
Weren't you
us.
giving me shit earlier about saying they? Yes,
I just told you who they are. The people that misclassified us. They know how great. This is what I'm gonna tell you.
Judge Joe
we were
Brown
playing basketball already, right? That's what I was going to say earlier. We were playing basketball over here.
Look,
it was just activities for us. It was just extra activities. White people saw us playing basketball and said, "We can make money off of
like
this."
To hear self-talk and shit, man.
They saw us playing and said, "We can make money off of niggas."
Listen, bro, I told you earlier, bro. You got to have some decorum, bro. If you let him speak, I gotta take turns, bro. Like you talk and he talks, and you talk and he talks. I'm just saying, like, man, that's my stance on that, bro. I did that one live stream. I said, pro black is overrated. I feel like some of us can become so pro black at times, man. We lose sight on what the real, problem is, or what realism is, because a lot of these things that people say in these pro black echo chambers, it sounds preposterous. Like, with the non-ether hair and us being able to access portals that others can't. You start getting you start going driving down pseudo lane with that. And I'm saying
I
that with all
didn't
respect.
I didn't bring that up though. I
No,
was just saying
I'm
there's a
saying to anybody
difference
that's
between
propagating that.
us.
No, hold on, bro. I got you. I'm saying I don't want to drive down pseudo lane. I don't want to hear about how I got neuromelanin and I got some type of superiority spiritually and physically over everybody else, bro. I'm just not buying it. Because if that's the case, how come a nigga ain't putting that neuromelanin to the test when they run from cops? When the cops go there and say, freeze, nigga, get in the back of this car. I'm taking you into custody. Niggas ain't using that shit then. They not just
They turn it
No,
off.
they
niggas.
don't know.
Niggas don't turn into Goku and motherfucking instant transmission to motherfucking to the planet of Namek, the planet of Namek. What fucking Piccolo live.
You talking about Dragon Ball Z, my nigga?
That's
Yeah,
what you're
listen,
talking
bro.
about, man. That's what you're talking
Listen,
about.
Nah,
bro.
y'all keep spinning it. I'm saying they clearly understand there's a difference. Why don't y'all understand there's a difference? So much so that they made racism. They knew that
Oh
there was
my
a difference.
goodness, bro.
Why? I didn't make it up.
The
They did.
same
Why?
people that made up racism is the same people that's talking about racism today. And it seems like black people are the only ones. I'm telling you.
If a motherfucker is sitting up in your castle with their feet up, talking about
What
you work,
castle? What
bro,
castle?
I'm just saying,
And the sister
period. The
on here talking
suburbs,
about
anywhere where
word.
niggas ain't
Without
at.
her, there is no you.
All
Bro,
right, how about this?
without him and her, there's no you.
All right, I'm gonna say a neighborhood, and you tell me who
God
you
damn.
common sense, who's there? Projects.
What?
Relate a
Trailer
race
Park is
to
the
the
project.
neighborhood that I'm saying. Projects,
There
hood.
is no related race to a neighborhood,
Bro,
man.
why you being like niggas? Bro,
Because
niggas is in the
everybody
hood.
lived there, bro. Come on,
Okay,
man. Don't be stupid.
suburbs, Beverly Hills.
But
Everybody
you
lived
also
there.
gotta say, hold on, you also gotta say trailer parks. You also gotta say meth
Everybody
Okay,
lived
say
camps.
there.
trailer parks.
You
Okay, that's
also
cool.
gotta say, homeless tent
Everybody.
parks. Yeah,
All
bro,
right,
you
I'm
can't
with you
just
with
say the
that, Drop.
projects. There's a lot of poor people around the
I just
world,
said
bro.
who's related. Who do you relate it to?
Oh, you
Everybody,
right.
bro.
I just
Who
gave a
would you
little
relate it
pushback for
to?
safe
If
grace.
you
Now, if
had to
you
pick a
said the
race,
majority, I would say the majority of people that's in the hoods, and it depends on what
bruh.
hood it is black
So you
people.
never grew up in the hood, right? Where all the niggas was your friends was niggas.
Yes, I did.
Wasn't no white
But there
people. It
still
was
was white
niggas.
people there. There was still white people there, bro. We
And
had
they were
Asian people there.
minorities in the hood. It wasn't a
In
bunch
the
of white, it
early
was the
80s,
one
bro,
white
I
dude.
lived in Alexandria. Look, in the early 80s, I lived in Alexandria, Louisiana, man. There was every race of people down there. There was white people, black people, Asians, Hindus, and Mexicans. I'm talking about the early 80s, man, down south.
And I'm telling you, in the early 80s in Columbus, white people were scared to come to the hood.
So what
I'm
did it got
telling
nothing to
you,
do with
white
they weren't
people
there?
is
So they didn't live
80% of
there.
Skid Row.
Oh my goodness.
Look, white people is 80% of Skid Row, 70% of welfare, but only like 40% of being locked up. Niggas is 70% of being locked up and on the lower end of welfare and all that. What they did was they fooled you. They got you thinking we begging for food stamps. You believe that? No, that's the system to keep them together because they husbands and shit went out to war. That's when they gave us the jobs in the suburbs. Remember the niggas before the crack era was buying all them houses in the suburbs? That was because all them hunkies went to motherfucking war. So cool, when they came back from war, they had to we got their jobs in the little steel factories and all that. They had to get their shit back, and that's why they pump crack through the community to tear it back down so they can get their jobs back, and they end up moving to another community. Now, what you
Hold
gonna
on.
find?
So they
Why I
forced
gotta
black
hold on for what? Hold on for what? Y'all got
because,
it,
bro,
man.
you've
This
been
shit
running
is
on. I thought
crazy.
it was a back and forth. So you mean to tell me that black people were forced to sell crack and make money in the neighborhood off of crack?
Nigga, ain't
Forced.
nobody say nobody was forced to do nothing. Quit
You
trolling.
said because that's why they
Man, get
that's
that
why they
shit out
put
your
crack in the
blood, dude.
neighborhood, man.
Quit trolling and
I'm just
trying to
trying
go
I'm just
against what a
trying to
nigga
see
say.
the purpose of
Man,
the
no,
shit that
you
y'all
know
be
I ain't
doing.
say that though. All right, cool. No, I'm saying what they did was the only opportunity for a lot of people in these projects was to be a cop or a robber. You chose the cop. Man, all right, let me mute up. Y'all got it, bro.
I think you schizophrenic, nigga. You need to do a straight up
No, bro, I'm
deworming.
too real for the fuck shit, bro. Just don't come with fuck shit,
That's not
bro. And
real.
I'm the
Just because you
coolest nigga in the
eccentric, nigga,
world,
don't mean
bro.
you real,
Man,
man.
I'm the coolest dude in the world. But that fuck shit, bro. Come on, man. What we
That's only in
doing, man?
certain circles, man. You
All
need to
Let
right,
me ask
echo
you
cool,
chamber
cool,
something.
your
cool,
In the
cool, cool,
movie
culture.
cool.
Boys in
Y'all
the
got it.
Hood,
Y'all got it.
in the
Y'all got
movie Boys in the Hood, how many white people were in it?
In the movie Boys in the
it.
Hood. I don't know, man. How many? Tell me.
I don't know either, nigga. They wasn't mentioned in the hood. They wasn't pictured in the hood.
That's a movie,
Minister
my
But they
boy.
Society.
got
Come
their
on now.
own hoods, though.
In the movie
White people
Boys
got
in the
their own
Hood.
hoods, they
This
little
nigga making
trailer
it.
parks and
That's
shit
That's a
where
true.
they do
reference,
crazy
historical
shit. Hey,
reference.
look. Hey, look, homie, I want you to go watch Trailer Park Boys. And you will see, man, they weird as hell in they little
Well,
ghetto.
listen,
They projects
This
is
for show,
trailers.
man.
And
This
listen,
for
and
bro.
and
Listen to me real quick. In Louisville, Kentucky, where I was raised at, where I was raised at, right? It's a place called Portland. Well, it's the west end of Louisville, Kentucky, and then you got Portland. That's an all white hood. All white hood. They got houses. They got their own projects, but it's all white people that live there. But they just as hood as the niggas that live on the other side of town. This is in Louisville, Kentucky. Real shit. Yeah.
All right, public
They live
school.
in,
What
look,
race
man,
we
because
going with?
the West End is big. The
Public
West End
school.
of Louisville. Hold on, bro. The West End of Louisville, Kentucky, back in the day was predominantly black, right? That's where we grew up at when we moved to Mississippi. That's why we lived at. Hood. But like 5 minutes across town, like I said, it's Portland. All white people live over that motherfucker. It was just as hood as us. For sure.
Okay, and I'm just
Some of the
talking
real,
about
some
stereotypes
of the real, hold on, bro. Some of the
and
no,
real,
yeah, I feel,
listen, bro.
dude saying we the face of our hoods, though. We the face of ghetto. We the face of poverty. We the face of projects. We the face of selling dope. We the face. We can't be the face of all these negative things
So
and
when you
expect to
listen,
prosper. But y'all
when
got it.
you, bro, you just mentioned, Sir Drop, you just mentioned that the majority of the white populace is on government food stamps, right? So that would personify poverty. So they would be the face of poverty too, if you want to say that,
No,
right?
they make us the face of it, though. They say we
we the
begging
face of
for
Right.
food
section.
But
stamps.
We the
realistically,
face
I'm
of
saying,
They make
welfare.
us the
I'm saying
face
The
when they
statistically,
the majority of the whole thing. But
I
then
get
they
that.
make us be customer
Yeah,
service for that shit.
get
Go
that. I
ahead,
get that.
y'all got it.
I get that. But I'm saying, like, yeah, real. When it comes to like real, God damn, man, y'all niggas be talking when I'm trying to talk. I lose my goddamn train of thought, man. God damn, man. I'm saying when it
you was
comes to,
talking about welfare.
come on, bro, come on, man, bro.
You was talking
I'm
about
so,
welfare, truth.
right. I agree with what you
You-
all are saying. They are the true face of that shit, bro. Not us. I get what you're saying. Like they put that shit on us to try to degrade niggas and stuff like that. I get that. Y'all get man. Go ahead. Y'all got it, man.
I'm just saying, like public and private school. What race are we attaching to public school, and what race are we attaching to private school?
That's facts, man. Them
When I went to
stereotypes is real. Hell yeah, that's facts. We
when I was a little
public and they
kid,
private. You know that.
when I was a kid, the school I went to was a Catholic school, which was a private school.
Cause you
But you
weird
Called
like
not
St.
one
that,
of
man.
us,
James.
That's
man.
why
It's
you
You a
called
weird
cop.
St.
now, bruh.
James
All right.
Elementary School, bro. And look, I can expect dumbass niggas to say I ain't one of you, but the fact is that black people can afford to go to private school too as well. Y'all the ones that stereotype yourselves and put yourself
Bro,
in
why
these
are you
boxes.
just leaving white racism out of all our shit? It's all our fault that we lost our memory,
Because you're
that
lying,
we in
nigga.
the
You're lying.
project,
You a liar.
even though they built that shit for us.
You a liar. See, I
That
don't
was
agree with
their
liars,
ideal.
man.
Prison is their ideal to deal
No,
with
it ain't.
us.
So we didn't deal with
Then
criminals
why
back in the
wasn't it a
day when
million
we was
prisons here
policing
when they got
ourselves.
here? Why wasn't
See?
we already in
You don't
prison when they got here?
understand, man. Y'all
They
some
built
dumb
these
deviants,
prisons
man. Dumb
recently.
deviants. Niggas be lying off
They
for
built these
nothing.
prisons to contain a population that's not an immigrant population.
Well, go live
They're
in
going
it
to
then,
be
nigga.
here.
Go live in the
What
prison.
can we
I hope
do?
you do go to prison. I hope everything you wishing upon yourself and your
I
people
hope
happen.
you stay you, my nigga. That's the worst shit you could ever be.
Go ahead.
You be you, my nigga.
Go ahead.
You dumbass nigga. You just keep saying
Go
shit
ahead,
niggas ain't saying. You making up shit. You
Go
getting
ahead,
mad because we getting power. Now, why
Go
you
ahead,
mad
dog.
niggas is getting in power?
I thought you didn't have
Why
no
would that
power. I
make
thought
you
was
mad?
oppressed. I thought
Why
you
would
was
that
oppressed.
make you mad? Niggas
That's
is
so
finding out who they
crazy, bro.
is and taking
That's
their
so
shit back.
crazy. Look how fast he become the power source now.
Cause you
Look how
want to be a
fast he become
slave nigga,
the
bruh.
powerful one.
You want to
Get
be
out
a
of here.
slave nigga and it ain't even in our DNA,
That's a
nigga.
shame.
We will
Slavery
slap the
didn't
shit
even
out of a
happen.
motherfucker if they try to enslave
Now, let me
us.
ask you a
Slavery
question,
didn't
bro. Let me ask you
happen.
a question. Hey, Country Ray, bro. Let me ask you a question, bro. If niggas came to power right now, bro, let's say all so-called black people was in some type of hierarchy and we was running shit, how would we do it better? What would it be like? Let's negate. Minus white people, Asians, all ethnicities of people. What if niggas was just in control of this shit? You think it would be any better, bro?
How
Hey,
we
truth, you
treat
know the
how
answer
we
to that.
treat
These niggas that do
white
the
people,
same thing the white folks doing. Well, not the white
how we
folks, the
treat white
government
people
doing
and
now.
give them
Man,
all
hold
this
on, man. Just
credit.
mute your mic. It's real
I
easy,
thought he
bro. I'm
asked
in
me.
mid sentence.
Go
Bro, I'm
ahead,
in
go ahead,
mid sentence, though.
go ahead, go
Like
ahead.
mid sentence, you so arrogant. You feel the nerve to say what I was saying. But listen, God damn
He
it,
asked me a
that's what he
question,
meant
bro.
by train. Man, shut up, bro. Just hush. God damn, bro. Well, anyway, hey, bro, let me get back to my training, man. Shut the fuck up, dude.
No,
How
he ain't
the
even
fuck
talking.
you every 30 seconds, bro? We hear you, bro. And then
Right.
everybody else get their little increments in, bro. Just hush, bro.
Go ahead, Joe.
Oh no, that was you. I thought that was loyal. My bad, bro. I'm
No, you got it. Go ahead. Hold on, Lord. Come on, meet your mic, Lord. Come
Niggas
on, let
the
him get it, bro.
same.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I literally forgot what the fuck I was about to
Now you
say
just gonna
from
say
the
you just
trolling
gonna say niggas
experience.
was in power, we would do the same thing.
Oh yeah, niggas in power they want to do the same thing. If you ask these niggas questions, I say, all right, cool. Would you let a white person on your village? They'll say no, right? Well, that's the same thing as the drinking from the water. That's the same thing as a colored bathroom. You will ask these niggas, would you give a nigga a job before you give a white person a job? They'll say absolutely. That's the same thing they doing. So it's the same. We just mad we on the other end of the cards. We playing chess and we 3 moves behind. We don't know how to skip 2 moves and take advantage. That's the only problem that's going on with us. And I don't knock them goddamn Caucasians. Them bulls are sticking to the strip. They got a code. They doing their thing. We not. I'm mad at my people. Now, mind you, I don't have a solution, so I can't complain. Only way you can complain about it if you say, nigga, why you ain't doing this? Why you ain't doing that? Why you ain't doing this? But you're doing it when you say that. I ain't doing shit my damn self. So how the fuck can I point a finger at another nigga? Bro, we gotta step our game up as a whole, period, and then worry about coming together. Bro, as singular five families and all that, man, 1 out of every 10 is doing good. 3 out of every 10 is doing all right. 5 out of every 10 is decent. The other 5 broke as hell, bro. And that's through the whole what's the word y'all use? Diaspora. I'm just telling you, we fucked up as
Diazepam.
people, bro. But y'all got it.
Yeah, man. These niggas that say
Way to
they
be
got
honest, drop.
motherfucking these niggas say they got neuromelanin. They can access these motherfucking these portals that leads to different star constellations. These niggas is in power, man. These niggas probably kidnapping niggas and throwing niggas through black holes and portals and shit like that. We gonna be the only niggas. Hold on, man. Hold on, y'all got it, man. Damn. That's what I'm saying. I ain't trying to go down pseudo lane, pseudo drive with these niggas, man. And respecting
I
you,
don't
country Ray. Like I said, hold on, bro. Like I said, I've heard this before, bro. Like I heard this in all these, black echo chambers, bro. Yo, yeah, we got neuromelanin, 90 to hair. We're this. We need to be in power again. Man, if niggas was in power right now, niggas wouldn't have no job. It'd probably be worse than what it is right now. Niggas don't even want to see niggas come up, bro. If a nigga get a big a fucking pair of rims on his car, none nigga gonna hate, man. Who gave that nigga money, man? Nigga, he don't deserve to ride a motherfucking BMW with rims on it. Small shit like that. Just imagine a nigga it was really in power, man. Nigga be trying to take that nigga head off to get to the top. That's just not realistic to me, bro. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true, bro.
All right, I'm with. I hear you out, right? And I'm saying the concept, the mentality that we had, it took care of us, and we loved each other. That's what I'm saying.
Man,
That
niggas be on that. Niggas be like that one nigga from Belly, man, eating that banana. I don't like that shit. I'm about to drop a
Okay, so
dab
they
on
put
these
us in
niggas,
a
man.
room and they put one apple in there, and it's 10 niggas in there. What we about to do for that apple if we hungry? It's one apple. It's not enough to feed everybody. They got 100,000 apples behind us, but they only put one in this room where we at, and we hungry. So y'all blaming shit that was forced conditions on us, because we reacting to the conditions. Not that this is our way of life. This is the condition that we're in. So if we change our condition, if every nigga got a farm and he got food, he got a wife, he got kids, he got cattle, every nigga got this. Why would we be trying to steal from each other? And you let me come use your shit as long as I respect it. I don't owe you nothing or nothing. I just need to use your cow to plow my field real quick. My cow went down. I ain't using my cow. Go ahead, fam. I want to see you eat. I want to see you eat, fam. Go ahead.
People just steal. It don't have nothing to do with race.
Bro, you steal when you ain't got shit. You don't steal when you content. When you got everything you need, you don't. Only white greedy people do that. When you got everything you need, if you was balling,
I don't know, nigga. There's some black people that do that shit too. They got
bro,
that
they do it in these conditions. Cause of these conditions.
I think
right. It's a billionaire. It's a billionaire. He don't need all that money. But being that he's a billionaire, that means that money is not in circulation. He keeping it. Yeah, it's only X amount of dollars. There's not an infinite amount of dollars.
That's right. To all you pro-blacks listening too, bro. Do you honestly think it's just white people doing this shit, bro? This is honest question, bro.
I'm saying no, I don't think it's just white people at this point. And nor do I think whatever happened, some of our people helped. That's why it was effective. White people ain't never been effective by themselves. So our people had to help them to tell them what to do and how to do it. I don't think it's niggas that's making rap right now that's not good for us. They're gonna keep pushing it. They could change it. They could just not be rappers then. Fuck it. If I gotta destroy my community by rapping, fuck this money. But that go back to what y'all said. They gonna sell out for $10 million. Just keep pushing that bullshit music.
I'm gonna go back to this then. Listen, bro. And this goes to Patricia in the chat, man. If niggas got all this neuromelanin and they give us, superpowers and shit, how come shit keep getting worse and worse? At that point, that would just be a religion. At that point, a religious talking point. Yeah, man, the 144,000 when Christ returned, these niggas gonna get superpowers, man. The black Hebrews would like say the same shit. So these niggas saying the same thing. And we got this neuromelanin, man. We can be activated. This sun will activate us, man. As soon as the right radiation hit the earth, man, niggas non-ether gonna get activated.
We're going into Marvel comics now.
No, I'm saying that's how niggas talk though, bro. Am I right, bro?
I hear you. I done heard a lot of shit over the years, bro. Like I said, I started in the Kemet and shit. But what I'm saying is, let's say you got a PlayStation 5, right? It got all the hardware of a PlayStation 5, but it don't got the software. Is that a PlayStation 5?
Yep. Just got to add the software.
It don't got it. You got it and it don't got it. The game don't come on. You can't move the joystick.
You just got to
don't got the software. All the hardware is there.
Just upload the software.
Okay, that's what black people are, the hardware with the wrong software.
So we just need to upload. We just need to upload upgrades from the sun and radiation and all this.
We just need to connect back with the missing link of our history.
We just need to come back right before
So,
misclassification.
if we get on our Captain America shit, put all our rings together.
That's stupid shit, man.
I'm not talking. I'm just talking about our minds being re-educated and reprogrammed. Why you don't do nothing to somebody that's a foreigner in your land imprisoning you is because you got the wrong software. You don't know what to do.
We're gonna say
You don't
carbon,
have your
earth,
square button
wind,
don't do what it's
fire.
supposed to do.
People say
Captain
carbon,
Planet around this
non-ether,
bitch.
Captain Planet shit, carbon, non-ether,
Bro,
mineral
I'm talking
melon,
about
earth, wind, fire,
misclassification,
activate.
miseducation, redlining, gentrification, war on drugs, prohibition, all the shit that was made our condition what it is. We didn't
Affected
do
every
that,
other race as well, bro. Ain't nothing you just named off only
bro.
affected black people. Nothing you
It
just named
would
off.
if this is where black people are from and
You wanted
everybody else
to.
is being racist to them.
You ain't that
Everybody else is
special,
on
man.
code. We not on that code because it's affecting us. We're the people they want to affect by the code, by the black codes, not
It's affecting
Chinese
other people
people,
too, brother.
not Nigerians, not Italians. The black codes are for specific exclude, so they know how to distinguish us from everybody else, but y'all don't.